listen. And then I was too scared. I was too big of a pussy. Hold on, Graham, what are you talking to somebody in there? What happened?
Sorry, Mike always walks in and just starts talking.
And by the way, for anybody wondering, Mike has this horrid looking shit on his arm, and he has these crazy looking mummy bandages all on his right arm. His arm is fun, and it's from his cat, because he was holding his cat when a dog came into his restaurant. Yeah, a dog came into his restaurant. Mike's holding his cat because everybody always loves to pet the cat. He owns this Chinese restaurant, Selden, and then weirdly, yeah. Why are cats in there? I know, and he's got fucking cats crawling around in there. And like dog. Yeah, right when I walked in, I saw his hand was curled up like the crypt keeper. He had his ligaments. Oh God! And he might have cat scratch fever. He was wearing those fucking goggles earlier, which is so weird. Selden, how have you been doing? I think everybody wants to know, how have you been doing? Excellent. All is well. Staying busy. How's everything at work? Everything's going good. Great. Yeah. My managers are lovely. My coworkers are lovely. You stay busy for the most part, which is good. I love that. Yeah. All is well. Been a lot of fun. Wait, and hold on, Graham, why are you putting up, do you remember this, Selden, the Crypt Keeper? Not really. I've seen him, but I've never watched. What is it? Are You Afraid of the Dark? No, that's not. That would have been way too scary for Are You Afraid of the Dark. What was this called? What was he called again, Grant?
The Crypt Keeper from Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, I never really watched it. I saw Are You Afraid of the Dark? And Goosebumps. Remember Elvira? Did you ever go to antique malls with Mama? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I always remember seeing an antique malls Elvira, the woman of the dark, with the big bosom. Yeah, with the big bosom cut out. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Grant, you know who Elvira is? Oh yeah. Yeah, I was at Casino Southside the other day, and they were playing some movie with her in it. Everybody's just staring up at the TV, drinking Lone Stars. How's her ass looking? Yeah, look at her ass. If I was a woman, I think I'd want my hair to look like that. That's wild. Grant, do you ever think about that? What would you want your hair to look like if you were a lady, Grant?
I like how low maintenance it is when it's short. I think I'm just too lazy.
Oh my gosh, so you cut it real short.
Yeah, I have two little girls. I know how much you have to brush the hair like all the time. I want to do that.
You could do it like G.I. Jane or something and have a buzz cut. That's kind of crazy sometimes if a girl has a buzz cut. Yeah, it can look kind of cool sometimes. Or just horrific. Or just real scary. But it's only, if you're a girl, the only way you can find out is if you actually do it, and then you'll be able to know shortly thereafter if it was a good move or if you've gone nuts. Because I think a lot of the time somebody's going nuts and they shave their ass back to normal in no time. It's not a good look. And then you just let it grow out, and then it looks totally all right. Selden, what should I do with my hair? It's looking crazier than ever. Maybe. What do I cut it? Because you cut yours real short. Are you ever gonna grow yours out again? Why not? Unless there's some magical hair elixir that comes into play, then no, I will not. Oh, it's so nice. I'm just used to it now. What, are you losing it a little? On the front part? Not on the back part, like my ass. I'd rather be bald than balding. Yeah. Well, right on the top, you're only bald right there on the top. Yeah, I know. It just looks crazy when I'm trying to cling to it, kind of. You know what I mean? Like I'm kind of doing. Let's go to Turkey. You want to go to Turkey? They do the air transfer. We could. I see dudes at the mothership with it. I can spot it from 50 feet away. And what do you think? Is it kind of depressing? Yeah, I know. It's kind of depressing. Super weird. And like you can, I notice it. Like the hair density is different. And it looks feel bad for people when I see it. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if it makes you, I know, if it happy, be more confident. Yeah. I've always thought if I was a lady, I'd get one of the Brazilian butt lift things. Oh my gosh. And this is
this after a hair transplant. I think it went well.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I see. I wonder what that thing is that looks like squeezing his brain, squeezing his head. Is that a part of the procedure, I wonder?
It's way too tight a rubber band.
God. I would not do that. Would you keep on putting those bands on his head and see which one ends up making it like implode? Pop out the top. Oh, just putting rubber bands on a watermelon. Have you seen them? Yes, that's one of my favorite things to watch on TikTok. Is the people that put the rubber bands on stuff and are screaming to get money from people, and then they put enough rubber bands. Or they're like adding water to some bag of their friend or something. And sometimes it looks like it's some sort of prison camp somewhere. Yikes. Crazy. Here we go. Yeah, this is one of those, gosh, this is one of those things, man. Look at that. Spot on. Wait, so Selden, I was hearing, no. What did you hear? No. Can you tell us? I'm kidding. I was just great. I was just thinking about what I was telling your ass. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no. No, yeah. What happened? Selden, I don't think this would, our parents are watching this. Our parents will for sure be watching this. Mm-hmm. So it's like there's no way they can get that information. What's the information about? Generally, do you remember that place in Memphis called Wild Water and Wheels? Yeah, the little park or whatever, the water park. I've heard references to it. I don't think ever the people died. Mm-hmm. Ended up with one of the people's ashes, and like one of the people that died or whatever, I ended up with some of their ashes, and now one of their family members is somehow found out I ended up with it. I know, look at this. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Wild Water and Wheels. No, Surfside Beach. I don't know what Surfside Beach is. That's not the one in Memphis. The one in Memphis, there's no pictures, there's nothing. It's just the people died. And again, the people are coming after my ass. Did you get the ashes? eBay. Yeah, I tried to buy a fucking Speedo when I was swimming again, and then these ashes came in it. I know, and then it's just, it's like, is this cursed? What's going on? You signed up for that. Well, Selden, do you remember that time in Destin? Were you in Destin where that guy, he ends up going on the beach, laying down, holding his groin area, and some rope had snapped, and his balls were hard. Yeah. And he was just laying on the sand. Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. Not really. I will remember it being referenced at one point, but I don't remember it. Wow. That was sexually or anything. Yeah, that was something that happened in Destin. What was it connected to? Whoa, Grant, something just moved. Someone wants me to stop talking about that because that chair just moved over there. What?
What happens in the truth?
Yeah, something's weird. Yeah, that candle up there was fucking shifting a second ago. Yeah, that candle's never even been on in here before. Nobody's ever lit that thing before.
First of all,
you guys should shut your mouth though, whatever you're saying.
Selden, what is your best memory growing up? Do you have fond memories with me, or there was just too much of an age difference? I remember sitting in the playroom with y'all. What, watching us play like Super Nintendo 64 and 007 and shit. So those are good memories. Yeah, by the time I'm 8, though, totally gone. I was just gone by the time. And before 8, I don't necessarily remember a ton before 8, I guess, if I'm thinking about it right now, really. Yeah, fond memories. I remember seeing Vans in the hallway at PDS. That was fun. Oh my gosh, it was only 1 year though. What, were you like kindergarten age as a 6th grader? Mm-hmm. No, you would not have given me a hug, I don't think. If that was your question. I just remember at the elementary school we went to, when a kid would vomit on the carpet, somebody would always come by with sawdust chips and put the sawdust chips all in the vomit. Yeah, that's what we have to do up at the mothership. So people are still using, so that's still a viable method of dealing with. What is it, just soak up all the vomit? I think it's some modernized version of that, because I don't think it's sawdust, but it looks like it kind of. And then you can just sweep it up. Yeah, and dries it up, and then So what do you? So you're working up there at the mothership. How often are you having to deal with real drunk people? Are you having to deal with characters frequently? Yeah, pretty frequently. There are people getting literally. Some people don't get in. I mean, if you're because they're already too drunk or something, discombobulated in the line, and security sees you, you're shit out of luck. How often is that happening? That somebody's getting all turned up in the line? Do you get to catch people drinking in there in the line?
Yeah, which isn't a huge deal. You just tell them to throw it away. That's fine.
When people have like, let's say, well, a couple times a month, somebody won't make it in, and that's just the shifts that I'm present for. So it could be more than that. So what do you do? Take them up to the parking structure and throw them off or something, or what do you do to the people? Yeah, take them behind the club and deal with them. Yeah, just start. Oh my gosh, yeah. There have been times I've been walking in on a Monday and I'm just hearing people screaming back there, and I'm thinking, damn, what they did wrong. Yeah. I wonder what happened this time, Grant. Did you know that happens sometimes? So you gotta be chill, dude. You've been up there, haven't you, Grant? Sorry, he's got to get called. Whose other voice? What other voice was that back there?
That was me. I was just on mute here because I had moved around to check the chair.
God, well, Grant, thank God we have these microphone things, because that would have been impossible to be hearing you with the door, because I couldn't. I thought that. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Deepest Production with the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine.
This man's name is Racing Yes.
Don't talk about it. Don't talk about what I was talking. Shut up now. I mean, really, you couldn't. You know what I mean?
As a woman in her late 20s.
You wouldn't even.
He was unloading.
That was unloading big time out there. Well, hold on, was that you or Grant? Are you making noises? Because Selden's here. Selden, are you making noises? Unloading,
I was just unloading a little bit.
Yeah, he's what, like unloading a water gun? It sounds like you're sworn here and shooting a water gun when you're doing that.
Yeah, you can say that.
Well, do that again. Yeah, it's like you're shooting a water gun and then you gotta fill it up in the sink. It was always hard to get the stream of water just so small to get it into the back of the water gun. That was always a nightmare for me in summertime. Creates a mess. And Selden, you and I, we must have had some water gun fights. Obviously, Vance and I, we were closer in age. We totally did. You and I must have, right? I don't know. Grant, is that sad?
That you're so much older. Yeah, what's the age difference here?
10 years. 10 years. Guess which one is older and which one is younger?
It's tough to tell. One of you is looking into their future, I suppose. One's looking into the past.
What do you see, Selden? Is that a thing that excites you? You're like, oh my God. Or is it like, damn. Like, look at my older brother. This is scary. I mean, I do. We were talking about it earlier. I have this cyst on my face that stinks now. Yeah, it's sickening. I want to die, but I continue to put my finger on it and smell my finger. I can't go to the knee. I'm scared to go to the door. I'm gonna numb it and remove it. I know. They're got it. It might take 20 minutes. They have to. And for anybody wondering, Grant did have a baseball diamond up there earlier. I don't think any three brothers have ever done this. I did this, Vance did this, Selden did this. First time on the mound, Selden, what happened when you were up there? Threw a strike, baby. Struck him out. Yeah, what happened the next? Did you strike everybody out? I don't remember the extent of it, but I know something positive occurred. Oh my gosh, you struck the people out. I remember the first time I was up there, I struck all three people out. No, really? And I threw the ball behind somebody at one point. And then I actually, churchly, unpredictable. God, I miss it. And then I was too scared. I was too big of a pussy. Hold on, Graham, what are you talking to somebody in there? What happened?
Sorry, Mike always walks in and just starts talking.
And by the way, for anybody wondering, Mike has this horrid looking shit on his arm, and he has these crazy looking mummy bandages all on his right arm.
His arm is fucked.
And it's from his cat, because he was holding his cat when a dog came into his restaurant. Yeah, a dog came into his restaurant. Mike's holding his cat, because everybody always loves to pet the cat. He owns this Chinese restaurant, so isn't that weird? Really? Yeah.
Okay. So now,
Then Mike had cats in there. I know, but he's got fucking cats crawling around in there, and then like dog. Yeah, right when I walked in, I saw his hand was curled up like the crypt keeper. He had his ligaments. Oh God! And he might have cat scratch fever. He's wearing those fucking goggles earlier, which is so weird. Well, Selden, how have you been doing? I think everybody wants to know, how have you been doing? Excellent. All is well. Staying busy. How's everything at work? Everything's going good. Great. Yeah. My managers are lovely. My coworkers are lovely. Stay busy for the most part, which is good. I love that. Yeah. All is well. Been a lot of fun. Wait, and hold on, Graham. Why are you putting up? Do you remember the Selden, the Crypt Keeper? Not really. I've seen him, but I've never watched. What is it? Are You Afraid of the Dark? No, that's not. That would have been way too scary for Are You Afraid of the Dark. What was this called? What was he called again, Grant?
The Crypt Keeper from Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, I never really watched it. I saw Are You Afraid of the Dark and Goosebumps. Remember Elvira? Did you ever go to Antique Malls with Mama? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I always remember seeing an Antique Malls Elvira, the woman of the dark, with big bosom, with the big bosom cut out. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Grant, you know who Elvira is? Oh yeah. I was at Casino Southside the other day, and they were playing some movie with her in it. Everybody's just staring up at the TV. Oh, drinking Lone Stars. How's her ass? Look here, her ass. If I was a woman, I think I'd want my hair to look like that. Yeah, that's wild. Grant, do you ever think about that? What would you want your hair to look like if you were a lady, Grant?
I like how low maintenance it is when it's short. I think I'm just a little too lazy.
Oh my gosh, so you cut it real short.
Yeah, I have two little girls. I know how much you have to brush the hair like all the time. I don't want to do that.
You can do it like G.I. Jane or something to have a buzz cut. That's kind of crazy sometimes when a girl has a buzz cut. Yeah, it can look kind of cool sometimes. Or just horrible scary. But it's only, if you're a girl, the only way you can find out is if you actually do it. And then you'll be able to know shortly thereafter if it was a good move or if you've gone nuts. Because I think a lot of the time somebody's going nuts and they shake their head back to normal in no time. If it's not a good look. And then you just let it grow out, and then it looks totally all right. So what should I do with my hair? It's looking crazier than ever, maybe. What are you doing? I cut it? Because you cut yours real short. Are you ever going to grow yours out again? Why not? Unless there's some magical hair elixir that comes into play, then no, I will not. Oh, it's so nice. I'm just used to it now. What, are you losing it a little? On the front part? So not on the back part, like my ass. I'd rather be bald than balding. Yeah. Well, right on the top. You're only bald right there on the top. Yeah, I know. It just looks crazy when I'm trying to cling to it, kind of. Like I'm kind of doing. Let's go to Turkey. You want to go to Turkey? The hair trends we could. I see dudes at the mothership where I can spot it from 50 feet away. And what do you think? Is it kind of depressing? Yeah, I know. It's kind of depressing. Super weird. And like I notice it. Like the hair density is different. Like, and we're gonna film that for people. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, if it makes you. I know. If it adds somebody more confident. Yeah. I've always thought if I was a lady, I'd get one of the Brazilian butt lift things. Oh my gosh. And this is
after a hair transplant. I think it went well.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I see. I wonder what that thing is. That looks like squeezing his brain, squeezing his head. Is that a part of the procedure, I wonder? It's way too tight a rubber band. I would not do that. Would you keep on putting those bands on his head and see which one ends up making it, like, implode? Pop out the top. Oh, just putting rubber bands on a watermelon. That's my favorite thing, though. Yes, that's one of my favorite things to watch on TikTok. Is the people that put the rubber bands on stuff and are screaming to get money from people, and then they put enough into the band. Or they're like adding water to some bag above their friend or something. And then sometimes it looks like it's some sort of prison camp somewhere. Yikes. Crazy. Here we go. Yeah, this is one of those, gosh, this is one of those things, man. Look at that. Wait, so Selden, I was hearing, wait, no. What did you hear? Yeah. No. Oh, no. Can you tell us? I'm kidding. I was just great. I was just thinking about what I was telling your ass.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No. Yeah. No. What happened? Selden, I don't think this would, I mean, our parents are watching this. Our parents will for sure be watching this. Mm-hmm. So it's like, there's no way they could get that information. What's the information about? Generally, fucking, do you remember that place in Memphis called Wild Water and Wheels? Yeah. The little park or whatever, the water park, I've heard references to it. I don't think ever the people died. Mm-hmm. Well, let's just say I ended up with one of the people's ashes, and like one of the people that died or whatever, I ended up with some of their ashes, and now one of their family members is somehow found out I ended up with it. I know, look at this. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Wild Water and Wheels. No, Surfside Beach. I don't know what Surfside Beach is. That's not the one in Memphis. The one in Memphis, there's no pictures, there's nothing. It's like, it's because the people died. And again, the people are coming after my ass. Did you get the ashes? eBay. Yeah, I tried to buy a fucking Speedo when I was swimming again, and then these ashes came in. I know, and then it's just, yeah, it's like it's cursed. What's going on? You signed up for them. Well, Selden, do you remember that time in Destin? Were you in Destin where that guy, he ends up going on the beach, laying down, holding his groin area, and some rope had snapped, and hit his balls for a hard job, and he was just laying on the sand. Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. Really? I will remember it being referenced at one point, but I don't remember it. Wow. That was sexually or anything. Yeah, that was something that happened in Destin. What was it connected to? Oh, Grant, something just moved. Someone wants me to stop talking about that because something, that chair just moved over there. Hey, for real? Yeah, something's weird. Yeah, that candle up there was fucking shifting a second ago. Yeah, that candle's never even been on in here before. Nobody's ever lit that thing before.
You guys just shut your mouth about whatever you're saying.
Selden, what is your best memory growing up? Do you have fond memories with me, or there was just too much of an age difference? I remember sitting in the playroom with y'all, watching us play like Super Nintendo, 64 and 007 and shit. So those are good memories. Yeah, by the time I'm 8, though, you're totally gone. I was just gone by the time. And before 8, I don't necessarily remember a ton before 8, I guess. I'm thinking about it right now.
Really?
Yeah, fond memories. Y'all. I remember seeing Vance in the hallway at PDS. That was fun. Oh my gosh, it was only 1 year though. What, were you like kindergarten age as a 6th grader? Mm-hmm. No, you would not have given me a hug. If that was your question. I just remember at the elementary school we went to kid with vomit on the carpet, sawdust chips, and put the sawdust chips all in the vomit. Yeah, that's what we have to do up at the mothership. Oh, so people are still using, so that's still a viable method of dealing with, what is it, just soak up all the vomit? I think it's some modernized version of that, because I don't think it's sawdust, but it looks like it kind of, and then you can just sweep it up, dries it up, and then so what do you, so you're working up there at the mothership, how often are you having to deal with drunk people? Are you having to deal with characters frequently? Yeah, pretty frequently. There are people getting literally, some people don't get in. I mean, if you're, because because they're already too drunk or something. Discombobulated in the line, and security sees you your shit out of luck. How often is that happening? That somebody's getting all turned up in the line? Do you catch people drinking in there in the line?
Yeah, which isn't a huge deal. You just tell them to throw it away, and that's fine.
Or do people have like an example a couple times a month somebody won't make it in, and that's just the shifts that I'm present for, so it could be more than that. So what do? Take them up to the parking structure and throw them off or something? Or what do you do to the people? Yeah, take them behind the club and, deal with them. Yeah, just start, oh my gosh, yeah, there have been times I've been walking in on a Monday and I'm just hearing people screaming back there and I'm thinking, damn, I wonder what they did wrong. Yeah. I wonder what happened this time. Grant, did you know that happens sometimes? So you gotta be chill, dude. You've been up there, haven't you, Grant?
Am I muted?
Sorry, he's not even talking. Whose other what other voice was that back there?
That was me. I was just on mute here because I had moved around and checked the chair.
God, well, Grant, thank God we have these microphone things, because that would have been impossible to be hearing you with the door, because I thought that was just a little voice in there. I thought somebody else was in there with your ass. It sounded like that. What did it sound like?
But you're asking about me going to the mothership?
Yeah, haven't you been there?
I went once to see you and Casey and Sam Talent. Was it?
Did you have fun?
It was fun. Yeah. You got me in to sit in the back, the VIP area.
And you had a good time, and you were nice and cordial to everybody. Yeah, everybody going out anywhere, you just have to be nice and cordial, or sometimes people lose it.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't want to get somebody on a bad day, Grant.
I try not to.
Because every now and again you might get somebody on a bad day, and then they just don't give a shit anymore. Get knocked down, you hit your head on then you sidewalk, and then you hit your. That hasn't happened. Have you ever seen that happen? No, I've never seen anybody get punched.
So are you're this guy out here in front, ready to rough people up?
I'd be around the corner. I'm not security. Just box off. But theoretically, you could be standing right there. So what do you say if there's some drunk person just like, get the fuck out of here? I'd say you need to chill out, otherwise security's not going to let you inside. I try to help them. Try to warn them. So you don't have to be the bad guy. You're almost like the good cop. Yeah, I'd be like, hey, it'd be better than being the bad cop. Yeah, I don't want to be the bad cop.
You're inside the door?
I'd be around
over here. 7 to 9.
Oh my gosh, is that? I think sometimes I've seen you and I'm like, what is he on some platform? What is he laying up in the? Was he laying 4 feet up? That's kind of funny. So, okay, let's pretend like I'm coming in and I'm like way too drunk and I'm like, hey, can I come in here? Here are my tickets. Hey, you need to chill out, dude. Security's right around the corner. Once you get inside and have fun, okay? How are you up there like that? And then you kind of and then you suck yourself back in. For anybody who hasn't ever been to the mothership, it really is. It's kind of it's a cool mix. There are elements of almost Harry Potter whimsy, I would say. Like some of the door people, they are moving in funny directions, and you can always see what's going on and. It's oh my gosh, sometimes I get dizzy. Yeah, just being there, people. Yeah, it's like they're flying around or something. It's like I get dizzy. It's like I get motion sick. Gosh, Selden, when I was living in California, I was standing in a kitchen one night and this horrible earthquake happened, and I felt like I was getting seasick because the ground was literally rolling like the ocean. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Memphis is on a fault line, and let's all pray to God. Grant, please, let's all pray to God that the earthquake doesn't hit anywhere around Memphis where it's going to be a shitstorm. That would be a cataclysm. It's going to be a catastrophe, and it could be the beginning of the end of the world, Grant. All right. Really? Read Revelation. They talk about stuff like that. Seriously. Yeah. Have you ever thought about that? Getting into Grant? Do you Selden? Do you subscribe to any conspiracy theories? You don't do flat Earth. No, not as much anymore, just because I'm not on Instagram and Twitter. What does that mean? You were getting like a lot less crazy now that I don't look at that with any degree of frequency. You know what I mean? Yeah, because if you click on something, you just end up seeing a lot of that. So what? You were seeing a lot of flat Earth stuff? What was stuff seeming kind of convincing? Not like that. Stuff like Vegas shooting conspiracies and stuff, Yeah, why do you have that snorkel up there, dude? Did he? Yeah, he had a mouthpiece of something. No, I think it was because it got smoky up there. Okay. Yeah, oh my gosh, and then people get sucked into it and then they're gone. On like social media, the internet, oh my gosh, they get sucked into that. Because Grant, wouldn't you agree, there's no way the earth is just flat, right? Isn't that like crazy kind of?
I don't know, there's a lot of evidence for it.
Why can't you be up in the air and see the curvature of the earth? Like, when I don't know. It just seems insane. It seems like why would you subscribe to something like that that's so psycho kind of? Pretty nonsensical.
It's a lot of work to make that conspiracy work.
Maybe people just want the attention though, which is totally fine. Yeah, I've encountered people that believe it. Normal seeming people and they just talk and they bring it up. Yeah, I'm like, are you serious? Yeah, are you a fucking idiot or something? You serious? Retarded kind of what's going on, dumbass. And there's not much to discuss. So they would just change the subject eventually. You would just have to change the subject. See, that would have been a time seldom where I would have loved it when I was 15 butt ices deep and half a gram of cocaine, started talking tons of shit. Yeah, that would have been at the time. But just talking to that person, I used to love stuff like that. Oh gosh. When in Rome. And yeah, well, is that what it looks like? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know how they would conceive that so many different things work.
Is there anything on the bottom?
Yeah, what's down there?
China.
What happens when you dig down? Do you just fall out into space when you go too far?
I don't know.
Is space real? I don't know.
Yeah, space. It seems pretty real to me, but I don't really get it though.
I would imagine the people that are flat earthers also think that the moon landing was fake, or else, like, is the moon also flat?
Well, that...
Are there orbs? Like, do orbs exist in outer space or not?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the moon landing, yeah, what did people say? Stanley Kubrick did it? Yeah, it's like, I don't think Stanley Kubrick did that. He was working on The Shining. He wasn't messing with the fucking moon landing. He was working on The Shining in the 60s. People don't know that. He was back. No, I'm kidding. I don't even know when The Shining came out. It probably came out not in the 60s, the 70s, I guess. Probably the 70s. Well, one of the ones I do think about is the Titanic. It's like, how did they hit the freaking iceberg in an ocean that big? It's just like pretty negligent. Yeah, that seems nonsensical. And see, that's kind of grand. What is this? Hold on, there's a person in the background of that shot. You're not telling me, is that an official picture right there? There's a person in the back of that shot. You can see the rafters up top. You can see the rafters up top. Grant, this isn't the picture, is it?
That's real. That's from the moon. If you believe that kind of thing.
From Apollo 13. You're telling me this is Apollo 13.
Let me see, what is this?
Apollo 13, I just remember what's in that. Forrest Gump. I remember he was never seen. Oh, Apollo 13? Yeah, I think they make it back. It's like kind of boring. It's like they said about the moon landing. Yeah, what did they make it onto the moon? I don't remember. They made it to space.
They got up there and then something went wrong, and so they had to shoot themselves around the moon and use it as a slingshot to get back in time to survive their depleting oxygen or something.
They invited their family. Oh yeah, with the oxygen. Did they survive? Yeah, and they all lived. So kind of a boring. It's like making another movie. I don't want to see that movie where it ends up okay. Nobody wants to see that one.
You want a Challenger movie?
Yeah, I mean Challenger one. That's scary. Had NASA neglected their asses on that when NASA knew there was a problem with that. And they let them come back in and then blow up when they came back in. Oof, I'm still out there looking for pieces of that thing. I still find pieces out in Phoenix and money from them. Oh yeah, there's a very heavy eBay presence of that kind of stuff, but you gotta be careful because sometimes it's fake shit. Hunks of metal. Yeah, sometimes it's just hunks of metal. And excuse me, I wasn't thinking of the Challenger. I was thinking of the what was it called, the Columbia? Was that
Columbia didn't make it out. It just exploded on.
No, I thought the Challenger did it. I thought
the Challenger, yeah.
The Challenger, but then the Columbia blew up when it came back in, and that's the one NASA knew about. I didn't know anything about that. Oh yeah, the Columbia. Oh my gosh, I'll send you this wonderful magazine article I read about this week. Yeah, it's the same guy who wrote about the fucking. Yeah, that suck almost making it back. you almost make it back, but they knew something was wrong. Something, and then be careful if you look at Columbia stuff on eBay, because they get a bunch of, it could be something from a scrap yard or something.
Oh, dang, because there's this image here of like all the recovered stuff.
Yeah, they found it. I think it broke up over Texas or something like that. But it went across the country because they were going so fast. Like we're in the fucking jackpot selling all this shit to people. But then it's like, that's what people think, Selman, and that's when I worked at the freaking self-storage unit place. It's like, I see these idiots. I don't know. Maybe some of them are doing good, I guess. I don't know. But they would, bid on the storage units, and people were not paying for it anymore. And then they were in charge of removing all the shit. Yeah. Where do they put this? Just at the house or something? Or they have a factory somewhere? There's some bid or something. This episode's sponsored by DraftKings. Week 1, Game 1, DraftKings. It was just the second weekend of college football, my favorite time of the year. I know you love it too, so I love some college football. And what's even more fun, what makes it even more exciting, is when you can gamble on the freaking game, and then you're really invested into the game. But you don't want to bet on your favorite team, because it's not going to bet against or for your favorite team, because then the emotions get involved. But yes, DraftKings is the place. It's going to help you this season, the sports season. And we are in the midst of the sports season, also WNBA playoffs. That is a wonderful time to bet. We are about to be in the WNBA playoffs. First touchdown fireworks, anytime touchdown, rushes, live bets that ride every momentum shot. What did I just say at the beginning of that? I don't know. It's not just football, is what I was going to say before that. Okay, it's all these other things that make it really exciting. And every play is your next shot to win or lose, but it could be a win. And new customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5, get $300 in bonus bets instantly, plus grab over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMS. That's code WMS to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more, plus over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV in partnership with DraftKings. The Crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in Connecticut. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resorts, and that is in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday ticket offer for new subscribers only, and all renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Digital NFL Sunday ticket terms. YouTube prompts. Go/NFL Sunday ticket /terms. Limited time offer. Sorry, a little bit of echo. There we go. We're back. And the smells of no, but what I was saying again, Grant, I'm just getting in my fantasy world. I'm just going to imagine the witches were realizing I was talking about them. But we started smelling this horrible smell, Sullivan, and we called the number associated with the storage unit. And the two witch ladies show up, and they have all these plastic containers of like this black liquid, and they like pour it in the drain pipes right there, and then you can't even be anywhere close to it because they're the worst smell ever. Something I don't even know. Carpet cleaner, and that was a remainder fluid or something. Oh, Sheldon, no. I think this had to do something with bodies, like dead bodies. It was something. It was, I don't even know what it was. And then my coworkers found this big because there was this one guy who would just sit out. He got kicked out of his house or something, and he would just set up shop outside of his storage unit every day and just sit out there all day long and bring all of his shit out and then put it back in. Yeah, it was the craziest shit. And
Are you allowed to do that? I guess.
no. But I wasn't telling him that. Yeah, I passed him the golf cart and I waved at him and said, "What's up?" And then I'd drive back, even though they'd be telling me to tell him to get out of here. Ugh, I'm not telling that guy shit. I'm not telling him shit. That was crystal meth one day. Did you try it? No. If it was maybe a certain time in my life, maybe I would have been tempted or something. Like a night I've been up all night or something, but no. At this time, no. Yeah, okay. I never, no, I would have. I did look it up. I looked up the street value. I was wondering, I was trying to figure out what can I do with it. Yeah, what can I, I take a picture and send it to Google, and then, Google was like, I think you can sell this and then start making money. Oh, I used to keep all my little bags, look at them on Christmas night, and see what kind of damage I'd done throughout the year. I'm kidding. I would never, I would keep all the receipts at the High Point grocery store. Did you ever work there, Selden? You never worked there, did you?
And I worked at the pizza joint next door.
Why did you never work at the store? Was it just weird? Yeah.
I don't think I would have wanted to. Got a dreary in there at the time.
Granite was the store that I had sort of nice. Yeah, it's kind of nice. It was just in my parents' neighborhood, and we would just go work up at the store. And there were these crazy people, and I remember John. He was the manager. He's dead now. Rest in peace. He would drive around in his little scooter, and I remember going to his place one night, and he invited me over for dinner. And we go stand in his backyard, like smoking or something, and he has this cutout part in his fence. And he's looking at it with both of his hands in the fence. And I'm kind of laughing, like, what are you looking at? And he's like, come here. And then I look, and it's just this perfect view of some woman washing her dishes in the kitchen. Yeah. And I was like, John, will you just stand out here and watch this fucking woman every night? This is insane. You have a wife and kid, and even if you didn't, this is insane. You're watching this woman. Are you allowed, Brian? Are you allowed to stare at people if you're on your own property? Do you stare at somebody?
I think,
As ChatGPT, I think you ought not. Wait, what is ChatGPT? It's like an app or a website. So I'm thinking about getting one that, but you have to be careful because it just don't have one to commit suicide. It's a website. Yeah, I haven't used it. So you got off, or you never used it in the first place?
I never used it in the first place.
Well, good. I have buddies and a good resume with it. Oh, yeah. Like, people use it to write emails and do all sorts of shit. I know people that use it just to do simple text messages to people, and I think, wait, is it really much more work typing something into the ChatGPT to get something to text to someone? It's like, isn't this insane?
It seems maniacal.
It's nuts. And then again, the one just got the kid to unalive himself.
Convincing him seamlessly.
Yeah, they made great arguments as to why he should kill himself. Yeah, that's why you gotta get it. It's like that. It actually makes sense. And I would like to think it looked like a monster. And I think it's called Basket. You look up if there's a monster in a movie called Basket Case. This is what in my fantasy world the ChatGPT was looking like to the kid. Yeah, okay. Like this is what ChatGPT was looking like to the kid, probably. That's how scary it can be, I think. I really think ChatGPT and people are giving it too much credit, and then it can really morph into an actual bug. Yeah, that was the guy who's like, yeah, nobody likes you anymore. You really need to just go to the other side already. It's funny, it's in a basket. I know, it's called Basket Case, and it like lives in the basket.
So it'd be pretty avoidable. It's confined to the basket.
Yeah, you just have to put a couple encyclopedias on top of the basket.
Close it.
Close it, put a latch on it. Grant, you think, but hey, Grant, you think this thing can outsmart your ass and get you to like get it out of the basket? Or do you think you'd be smart enough because you go into it knowing that you can't let it out of the basket? Like,
I think at a certain point, you know, it's this guy that's a Star Wars character. Yeah, they always have somewhere, don't they?
yeah, they do. It looks like they have the same relatives or something. They say they come from the same lineage or something with the bumps from that.
I'm thinking something that evolved that could grow out of a basket like that. Might have to one up on it.
So you would go in there knowing you should line up to the two.
I mean, I'm gonna want my basketball shorts underneath it eventually.
Yeah, your basketball shorts, they don't play that shit. And it's the basket's underneath. So you put the basket on top of your basketball shorts. Gosh, Grant, I would listen to that thing every day if it sounded like that. That was kind of a fun accent. Just, hey, take me to play basketball. Oh my God. That almost makes it kind of sweet if it had a voice like
What
that.
if Basket Case is really good at golf?
If he's really good at basketball,
Yeah, Doug.
he could be. I mean, Airbud, that fucking dog is super good somehow.
He knows his way around a basket.
You let me out the basket. Oh my gosh, I didn't, my dumbass didn't even, okay, he lives in a basket. Basketball, the ball goes in the basket. Maybe he could be good at basketball.
Like an Airbud situation.
Like Airbud. And then it ends up impregnating a bunch of people, just like Airbud did. Airbud has a shit ton of kids.
Really?
Oh, yeah, you don't think a dog has a bunch of kids?
I just didn't know.
Yeah, dogs have all kinds of kids, because the,
Especially if you're
girl dogs or whatever get in heat.
you make that much money playing basketball.
Yeah, girl dogs like that sometimes. My dog wouldn't like that. Your dog wouldn't like that, so what? Just like an Airbud. What do you think? What do you think she would think? Your dog would think if Airbud strolled up? Would you be cool with even Airbud talking to her ass, or would you be like, let's leave? I don't know. I don't know if I want a basketball player talking to my daughter. Yeah, right. You would. I know. You might just say, okay, come on, we gotta get in the car. Come on. We gotta get out of here, down here in Delilah. Grant, do you have a dog?
No.
Do you have a cat?
No. I have a gerbil.
Whose idea was that? I mean, that's sweet. I'm wondering whose idea was that. Why?
Yeah, my daughter wanted a gerbil.
Is it in her room?
No. It's on the main space.
Is it nice? Do y'all like pick it? Do y'all get it out of its cage some, or just look at it through the glass or the metal?
It's been most of its waking life trying to scratch through the plastic to escape.
What a hellish night. Really?
Yeah, it's just, it hates its life.
Yeah. What does it have? A little water bottle dripper thing where it drinks the water from?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that seems like a classic way to let those animals drink water for sure. Its heart's at 180 beats per minute at all times. You need to get one of the balls that you put them in so that it can run around the house.
I have one, yeah.
Oh, do you put it in there some? Does it just run around the house and run into stuff?
We put it in there, it just shits up the storm inside of the ball. It becomes so disgusting that
Tries
like,
to get out the whole time.
yeah. So apparently it's not great on little animals' backs too, that they're constantly kind of like doing a little bit of like a back bend. Curvature.
They're doing the beginnings of a scorpion.
If this was a flat earther gerbil, I don't think it would have a problem with its back.
Yeah, would not have a problem with its back, and it also wouldn't be close to the startings of a scorpion. I never do a full scorpion. Do you know what that is, Selma? Oh yeah, totally. You know what that is, don't you, Grant? Haven't we talked about that? I know I've talked about that. It's full scorpion.
The yoga move?
No, the move where somebody's like jumping up to on a trampoline and they hit their top part of their chest first, and then their legs come back and rip around the back of their head. And then it looks looks like a scorpion. What? Hold on. Yeah, please do a picture up, because what does it literally look?
I have a yoga one here called the Scorpion.
Yeah, same idea.
That one's intentional.
Yeah, that's intentional. It's more funny kind of if it's somebody just like impact. And then, okay, and now I see why it says a scorpion. It's like a scorpion tail.
So you're talking about like this?
Yeah, like on a skateboard, that would be a classic method for achieving a full scorpion is a skateboard.
That seems brutal.
I saw a cheerleader doing something in their backyard, and she got to the last flip and didn't stick it and hit her face and her back leg like crunch. And she's on her back like, oh my gosh, what were people doing? Just practicing cheerleading shit in somebody's backyard? Yeah, I guess. Yikes. What do people cheer or people go up to her? There was just two people in the backyard, one filming, the girl scorpioning. You were there? You hear crunch? No, it was on YouTube. Horrible crunch. And see, that's, I'm on a trampoline. There you go. Trampoline. You can pay my ass to get on. Yeah, I was never a trampoline guy. Neither was I. Never trampoline, never skateboard, on wheels. Inline skates a little bit, rollerblades a little bit. But then I stopped because it's like I'm going to fall. And then the one time I went ice skating when I was in Knoxville at some sort of party, and I was wasted, and it was the scariest experience of my life, and then I immediately got off of the ice rink. I'm thinking, how do hockey players, how do people do that?
Yeah, I've never even tried. I probably never will.
But yeah, we also grew up in the South, and not a lot of hockey down there. Or for you, Grant, you could have been a great hockey player if you had been born in like Minnesota or something.
You know, it's so funny. I moved around a bunch as a kid, and I ended up in Texas here, and that's where I first met a bunch of people that played hockey. So I ended up playing hockey all through high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And you still talk to those guys?
I do.
Well, that's wonderful. That's the best kind of friend.
Yeah.
Are they? Yeah, are they doing good? Do they ever come on your beer podcast? Selden Grant does a beer podcast. Oh, really?
I do.
Nice.
My buddy from hockey moved down here, and he was my best man. My wedding and stuff.
And I didn't get the invite. That's
Didn't get your invite.
If you got married now, would I be invited?
Hell yeah.
You're kidding.
You'd be expected.
So sweet. Really? Oh my gosh, I'd be expected at the wedding.
Would you want like a roll? Like I'm not sure, a ring bearer, or like be up on stage?
Oh, I was thinking you were talking about like sushi roll, like right here or something.
You want a sushi roll?
A roll, like, oh yeah, so like I could be holding your gerbil and the ring could be on the gerbil's back.
Oh my.
And then I could let it scurry and you could have little carrots in front of your hand so it comes and runs at your hand. Comes in the doo-doo ball. Yeah, oh my gosh, it comes in the doo-doo ball.
Thing's a nightmare.
Yeah, what do you have to just wash it with a bunch of Dawn soap or something after when it has its fecal matter all over it?
You could.
So yeah, you just throw it back in the cage or something.
Yeah, just let it fester. It's the gerbil's best to clean up.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't really know too much about it.
I didn't show. How long did they live? About 2 years.
Damn. Well, somebody lied to me. Somebody told me 30 years. And so for the longest time, I was thinking, that little animals didn't live all that long. It's a great deal. Yeah, 30 years of companionship for $15. Well, maybe if there's reincarnation or something, I can talk to somebody and be like, maybe just give me the 30-year gerbil. I think, and then, yeah, you make that noise a lot. You don't even have to talk to people anymore.
Sanitized version of Jewish history, but nevertheless, a very strong working model for generations.
You're pretty good at that, Grant. You do it too. Hold on.
Model of Jewish history. Shimon Dubno.
This one's like nasty or something. Joking. Yours is like a sex kind of noise or something. What was that? Oh, that's one like drinking water or something. Yeah.
He offered chilling last imperative.
Yeah, it's like you start drinking water and then you gotta stop because you're dead too much.
And even in that particular phrase, you hear a difference because Shimon Dubno is much more.
Oh my gosh, I want to cry, but that's not a gerbil though. I don't think.
That's a gerbil?
That's a gerbil?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Gerbils kind of look like Mice. Long-tailed mice.
Selden, did you know that I used to be mean to Vance, and then one day he finally snapped and lost it and tried to break my door down? And I stopped being mean. Well, it happened again with the milk jug. And then it happened again with the milk jug. He got my ass finger in the butt. And then our cousin Grace got his ass and broke his arm. Remember that? She tricked him. She told him to come into a room. Gray, listen to this. Our cousin Grace, who we love. I love Grace. But yeah, she tricked Vance to come into some room, and Vance comes running in there, and she has like some sort of string set up, and he trips his ass and he breaks his hand. Really? Yeah. When was that? I don't know. That's crazy. Grace would have been small. Yeah. And then also, yeah, trying to get the flashlight, she laid a snare for his ass. She laid a snare. Crazy. What is that, like laying a trap? Yeah, snare. Oh, yeah, it's a snare. She had snared his ass. And then Vance and I were fighting over the flashlight one time, and then he pushed my ass, and then my head hit underneath the like balcony area of our parents' house. And Wesley, our neighbor, was there, and I turn around, and my face is just dripping blood, just blood all over my face. And Wesley, the neighbor kid, just started screaming and ran out. And I think Vance was a little worried then too. He was a little worried. Well, I don't know why I say too. I don't think his ass was worried when I broke my knee, essentially. That was bad. That was really bad. And we were in town for Christmas. Yeah, Christmas was ruined. Christmas was ruined, man. And you weren't around for this, Zelda, but I sprayed the Christmas tree one time with Dillard's ass. And Christmas was ruined then with bug spray. Yeah, and then it ruined Christmas, and then we showed Vance the presents up in the attic, and then that messed up Santa Claus fucking for Vance. It was like a disaster. He turned the Christmas tree into a fucking bomb. Yeah, potential bomb. Nobody lit a candle around there or it would have blown up. Yeah, she had to throw it away, but the house would have been gone. Yeah, it would have been like one of the freaking, what causes that when the house is just gone? Natural gas, we were talking about that, but yeah, it would have been like a natural gas explosion.
So, for example,
but yeah, and I'm now sweating. Look at that. Yeah, I was looking at the sweating under my arms. And I do want to say something about Old Spice deodorant. It is not the same formula anymore. It doesn't work as well. And I'm scared to use antiperspirant, so I don't know what to do. Why? Because what happens to the sweat? It's not coming out of your armpits, or is it coming out of? Do you use antiperspirant, Grant?
Yeah, I blocked that shit up.
So you think I need aluminum? I think in my deodorant again, and all of it's now aluminum. Degree? Have you tried Degree for men? Yes, and it was even worse. It's excellent. It worked seamlessly for years. For Degree in the blue-looking thing, it was worse. I don't think I would ever use. Well, maybe I need to try it. There could be an adjustment period for you, where it's maybe it would be weird for a little bit. Maybe it looks like my Metamucil. I drink Metamucil every day now, and now I'm shitting regularly again. Nice. So I gotta give a huge shout out to Metamucil. And also Kellogg's, Aubrey and Buds, Kellogg's, I'm going to get back with y'all. I don't know what to say, okay? That's what I'm leaving it at right now. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to respond. Somebody reached out to me. I don't know how to respond. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to get ChatGPT. Yeah, ChatGPT is really going to help me deal with y'all's asses. Once I get that figured out, I will reach back out, okay? That's officially what I'm saying right now. Art of Sport, great, get that out of here. That used to cause cancer to people. Oh, really? Yeah, that's why you don't see Art of Sport anymore. Yeah, performance driven. They had to take the stickers off performance driven because it's driving people to get cancer. So do you go up on stage and perform? I do not. Really? Shit, do you ever write anything down? Yeah, I've been writing stuff down. Oh my gosh, well then you gotta go up. Haven't you done some roast stuff before? No, but I've helped come up with some stuff for people that are actually going up minimally. But yeah, you should. It seems like you're fun at some point. Yeah, you're all in the thick of it. It seems like, yeah, it could be fun just to hit some open mics. Yeah, for sure. God, the open mics are funny. I went to one in Shakespeare's recently, and it's just, how is it? How much time are people doing? Like 5 minutes, like 20 dudes out there. All of them were comics. I was the only person in the audience. It was funny. Are people laughing? Are people are the comics? They're being good, but words for sure. Everybody was real nice. And that's how it is. Zelda. I listen to the lot of the
Yeah, oh my gosh, if it ever strikes you.
That's what happened to my ass up in Knoxville. I just got wasted one night and I got somebody to fucking drive me to the open mic. Yeah, where I had to pay like $15 and fuck up. Everybody I would bring, because I would end up bringing a bunch of people, they would all have to pay, but it was a lot of fun. But yeah, just getting wasted, listening to the Talking Heads, driving down I-40, going to Side Splitters. The Montgomery Brothers, yeah, you did the, that was funny. I went back and watched all my sets recently to get jokes and stuff, and I watched that. That was a funny one. Yeah, that was funny. When you run it, you did the jokes at the beginning, and yeah. I didn't know it was happening until about 30 seconds prior. I know, it was great though. Yeah, I know. It was fun. It was funny, and then Pauly Shore came out, and I can't even remember. I can't even remember his ass came out. It was interesting. Man, sweet Zelda. And we've slimmed down a little bit since then, especially. I know, the road was I'm still doing it. To 1,075 miles total. Yes, it's January. Yeah, 1,740,000 meters. Holy shit, it's crazy. I know it's been wonderful, but I do think it's that is making my cyst. Did you tell what I just did there? I smell my finger. Weird. I think that's messing with my system because I'm sweating so much every day. I think it's only adding to the nastiness inside of the cyst. So if anybody can get me on the phone somehow with Dr. Pimple Popper, please let me know. I need Dr. Pimple Popper really bad right now. Would you come in the room, Zelda, and watch and tell me what it smells like and stuff? You'll film it for me. You can film it with your phone, camera right up on you. Oh my gosh. Make like gag noises and stuff when it comes out. Or you can do a little sound effect, what would that even sound like? Yeah, something like an arrow almost. We used to shoot arrows in the backyard, and I always remember that we did that together. Well, with my compound bow? Yeah, with your compound bow, which I think was illegal, probably. Arrows would fly through the 2x4 on the fence. Yeah, go through it. Yes, and it was horrifying. And hopefully it never hit anybody. I think we would have heard somebody scream if it ever hit somebody. Yeah, it was going from the rock yard into the backyard, so they were straight. Gosh, Zelda, you remember that time you were on the balcony and you shot that bird? Yeah, I'm getting horrified. Selma shoots this bird with a freaking BB gun, and then it smacked it. But then it was kind of bad. Yeah, it was kind of sad at riding around. It was this beautiful bird, and it was just riding around. Bothered you kind of. What was that doing? Just watching it? Did I tell you to do it, or you were just doing it, or I was just watching? I don't even remember. I don't remember. I was just up there watching or something. I remember being mortified. Yeah, you got that bird, dude. Did you have to
don't like kill it?
I don't really remember what happened. I don't know if I think it was just.
Oh, I'm so ready for this fucking NFL season.
Pretty weird.
Here's off.
With death, other than that one piece of shit guy's older brother showing y'all the death videos. Yeah, that was bad. Grant, you gotta make sure your dog, nobody ever shows your daughters any of that bad stuff, lively and shit.
Oh yeah, I'm just watching Mr. Hands as like a 10-year-old. Oh, Jesus. I know what that is.
Which one was Mr. O about the guy in a horse?
Yeah.
Yikes, what was that guy thinking? Just a freak.
Yeah, because he liked it.
Damn, don't look for anybody that doesn't know what that is. Do not look it up unless if you want to be like horrified, but I don't know. But don't look it up because you might like it or something. And then it like opens up some weird door. That would actually be even worse. Is if you watched it and it opened up some bad portal for you. I don't want to be involved in any opening evil portals like that at all.
That's what happened to Mr. Hands.
Yeah, his evil portal opened. His evil portal opened, and then he went to heaven. Probably. He went somewhere. We don't know where yet. And we'll probably never find out because there's not a lot written about like his personal life. Yeah, that was pretty. Showed me the Bud Dwyer video. Dude pulling the revolver. Oh yeah, classic out of the Manila folder. Yeah, he just couldn't handle what was about to happen. As a child. Yikes, what are you doing? Just kind of smiling or sitting there just looking at the laptop silently. Oh my gosh. I remember I was only 2 children in the room. I remember Christopher and my buddy were in US, the high school we went to, and we're in the library looking at, Oakridge. That was some old website with like pictures of the horrible stuff. And we're looking at it, and then our screen flashes, which means Miss Allison got on her fucking computer. Tell what we were looking at, and we both look up at her, and she looks at us with this weird look on her face, and then the screen goes to black. Yeah. And I'm just like, oh shit, where was that? Let's get out of the library. Yeah. But it was a library class, so we could have idiots in US. Yeah, the library, dude. We got busted by Miss Allison. I don't think she was there when I was there. Yeah, Miss Allison and fucking Miss Baker. Yeah, who did we have? Bonnie Barnes. Remember Bonnie Barnes? I think that was Miss Baker. Okay, maybe. Rest in peace, her son, who was a dear friend. I used to get fucked up with his ass. Ooh, that's when I was partying real hard in back in Memphis. Real hard. Ooh, what is Ice Cube?
You guys see this is him watching terrible, horrible videos. I got something.
Oh, there's gonna be evil like the War of the Worlds. What is that? That's a new movie. It's supposed to be like the worst movie ever made.
I'm not sure if it's intentionally bad, like they intended to make it like a really bad movie and then act like it's a movie.
And one of the things maybe I started from James, have you seen anything he does that I love? And was it easier than War of the Worlds? Yeah, that was good. That's good.
I figured it's music areas that they intentionally made these bad movies and try to act like they're trying to make a good movie because they're just finding the way that people shit about it being bad.
Yeah, get tons of attention. Well, not enough. I didn't hear about this. What is this happening right now?
Yeah, it came out just a month ago.
I just saw it on YouTube. How was it? I didn't see it. I just saw all the stuff on YouTube.
Dude, it's fucking NFL Day kickoff.
That might be awesome.
I'm excited.
Well, I need to watch it totally nuts because I thought that preview was wonderful. The preview gave me chills, which sometimes movies are being, sometimes stuff gives me chills. And I remember the preview gave me chills. Okay, I need to go watch. Yeah, I'd go see it. Yeah, it's not what I expected at all. Yeah, I couldn't even get into it. Okay, yeah, I couldn't even tell what was going on. It was like really cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, I need to watch that. Great, come on, dude. I don't need any spoilers. Is this from the movie?
Yeah, I guess they're in it. I haven't seen it yet.
I don't need spoilers right now.
Keep an eye on.
Oh my gosh, what do I remember that?
Okay. What color was the shirt? Red. Oh shit, you do remember? Yeah, I was thinking it wouldn't even see that screenshot. Fuck it. Hold on, do it back on that though, because yeah, it's like now it's the cat's out of the bag. I mean, you showed me this part. Okay, so he's got a red shirt on. She has that kind of stripe, kind of almost rugby looking, kind of some sort of pullover kind of deal. All right, now what time was it?
2:43, 3:15.
Oh my gosh, you guys are both really close.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I knew it was 15. I knew it was almost 15. Okay, so 2:15. So 2:15. 1:15, 1:18.
Yeah, 1:17, 1:18.
So we've got to
So
root
that's
for
actually
the
pretty close. Well, I'm gonna
Cowboys.
So now I'll remember this is what they're wearing. The clock is
they're going to
this time.
embarrass themselves.
And then now I'm gonna focus on that part when I get to this part of the movie, and I'm not gonna be able to get past this. So I hope this is towards the end of the movie. He's the director, isn't he? I don't think he's in the movie.
Was this behind the scenes?
I think so, yeah. Oh, no, that's even worse. So that's the director. I think so. A red shirt when they're filming this. See, that's what I'm gonna focus on when I'm seeing this scene in the school, in the school, in the classroom. It looks like she's wearing that shirt. Okay. Fuck. I was starting to see it today.
You'd be looking for a guy in a red shirt and he never shows up.
Yeah, where's this guy? Yeah, and I'm just gonna be focusing on the lack of the red shirt guy the whole time. Well, maybe I just go see War of the Worlds. I don't think it's in theaters. It's not even in theaters. They just released it to Amazon Prime. I think so. Oh God! They're straight to streaming. Straight to streaming. That's straight to. That's like they do straight to DVD. God. But that is what it was mainly. I think Girls Gone Wild. I think it was mainly DVD. Wasn't it, Grant?
Yeah.
Did you ever order those on the television?
No, but I remember the commercials were pretty relentless.
I know, it always had the steel drum. That's why I think I love steel drums, because it reminds me of like tropical places, and it also reminds me of the beginning of Girls Gone Wild.
Word.
And they get in a bunch of trouble. The guy was, he's trying children, and 17-year-old girl, and he was drafting his whole free, like hands, dude. And he was just drafting people, and then the empire slipped out of his hands. I mean, he had the lock on that shit. I'm going up to girls saying, "Let me take your shirt off." It's kind of depressing. Yeah, and then they do that. And I mean, look, Snoop Dogg even made an appearance. People love this when I remember Doggy Style. I remember being a little boy and those commercials popping up. Oh yeah, I remember that. Whoa. One thing I remember, there was some ladies channel, and it would have the Dr. Sue. I think that was her name, the sex talk lady. And I would watch her. I would watch that on like Friday or Saturday nights.
Sunday.
Crappy Dr. Sue. I know, there's no way her old ass is still alive. I think she died a couple years ago. There's no way that lady was really a freak. Girls Gone Wild, Spring Break, anything goes. Oh gosh, Graham, please get these off, man.
There, how's that?
Is that her? Yeah, there she is. Dr. Sue. Dr. Sue. Is that what I called her?
Yeah. Sue Johansson.
Yes, Sue Johansson. She always said her lips were always the same color as her face. It's fun. She gets some ET. Features going on. Just a sweet old lady. Reminds me of our grandmother who we used to play cards with. Yeah, I was thinking about her when that picture popped up. Yeah, Grant, it looks like our grandmother kind of on her dad's side.
Probably spoke a bit differently.
Huh? She probably spoke a little bit different. What do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean? It was actually got a similar accent. Where's she from?
Australia. I want to say she was like New England area or something.
Yeah, New England somewhere. Well, that's where her grandmother was from, so yeah, they pretty much sound dog sex. Yeah, look at those hands. Old lady hands.
Oh, she was Canadian.
Okay, well, our grandmother was from Canada, so that makes them dual citizens. A lot of people don't know that.
This could have been your grandma. Okay.
Could have been. But we'll never know. Because they're both gone.
This is what he's talking about.
Yeah. I never saw them say that.
This is the way Hanson did. There's also similarities to the one because it really doesn't matter for me.
Well, you never saw her, Grant. You would have had a great time there playing cards with us at their house in Florida.
Yeah. That's not necessarily disadvantage.
Yeah, probably if you like playing cards. If you didn't like playing cards, it would have been a nightmare for you. There was a lot of playing cards.
Is this down in Destin?
No, down in Gainesville. Yeah, playing cards. And they, again, seldom was maybe a little too young. I remember going to their house pretty vividly. Yeah, that last time I don't know how effectively I would have been playing cards. But yeah, playing that and other stuff. And I remember, trying to smoke weed with her grandfather the last time we went. But he said no. And it never happened. And I remember finding Playboys and then he would blame it on his dentist's son. Send him over to him or something. I always thought that was funny. Oh, man. Selden, it has been so much fun. Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on. And I would say, where can people find you? But you do not, you don't have any social media or anything.
You're working on a set, though.
Not working on a set. Yeah, you're smart for right now. I think you're smart not having any kind of social media. Yeah, it's lovely. And we do have to thank our mercenaries as always. Thank y'all so much. Dovey King, Dr. Pete Duke, and Eli Slugworth, Goldie Bay Star Grand Source Nightmare, Curly at WMS.LOL. I wish his microphone was, that was a bad one, wasn't it? I like Big Max, Jess, Jethro, Told Joe, Kai, John Shaw, Justin Thrickle, Trent Dawson, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Luke, love looking at Mr. Flipper, Mista Alex, Nissan Pappy, Nolan Void, Polonian, Papa Q, Patrick, Casey, Poopsicle Butt, Robert Bushel, Ruby, Twist Sparkle, Shinny Chinny, Kaya from the Big Island, Sabrack, Sean K, Shiva, Skin Bomb, the Gaming Critter, the Memphis Strangled, the Wizard, Vader, Reed, Vicious, McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey, the Cats, One, Garrett, William Ramsey, Warp Truck Show, Jutron Adventure, Zombie, Warlock, Alan Knight, Anthony Williams, Marcus Ash, Asaline, Freezer, Jarvis right now, Psychiatry, Black Pill, Machine Cracker, Kid in My Dad, Daniel, Asia Fox, Destiny, 49, Straight, Dingle, Here, yeah, mate, you asked me about the issue about how many people I know. I saw that any of us are salty, taking your somebody. Alrighty, well, thank y'all so much. Bye. See you. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at the Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. No fun, said that. I'm trying to have fun tonight.
And then in the 6th century, a much more devastating attack on the southern kingdom, and they are taken away to
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Dean's Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big rap machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
I have a mother now, and oh my God, the feeding berries on my shirt. It's like, it's also like a where I lay out a towel. It's this big. Lay out a whole towel. He eats, runs away, and then just shits on my foot. I'm like, how?
Oh my gosh, that means he loves you.
He loves me.
I think that means he loves you. Wait, what? And what is his name?
His name's Lone Star.
Oh, that's great for a little baby.
Yeah, he fell out of a tree, and
You're the mama now.
I've been nursing him back to health, and I have to go return him to him tomorrow. Or not return him, but no, I take him to like a rehabilitation center where they can teach him how to like be in the wild, because I don't have like 12 hours a day to train him to find his own nuts.
To be a squirrel mama.
Yeah, I don't have the commitment. I thought I did, but I don't think I'm ready.
Well, hopefully, yeah. I mean, that's a giant commitment.
It's kind of more than a puppy, to be honest.
Yeah, my gosh, it sounds like he sleeps a lot, but then you just gotta really be his mom. And how
Does he eat every 4 hours?
Oh my god! So you just have like a timer going on your phone.
I kind of wing it. He eat when I eat. No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, I've been feeding him out of a little syringe with berries. Wait, he has puppy milk.
Is it gonna be sad when you have to? Well,
I
hopefully
think
these
so. I
people
think
are
he's
nice.
gonna be sad.
Yeah, did you do some research? Does it seem like this is a legit thing?
It seems like it's the right thing to do. It seems like me eating him is the wrong thing to do.
This awesome video called DMX.
That's a strong one.
He's on my Instagram. If you want to see him, he's on my one of my posts, and he's so freaking cute. He's a baby. He's a little shitty baby. And I'm sad I have to bring it back today because my Amazon orders just came in, and I got like squirrel diapers and a little bag, and like all his accessories came in. But then that was before I decided it was wrong.
Well, that's what you have to diaper.
Nobody asked you that. They're tiny diapers, dude. Squirrels wear diapers.
Oh my god.
Does it have like the cute tail already? Oh yeah, he's got his fuzzy tail, but it's like tiny, like it's barely fuzzy, and it's so cute. Can you post my Instagram on there?
Yeah, I was gonna put it up here. What's that?
Well, I guess you know, I think you're
So
right.
sad.
Isn't that what got Bob Ross sick? Didn't he die from something he caused from it? Because Bob Ross famously had a pet squirrel. And you were got it for cancer, but I don't know for sure.
I don't know if I've heard that.
I know. It's something we're trying to start, but I just don't know. You can actually get cancer, skin
That's
cancer.
him.
Oh my gosh.
Can we hear the ad? From Washington, and if you don't buy tickets, I'm gonna fucking kill him. I'm gonna throw him in a blender. Look at him. Is it worth it to you? He's gonna die. You get the KimCongdon.com.
Kim Congdon is coming to the
Oh my God.
That's wonderful.
August 29th and 30th.
That's
Kim
wonderful.
I heard a plug. You like that? You like that in here?
I think it's genius. How were you going to kill him if you were like
Blender, I said.
Oh, the blender.
Blender.
Damn.
Throw some egg yolk in there and just fucking, and then hit the gym.
Yeah.
My baby squirrel inside of me.
Some egg yolk and then maybe some protein powder or something.
Yeah.
Put a little protein powder, maybe even a little spinach.
Ooh, spinach and squirrel.
I know, spinach and squirrel tonight.
Spinach and squirrel, yummy, yummy.
Spinach and squirrel tonight. Great.
So yeah, that's my baby boy. It's his last day with mommy.
So do y'all have anything big planned today? Wait, so he's leaving today or tomorrow?
It depends on, I'm gonna call today and see if I can come bring him.
Oh, today, just to get it over with.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad and I just want to do it.
Well, good for
Love
you.
and let go, sweetie. Sometimes you have to.
Yeah, for sure.
Story of my goddamn life.
Well, things are going good with the new guy.
Where's my dad now, the squirrel?
Grant, do you know what happened to her dad?
Pull up my dad. Yeah, but it's been a fun journey being a mom.
How long have you had this really good blood start?
4 days.
Oh,
3 or 4, I think 3 days.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's just a buddy.
Do you have like Amazon Prime after you get the diapers?
Yeah, Amazon Prime, next day shipping. I think the diapers that came tomorrow. You don't use it at Prime? I only order things that will come the next day. I need instant gratification.
I have to. Maybe I need to get Prime because I do
To
get,
not have Prime is nuts.
Wait, but he still gets free
but I
shipping.
still get the fast shipping and I do pay more.
And so all these,
You think it's a scam?
Because you have the same benefits I do.
Do you get a discount at Whole Foods?
I've never even tried. I've never even stepped foot in the fucking Whole
Not to
Foods.
brag, but if you have Amazon Prime,
You're getting a discount at Whole Foods?
you get a discount at Whole Foods.
Grant, why did you never tell me that?
Grant, you fucking piece of shit.
Grant,
Guys, who put this on me?
you didn't tell
He
me.
was asking you about Whole Foods earlier today.
Whole Foods has the best cherry granola ever. If you ever go to Whole Foods, get the cherry granola and thank me later.
365 brand.
Damn good time. Yeah, bye. Damn good time. The granola.
Yeah, the granola. Oh my gosh, I've been eating it with the yogurt recently. Got some, what is that yogurt? What is that type of yogurt? It's a
The
key
Nina.
lime pie.
There she is.
Ooh, that would be good with the key lime pie yogurt. I've been showering one recently.
Dude, I know we're getting old because all my friends are eating yogurt and I'm into cottage cheese too. I am hot on the cottage cheese.
Oh, it's wonderful. What percent? What are you getting here? Are you getting like fat-free 2%?
No, I'm not scared of full fat. I'm not scared. I'll get thicky up. Dude, fat don't scare me.
Yeah, I think fat's good. I think fat people need some sort of fat in their diet for sure.
Yeah, people need fat in their diet and I do the cottage cheese, right? Sweet or savory. I do salt and pepper on top, drizzle honey, some granola. If I have like this, I'll do that. Or like a granola with like a little bit of chocolate chips and then I'll do like all together and cottage cheese.
I would eat it with tomatoes and pepper. And it'd be pretty good. Yeah, tomato.
I mean, I bet it is.
But yours sounds like kind of like a dessert almost kind of.
It is.
Oh, that sounds good.
Sometimes when I come home and I've been drinking, like last night I was out at Mitzi, I had a few drinks, and he come home, he wants to get back, I'll just do the cottage cheese bowl, and it feels like a dessert.
And he did the yogurt and granola last night.
We have a sound for that when you eat yogurt and your friend eats cottage cheese.
Please bring it. It's like a nice sound.
No, we need like something when you know when like two people are looking at the moon but kind of more disgusting. More like you got something in there. That wasn't me, that was supposed to be the alien.
So taking care about stuff. But yeah, oh my gosh, try with the freaking tomatoes and some pepper. It's delicious. It reminds me of my sweet flavor. It's there. She's the wife of cottage cheese. Yeah, she's awesome.
You're beautiful. I feel love that it's not a
Good snack. And I so nice how one drink just talk her head off.
I love moms like that. I know. My friend Alex's mom, whenever I go to her house, she cooks and I sit on the counter and she makes me a cup of coffee and she's like, so tell me the drama.
Oh, nice.
And we just talk.
That's fun.
Yeah.
And have fun finding moms like that. Like you have a good friend and then you end up liking their mom too. That's always like a great thing in a friend.
The mother grave is good. That's good, Grant.
Yeah.
I like that one. Mother. Wow.
Was it their last name, or you think it was actually a mother? What are you? Hold on, Kev. Have you ever thought about that? What are you gonna have when you're
Oh my God, me and Joe DeRosa just talked about this yesterday on my podcast.
No.
And we came up with a funny one. I should have been worse.
Oh, that's kind of bad.
It's like too real or something.
Yeah, because me and DeRosa were talking about at the end of life, everyone's like, I should have been better. And I'm like, man, I should have been worse. I should have been attention business owners. It goes so quick, dude.
That's my fear. That's my fear. Yeah, it's just gonna be like.
How about this one? Someone give me the light.
Yeah.
Someone give me the light.
Yeah. Korean. Please help.
What are you gonna put?
Fuck, I don't even know. I think they.
Grant, what'd you put on here? That's what it's gonna say.
Yeah.
Grant, put something on this.
I think I might do that thing where they put you in a pod underneath like a tree seedling, and then you turn into a tree.
I love that.
Or just burn my ass, but then it scares me, Kim, because what if it's true and Jesus does come down and then he gets everybody out from the grave, but what if you got burned?
Can you imagine if Jesus had the power to come down? You lived your whole life loving him. He had the power to come down, and he was like, "Oh, this guy didn't know what to do, and now I'm not taking him." That doesn't seem very Jesus-like to me.
I know, I hear you. I have a fear. Oh my gosh, when I was in Spokane this past weekend, something happened with the crowd, and I was, oh my gosh, it was these two people, and the girl looked just horribly on drugs, and they're sitting up at the front, and I'm like interacting with people, and then the guy like raises his hand up a little bit, and I'm like, okay, what's your question? Even though I had done that this whole time, and then he proposed, "It's your girlfriend."
What?
And I'm like, well, just so you'll know, like, this wasn't planned or anything. And he asked her to marry him, and she says no. And then everybody, and then I was like, in case nobody heard, she said no, and the place went crazy. It was hilarious. But then I started making fun of the girl a little bit. I started thinking, God, if I were to die right now, old Jesus, when I get up to the gates of heaven, he's gonna be like, yeah, I don't really know how good you were, and he's just gonna have to show me this final piece of my life where I might be mean to somebody.
No, I think that when you die, you do have to watch a movie of all the wrong things you did.
Me too.
I think you have to do a review tape, and he's like, "What was up with this day? This is fucked up, dude. You were good on this day, huh? Are you sorry? Are you sorry? Say you're sorry. You're not getting in."
I know. Can you imagine how scary that would be? And who knows how long that tape would be?
No, I think you know what? Imagine the queue of people getting in, and we're pretty good people overall. You seem pretty empathetic. I've seen you before. You feel bad about things.
Yeah,
It's like
and poker.
yeah, no, you don't feel bad at all. You're a real piece of shit during poker.
Yeah, oh my gosh, it's almost like I want to start playing more, but obviously I can't, and I never would. But it's like,
Are you playing tomorrow?
Yeah, the final episode.
Me too.
I know.
Final episode.
And by the way, how it seems like he could just do it indefinitely since everybody's paying for their own chips and shit. It seems like he could just do that every week.
Honestly, he really got us, huh? He got us addicted, and we're like, we'll keep paying our own as long as we can sit there.
I know. It's hilarious.
He fucking got our ass, dude. These Jews, they're so good.
I know, he really did. He tricked all of us, but I mean, I'm serious. It's like, why can't he do it every week? He needs to do it every week.
Every week.
Get it.
I thought he was at one point.
Yeah, I thought he was. And who knows? It's hard to say. It's hard to even get that guy on the phone sometimes.
I've never tried to call him one.
I never did. Yeah, it's really hard.
Or strictly text me enough. He's a cool guy, though.
Yeah, I call his ass up just to keep him honest sometimes. Sometimes I have to do that with people just to keep them on, to let them know, just to hear my voice and I can hear their voice.
Joey Diaz does that.
What?
He's one of the only comedians that just calls. And I'm like, is everything okay? And he's like, yeah, what's up? And I'm like, oh, hi.
That's sweet. He calls like that.
He calls and checks in for years and years and years. And Joey Diaz don't call on me. Check on me every.
Oh my gosh, what do y'all do? Just end up talking about stuff?
Yeah, his daughter, school, work, He asked about my career, my shows, we catch up, we talk some bullshit. He told me a couple of stories.
Cool.
We get off the phone.
That's wonderful.
I love it. I love a little catch up. I do love a little catch up. Oh, now we're gonna pop in.
Yeah, look at that ring. Is that?
Wow.
Ring, what is that picture, man? It's just a person on the phone.
Oh, there. Wait.
I want to go to Arkansas and go to the place where the and then you can find diamonds.
Imagine the kind of blowjob you'd have to get a ring this.
So you'd have to get a really good blowjob, and then you would get that ring too.
Like the size that's on my hand, like as big as my hand.
Grant, what do you think? Like a crazy blowjob or something for something that big?
Grant, look that up.
Grant,
How many blowjobs? How many carat blowjobs is that?
blowjob to carrot ratio.
Yeah, the biggest diamond ring ever bought.
I don't know. It's hard to say. I have no idea.
Grant,
Grant, at least look that up too. Oh my gosh, I was at the beach with my family some weeks ago, and my mom comes down to the beach frantically saying that her wedding ring is gone. And she ended up finding it somewhere in the house or whatever, but it was just like this frantic.
Was everyone
everybody looking all in the sand. Oh, it was horrible.
no, that's so stressful. It's so good you found it. We were in Puerto Rico last week and we were swimming in this waterfall.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Yeah, it was the guy seeing my mom and my sister and I, and we're all sitting there. We had already gone down the waterfall. We rolled a blunt. We're about to smoke. We're in nature. And there's one guy by himself, and my mom goes like, "Oh, I wish we could ask him to take a group picture and send it to us. That would be good." And she asks him. She's like, "Hey, will you take a group picture and airdrop it to me?" He's like, "No problem." So he does it. And then she goes, "You can hit the blunt if you want." And the guy was like, "Hell yeah." And he jumps in the water, and then when he gets out of the water, he doesn't have his phone, which is in one of those floaty things. And he's traveling by himself to Puerto Rico.
No.
He has his flights on there, his wallet, his airplane tickets, his Bad Bunny tickets that are like $600, $700 a piece. Everything he owns, he's
got so excited
So
for
he
your
hit the
blunt.
blunt,
He
and then
didn't even hit the blunt. He was jumped in the water to come hit the blunt. When he gets out, he checks his pockets and they're empty.
Oh my gosh, was
Did
it
you see his face when it happened? Dude, yes, I have it on video. I have it on video the moment he realizes. I was filming on my phone. I was like set up on a log. And we jumped in and the guy was saying found it.
Oh my gosh.
Found it in the water underneath
So he found
a rock, yeah.
God.
Can you, whoa, is that real? Holy shit, dude. How do you have a
Did
ring
you
like
have to lie to
that?
your 12th house in Australia?
Yeah, I was thinking it. I don't know too much stuff about girls. But I'm thinking if a bitch has a big, her nails are gonna look a little bit. Those look like my nails or something.
Those aren't doing well.
My nails look like a dead person. Seriously, my hands turn blue and stuff. Saying my fingernails are a little too long right now. Like,
What's going on? Where do your hands turn blue? You got a circulation issue?
They're freezing.
yeah, I think I get it from my dad. My dad has a circulation issue, and my feet.
Did you
want
need
the blood.
stretching?
Yeah, I stretch some.
You should stretch every day.
Yeah,
I started stretching. It changed my life. You gotta accept it. Once you're in your 30s, you have to accept that you need to stretch.
I know, or you pull your muscle. I hate it when I'm like leaning over something and I pull my back out or something.
Constantly, every day, I'm pulling something, tweaking something, turning my head the wrong way.
Yeah, you gotta be so careful. But if you're stretching, it helps, right?
Yeah, I just did Ways to Well. I just wanted their blood test. I'm on their app now. And I got my results yesterday, and
It's safe. Have them have your information.
I don't care.
Okay, just have it.
Yeah, like I don't care. Everyone's been like fear-mongering me about my information for my whole life. Just take it and kill me. Like whatever. As long as I don't have to think about it anymore. I have my social.
Wait, so what did your blood test say? Was it okay?
I'm about to be 35 in September, and I'm biologically 27 years old.
Dang, babe.
Oh my gosh.
What's the secret?
Yeah, what's your
Not to
secret?
brag.
Damn.
Not to brag. I do have a few issues.
Okay.
I have low testosterone and low estrogen.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I think it means I don't exist or I'm trans. I think it means I'm trans. And
Gotta get on the estrogen shot.
and maybe and then the testosterone is I just have to work out more.
No, you'll naturally do.
Yeah, it gives you more testosterone.
Yeah, because a girl wouldn't take that because you hear about the guys taking that, like Red Band.
Yeah.
I think that's hilarious. His ass fucking takes
I
that.
got some thyroid issues.
So what do you do about that? Anything?
Yeah, I think I need to take selenium.
Oh, some more carrots.
Yeah, or Brazil nuts, or fatty fish. My omegas are a little low.
See, I started taking some omega-3 supplements.
My vitamin D is a little low with therapy, but how much vitamin do we need? We need more than we're getting. We're not meant to be inside all day.
Well, shit, I am. Because I go out of this too much now, I get skin cancer. So I need to be, but I also have low vitamin D. So I took the supplement, but yeah, my ass gets skin cancer.
I do?
Yeah, I've got it twice now.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's on my neck. And once on my nose, you can't even really tell.
And you don't even have a squirrel.
I don't even have a fucking squirrel. And again, that's what killed Bob Ross, his close squirrel. And I'm sure you can find pictures right now where you have the squirrel climbing near his face. I'm sure you can find a picture of that. Like when the squirrel's near his
I
neck.
literally let my squirrel do that.
Well, be careful. I think you're okay in 4 days. I'm
Okay.
the squirrel for you.
He's probably huffing them nightly.
Huffing
You can't huff a squirrel. That's what I've learned. Oh, and he looks just like mine.
Oh my gosh, and he looks and he looks just like Lone Star.
Lone Star. You know what's really sad is in 4 days, Lone Star's gonna lose his second mom.
Yep. Well, hopefully he gains a really nice mommy at this new place. And they're really nice to him, and hopefully they're not like here or something.
Yeah, don't molest him. I did have to clean his little squirrel penis.
Really?
Yeah. Well, after he drinks
Did he get like
water,
fur out of the way or something?
well, he had a little poopy blocking the people. Oh my God! Take a little paper towel and clean the poopy off.
He'll never survive. Oh my gosh.
I know, dude. He's gonna go out there and be like, "You smell like a pussy, dude. You smell like someone's been taking. You smell like baby wipes, you fucking pussy." Like, they're gonna bully his ass, dude. And
Well, maybe at this new place, there's other squirrels like him that have also been baby wiped, so they all can like
be babies together.
Yeah, they can all.
Pussy squirrel school.
Yeah, little pussy squirrel school. Where they all talk real funny, real soft like this.
Yeah, and after he eats and drinks water, you're supposed to take a warm rag and rub his penis softly so he can pee.
Oh my gosh! And then what? When it actually TT come out?
Yeah, as soon as you do it, he starts, and then he pees. Oh my gosh! And then he pees, and it stinks.
What? Like he needs to drink more water?
Dude, squirrel piss is like pungent. It smells like
Like a cat piss is horrible.
is ammonia the right word? Ammonia. It smells like ammonia. Like worse than cat piss. It smells like intense cat piss. It's really bad. So that's another reason I can't keep it. I don't live that life, dude.
Yeah, I had a cat one time pee in my luggage with like shoes and just all kinds of clothes, and it just I wanted to die.
One time I was on set and someone had me wear their sweater, like, they were trying to find like a color block and they just borrowed someone on set's sweater. And whoever's it was had cat piss on it, but I was too polite to say anything, so I had to just get a cat, because like it was like one of the producers. So I couldn't say anything, I just had to wear it, and I just smelled like cat piss all day.
Yeah, you were stuck.
It stuck to me.
So that guy was like mentally ill, maybe.
Maybe, or it just didn't notice the cat piss.
Yeah, some people don't smell.
Yeah, because when they're in it, you can't smell it.
I know.
That's why I don't eat. When people bring, like, I always feel rude. You know, people will be like, I made cookies, and I'll bring them in the green room, and I'm like, not if I haven't seen your house. Good for you.
Oh, yeah, because it gets
I have to see the way you live. I have to trust that you're someone that would wash your hands and just be like, it doesn't matter. So many people are like that. They'll make something and be like, it's fine. You know?
Yeah.
I have to know that you're like, you're for real about it.
For sure. Well, good for you. You probably won't get sick. You maybe won't get sick as much.
Or maybe I'll get sick more because I'm not.
Because your immune system is off kilter. God, never go to meatball marinara. I went there day after record. Yeah, on 6th Street. Went there day after record day. Got the worst food poisoning I've had in many years. I thought I was dying.
And
It
that's
was
when you begin
hard.
to
From
see
Meatball?
major movements
From
in
Meatball?
South
Some sort of
Israel,
marinara.
fracturing with the community on
Some sort of
demographic basis.
marinara sauce.
Yes,
And the
spaghetti
economy is
meatballs.
ruined.
And spaghetti meatballs, and I thought I was gonna die, and it was
Today are two primary innovations.
I vomited
Extreme
like all in the fucking shower because I didn't have the energy to get up to vomit in the toilet. It was like I thought I was
The
gonna
challenges of the
die.
Middle Ages will be rather different when we get to the modern period.
Real scary.
I had a moment recently
This map shows you roughly
where I didn't have
where
food
the
poisoning, but I
major
got
centers of Jewish
so
population
drunk
were at the
on
time.
an empty
Major
stomach.
centers still in Israel.
I got so drunk at the mothership recently.
Drinking like beers or
I was drinking straight up Crown and Coke, doubles. Oh, I probably had. I showed up, didn't eat all day. I never do this. I always eat before I drink, and I don't even drink that much. I didn't eat at all, and then I had like 4 Crowns and like 3 or 4 shots. Doubles, and I had to literally hide. I left the mothership, went behind a car in public, hid behind a car, like with a hood over my face, like I was robbing a bank, threw up so no one noticed me, went back into the mothership, and had to find one of the security guards and be like, I need you to take me home before anyone sees me. And that night, I fully sat on the toilet while throwing up in the shower. I just opened the shower door, projectile vomited into the shower while shitting.
I know it happens. Oh my
It
God.
was violent.
God, I kind of miss. I won't drink again. But well, I'm really expecting to do that.
I have not thrown up for drinking.
But I also kind of miss that feeling of not having eaten anything. Just
I don't. It's not good. You think you miss it. It's not good. It doesn't. It never feels good.
Were you hungover the next day?
Yes, I felt
Yeah,
like
that was
shit.
horrible.
I felt like absolute shit the whole time. I felt horrible. It took me a full day and a half to get over it.
Basically,
It happens. Grant, that's why Grant had to slow down his a beer drinking podcast. They had to slow down on it. They're drinking way too much beer.
Oh, really?
I didn't slow down.
Which are listed here. Seeds, which
Really?
deal
Well, that's
primarily with
fine. I
agricultural
think that's
law.
okay.
All the laws
Because you don't
that
have
are
a
in the
problem
Bible
like I did. I had a real
describe
problem.
the sabbatical year,
I don't have a problem with drinking. I don't think.
things like
Do you
that.
not?
Then there's a section on
I could do without, honestly. If
Son of Yom Kippur and so on.
That's good. I wish I was that way where I could, but if I started drinking, I'd
most of the time when I'm drinking, someone's pressuring me to do it, and I don't even have my first drink until someone's like, "Come on, come on," you know. So I don't really get into it when I'm out.
We gotta go.
Oh, that's good.
I like weed, just too much.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, I'm scared of the mushroom. I haven't done the mushrooms in a while now.
Oh, really?
No, but I think I might like to.
I've kind of been chilling on them too. I used to do them a lot, and now I dabble.
Yeah, I can feel them insane sometimes.
Yeah, well, I don't want to partake that much. I just do a little micro.
Most law
Grant, would you ever do that? Shrooms?
The
Yeah,
Mishnah
it was me and you.
preserves a phenomenal amount of ambiguity.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
It leaves a tremendous white space
We could do it though.
that makes it such a tremendously valuable document. At the
Ooh, that
time,
almost
the
sounds like the
literacy
song
was
I've been listening
assailed
to
by
over and over again.
how
Really?
write down
Oh my
the
gosh.
story
What's one of it?
that we've been handing
Is it go like,
down. Rabbis for centuries by
The
putting it down
words
in
are different,
text.
but
You are
kind of the general, the sound you were making sounds like a, it's called softer softest is my whole.
It will be a document that people will set aside like all the other documents.
whoa, I'm really onto something there.
Oh my gosh, well yeah, I've listened to it 700 times, I'm guessing, since last week. It's really, so we'll see when I stop listening to it. That's, ooh, make a wish.
And it became the core of what we call today the Talmud. Now,
She's out
again,
here at
I wish I had so
222.
much more time to speak. We found out what exactly the Talmud
Two,
is.
Gotta get out.
In a sentence, it
Make a
is
wish for
massive,
anybody.
multi-author,
Created live and obscure
multi-century
tracks.
commentary
Wait, what is this? Great. And then look, there's another ring that's weird.
trying to talk about.
Whoa,
And
This
it
is
has this
symbolism.
that's
this
weird.
beautiful space in the middle
Oh, I
of it
have one of
where
those.
the only way you can actually read it is not like reading any other kind of text, like a big text that
I
has
also
a beginning,
have
a middle, and end, and chapter
Whoa.
headings, and things like that.
Grant.
It's
My
a
nails are
wide open conversation.
My nails are pink right now.
2,000
What else? What else is
His
there?
fingers?
Wow.
Which is why
Obscure
it's so long.
tracks.
That's also some
This
other
is
regular
weird
people,
as shit. Right.
Too many coincidences.
What? Grant, where did you find this? Is this like ChatGPT? What is this?
Jewish identity, especially
Is this
people's
coincidence?
Do you understand what's happening
because it
right now?
allows for the
Grant?
debate
Yeah, I
and
think
the back
I
and
do.
forth that has become synonymous really with Jewish
Okay.
character. The
Are you
iconic image
about to
of Yeshiva monks sitting in Yeshiva and arguing
with
about
a
community sex.
It was so embarrassing for that freaking guy. It was the craziest
I
thing.
can't imagine proposing and she says no. What do you even do? Did he leave the show?
Oh my gosh, no, they kept on sitting there.
No.
It was all
Together?
insane. Yes. It was all insane.
That's mentally ill.
And yeah, I was like, yeah, for anybody that didn't hear, she said no.
Not only will you not learn anything, you will become stupider than you were
It was
before.
insane.
You know what I've been obsessed with watching is people tell their families they're having triplets.
When I went to Yeshiva
Oh my
in
gosh,
what is
Jerusalem,
that reaction?
Is that a type of
it was
video?
right after
So good on YouTube. Yes, triplets announcement.
and
And everyone's
there was a
like
problem because
literally
the
kind
boys
of sick.
were
They're all happy.
Not good.
It's good, but everyone's like, yeah, everyone's like, you see them go like,
so
oh,
much stress, so much change.
ah, like it's like the funniest. Oh my god, dude, can you imagine? I used to nanny for triplets when I was in high school. They were the sweetest kids ever, but they had to hire 2 babysitters for the 3 kids. So it was me and another girl, we'd babysit together.
Did you and that girl get along together? What were the parents real well
Actually,
off?
me and the girl were like bullies to each other for like 2 years, and then we became really good friends.
What, y'all like break the house? Like some of the house?
No, we were bullies to each other. Like we didn't like each other in school. Like we were dating brothers. This was in middle school. We were dating brothers, and then her brother broke up with her, so she tried to get back at him by writing a love note to my boyfriend.
Damn.
And we were like, yes, and you'll babysat the same group, and then we babysat the triplets. Oh, I found $5.
As the comic says,
That's really good luck. Is that what you wish for?
Wish for $5 at 222. That's
so
my thing.
too in every
I love wishing for a 5 on 222.
Because you can get all kinds of stuff with the $5 bill.
And 222 hits every day. That's $5 a day, sweetie.
I know.
That's $10 a day. Twice a day.
That's crazy. $10 a day. I can live off of that.
Me
$10 a
too.
day.
Me too. Gosh, call it a month.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
$10, I'm good. 222. Wow. Look at the sign.
This is another weird one.
Look at the sign.
Grant.
Grant, have the internet pull up 3 random words on a random word simulator and see if we get something that we've been talking about.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll see. We talked about all different kinds of stuff today.
Yeah, I have a feeling that one of the 3 words will be something.
The one that is left inside of this word called
Something that makes random words.
We have talked about hard shit. So we're going out shooting and throwing up. Shooting and throwing up.
Yeah, you have no words.
Speaking of hard, Portal was hard. Wow. Hard shit.
This is weird, and I've been listening to that song. The song's becoming a hardship in my life. It's like I really want to listen to it, so it's not.
Yeah.
And I don't even know the words yet. That's what's crazy.
Whoa.
Next one was
Speaking of
incredible.
Commitment.
You're lying.
You're typing, you're messing with us right now. It's like hard to believe.
He's like rewinding the commitment's crazy. That's a proposal, dude.
Yes, super weird.
What's in my squirrel? I'm committed to my squirrel.
Hi, I'm Kayla Micro. I'm from 2 in Fairfax County. August. And my husband and I have a difficult decision to make this fall as he is approaching preschool age, and we are faced with a decision of whether or not we are going to put our child in a public school system where Fairfax County has decided to move forward with instituting gender study.
There's shells, there's fish, there's food, there's party, there's lifestyle, there's drinks, there's beach, there's sun.
I like to think lifestyle there. I'm sure there's a
They have specifically lifestyle. What's the 3rd word, Grant?
So,
Dude, that is too rare.
Crazy.
That's rare.
Also is a little bit
And in
different
222,
than
I did wish that I want
Jerusalem
what we do next to really work out. So it's like that really kind of squirrel snake type. What is happening? Yeah.
I also got the word snake. I thought it was interesting.
Fascinating in our time is that
Take that
now
off.
that
I don't like this.
are looking at a lot of
Yeah, we need a freshie. We need a freshie because the squirrel in the diaper was a bit and it kind of it fucked with the
The authenticity of what's going on.
yeah, great.
Because the other ones I believe.
Wow, is that an accusation, y'all?
I don't believe that one. I believe the other two for sure. I didn't even second guess.
We need a third random.
All right, the third random
Many
is.
of you familiar with. It's a very popular program started in 1923 and has
And here's my
revolutionized
third.
science
I'm
study.
like pounding
This is an
these
idea
things.
that
See, back in the day, this would have been beer.
why don't we
So
study
that's good.
That's not. It's sparkling water.
The third one is
every
house.
single day. And over the course of 7.5 years, we were
Doctor
finishing the entire
House.
It's
Doctor
primarily the mathematical that was studied.
Doctor
First year for a project I'm involved with, very excited called All Doc, which is
Are you
a
fucking kidding me?
all of
I also grew up in a house. Like,
I did too.
dude,
Seriously.
are you serious?
Seriously.
Absolutely amazing.
With hardship?
All Doc.
Yes.
Oh my god.
All Doc.
God.
Everything
commitment.
you wanted there.
And there was a lot of
Oh
commitment and else.
shit, dude.
Oh my gosh, well, this is
January,
insane almost.
I can't believe it.
That's hard to even imagine.
How are people atheists with things like this?
I don't know, and those people really had, and wait a second, those people really I showed you on video of your life, they really better be.
Do you think it's Jesus doing it, or do you think that's like an influence?
That's real.
And then Kurt pops in and he goes, not that tape. That's not even, look at the person and look at the tape. You think Jesus gets annoyed, like, how
Your butt.
can't find good work anywhere, not even in heaven. I think it's hard to find good work, dude. How many times have I been like, look at this and look at this? Does that make sense?
Yeah. And then it's like people probably don't understand what you're even saying half the time, which is bullshit. People can be so dumb in certain ways like that. But not all the time. But yeah, it's probably not Jesus, though. It's probably somebody else.
A Jesus intern.
Yeah, and in turn, it could be one of the disciples.
They might make Judas do it. He's got a job like their work.
It actually was a
2025 Nissan
structure of the Jewish
Graham, what do you think on that one?
Do you think Judas went to heaven?
Judas?
Yeah.
survive and even
It's pretty
flourish.
fucked up what he did.
Yeah, great.
There are some
You think he went the other
differences in geography.
I think he's interning in heaven. Eternally. He's an eternal intern.
Yeah, he's always an intern. It's kind of like sucks, which is almost like its own version of hell almost.
Yeah.
You're up in heaven, but you're like interning like forever.
That is funny that you pulled that up because I've been talking about a bit where I've made so many bad jokes that my biggest fear is dying, climbing up to heaven's gates, and then God's an Indian. I just say sorry so much. I just have to say sorry for a long time. I'd be like, okay, that's good.
Looks like from Pesci.
Gosh, it seems insane.
Looks like
He's
from
on
Pesci.
my algorithm, yeah. Dude, okay.
One
One time, like I just have like a lot of Indian videos on my TikTok.
No, that's cool. And my best friend, by the way, my best friend Alvin Sidhu from all throughout middle school and high school was an Indian guy, so I like Indian people. But gosh, it seemed really scary.
There's a lot of people. It seems like a lot of people, and I saw this really crazy video one time, and I should have fucking saved it because it's gone now. You can't find it anywhere on the internet, but it was on TikTok, and it didn't have that many views, and it was just in my algorithm because of Indian TikTok. And I swiped, and it was like this dirty, disgusting, like cement basement. There's mold on the walls. There's this square well in the middle that has this pipe that has like, you know, when something's wet for a long time, the mold turns pink. Yeah, like the pink mold on it. And then these Indian dudes are like barefoot in it, and they're like, there's like puddles of stuff, and they go over and they take this plastic thing, they shit it, and they close it, and they go over.
serve the
it's a
community
fucking
by guiding it
liter
into
of
leadership.
Coca-Cola that we buy in the
Alongside
store.
them, just like the farmhouse had the rabbi
I was
beside
about
them,
to ask if there's like
they
this
did
movie
what
where
decided to later. They
It's exactly, it looks like something you would buy off our shelf.
God, and people are drinking it.
Yeah, it looked like that was going straight to HEB and on the shelf. And then I saw that video and a bunch of people commenting like, holy shit, you had Coca-Cola, and then it was gone.
Over and over again.
Yeah,
I really hate having to drink that after.
Don't come after me, Big Coke.
Yeah, we saw a lot of like street food vendors, but like their feeders right next to the food.
Love those. I love those videos.
They're just like cooking and their whole foot is there.
These guys just go to the hotels and then they're not. They don't allow foreigners to rent rooms in the hotel.
Is that true?
Yeah, it said Indians only.
Indians only?
Indians only. And I wondered what would happen if you were like a Native American kind of Indian and you were over there. Would that work? Because you're still called an Indian.
It's like loophole.
Especially in
I don't know if
times
it's
of
loophole or not. I don't know.
It's like when a Mexican says the N-word.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Is that okay? So you think that's maybe a loophole? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Be honest.
I like it.
The dynamism between
When Hispanic person says,
Yeah, I think we should be allowed.
yeah, well, it's a controversial topic. I mean,
Sorry, I think if you were slaves, you're allowed to say it. If you weren't slaves and you were brown, you're allowed to say it.
Today we have a
well, I
rabbi,
think
we have
Scottish,
a
I mean, were Scottish people slaves under British people at some point? Does it mean maybe? Well, I need to look into it. Maybe if I found the history and yes, maybe rented people were slaves back then, maybe I can say it too.
I think they're saying that redheaded people are officially black now. So.
Yeah, I heard David Lucas told me that.
Yeah,
And
it's the new thing you guys are officially in.
really?
I think you can say it. I think you take this moment. Maybe that's what you put on your tombstone, just that word.
Imagine it would be destroyed. Like,
The word with a hearty R.
yeah, then the dates of my being alive. Give me a picture of my head like this on the front of the tombstone too, maybe.
What kind of smile would you have on it?
Tombstone with the N-word?
Yeah, then maybe a little smile, because sometimes tombstones can have pictures on it.
Yeah.
See, I feel like they can find a better picture of me. I feel like I look real shit.
Or you can do the tombstone with one of those QR codes and it just pulls up and you just say the word and smile.
Oh my God.
And then that's what it says here.
That probably is the future.
That's
Funeral homes.
QR code tombstone.
Yes, look it up. You put QR codes on tombstones and then people can walk at the cemetery and they click it and like this beautiful image of like your life comes through so you can get to know the person underground.
I would want mine to show that video where it's like a guy pops up and scares the hell out of me.
So fun.
Those are so
Yeah, look at that.
People.
Virtually
QR
every
codes.
possible
Artributes.com.
I should say man because
I
actually
gotta get on that. Artributes.com.
That's a scary one.
Yeah, you have to scare the hell out of people. But then my fear would be nobody would ever click on my QR code. And then just
No, it would be almost like a thing where people would show up just to get the scary. You should do it different. You should actually plan it so you set up a bunch of different ones.
Yeah, you might hire somebody who's going to be around after I'm dead. You know, keep it going.
They pull up all different audios from your life and they add it in and it's like a Disney thing, like which scary William will we get when we go?
Oh my gosh, yeah. So then people start going. They'll start making like a pilgrimage to it.
Yeah.
But then other people won't understand because it kind of seems bad because one is set on the tombstone. But
So they don't get it, you know, those people don't get it. So it's for a certain audience. It's for people who watch this episode specifically.
oh my God.
Yeah, they do that. And then you can have a thing where it's like you have a prize, like every like.
Well, and you know, you get paid because they're sections about it.
There's like a special
I did it.
confetti comes out.
Wants to be,
There's a little thing there.
like wants to be a millionaire.
Ruth or something.
I had the whole,
Comes out.
From the a gift for
This is my money. Puts the key cards in for me.
Yes, of course. Nothing's real.
Well, I need to write this stuff down. I need to remember this.
Honey, just play back the YouTube.
Oh yeah, then I can remember.
Sweetie, play back the YouTube, honey.
Expected Jews, and it
Oh,
was
things to
a
think about.
progressive scale where the wealthier would certainly pay more, and
I
the
know,
poor
it does.
would pay less. Some
Well,
of the
at least,
most
see, I'm
fascinating
scared. Maybe I need to go do the waste to well thing because I don't know.
Dog, I'm so excited for the NFL season to kick off. I'm kidding
Tell
myself.
everybody that like Williams about to die. That's why.
Yesterday I was like, oh, it's a waste of day. Get me to Thursday. Thursday night football. It's as big as Monday night football, but this is earlier. That should be their fucking thing. It's as big as Monday night football, but earlier. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, what the fuck?
I'll leave a voicemail or something so then you can just always have the voicemail. God, that's what was my.
Yeah, I'll play the voicemail back after your death. This was my friend.
You
This
can
was the Edward.
go talk at the funeral. Get rid of the people who speaks at the funeral, and then you can do that.
I go up there and your family's crying. I go, I gotta tell you, I knew he was gonna fucking die. I called a year ago, this month. The way he screamed, he was asking for it.
This motherfucker is gonna die like a year ago.
I was gonna get on him. I can smell death. Y'all know I can smell death. I took a puff of my vape. Anyways, let me tell you what he wants on his tombstone. Grandma, are you listening?
Oh, well, you have to say something other than that because I don't have any grandparents anymore, so you'd have to be like Aunt Mary. You can say Aunt Mary.
I'm Montgomery, man. We were such good friends.
Oh my gosh, I've been a little kid park and come in. Somebody comes and looks at it.
Yeah, dude, that's so big.
Oh my gosh, Brian, I think this is the one. Let's remember this one. Screenshot it. Yeah, screenshot this for real.
Thank you.
Mother finger face. My ass, dude. I used to love it.
Oh, what the fuck are those?
You're kidding. You never had these.
I never had one of those, but I love Butterfingers.
Oh my gosh, it's a
Little
Butterfinger.
cute, like multiple Butterfingers?
Yes, they were to die for. They were to die for. And there was also something called a Butterfinger bonbon that was in the freezer section.
So Butterfingers' black cousin.
Yes, a Butterfinger bonbon. Yeah. This black guy's cousin. Butterfinger bonbon.
Hey, meet my cousins, Butterfinger Bonbon. Okay, I'll get in trouble for that.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Butterfinger bonbons.
I'm gonna get to heaven and God's gonna be black, I know.
Yeah, he's gonna play this and just be like shaking.
Why would you say bonbon?
Yeah, the part when you're talking about Hispanic people saying the N-word.
What does www stand for? What's the largest country in the world?
The guy upstairs, he's hearing all this, he understands.
Why would he put it in my head if you want me to say it?
Yeah, right, exactly. Grant,
Hey,
why?
with these things?
Grant, why?
Why,
He
Grant?
allowed us to have the brain to think like that. Grant, don't you agree? Ultimately, he's accountable. Ultimately, he's accountable. Yeah.
Misrepresented a phenomenal level of
for how we work as humans. Yeah.
Dude, when I was little, I used to have, well, now I know I have OCD because I take medicine for it, but I didn't know I had OCD then.
Well, like Excedrin? No, that's not OCD medicine.
No, Lexapro. Yeah. And, well, it's a different form of Lexapro, but yeah. But when I was little, I didn't know it was OCD, but I used to pray at night, and then I'd have intrusive thoughts while I was praying where I would cuss out God.
Oh, really?
Yeah, where I'd be like, God, please keep my family safe. You're an idiot. And I'd be like, don't say that to God. And then my thoughts would like start saying mean things to God. Yeah, and I'd have to fight.
Did you have
And God is stupid. And I'd be like, don't think that. And I'd be fighting in my own head. Oh my God. OCD.
What happens? Did you end up getting to the point where you don't do that?
No, you just grow up with a lot of anxiety and then become a comedian. Now I'm on meds and I don't do that. But I used to always think too when there was like a tragedy that I was like, like a school shooting or something.
Don't
I thought about it once. Not even because I thought about it. It'd be like maybe I did something mean. and they like butterfly affected throughout the world. Is that not like OCD? That's OCD. Yeah, you're obsessed with it.
So it's not necessarily you're having to flip on the light switch on and off of 20 times freely.
No, there's different kinds. I was also, this was the funniest one, but like the worst one for me was for a long time I was scared that there was blood and cum in all my stuff, like blood and cum everywhere, blood or cum. I was very scared of touching blood or cum, or like someone, like if I ordered like food, and I'd be scared that someone in the back would know that I was a comedian and cum in my food.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Or like bleed in it, or like,
That'd be horrible. Somebody bleeding in your food.
I was really scared of blood and cum for a while.
Is that better now?
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I can take them both now. Yeah, I drink them both down now. That sounds smooth.
Because you would hope and think that people hopefully are not putting blood
Or like anything, like if I touch a doorknob, I'd be like, there's cum on it, like anything.
and then wash your
I was
face.
so scared, yeah.
Oh my gosh,
And I thought I could feel germs, like if I touch something, it doesn't happen. It's so crazy how meds just stop it. But I used to be able to, like, if I touched something and it felt dirty, I could feel like live germs. I thought I was really
oh my gosh. And then you'd like wash your hand and feel better.
yeah. I would hold my breath if people walked by me. Anyone. So you can breathe in their germs? No, yes, I didn't breathe in their germs, yeah.
I try to hold my breath through the tunnel going into New York and what they were doing. It's a gas tunnel.
You just want to die, bro.
Oh, it was bad. I remember one time being with my buddy Christopher and maybe somebody else who was renting some cool house in Memphis. It was just like,
we say orthodox, which means like one doctrine, but really it's one practice, orthopractic, which means, Judaism, and here I'm getting in trouble because Rabbi's already gone, he's left the room. Judaism, for the most part, does not seem to care that much what you think. There are a few things that are really important, right?
30 seconds.
There is one God, life after death.
If you see somebody at your side table with the deck of cards like this, cut them in half and shuffle them this way.
If you want to ask Judaism how to behave, then you have
The best way to prevent any cheating is to take the deck of cards and smear them on the table like this and shuffle them like that, okay? Taking some cards and tossing them into the middle. So there's no way anybody could track what cards they won and all that kind of stuff. It is very effective, and that's why people at the casinos use them as well, okay?
They actually translate the same
In the casinos, the best way to shuffle the cards is to do this, refill shuffles, that's one. Two refill shuffles followed by a straight card. Smaller cards followed by one refill shuffle and a straight card. Cards directly once, yeah. That's why, you can't cheap because
They're both Middle Eastern
shuffling the cards
and
like this.
Islam
Okay,
is not
like this.
Actually, helped me this much here and how to let them out.
Anybody.
In the very beginning, I went, because I was
So
holding
you
too
see,
much.
if you want to cut
So,
the cards with
holy
one hand,
shit.
then I have to flip it. It's a fine action. It's
I
just a
don't know
time
about
around like that.
I don't know about, but it's just so
One
funny.
hand,
It was sort of like,
definitely
like a little, like
then
a,
almost cheating.
it really fucked me up. So I was
My ass up.
alright, 1 minute 30. I think I could go to eventually. It's not good for the listeners, but I might have to go home and practice. We might have to do a rerun one day. We might have to run that back.
Dude, I didn't laugh right there. If I didn't laugh right there, I could have done too. That's what I'm calling right now. I could be off. I don't know.
Dude, I wonder how long I've been trained on my craft for.
Probably minutes, probably 3 or 4 minutes. Yeah, you could probably with the right training.
It's all about the meditation, dog. You gotta just get in your mind.
What are y'all
Thinking about? I was thinking about nothing. I was closing my eyes and going, you don't need anything. Just let the thoughts pass through.
You may live in Muslim lands without fear of molestation. You may practice your faith because it is, under Islamic terms, a faith that was first granted by God. Moses was a prophet, Abraham was a prophet, so on. But you may not, for example, proselytize. You may not build your synagogue larger than mosques. You may not wear certain colors that are associated with, high-level authority. You may not share weapons because carrying a weapon, a sword, is like a sign of dignity and respect and position and so on. But under these rules, then you're okay, and you are so-called Sunni or protected people. And this is the way that Jews lived for hundreds of years under Islam. We're talking about a situation in which there was obviously discrimination. This was a second-class status, but it was a safe status. And as a minority, historically, Jews are very comfortable living in mildly discriminatory environments as long as they are stable and predictable. The German word for it is Rechtsstaat, which I love the way that sounds. Rechtsstaat sounds like you're a society based on law.
Remember your wish, William. Remember your wish.
For example, for a state apartheid,
Ended up working out sweating.
It was intense. That was the most intense sports. I think my testosterone went up a bit.
I know it could have gone up a couple points.
I think I just got more testy. Check your app. I downloaded the app immediately. I'm like, how did I know?
When societies break down and they have anarchy, that's when
So maybe I could go over to that guy and he wouldn't tell everybody that, like, because maybe it could be interesting.
I think it'd be between you and him.
She wouldn't tell anybody.
for example, is
Okay.
actually
I don't
good
think he
for
cares to
Jewish
spread your-
civilization
I
because it
don't know.
tends to force
It's for my dirty laundry and my body is
reinforce
inside.
the
That's like when the
boundaries
T-app
to
got the leak.
assimilation,
You know,
like
the
in
T-app.
Christ.
What was the T-app?
The T-app's the app where women upload pictures of men and going like, is there any red flags here? And a woman, and then a bunch of women be like, rapist, rapist, rapist.
Is it the appearance or because they know the
Because they know the person. And then they have like personal stories and they'll be like, girl, I'll text you, like, make them back. And it got leaked. It got hacked. And I guess they leaked a bunch of the, you have to send a picture of your face. And they like the pictures of the people that were using it, their face, and I was on there. You're on the T-app? Yeah, I'm on the T-app for sure. And
this is the Alhambra.
So it didn't give, it was talking about it gave just the women on the app.
yeah, like the
That's the
dude,
message.
they got us, dude.
Oh,
But it didn't matter. All it did was leak the pictures of the women on the app. And I was like, I don't care if anyone knows I'm on it.
How many people are on it? 1,000?
Oh my god. Were you able to leave a review? Yeah, you can leave a review.
How did they make sure a guy doesn't get on the app?
Yeah. I think they show your face and connect us.
Spain is far away.
So maybe get history.
But yeah, you see all the guys. Are any of our friends on there?
Yeah, do you ever see anybody you know?
Oh yeah, you could just do the word comedian.
So you're kidding.
And
communicated even with the
look at that one.
purported king of the Kazakh Empire, which is a rather bizarre
46
story,
red flags. He actually had the most. This comedian had the most red flags. I mean, Austin, out of comic or not, out of anybody.
You don't have time for it now, but if you're curious,
I also hated this guy. So
makes sense that that happened.
figure,
Who is it? I can't see.
who actually wrote a commentary
You seen
on
Everett
the
over here?
Talmud, which we can
Oh,
find in
that's
the
so
library
funny.
right now.
Yeah, I didn't really know that guy.
Brilliant scholar.
I get in my
He was
truck. I
also
have no idea who
the
that
Jewish
is.
general of
I
a
don't think he's
Muslim
around
army
anymore,
for
is he?
16 years.
You
Now,
know,
think about it for a second. One of the geniuses
Yeah,
of
it's just
he's
like
on the
Spanish
G,
is
yeah.
so
they can
amazing.
see.
You know, when you look at our
Hell yeah.
culture,
If you're curious.
As he should.
you find that Jewish excellence
Yeah.
is usually
And
either
that's it.
expressed in
Damn,
terms
that would have
of
been real embarrassing if like my face popped up
great
or
Torah
something.
scholars,
Never
something
any,
like
there's
great
ever
Hassan,
any
something like
good
that.
people on there. Anyone I know that's a good person is never on there. Never.
You never have someone
Look, he's sweating.
So just
Yeah, I
imagine
know.
some
I can't
guy
believe I only
with
did
a
it a
Rosh
minute.
Yeshiva
Yeah,
in
maybe
Lakewood
tomorrow.
was
Maybe I'll
also
practice
the
We'll run it
general
back, dude. We'll
of
run
the
it back.
Yeah, you're
Army
back
at
in the
the same
top. I don't
time.
even know what's going
It's just so
on.
mind-boggling.
Oh, yeah, we'll do the timer.
Yeah, I can do
And
it.
the
Full
Shul
hold.
HaNeged.
Yeah, full call.
But this
Well,
is
Kim,
the
thanks
kind
so
of
much
person
for
you
being on the
like. And
podcast.
Thanks for having me, guys. This was really fun.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Where can people find you?
When does this drop?
Right up to the very end of his life, he was a
Tomorrow.
front
Great.
line.
You guys can find me at Kim Congdon on social media. I have a podcast called The Kim Congdon Takeover, YouTube, Spotify, wherever you find podcasts. I will be going to Tacoma, Washington this weekend, Tacoma Comedy Club, the 29th and 30th, and then I will be in Nashville, September 5th and 6th, coming to Charlotte, Fort Worth, Dallas, and a few other places. Check out kimcongdon.com for those ticket dates.
Cool.
Thanks for having me,
Sounds
Dave.
good. Yeah, thanks so much for coming on. We gotta thank our mercenaries,
And he
Jethro
said, hey, listen, I've got a
Tull,
great
Joe
idea. Why
Kyle,
don't we
John
adapt
Shaw,
Arabic
Justin Dreckle,
theater
Captain Chaos,
to
Kyle,
poetry?
Heath, Larry,
And all of
Lawyer
a sudden,
Joe,
particularly by
Luke,
manipulating how you
Mista
count the values
Alex,
of the
Nissan
schwa
Pappy,
vowel,
Nolan Void,
it made Hebrew
Apollonia,
poetry sound so much
Papa
better.
Coon, Patrick
And so there were
Casey,
actually riots in
Poopsicle
the
Butt,
streets between Jews who were
Robert Bushel,
traditionalists,
Ruby,
says,
Jules
no,
Fargo,
we want
Shada
full poetry. We
Shinakaya,
will not accept this
the Big
new thing
Island,
of poetry influenced by
Saprat,
Arabic
Sean
poetry. And
King,
you had the youngsters who said,
Shiva,
oh, this Arabic
Skin
poetry is
Bomb,
great. It's like rock and
Gaming
roll.
Crooner,
We have to
Memphis
have it.
Strangled,
Can you imagine?
The
We don't have
Wizard,
those
Peter
kinds of like
McFishes,
today.
McFisty,
We
White
fight about
Magic, William
certain
Casey, the
things
Cats,
about
William
poetry.
Gear,
So let
William
me give you a
Ramsey,
couple of
Mark
examples
Drop
of
Show
real
on
ladies
YouTube,
of
Choose Your Own
amazing poetry.
Adventure,
Here's one.
Zombie Warlock,
Give you a sense of the
Adim
range of the poetry. Like where they're poems that they
Matisu
both schwa
That
and give
seems like
and
some
good
sort of
other
weird,
results that are
like
too
psychographic
extra to discuss
things.
in
Alan
shul.
Knight,
Give
Anthony
you
Woodbush
some
Markins,
easier
and
ones.
Ashley
Upfront.
Assalon Avery's for
I'll
Soup,
read it in Hebrew,
da-da-da-da-da,
and
Bill
notice
Sheep, Cracker
the
Barrel,
way
Kid
the
is my dad, Daniel Hunter,
meter
Dan, Joe Fox, Destiny, A4, Devin, Swing, Tickle, Relay, here, down,
very beautiful to do.
Nice, like we're going to the first night beer early in the day. Yeah, whoever did that, that's kind of fucked up. I love Big Mac's jazz. All right, well, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions or work and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Little Tony on YouTube. Please check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us.
This is
See
the
you next
father
time.
speaking. Later, the mother will speak, and then ultimately
Oh,
the
fuck,
dead daughter
Dad, I'm trying to have
himself will
fun
speak of her
tonight.
experience. השוקה, משתנה. כי לשאול נשוא נושא ארונך. ונצלת ממך רק גוף שומך, והחונק את הסמכות
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the genius Casey Rocket. Orchestra. And William Montgomery.
As always, William is joined by the lovely somehow on YouTube found a video where it was just I think it was on some Adult Swim. It was on some Adult Swim YouTube channel, and it was just the sounds of fireworks, like whistling in the top. The funniest thing I've ever seen. I don't even think there was any visual to it. I don't think. It's just the sounds of little firecrackers going off, flying, and then going off. It was the funniest thing to me.
That's
weird. Have you ever done that kind of stuff?
You don't need to run to the
No.
rabbi.
Yeah, and you wouldn't even probably talk about it.
Yeah, never.
Oh, really? Oh, good. We could, maybe you and I could do it on a beach. I feel like I'd like to do it on a beach. I wouldn't know what you could pay me to do it right now. I'd have a full-fledged panic attack. Yeah, that'd be pretty fun on the beach. I think on the beach would be very nice. If I were to do it now, you wouldn't want to be around me. Because I would be begging you to call the ambulance.
So we are pushing out live, and people are saying it's a little quiet, so I'm not turning up the volume.
Oh my gosh, what is it? This new, I apologize to anybody who's Grant got some new camera, and it's all messed up. It's messed up around my shoulders. Alright, I'll tighten it up there. Now I'm kidding, that's another at all. It's a very cool looking camera, it's a white camera.
It's a little bit of an upgrade. It's a little sharper on the focus. Right now I have the phone punched in, so it's probably still a little blurry, but no one cares about that technical stuff, do they?
Yeah, oh my gosh, no, not at all. Yeah, hold on. So do we have, so this is a very special episode. We actually have Casey returning. It's been a little bit.
Been out for a bit. Been busy guy.
It's been really busy.
Running everywhere.
So we're very excited about that. He's coming soon. And do we need to, should we just go ahead and,
You want to bring on the car?
yeah, maybe just talk to somebody?
Alright, we can do
Every
that.
single
Check and see,
dispute is magnified. If you
see
like
what we're
things
looking
like
at
this,
here.
Judaism is the mother of
We
religion.
have
And
actually
then you
quite
have
a few
Christianity,
people
the
already
daughter
on
of
here.
And then you have
But yes,
Islam,
it has
the
been. How long
grandfather
has it been, Graham?
So
Since we've
fights
seen
No
between
way.
mother and
Oh
daughter
man, I think
are
it was
very
at like
common.
4 or 5 episodes. I can
Very
actually pull
bitter
up
and
the.
nasty and lasting.
So it's been a while.
Grandmother and
Oh my gosh, I
granddaughter,
wonder if you'll
not so
remember
much.
what I look
Right?
like. I wonder if I'll remember what he looks
And
like.
they're so cute and little, and
Do you think so?
It's gonna be
tolerate
giant.
a lot more.
Sometimes that
So that's kind of
happens
like
where somebody hasn't seen
Judaism,
somebody in a long time.
Christianity, Islam. The fight between
I
Judaism
don't know. I feel like a lot of the time in that instance you would be able to recognize like the family member.
Yeah, he
was
was
family member.
He was out for 5 weeks. That's like the longest you
Just
guys
like
been
Umar
apart.
was asked, what are we supposed to do? What are the
And we'll
rights
see.
of the
Maybe he'll
Jews?
get cold feet.
Augustine
Maybe
said,
he won't
you know
even
what,
show
let's
up.
figure
I
out
don't
what's our
know.
relationship with the Jewish people now.
Right. I think
Christianity is now
bringing
the
on
state
our
religion.
first
The
person
Roman
here.
Empire.
Let me
Jews are now the minority. We have the power. What should we do with them? He said, first of all,
Hang on, bro.
slay them not. We should
Hello.
not kill them all. With
I don't have you on
all of
screen
them,
yet.
we have
One
to
second.
thank St. Augustine for that. He said there is a place
like
in
you said,
Christian
bruh.
society for
That sounded
Jews.
cool.
What is that
Oh,
place?
what's up?
We have to
What's up,
serve
man? Sorry, I was
as
talking to my son.
witnesses.
Oh my gosh. Well, how's your son doing? What's his fucking ass up to?
We
He's not
Jews
feeling
have
real
to be
good. We'll call
alive
the doctor.
such that
Oh my
when
gosh. Okay. I didn't know if he was like playing hooky from school or something. Oh, he's sick. Oh my god.
It's cool. He starts on school anyway.
Oh, cool. What does that mean? He just zooms in, just kind of like how we are doing now.
Pretty much. Yeah, Monday through Thursday, he's got it easy, man. Two hours a day.
Oh my gosh, 2 hours a day.
Yeah, stupid.
That sounds pretty chill. And what, he doesn't even have it on Friday, or he has to go somewhere on Friday?
Friday, they just give you a free day to make up stuff.
Oh my gosh, well that's pretty sweet. Then you got the weekend, and then you got Saturday, Sunday. I wish I could have gone to a school like that. What grade is he in?
He's a senior in high school. He does have cystic fibrosis. Once lived here, he didn't ever go back to school.
Oh, okay. I see.
And
I'm starting to move around. I don't want the fan messing with you.
This is what
Fine. Yeah, it might blow my hair a little bit. Man, I had the worst tangle in my fucking hair. I took a shower earlier and I had the worst fucking tangle up in my hair. It was awful trying to get it out.
We're talking here. I just cut mine and I shaved a line back.
It looks good. Wait, you did that yourself?
Yeah, my wife will clean it up. She's not home from work yet.
That sucks.
Just put the number 2 guard on go. All right, I was at your Dallas show, William, and I want to say I'm a 48-year-old dude. I think you're a genius.
I was about to say that. So you had a good time. I didn't know what you were about to say. Oh my gosh. I was hoping you didn't know what you were about to say.
The comedy club kicked me out. I've been to both shows in South Carolina, and they kicked me out to the first one. I guess I drank too much. I didn't offend you. I was a guy buying drinks down there, but like,
Oh my gosh, was your ass up in the front?
yeah.
That's you?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Wait, so why did they, what's your name?
My name is Alan Knight.
Alan, okay, what's up, dude? I totally remember your freaking ass. Yeah, and then there was that guy when I kept on bringing the manager of the basketball team. That one guy didn't like it.
Yeah. His name was Cookie. First time I met him, buying him drinks, great dude. But second show, I was going to avoid the opening comedian, set out in the lobby and have a drink, and they said you can't go back in. And I was like, you serious? And I came to Dallas just to see you. On my way home from Arizona, but listen, it was still a hell of an experience. I appreciate you. Are amazing live, and we need to get to the southeast a little bit more so I can see you more often.
I know, I need to. It's so funny. Yeah, I'm heading back too, and I love all different areas. But yeah, I need to go to the southeast more. I mean, that's where I'm from. I'm from Tennessee, Alan. I need I gotta do some more stuff down there. I totally agree. I'm sorry they kicked your ass out. That's all screwed up.
That's all right. I woke up next morning and start making the trip back to South Carolina. So.
Oh my gosh, would you drive?
I did. I've been in Arizona with a work conference.
Oh, cool. So it's kind of on the way.
However,
once I knew I could catch you in Dallas, I was like, I'm definitely driving. This is a done deal.
Oh, cool. Well, you're so nice, Alan. I totally appreciate it. Yeah, I remember your ass. Yeah, that was kind of some rowdy people around you. So it's because you were feeding them drinks.
Yeah, and I was double fisting White Russians and Scotch that night. So.
Oh my gosh, Alan, I wish I haven't had anything to drink in 4 years, but I swear, dude, if I can make it to 50, I think I'm gonna drink again. And I think beer. I think I wanted some Newcastles, but I think I also, Alan, wanted some White Russians. I used to love those things. But Alan, I got to learn how to just sip on them, dude. I would pound those things. I just got to sip on them. That's what I got to learn, or I just can't even drink them.
Well, truth be told, I'm the same way. I'm either all or nothing, and I don't drink very often, but that night was a celebratory night. So
until they kicked your freaking ass out. So what'd you go do? That's horrible.
I called an Uber, went back to my hotel. It was literally right across the street, the nice Hilton in downtown, and woke up 5:30 and started driving. So went to Talladega racetrack, got rained out there, then went home the next day.
That sounds good, except for the raining out where I've never been to a NASCAR race. I think that would be fun. I've heard people wear diapers sometimes so that they don't have to go to the bathroom.
Not my crowd. Maybe some, not my crowd.
Can't you bring in coolers and stuff? What an old thing.
Now you can take all you want. No glass containers. I did back in my younger days. Took a handle of Scoresby Scotch, which is cheap in a plastic bottle.
Scoresby.
Yeah. A friend took Bernese vodka, just a whole, gallon or whatever it is.
Oh, I love that. Would you just get wasted at the racetrack?
We used to. I don't drink it when I go to races anymore. I enjoy it myself. Maybe a gummy here or there type thing, but
Oh, cool. And you will be more alert if there ever turns into like a Final Destination scene. Remember that one Final Destination where at the freaking racetrack and the car goes into the stands? You probably get run better because if you're all wasted, you probably just immediately get hit by the debris frame. But maybe if you're only on some gummies, you'd be real alert.
I remember that. And listen, I just won't thank you for even letting my call in, man. I am going to join the club at the $40 a month rate to be able to do this more frequently. and make you read something stupid at the other show, but sincere thank you for your comedy. It's just amazing, dude.
Yeah, Alan. Well, thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. So sorry they kicked your ass out, because I think that was nice. Inviting people drinks, because I think drinks are kind of expensive at these comedy clubs.
Oh, I got a $112 tab on the second show, too. I was going to buy those guys drinks. I guess I did, but anyway, whatever.
Oh my gosh, so wait, after you left, they still had a tab open on your ass and it was $112?
Yeah, I was going to buy those guys because, I was by myself, so I was teaching with some randos.
Yeah.
And I was going to buy their drinks, too, to be nice. And I guess I did. But anyway, it's all good. Well, I'll see you again next time. I'll buy a ticket to both shows next time one night.
Well, sounds good, and then hopefully they don't kick your ass out, that you can say hello after.
I'll save the drinking for the second show.
Yeah, that sounds good, and then maybe I can start drinking. Maybe we can meet up after, and then you can give me my first beer.
I want nothing to do with giving you your first beer.
Well, thank you, Alan. That's nice of you to say. Yeah, because every now and again, people fuck with my ass. I do something like that, and they're like, oh, yeah, let me give you a beer. I'm like, what?
Can't do that, man.
Thanks, Alan. Cool. Well, great to talk to you, sir.
Thank you, William. Keep it up, my brother.
Okay. Bye. And Al, wonderful talking to Alan. And look who we got in Casey. We did the math, my friend. I was hoping you remember what I look like. I was hoping I remember what you look like. It's been a little bit of time. You've been very busy. It's been 5 weeks, my friend.
The Church of Synagogue, there are literally thousands of examples.
Oh my gosh, and you wore the wolf shirt, one of my favorite veterans wolf shirts. This is like a Nickelodeon, like kid show, like song at the beginning, like Gullah Gullah Island, like there's a part of the song or something. And to wear my wolf shirt. You're about to watch Ed, Ed, and Eddie. And wear my little wolf shirt. And then they put the little stick guy. That'd be funny, maybe if in that episode they put the stick guy character, put the wolf shirt on the stick guy. And they say, send in your stick guy pictures to Nickelodeon at CartoonNetwork.com. Please send them in, kids. If y'all are watching this shit, send in your pictures. The website's still active. What do you know, Grant? What do you know about HelloFresh? What do you know about this company?
HelloFresh. I've used them for a bit. They're great.
Oh my gosh, they're wonderful. And Grant, I don't think a lot of people know this. It happens to be my favorite dinner as a HelloFresh dinner. It happens to be my absolute favorite. And Grant, also people don't know this, but there's a major menu upgrade this summer.
Oh, I didn't actually know that.
This summer, okay, HelloFresh has doubled its menu. And Grant, do you know what that means? If they've doubled their menu, do you know what they used to have?
Half of the options they're about to have.
Well, you got 100 options now. And Grant, I'm going to be honest, it's almost too many options. I got an overwhelming, yeah, but it's a good thing. I mean, some people say it's a really good thing, and I think it's a really good thing too, but it's all, be careful. It could take a long time. I mean, that's 100 different options. That's a lot.
We do have some categorization, so you can kind of draw this around what you like.
Oh, yeah, so you want some mashed potatoes with something. Say you want
Only mashed potatoes.
only mashed potatoes. Yes, they do have really, really good mashed potatoes. Chicken, they have chicken, they have all kinds of stuff. And it's really healthy. And oh my gosh, I mean, it's so great. You get steak and seafood recipes delivered every week for no extra cost. What? There's 3 times more seafood on the menu now? What?
Wait, no extra cost on that either.
No extra cost. That is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, they have snappies, stone fruit, corn on the cob. What? But yeah, it's very great product. Okay, makes dinner, lunch, what have you, so much easier. And the best way to cook just got better. Go to HelloFresh.com/WMS10FM. That's a mouthful. WMS10FM now to get 10.
A tremendous number of expulsions. We're going to look at the greatest of them, the Spanish expulsion of 1492. But really, there are tens, maybe hundreds of smaller expulsions from local cities principalities, dukedoms, fiefdoms, and kingdoms. There's a joke, it's no longer true, but they used to say, why is it there are no good Jewish piano players? And the answer was, because it's hard to run when you're carrying a piano. Clarinet is much easier, but that's no longer true. But you can see that there's a general switch from Western Europe towards Eastern Europe. Especially in the 16th century, you've got lots of Jews beginning to populate the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. About 75% of Ashkenazi Jews in America descend from those Jews who made their way from Ashkenazi lands. Ashkenazi is, by the way, Germany.
This is really the fighter in the kid.
The Spanish Inquisition.
Well, the thing about the fighter and the kid, Brennan, is we just start. You know what I'm saying? No matter what
terrifying nightmares
our day is like, no matter the stress, we show up. Some days you have a shit. Look, some days, some weeks, some months, and sometimes some years are shit shows. It's just 5 years. A lot of people go through stuff. You build something, you lose it all, then you got to build it back. And part of like growing up is realizing that you don't give up on yourself, and you can't give up on each other, you can't give up on yourself, and you gotta just adjust your approach and figure it out. But it's not easy.
The waves are rocking the boat right now, and
we don't see any land. There's no land.
It's a 3-man boat. Yeah, Chin over there, pretty good on the sea.
Chin stays calm.
Yeah,
he's nice and that kid. I don't have to have
once a
but
person
either way,
gets baptized, they become Jewish. Sorry, they become Christian. There's no way back.
Okay.
There's no way out of it. If you have
go.
baptized. So all of a sudden,
we're back.
Hey, shout out to all those who supporting the first Patreon. That thing's going way than we thought.
Exciting.
On the one hand,
Thank you guys.
So if you missed last episode, Fire the Kid, Brian, and Chin launched a Patreon finally. It's for the hardcores. You're getting every episode ad-free. Plus, you're getting 2 shows, extra extended content, and we can get pretty risky with that content. We've been streaming on YouTube, we've been shout out all that stuff, so you don't have to worry about what we say, what clips we show, so we get pretty loose on those Patreons. And then twice a month, we're also giving fan questions, which I will tell you, where do they send the fan questions?
We'll make a post on Patreon.
We'll post on Patreon, so Patreons let you know. Brian tries to out-wrestle me. He's been working hard with really good wrestlers trying to take me down. That content's on there. It's $5 a month, so ditch that extra coffee that you get in that Summer Moon or Starbucks. Subscribe to the Patreon. We could use it. We could use you guys. This is for the hardcores. This is for you guys. We love you guys. Thanks for the support. But it's patreon.com/TFATK. I'll be marketing, Brian. We'll be passed out. But come support. You can also tune into us on the Fight Companion this freaking Saturday at 4 p.m. Was at Central Time. 4 p.m. UFC Paris. It's Joseph Rogan, Brian the Kid Callen, Gordon the King Ryan, and myself.
The Inquisition was brought in
Bring you to the UFC.
All these people
Get your son.
Bossy had his first game last night.
How do you do?
Bossy's the first giving Texas a slice of the shop fan. As we're driving, I said, Bossy, you ready? He goes, yes. I said that you're going to introduce Texas to the shop family. There's a lot of pressure about it. Daddy's a little savage. He said, I got that. So me and him always get to the field an hour early. I do these warm-ups with Tiger. Bossy's a little young, but he wants the same treatment Tiger's gotten. So I take him to all the warm-ups I did when I was playing football and fighting, and he's 5. So we're going through those same warm-ups and stuff, which I didn't learn times in my 20s. So I go through all the warm-up, all the mental stuff. And I give him balls, I give him soft pitches, go through the whole thing, throw balls and stuff. And, he's doing his thing. And then he was up to bat second, and coach throws him a pretty good fastball. Just hit the shit out of it. I'll send DJ. It's worth a look.
You know what's funny? You were talking about like genetics and park home run. Wow, you were talking about that. When I was a kid, I played football. My best friend was a kid named Daryl White, and I played football. Now Daryl was far and away better at football.
Daryl's a black guy.
He was. His dad was a fullback for the Raiders. And I used to see his dad when we would drive. His father, like you'd see his traps and head. And if we just looked at him, as a kid, I was like, he just was a mountain. And of course, his son was the same way. His son was
And I couldn't figure out why his son was that. I didn't understand that. I just figured I could be like that. So Daryl would run through people, and he was just physically different than me. He could run, and I was like, how come this isn't happening to me? Although I was able to throw the ball pretty far and catch the ball, did it so much.
You're familiar with it.
Yeah, I've seen guys who are my age who don't know how to throw and catch a ball, which is actually incredible.
Yeah, it is weird, right? Well, take one time on Bossy's team, he's 5 on 8 9-year-olds.
Yo,
9-year-olds.
what up, Abdullah?
They were throwing the ball. I'm like,
How you living, pimp? What's good, son? How are you? Yo, dog. We're just chilling watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
And Queen to adopt the right.
Love you.
Well, dude, try Hollywood. I work.
I want to look at the dad. What are you doing?
Oh, dude, it's such a service. I worked with kids a lot, right? On 7-Eleven, on Goldberg's, on nothing balls. Bro, those child actors, when they're 14, some of them have never done a pull-up, and I'm not kidding. Forget throwing a ball. I had to teach a kid how to throw a ball.
Why so many of them could turn to trans?
Like, it's so nuts. I literally had to teach this kid to throw and catch a ball. He was 14, and he had never done it. I was like, how is this possible?
I look at these dads.
Yo, how you living, baby? What's good, son?
Let me just conclude by saying,
How are you, big man? Abdullah, how's your day going?
I'm older than you. You went this when I was born.
Cool story, man.
Thank you.
Excellent. I don't know what the fuck that was. Shout out to Abdullah.
hey, last week when we looked at the ancient period, and I managed to stay.
Yours did. These kids do.
Yeah.
My takeaway.
Of course, I don't say that. Play this for Brian. Remember, he's 5, playing with 8, 9. That's Bosty at bat. He's the smallest kid on the field.
And still,
That's amazing.
they're gregarious.
Overhand.
Get you some.
Overhand.
When we look from medieval period,
Left field.
Jewish people are incredibly
Look at these.
So he brought his buddy in. That's Big Mike.
Look how much older they are.
Yeah, look how much bigger they are. Look at Boston flying in. They kept trying to throw him out. I say, nah, son.
Oh my.
First at bat in
Oh
Texas.
my lord.
Get some work to do, bud.
He's 5? And how old are those kids?
8, 9.
That's unbelievable.
Isn't it cool?
You know who else's kid is like that? Tim Kennedy's kid.
Oh, yeah.
That kid is
But
just.
he's older.
Yeah, he's 11.
Tigers, yeah, he's older too.
But he's playing
he's a
with
little
like
savage.
14-year-olds. It's
Yeah, he's a little
unbelievable.
savage.
Yeah. Savage.
That's dope, dude. Yeah, isn't that dope? That's so dope. Yeah. Nothing better than you know, they do either innings or time limit, but then the game they have a catcher. I can tell you, Bossy never has attitude. Tiger has an attitude. Bossy does not. Until he's pissed. I go, what the it was 8 to 9. Look at him, what's wrong with you? Because I want to win. I'm like, oh. And, you know, his mom's like, no, Joe's going to win. Joe's like, no, stay calm. I'm like, no, this is new. You show me kid that wants to lose, I'll show you who lose.
Who was that?
This kid got it.
Was it Peter Thiel or someone was playing chess with Kasparov? And Kasparov kept beating him. And I think it was Peter Thiel was like, he's like, and he freaked out.
He slammed.
And Kasparov said, no, that's a pro. Peter Thiel's the guy who owns Palantir and started PayPal. You know, he's not a professional chess player. Like Kasparov, greatest of all time. Kasparov goes, hey, you're pretty emotional there, man. Take it easy. He goes, show me a guy who likes losing, I'll show you a loser. Yeah. It's like, Jesus, dude.
You want, I mean, you're doing it at 5, it's about fun, but you do want to win. I don't subscribe to that. As long as they're having fun.
Likes losing, I'll show you a chess player. Like Kasparov, greatest of all time. Kasparov goes,
Most of it was pretty positive.
Hey, you're pretty emotional there.
And my
Take it easy.
favorite criticism was,
Show me a guy who likes losing, I'll show you a loser.
Yeah, talking about this or talking about this.
You're doing it at 5, it's about fun, but you do want to win. I don't subscribe to it. As long as they're having fun,
this short
Well, if you don't win,
time. But it does
losing's not
remind me of
fun.
Joe.
You don't win it.
You show me a kid who's like, yeah,
Two guys
at least I hit
standing
the ball.
outside
It's
the
like,
deli
no,
in Lower East Side, and one of them says to
when
the
have
other,
fun, you want to learn.
this
That's
restaurant
important.
serves the worst food.
We're here to
And
win.
the other guy said, yeah.
When I don't dedicate all this time and shit, we didn't lose by 10.
That guy, I had dinner with him, and he is the smartest person I've personally ever met. What I mean by that is that, like, everything I realized I was saying was because I read something or heard it, and I would put it all together. And so, like, you know, the point of it, so was everybody at the table. And then this dude would say something, and I swear to God, it was a thought I had never thought of. He was coming up with original ideas. I was like, and then,
Not regurgitating
no, he was coming up with his own, we were at his house. He's got this insane table outside. He's got billions of dollars, right? And then he's also a little bit autistic, I think, like a little bit, you know. And it was great because we're all talking, and finally he had had enough of all of us. It was like, you know, table of
the
probably
end of the 19th
10
century.
people. And he goes, all right, everybody has to get out of here. It's like, get out of here, I'm done. It's done.
That's that autism kicks in where there's no social cues, where they're just like, all right, my time is done. See ya.
He's too busy for it.
Yeah, but also be cool.
You're not learning any of
Yeah,
it. You're learning
to having Elon with the power behind PayPal. Jesus Christ.
So
I can't believe that 202 because those are two
here's the map
goals
that
in
we
a train
ended with
shot, like
last
two.
week. It shows you the tremendous dispersal from the Iberian Peninsula at the end of the 15th century. Tremendous upheaval. We're talking about the largest, most settled, most concentrated, most prestigious Jewish community in the world.
He really stepped his game up. Now he's gone quiet. Like the whole Trump thing, he was on every single day on Twitter, every single day, and it's kind of
the new world. This was
because I think you gotta like listen. You're the richest man on earth. Like there's no power that comes with that. You're not.
And there are some
president of the United States. There's a different sort of power.
Here's what Trump said.
No, we do not have time to go into great detail.
Are they still not cool?
Just try to imagine what it must have been like.
About Trump.
The entire
But Trump said, and he apologized.
What Trump said, I don't know, you know, I mean, he's very upset, but maybe we turn those on him, you know, I mean, he's got a lot of subsidies, and he was very upset about the EV mandates, and so maybe we gotta look at, maybe we're gonna look into him, and he goes, you know, believe me, he doesn't want to play this game with me. You hear him say that? He goes, he doesn't want to play this game with me. I was like, dude, this is gangster shit.
You'll be able to draw very cool. There's a difference. Is that there is a dramatic shift in terms of
I've heard from, like, I believe that Elon probably had an outburst because he was really mad.
So many of the entrenched
company
to be predominantly male. Since many of them,
that's why I stuff in there, but
he's kind of radio silent.
There was some
He was tweeting how many times a day?
Two of the most dramatic examples of it with the next generation of survivors of the upheaval. Specifically, on the left, you see a representation of Doña Gracia Mendez Nasi, who was a so-called Portuguese Jew. What this term Portuguese refers to is exactly. I'm sure you've heard of the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, which is a very common definition. There was a Jewish population in Portugal before 1492, not an especially large one, but what happened is, if we just go back to this map for a second, you see that the most natural route for expellees from Spain to take would be the overland route over the Pyrenees into France, and many Jews did go there, or simply to the west into Portugal here, which of course has a similar culture, different language, but this has been a homeland for oppressed Jews who fled Spanish versions, such as, for example, the famous Albarbanel's grandfather, who was forcibly converted and fled to Portugal, and there he resumed his Jewish identity. So Portugal is a natural route of escape. It's one of those famous times where Jews were literally undocumented undocumented migrants were held up at the border. There are a lot of parallels to contemporary situations. And when they arrived in Portugal, there were certain allowances made for them, but ultimately they were forcibly converted 5 years later, 1497. The Inquisition was then brought into the Portuguese country as well, and many Jews, like in Spain, just went underground as so-called Marranos, hiding their Jewish identity for generations in order to escape the wrath of the Inquisition. And only later, as in the case of Nebraska, they finally were able to leave Portugal and to the French party to imagine that the Inquisition actually kept tabs on people. When you went, for example, to England, we have trials from Inquisition transcript trials, transcript of the Inquisition's trials of people, Jews who went to England and there experimented with Judaism, and when they returned to Portugal, they were arrested and they were asked what exactly they did in England. So they were really quite paranoid about hunting them down. But Rabbi Rothschild was one of these women who, when she got out of clutches of the Inquisition, she said, I'm actually Jewish, not Christian at all. And these Jews who were forcibly converted for their grandchildren or great-grandchildren were called Portuguese Jews. By contrast, you have Benedita Abravanel, who was the niece of the famous Don Isaac Abravanel, who fled in 1492 and was never converted forcibly to Christianity, and so therefore she was called a Spanish Jew. Now, the two of them were actually two of the most powerful women in the world, and at one point they came to clash over an international boycott placed against the church because of their treatment of Jews. It's an incredible story that we don't have time to talk about in detail, but one small detail I will point out, neither of these pictures are accurate. The one on the left is actually Donna Gassi Mendes' niece. Medallion was struck for her, and on the right is a non-Jewish woman, Leonora of Legal, I believe, who was actually Benedita Abravanel's student. We don't have pictures of the two of them in reality, but it's not that unusual for devoted students to choose to portray themselves as their teacher. Like, for example, many of my students like to use this picture to represent me because they're I remind them of me or something like that. Okay. Moving on, let's see. So one of the things that changed as a result of the Spanish Inquisition was that some of the power vacuum. The traditional power elites are disjointed, are dislocated, and many other people convene to take up the position. Similarly, there is a lot of erosion to traditional religious authorities. After all, although there were many heroic figures like Abravanel, who I mentioned now, there were many religious leaders. Abraham Senor, who was in his 80s and was the senior financial advisor to Queen Isabella, decided that he would rather stay in Spain and convert. With his entire family, decided to remain in Spain and simply give up. These were rabbis. There was a tremendous lack of appreciation for rabbinic leadership at this time as well, that eroded traditional authorities. And as a result, there were new secular ideas that were circulating with much greater frequency and authority. Perhaps the most tragic of the figures associated with it is Uriel Acosta. He's pictured here in this fanciful image with the dark, the skull-capped man in kind of a serious gaze, and on his knee is Baruch Spinoza, also a son of the Inquisition, but quite a bit later. They never actually met, but this is kind of like a metaphorical Spinoza on the knee of Acosta. Acosta's story is very tragic, but it's also very quickly as an example of the secularism of the time. He was raised as a Christian by his mother, who hid their Jewish identity. By the way, women also had a phenomenal role in perpetuating Judaism under these incredibly difficult circumstances. We have a lot of documentation of women, particularly taken before the Inquisition, who describe the many vehicles by which they maintained their identity and their memory of Judaism, including, for example, self-scarification, where if they had a male child and they were unable, obviously, to circumcise that child, they would cut a small amount of flesh out of their upper arm. to remind them that if they were ever able to, they should one day circumcise their son. It's phenomenal types of self-sacrifice. Acosta's mother revealed to him as an adolescent that he was in fact Jewish. They couldn't say this to children because, then they would go to the playground and say, oh, my mother just told me he actually liked the position, egg rolls, and that could be it for them with the Inquisition. So Acosta learned he was Jewish when he was a teenager. Was thrilled, couldn't wait. He was so excited. They managed to gain passage to Amsterdam, which was, unlike today, a very liberal city with very relaxed laws. That's a joke. I was hoping somebody would get it. No, I just didn't get it, but okay. And there, when he got to Amsterdam, he said, okay, I'm Jewish. I'm totally out of the religious closet, so to speak. But he embraced Judaism with tremendous enthusiasm. But he was quite disappointed because when he went to shul, he would say to people, excuse me, isn't that Lashon Hara that you're saying? And wait a second, God, how can you be talking about this? And he was very upset with the fact that the image he had of Jews did not conform with the reality of actual Jewish people that he met. He ended up, because he was a bit of a rabble-rouser and a highly intelligent individual, he actually published books. He was executed 3 times from his community. And forgiveness could not live on his own. So finally, the third excommunication of the Jewish synagogue, again, fearing the possible repercussions of having these kind of atheistic or challenging elements in the community. They said, listen, we've done this before, so before you can be readmitted to the community, you're going to go through a symbolic humiliation, where among other things, you will be symbolically whipped in the synagogue and actually laugh. And it was, with like court, it was more for the symbol than actually the name. And then he would have to lie down in front of the synagogue steps, and every member of the community would walk over his own body into the synagogue. Deeply humiliated, he went through the process, he went home, he wrote an 11-page suicide note and shot himself. And we have that suicide note called Exemplar Suicide, chilling verified document that is a testament as well to the upheaval of the Inquisition and what it means for trying to re-enter the Jewish community after being so far away from it. But this kind of secular thinking that Acosta brought to the table definitely was like Spinoza later and had centuries of impact. This is, we shall recall, about 75 years after the expulsion. And we are, if you want to just put it in your mind, we're about the Holocaust. So the kind of feelings that we have about recovery after such a devastating demographic assault on the community, they would be things that Portuguese Jews would have felt as well at that time. But let us move forward. One more detail that's kind of interesting for us here that relates to the expulsion is that there was a small group of Portuguese Jews who fled to the New World and they settled in a little island called Recife in the Brazilian holdings that were up in Portugal. And then at one point briefly in the 1650s, the island of Recife was handed over to the Dutch. We were much more liberal, and so all of the nominally Christian Portuguese came out of the closet and said, hooray, now finally we can celebrate our Jewish identity. And then the Portuguese got the island back again. And all of a sudden, they had to reveal their true Jewish identity, and they were no longer welcome in Recife. So they got into a boat, they made their way to another Dutch territory, New Amsterdam, and they landed in Manhattan Island, and that's how we have the first Jews here in New York. You see, it was a straight line drawn straight to us, and in fact, we go right in. There's us right now. Isn't that amazing? Okay. So the Spanish Inquisition has tremendous impact on the role of Jesuits in Judaism. It has a tremendous impact on intellectual and secularization of Judaism, and it has great impact, of course, on the demographic movement of Jews. Now, I would like to point out one fascinating population movement to a small thing called Sfat, or Safed in English, which of course I'm sure many of you visited. It's in northern Israel, it's a beautiful, beautiful place, which by and large, Jews tended to be received with greater hospitality in Islamic countries than in Christian countries. There are obviously exceptions to that rule. There are moments of violence and forced conversions in the Muslim world as well, but on the whole, it's very clear that the Muslim experience is generally better for Jews. One of those examples is the Ottoman Empire, where the Sultan, when he heard about Spain evicting all its Jews, he literally laughed and he published proclamations saying, I want all those Jews, please come to Constantinople. He knew that Jews were literate, numerous, that they, as a minority, tend to be very law-abiding, that they contribute to societies, and he welcomed Jews whenever possible. One of those places where he welcomed Jews was in the northern Israel territory, where Islam was being settled at the time, and he gave them tax advantages, particularly in the textile trade, so there was a new population of Jews, primarily Spanish and Portuguese. Here's a map that shows you where the spot is, and there was like a moment, a phenomenal spiritual explosion occurred in Spot at this time, where you had this incredible, gathering of minds, most of whom were first and second generation refugees from Spain, but they included people like the author of the Code of Jewish Law, Shulchan Aruch, the great commentator, the author, the Alphabet, the Kazodim. It was just an imagine, it's like living in the 5 pounds and having a Nobel Prize on every other block. It was a phenomenal, brief concentration for about 60 years of incredible minds. Perhaps the most famous of them was the Arizal, who was actually not one of the expellees from the Algerian Peninsula, he was from Egypt, but he was attracted there because of the presence of Rabbi Cordovero, who I'll talk about in a second. The Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria, created a new mystical vision of Judaism that capitalized on the experience of Spanish Jews by injecting into traditional Kabbalah a note of drama that was unparalleled. The Arizal consensus the world has been broken, that the world is in desperate need of tikkun. I've heard the phrase tikkun olam. The world needs human intervention, and that God has placed within the very fabric of creation a requirement for human action. This led to the Kabbalah of the Arizal a tremendous impetus that anyone who is in contact with felt empowered, energized, and even the tiniest little action because of the cosmic significance that it carries. And the jolt of energy that the Arizal gave Judaism in the post-expulsion period was incomparable. It was one of the most salient elements in the growth of Hasidism some 200 years later. Very, very heavily reliant on the Arizal. Let me also note his teacher. He came because of the presence of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Here's a plug for one of my books, The Kabbalah of Forgiveness. This is, I wish I could talk about this because it occupies so much of my mind for maybe a decade. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known by the acronym Rama, was a brilliant teacher. He was Portuguese. His name is actually Cordovero, but people pronounce it Cordovero by mistake. And he wrote, among other things, this glorious book. The first chapter is, in my humble opinion, one of the greatest works of spirituality ever written in any religious tradition. He basically talks about the Yud Gimel Midos of Rachamim, the 13 varieties of forgiveness that God extends to the world, which is a long, well-known theological concept. And he says that if God has created the world in such a manner in which the very first element of his thought is these 13 varieties of forgiveness, then we must, you see the parallel with the Arizal, his student, we must emulate that. And he describes 13 different ways to bring forgiveness into your life. Actual practical ways, including there are lines like this is especially helpful with your wife, things like that. And it's a brilliant book that is both has a soaring, glorious spiritual content, and it's brought down to the very pragmatic how to actually forgive people that irritate you. It is one of the rare works of Kabbalah that has been long considered a book that is accessible to anyone, as people who are not learned in Kabbalah, people under the age of 40, women, and is traditionally studied right now at this month of Elul as we prepare to go into the holidays of Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur. Okay, there's a plug for the book, but it gives you a sense of Tzfat. Tzfat was one of those places where these Jews landed after the expulsion, and they created something absolutely amazing. It all died out in the end of the 16th century. There was a series of earthquakes and plagues, and the community never quite got anywhere near that high pitch, although today it is especially known as a haven for Kabbalists, modern-day Kabbalists, and for artists and so on. Okay, so let us move to one more aspect of the 16th century, and then we're going to do basically 1 century every 10 minutes. The 16th century was a period of tremendous technological revolution as well, and I wish I had more time to speak about the scientific revolution and its impact on Jews, but I'll look at one aspect of it. I would like to remind you that the great eras of change in Jewish history are almost always associated with technological innovation as well. For example, in the ancient period, of course, we have the Torah. That's a huge change that differentiates the Jews from the various peoples of the ancient Near East. And then in the medieval period, under tremendous strain because of the conflict with Rome, the Jews moved from an oral culture to a text culture, to a written culture, with Rabbi Rothschild's fateful decision to actually write down the Mishnah. We spoke about that in the first lecture. In the period we're talking about now, that manuscript culture transitions to a print culture with the advent of printing. Jews were early adopters of Gutenberg's press. They thought it was absolutely fantastic because all of a sudden, Jews who were very literate people, the people of the book after all, said it makes total sense that we should be mass producing these works which suddenly extend the world of ideas to a much broader audience by lowering the threshold of participation. The cost changes radically, and as Clay Shirky, a very brilliant New York University researcher of the meaning of the internet, writes, more is different. Once more information is available, society changes to match that. We will see that more, God willing, next week when we talk about the impact of the internet on the Jewish world, in particular the study of the Talmud. One interesting detail about this period, when the Talmud begins to be printed, that's one of the most amazing changes of this period, because the Talmud is such a huge and expensive document, very hard to get the full set of 20-odd volumes. Most really important yeshivas only had 2 or 3 Masechtas, and they would share them. It was because these are handwritten manuscripts. When they become printed, all of a sudden, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, every Jonathan, David, and Hillel has his own. I should forget, I enjoyed that. But one of the most interesting and influential people in creating this was none other than a non-Jew named Daniel Baumberg. And I'll show you one of his most famous contributions. This is a page from one of the earliest Talmuds ever printed by the famous Soncino family in Italy. And does anyone in the audience notice what's missing? No, Rashi's there on the inside. It's the page numbers. Thank you. Some of you read the JTA. They didn't think of putting page numbers because you don't need page numbers on codices. And they said, oh my gosh, what do we do with it? So Daniel Baumberg, who was, again, a Christian printer who just saw, hey, Jews love books. This is new printing. I can get these books printed and I'll make a lot of money. He printed the first Talmud that had page numbers, and it was like a revolution. Literally, he put the daf in daf yomi, right? It would not be there without it. And of course, the question is, why does the Talmud begin with the page 2? There are a lot of beautiful things that rabbi types like to say, but really, it started with page 2 because page 1 was traditionally the title page, because they were just inventing pagination at the time. They're making their way around it. They said, okay, here's the first page of the title, and then you turn the page, the first page of text is actually the second page. Okay, so that's one of the major things. Now let's move kind of 1 century per circle, the remaining time we have. When we get into the 17th century, it's a period of tremendous upheaval. We move towards the east. You'll recall last week we discussed there were 2 phenomena that began to push Jews towards what was then Poland and Lithuania. The largest country, the largest state unit in Europe at the time. One was increasing anti-Semitism in the West. This is the period when the blood libel was becoming very prominent, the charge of desecration of the host and so on. And at the same time, the Jews were being invited into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth because they had a very primitive economy. It was primarily a barter economy. And they invited Jews in to provide the most basic economic services like minting coins. Many of the earliest coins from Poland actually have Hebrew writing on them. And also to provide basic credit in the form of money lending, because the Jews had something of a monopoly for several centuries in that task. And so the Jews would literally go as an entire community to specific towns in Poland and Lithuania. They were typically granted Magdeburg Recht, which was kind of communal rights. If a nobleman who owned an entire town, who owned the huge land holdings, which are called latifundia, but also he would own the wine presses, the olive presses, the bridges, the ponds, the hunting grounds, everything belonged to the nobleman. And so he would say to an entire Jewish community, listen, if you want to come over here and you want to settle in my town, I will give you the exclusive right to regulate, i.e. tax, all of my territories. And in exchange, I will give you privileges that you want. Like, for example, would you like to have a wall around your community? Ironically, Jews, with the major exceptions in Western Europe, Jews typically were the ones who built the walls around the communities to protect them from marauders. If you find that hard to believe, I will suggest you go visit places like Boca Raton, where they have these so-called gated communities. It's exactly the same kind of thing. You want the gate and the security guard, right? And so Jews would go and settle as communities into these various towns. The Kehillah organization that we discussed last week. But this did not last. And in the 17th century, the huge upheaval, particularly in Ukraine, led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who is the leader of the so-called Kozake, or Cossacks. Here's a picture, Ilya Repin's famous reply of the Zaporizhian Cossacks to the Sultan. In Ukrainian culture, the Cossacks were kind of, especially in the 17th century, they were sort of like outlaw heroes. They were runaways from regular society. They tended to live in faraway places like the rapids, the unnavigable rapids of the Dnipro River south of Kiev. And there they would engage in kind of like hero banditry. They would attack especially the Turks on the other side of the Black Sea. They would redeem Ukrainian captive slaves that were taken by the Muslim Turks. And they would also kind of like, raid local settlements that were dominated by Polish noblemen. I forgot to mention that the arrangement that the Jews took in coming to a lot of these places involved their very uncomfortable position between the dominant local population made up of largely Ukrainian peasants and the owners of the land who were faraway noblemen living in Warsaw and Łódź and places like that. And so they were like, if you can imagine, remember there were some riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s when the people in the South Central LA rose up. They didn't go and attack the white establishment in Bel Air and places like that. They attacked the local Korean groceries because it was only the Koreans who were like living there, actually maintaining businesses. So the Jews were kind of like on the spot. And when an explosion occurred with the Cossacks leading it, the Jews suffered the brunt of it. The kind of jobs that Jews did at this time is that they were tax farming. This is a medieval practice that goes back many centuries, in which, as I described, the nobleman would say, okay, these are my holdings, this is my land, and I estimate it will produce about 700 zloty a year. So you go out there and you provide me with 700 zloty. If you collect 900 zloty, then you get to keep what's left. You get to keep that extra 200. So that was a profit incentive for the Jews to engage in whatever rights that the nobleman would give them to try and eke taxes out of the local population. This is not going to make them any friends with the local population, especially when the next year the nobleman said, oh, you showed up with 700 zloty right on time. It must have been too low a figure. This year I'd like you to please give me 800 zloty. And it never goes down. So this is kind of a difficult place. As Shimon Dubna put it, the Jews were like between the hammer and the anvil. The hammer were the Polish noblemen, the anvil were the Ukrainian peasants, and it eventually erupted with huge violence. The name for this form of tax farming over there was called arenda. Skip over that. And one of the details was significant. One of the monopolies that the Polish noblemen often gave to Jews was the right of propinacja, which means the exclusive right to sell and distribute alcohol. So that's where you often have Jews, even in the 21st century, there's an alcohol trade, Seagrams, and organizations like this. It goes back really to this period in Jewish history where Jews were, again, you recall they were urban, so they tended to have more likely to have inns, whereas the Ukrainian peasants are spread out in the countryside. So they would come into the villages to stay at the inn, and the inn was a place where you could drink alcohol. So just total it economically in your minds. The peasants come in, they don't have any cash because it's a very weak economy. They know they will eventually get some cash out of the ground when they sell their crops, but they want a beer now. So they buy a beer on credit. Credit goes in a tab. Tab incurs interest. And then when time comes for the harvest, then all of a sudden they go into the inn to pay their tab, and they see that it's really quite huge. And so that's going to include a lot of resentment. So what ended up happening was, in 1648, there was a huge peasant uprising led by this Bohdan Khmelnytsky. The so-called Zeras Tachletat, the decree of 1648-49, was the Ukrainian peasantry's deep dissatisfaction with the status quo. It was primarily directed at the Polish noblemen, but they were very far away. So they wreaked their havoc primarily on the local Jewish population, also on Ukrainians who were converted to Catholicism because this was an Ukrainian Orthodox uprising, but it had a massive impact on Jews and continues to be remembered in the liturgy to this day. Shortly thereafter, perhaps as a result of the dispirited feeling of Jews after being attacked in this situation, a false messiah arose named Shabtai Tzvi. I would love to spend a lot more time talking about it, but I have to make it very brief. Shabtai Tzvi, a brilliant young man. In his youth, he was considered really quite a child prodigy. Tremendous singing voice, for example. He had lots of marriage proposals laid at his feet, but he was a bit of a loner. He liked to kind of engage in mystical contemplation and things like that. And he probably suffered from some kind of mental illness. Not an expert, maybe something like bipolar disorder or something like that. He ran into an individual named Nathan of Gaza. Here, by the way, in this particular image, you can see that the artist is clearly not aware of Hebrew, but he's trying to, represent some Hebrew by putting it on the back of his pillar here. Shabtai Tzvi actually was a Europe-wide sensation. Non-Jews were fascinated with the whole story of Shabtai Tzvi, and so it appears in a lot of broadsheets. But he ran into an individual named Nathan of Gaza, shown here, leading tens of thousands of people to Jerusalem, who essentially mounted a global campaign, or at least a Europe-wide campaign, that in fact Shabtai Tzvi was the Jewish Redeemer, he was Mashiach, and that he was going to go to Jerusalem, take it back from the Ottomans, and initiate the Messianic period. He received a phenomenal amount of support. There were Jews all over Europe who were so excited. Finally, Mashiach, after 1,600 years of exile, finally we returned to Jerusalem, and they joined him. They sold their properties. They obviously sent them $1, and they went to follow him, as you can see from this picture here. And finally, they made their way to Constantinople, and the Sultan was not necessarily impressed with his claims. He said, "I have a counter offer. How about I let you keep your head if you convert to Islam?" And Shabtai Tzvi agreed, and he accepted the deal. He converted to Islam. The vast majority of his Jewish followers were completely devastated by this betrayal of the movement, although a small number of them decided that, wait a minute, this must be part of the divine plan. If Shabtai Tzvi is in fact Mashiach, and he's become a Muslim, must mean that we should also become Muslims, and that's how we'll bring about or end of days. And so they converted to Islam as well. They were called the Sunni, and there are significant pockets of them even today in Syria and Turkey, these former followers of Shabtai Tzvi. But it led to still more of a depression, like a Europe-wide depression among Jews after this hugely popular Messianic movement failed. Many scholars relate these two events, that is, the Ukrainian uprising of 1648-49, the failed Messiah Shabtai Tzvi, to the growth of the Hasidic.
Yo,
other scholars feel
what's going on,
that
Katan
that's
Kushi?
an unfair comparison because Hasidism represents a tremendously new and bright movement all on its own. It's not exclusively a reaction to these earlier devastating events. So what is Hasidism? This is a picture of a well that exists in Ukraine that many locals believe was actually dug by the founder of the Hasidic movement himself, the famous Israel Ben Elazar, the Baal Shem Tov himself. And this is kind of like what Hasidism represents. It's a drink of cool, fresh well water. It's something new, taking from the deep sources that we saw in the Arizal and many other sources, and giving new energy to Judaism. Let's try and understand a little bit of the roots behind it. One part of the roots associated with the development of Hasidism in the 18th century is the fact that many Jews, particularly in the southern regions of Eastern Europe, felt that they were intellectually disenfranchised. The world of Talmud study among Jews valorized and prioritized intellectual acuity above everything else. The idea that the only way you could really achieve status in the Jewish world, let me back up for a second. Historically, there are three ways to achieve status in the Jewish world, and this applies universally.
You don't want to risk the ire of a president who has the entire Republican Party and the majority in the House and Senate, and in the executive, and in the Supreme Court. You don't want that guy who has that much sway to say, you know what, let's look into this.
Let's just point our telescope over here.
Let's break that apart and see what happens. And let's rethink those government contracts. Because SpaceX has a huge contract. Because Boeing wasn't getting the job done. Now we need SpaceX because they're doing such a great job.
Starlink and all that.
And the Lithuanians in particular, this is in northern Europe,
It could cost you, like in many ways, a couple $1 billion.
Lithuanians still have a strong influence in contemporary society. You can usually recognize a Lithuanian person of Lithuanian extraction because they tend to be humorous, rather good looking, fine fashion sense. And that's where all the great minds were, the great writers, the great thinkers. They're all up in the north. And the poor peasant Jews in the south, beat up after the Khmelnytsky Revolution, beat up by their failed Messiah Shabtai Tzvi, they had nothing, and they felt so disenfranchised. The Baal Shem Tov, active in Podolia and in southern Poland, really began to say, no, your spirituality in itself has tremendous value. Again, drawing from the Arizal, the tiniest little movements, the recital of songs, the extending of kindness, fellowship, singing, dancing, drinking, all of these things imbued with a love of God have phenomenal spiritual and cosmic impact. And that's really what was the main message of Hasidism. There was also an economic factor. There's a particular scholar in Israel who has pioneered the study of this. His name is Dinor, in which we should understand that, just as I mentioned earlier, the Polish nobleman literally owned the town. It also meant that, strange as it might sound, the Polish nobleman had the right to name the town rabbi. And so if the Polish nobleman, who was not an expert at Talmudic law, can name the town rabbi, then it's something open to bribery and corruption. So what happened over the course of the 15th, 16th, 17th century is that, charlatans would simply invest money in the nobleman. They'll get the position of chief rabbi of a given town. They would collect all of the related taxes, such as the korobka, candle tax, kosher meat tax, all of these things. And it was a shtela, it was a position, it was something that you could do as a job. This did not necessarily satisfy the spiritual yearnings of the local population. So you had developed these, sometimes charlatans themselves, these so-called Balei Shem, who were usually amulet makers, who were charismatic, who were good communicators, who began to attract around themselves people who needed that spiritual lift, and these people who are not necessarily rabbis by the traditional definition of the term were able to provide it. The greatest of them was the Baal Shem Tov. This is actually a tax record from Medjugorje, which shows that it's highlighted. A colleague of mine, a senior colleague named Moshe Rothschild, actually went to Poland when the Soviet Union fell apart and went in the archives, one of the first people to actually discover actual evidence of the life of the Baal Shem Tov. And here you can see in the tax records, there's a reference to Baal Shem, which is the Baal Shem Tov itself. You found a lot of amazing things about it. The Baal Shem Tov, the word means the amulet maker. Baal Shem means master of the name, i.e. the name of God. And people would request amulets for health and for livelihood and for finding a spouse and so on. He was not like those snake oil pills.
Yeah. You don't want to pay.
He was the Baal Shem
Trump has that.
He was the good.
He does have that sort of mafia
and he
mentality
generated
sometimes.
a movement
It's a New York
excitement that spread throughout the region.
Elon's
Here
used to
there's
have the
map
biggest stick in the room.
over the 18th and 19th
Well, Trump
the spread of
likes
many
to fight.
different
He
sects.
actually enjoys
Here's
the
Lithuania
fight.
up in the north,
Yeah.
right, where the
That guy will fight you. Like, it's his
and then
it's
you
his
have
instinct.
Poland,
It's attack.
Hungary, and Ukraine. And the epicenter is right around here in the Carpathian Mountains region,
Well,
where
it was almost
just
inevitable in a way.
takes off.
That's everyone
It's
said how long
clearly a
this game lasts.
geographic divide. Ironically, one of the most well-known
I think he was also doing a lot of ketamine. I think Elon was doing
from the Rizal's
psychedelics.
the Bureau of Health, something like that. Is actually
Have you ever seen him? You ever seen him doing
There she is. What are you doing here?
Jim, bring up Elon Musk.
In the Holocaust, live on today.
What up, girl?
I'm gonna
What are you?
going to come and say hello to you.
Hello, how are you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you at work?
That's on my lunch. Yeah, my lunch. I'm at work. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. What are you enjoying?
Sweet meatballs.
Oh,
Mama Marie.
that's
Mexican, whatever you call it, yeah.
that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Are they good?
It's not last time we were there.
Nope.
Is it almost?
It's getting there.
Yeah.
Well, how's work been thus far?
It's been good. It's been good. I'm ready to get out.
Absolutely. You excited?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
Well, that's good to hear. Do you know what? You probably don't care, but you know what today is?
What's today? Your birthday?
No, nothing like that. But it's the kickoff of the NFL season, and I'm super stoked about it.
Okay.
There's a game tonight.
Oh, yes.
There's a game tonight, and I get so into my fantasy football team. I know it sounds so dorkish, but I'm in it with 12 other people from a cryptocurrency I'm in, which also sounds dorkish, but it's just so much fun. It makes every game that I normally don't care at all about. Normally, I wouldn't care at all. Miss Aquarius, I'm telling you, I go from having interest in the NFL from a 0 or a 1 to a 10, just an absolute 10, because it's basically just like, it's, how would I say it? You got to kind of do it to understand it, but how would I understand it? You know how, like, normally if we were to say to someone like, hey, do you like to play bowling on an app? People would be like, no, that's kind of boring, but it's become our thing. Well, it's kind of become my thing. And so I get really excited for it. So that's going to start in like 6 hours, and I'm just really stoked. I mean, you can win like $600 to do it. So that's cool. But I love playing with these guys. They're a lot of fun. and the games, it makes every game really, really interesting. Even if it's like two teams about which I don't care. Like it could be the Houston Texans and the Buffalo Bills, and it would be like super exciting. It would be super exciting. So I'm pumped about that. And I'm making robots. They're going pretty well. And just enjoying my Jewish history lectures. So that's good. Do you get an hour or a half an hour for lunch?
Okay. Man, I got people in here talking and saying, hey.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Chris.
Do you normally get 30 minutes or 60 minutes for lunch?
I get 60 minutes an hour.
Oh, that's great.
Mm-hmm. So I'll be getting ready to get up out of here about 1:30 something.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
But hey, did you get anybody who followed you on TikTok?
I don't even know.
Well, go look. It's the perfect time to look.
I don't know. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many people?
I like your jacket.
How many people?
I like your jacket. I'm trying to know. Tell her I like your jacket. I like your jacket. I like your jacket. The ruffles is cute. You welcome. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I got 48 followers now. How many I said I got? 46?
No.
45.
Well, you started at 44, and then yesterday you had 46, so that's an extra 2.
Okay, so I got 2 more.
But how many people did you follow?
Oh, somebody else? I don't know how many people I follow, but I know 4 was hitting me up. And then I got another woman named Stan, and she hit me up, come and follow her back.
Did you do it?
Just follow me, so just follow her back.
All right. And you know what I said? You got to follow like 200 people a day. It's not hard. Just like you're on your break now, just go through and follow 200 people. You just have to hit the button 200 times. And if you're like, well, how do I do it really easily? Just put any word into the search. Put the word friend in. Put the word hug in. Put the word fun in. Whatever. And then just go through the top 200 people.
Okay. I don't know. Not the little girl. No, I know. Let me talk there.
Look at this map of the holy city of Brooklyn.
On ketamine in the Oval Office.
The casino
I don't want to spread any rumors, but I think he kind of admitted he was doing ketamine.
This map shows
ketamine?
age 5 to 7 who speak Yiddish at all.
Yeah, I was doing it for a while, when I was
What does it do to your asshole? Was it opening your shitter?
Yeah, I heard it's one of the assholes of it, but I did go to the K-hole and I never done it again.
Really?
What'd you think? Has a huge impact, but they have massive conflict because
Really?
Lithuanian Jews are not standing still throughout all of this, and they begin to oppose
You know,
the
they're in Oval Office
movement.
tweaking.
Constitution, the word Hasid is, of course, from
Let's take a little break here, dude. This episode of Fire Killers brought to you by my fave, O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. Right? They've got thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in store or online. They don't have it, ask them if they have it in the back. But if they don't, they order it, shows up the next freaking day. They're the best, right? So whether you're a car rookie or an expert, you'll find it always.
would, of course, cut their hair short in size like this.
How many people did you follow today?
I don't follow nobody today yet, but I have been at work.
Okay, well, it takes if you took 10 minutes and followed people right now, you'd hit your quota.
Hit my quota. Never gonna start this Friday.
Do you know how to get?
I'm trying and I get on the one and clean pictures and stuff. I'll follow. I'm just gonna follow too. It don't matter.
Do you know how to follow people really quickly?
No, I'm just going through the comments.
No, don't do that. I mean, you can, but that takes a long time. Just put the word fun in the search and then go to.
Hold on, wait. Where is it in my ear? It's in my ear. Okay, I'm get out of here. Okay, what I put in what?
Okay, so go to the TikTok main page and then go to in the upper right corner where the search is.
Right, that's what I went to.
Put the word fun, F-U-N. Press search.
You said go in what search?
Yeah, and then put the word fun in.
Okay.
And then go to users.
Search. Okay, we gotta use this. Okay.
Now, do you see all the
follow people from there?
exactly? Do you see all the follow buttons?
Yeah.
So just go through there. Follow. Do it 100 times or more, and then you're going to they'll give you a message saying you can't follow any more people at this time. It should be at 200 though. But do you see how much easier it is to just follow people from here?
Yeah, I just follow them. See what they do. Okay.
Do you see how much faster it is to just follow people from here?
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
But the Hasidic would say, you know what?
Is that O'Reilly Auto Parts are your knowledgeable and helpful festival. Super friendly. We got you, man. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly.
This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, you can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to the heroics of Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins. Or watch the hilarious all-news of Ghosts. All for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
The longest story is one, by the way, and I have a lot of notes. I have a lot of things. But when the derogatory is someone's a snag. Because it's not yet. So anyway, the nostalgia, whose latest leader was the former Gaon, although his particular opposition was not at all clear, because it was something that was much more popular among his followers. They opposed the Hasidim primarily because there was a lot of antinomian behavior going on. What I mean by antinomian, the Hasidim were not as strict about certain halachic norms that the black guy, for example, we have traditionally 3 times of prayer, right? Shachar, morning, mincha, in the
I thought if I
afternoon
could punch
and
in the face,
at night.
nothing would happen.
And the Messiah
it's
will
kicked
actually
in. Look at how
separate
Yeah,
when these prayers may be said.
Look at him.
Right? We know exactly what time the sun goes down. We can say near a certain time tomorrow, and after that, breaks
Strange
so
looking
on.
bird.
And we're very
Yeah.
particular
But
about
by
it.
the way, he's
But
probably
the
absorbing everything.
Hasidim would
He
say,
isn't missing
come
a
on,
thing.
seriously,
No,
does God
no.
want
I'm a
you to
huge
drag
fan. I'm a
yourself
huge
out of
Elon
bed
Musk fan.
Yeah,
when
yes,
it's
yes.
cold outside
Everybody does.
and, you know,
He's like
you're
low, like he's
hungry,
on
you're not going to be motivated? God wants
Yeah,
to
now
have
he just
good
shook me off
sleep.
a little bit.
He wants to
Yeah,
be
I think
prepared.
Don't say like
Go
you're getting
later,
it.
and doesn't like a bench.
I've never really understood the need when you're already won. For the need to be in the public eye. I just think it's nothing but a liability.
That's the way you're going to show gratitude.
Just be the super rich dude nobody knows. That's it.
That's the game.
That's the game.
You have to make that money. Make your
Eat a little
money.
bit
And with him, it's not about
so they're
money.
always kind of like
that
what
goes
the
done.
Muslims regard as halal compromise.
Keeps on
But it's
keeping
not
on.
the Hasidim say no.
Now,
This is
there's
the
a positive
preparation.
to that, like they
This
got
is
him
what
on
you need to be able to pray properly.
freedom of
And
speech
both
and stuff
groups
like
thought
that.
that the other
Saved a
were
lot of
crazy.
things, but
There are a lot of other
there's a lot of
elements going on here. Let us not forget the economic
Hey,
motive.
Chin, is there any
If you
update
have
on
the
Rothschild?
town rabbi with his
Rabbi
shul,
Jackson?
and they've done
I
a
don't-
chakra, so
Did
let's
he
say
post
8
something
a.m.
yet? Because we haven't
And
heard
then
from
you
him
have
at
this
all.
charismatic
Rothschild,
group
is he
on
did
the
he
side
post anything? I know Rampage is talking
breakaway
about it.
union.
No,
I think his lawyers probably said,
They want to
shut
come in
your
at
mouth.
10 a.m. So you know what, they're going to need to
Now, I've had 2 lawyers reach out and tell me that the state can't press charges in this situation, and I've had another one like, they definitely can. So I don't know what.
I can't help but
I'm not,
tell you.
guys, this might surprise you. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
I'll say it very fast. First,
This
it's
is
not
just
about
that one
First,
wrestler that's on every other program talking about, how it's not too much from the acting.
Yeah,
He's saying that he's going to be sued. It's just speculation.
This will be something he looks back on and regrets. It's the biggest
They
mistake
come
of his
back
life.
down, the journalists will come up to them and they say to the Catholic priest, what do you think?
I've been talking to LAPD detectives in this just amount of time before Jackson's arrested for the cruise assault. If they're going to do it, let's take his phone. You got to build the case. What more information do you need? You've seen everything. There's no doubt in my mind.
So what they do is they talk to people.
I'm going to go on the limb here. Me and Doug the Epic are not lawyers. But there's no doubt in my mind that Jackson will be arrested. Everything's on the tape and video. That's what I'm saying. It's premeditated. Yeah.
They
Are
were
they tense or drag their
literally
feet?
denouncing each other.
The detective asked me a bunch of questions. I even asked him about implications just because you're involved and whatnot. He goes, there's nothing to worry about. You're just trying to get compliance. Everything was towards Raja. The detective I talked to outside the case, I just asked him about formalities. What should I look at? What not to look at? He was saying this is just how the LAPD works. They drag their feet to go their case right now. They get all their evidence. The state's going to pick it up because there's so many people, so many witnesses.
Yeah, they come to the TA with their case. You go down to what they do is they interview people who are talking to him online. They look at all that evidence. They look at everything.
The Maskilim are the followers of the Jewish enlightenment.
And premeditation,
And it takes this long, though?
yeah, because what they're going to look at is how much he's talking beforehand. It's all about what was going on beforehand. What happened beforehand? Was it an act of rage, or was it a premeditated thing, which is this? He said, "Oh, I'm gonna get him," or "You're a bitch." But that's premeditated. That's a huge problem.
There's no reason why Jews cannot participate in the broader cultural currents that surround us.
Yeah.
And Jews should not
If you're
regard
Rampage,
themselves
Jackson, advice for
being
yourself.
somehow foreigners living in
Advice,
society.
advice for your son is you have to take ownership and you have to do the time. You got to pay the penalty and go through the fire. The only way out of this is through. You have to go through the fire and take all the pain and then come out of it a better person. Sometimes that's all you got. And sometimes, believe it or not, when you go through this insanity, you come out a better person and it saves your fucking soul. I'm being serious about that.
Why have our Sabbath
You
on
know, it
Saturday?
just is.
So this is a Harvard lawyer pro wrestler. Oh, this is interesting shit.
And this was like,
This is 25 minutes long. I think we're going to break it down in Russia. He said it's not going to, people are saying attempted murder. Yeah. He's saying that, no, that's likely not going to be the case.
Everybody else eats the national foods and so on.
I don't think attempted murder is legal. That's what a lot of people are saying. However, a lot of people are not licensed lawyers and professional wrestlers. I think that would be incredibly hard to prove that he had the intent to kill. Thank God Psychos
One of
did
the
not
biggest
die,
fights between
otherwise there could
masculine
have been a
that was
manslaughter
not given
charge
the
potentially.
was over
I
some
think
tiny
more likely
rule of
is
how
battery.
animals is
I think
kosher
this is
slaughtered.
clearly a battery, serious bodily harm, which can
And
be
they
felony.
argued literally
But
about
another
it.
thing that's
So they
interesting
realized
is I actually think this is
we don't have to keep
aggravated
kosher at
assault
all.
with a deadly
So if
weapon.
the fight is
Let's
over
not forget,
kosher at all,
Raja
then they
is an
gotta look
MMA
at the differences
fighter.
of the
If you're an MMA
method
fighter,
and move
that
on.
requires
So
you to have a
ultimately,
license,
the
just like a
Masculine
boxer.
had a phenomenal impact in
Your
Western Europe in
hands and
particular,
feet are
but they
considered deadly
were not
weapons.
able to penetrate the
And so,
same way
the
in Eastern
moment
Europe
that
because
Psychos
the
was knocked
Hasidim were
unconscious,
not exposed.
and Raja was just
Okay, so
raining
let's
down
run
blows
to
upon him,
Western Europe
that's
now.
assault with a deadly
And we
weapon.
have to go
Hands
to
down.
the great story of
Now, on to the
emancipation,
civil
Jewish emancipation, which was a drama that occupied Western Europe
There's so many
for
towards here.
200 years.
Not just
The
personally
Jews
for
were still
Raja,
living in a kind of
but it gets into
medieval
promotion
format.
and
The
anybody
Gila
involved.
leadership
There
is
also could be
designed,
some
as we discussed
criminal
last week,
culpability
designed
for
for a
an
medieval kind of
accessory
feudal society in which people
So there are
live
other
in
people.
communities and they
Yeah,
are
a lot of
defined by
conspiracy.
their community.
That's
They're not
interesting.
defined
One guy was
by
asked to get
their
your
profession,
kidnapped.
by their
Wow.
Encouraged him.
geographic location.
all in
So
all,
it's really not defined by their culture.
That's trouble
But
for me
as
too.
modernity
I
wore
expect
I think
on,
it's too.
and the feudal
plenty
patterns
of
of
Koreans.
Europe
Remember, if all those restaurants work
country
together,
by country
they're friends
abandoned,
with Stu, and they go, hey man, we're gonna be on the hook too, because we allowed him, we encouraged him to get his kid back.
medieval
Don't press charges,
and
because
they
he's
should
gonna
allow
press
them to
charges
be
against
registered
us.
citizens
So
like
it's
everyone else.
lose for everybody.
But the get back is so a jury who happened that the Lord doesn't want to deal with that because the jury would be like, the get back is
With the
You
French
know,
Revolution 2
is
years earlier,
in
that
professional
proclaimed
wrestling speak. It didn't make kill it.
But then if you're Roger going,
equality,
well, I'm not from the world,
Take that case on.
no one informed me. Get back means you do what you do. You're a professional fighter.
The lawyer's going to go, this ain't going to fly with the jury. The jury's going to look at that and go,
all men are equal, women are not.
Maybe unless you got a badass lawyer, which, you know,
say
I'm sure they're going to
it's
have
a jury, man. Nobody wants to go to trial.
are equal.
They want to plead out.
That's
Well, they know that a jury's going to be like,
French
they
thought
want
about it. They were
That's
really
what
not
it is.
Paul,
comfortable
so
with
he's
it.
going to,
It's not like Psychos. I'm sure Psychos is like, man, I really want to say I learned a lesson. Because, you know, some people are going to come in and know he's a Psycho Stu's team and lawyers really want fun.
yeah, there are two things that's going to happen. One, they're going to say, do you want to go to trial on this, or do you want to plea out? Because this is, we'll give you. And his lawyers go, this is probably what you're going to get anyway, blah, blah, blah. And then they're going to come in and say, do you want to go to trial? Do you want to go through this discovery? Or do you want to pay us what we're owed? And then there's going to be a negotiation from there. But either way, it's going to suck.
They had
But
tremendous
then also,
experience with financial
the
services and
state
so on.
wants you to take
All
the
of a
plea
sudden,
because
they
they don't
were
want to
released from
spend taxpayers'
whatever
money
anti-Semitic
on trial.
restrictions were in place,
So
and
whenever
they
you
were able
decide not to take the
get
plea, they
into
go,
all
okay.
aspects of not only
That's
the
the district
culture at the
attorney.
same time.
That
So
prosecutor
many
thinks they can win this case hands down,
And
and
in the
yet they're
early
charged.
19th century,
Now
the
you're in
Emperor
trouble. Because
Napoleon said,
remember,
okay, you know what?
when you are
Let's solve this
convicted in
once and for
criminal
all.
court
Let's ask the
for what
Jews
you've done,
what they are all about.
the problem
Is
is
there an
then
organization of Jews that we
it's
can
very
ask
easy to
as what
sue
they
you
want to
because
do
with
with their
criminal court it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. We have videos, so it's beyond a reasonable
So
doubt.
they used to have a
Civil,
state,
you don't need
and
that.
they
You don't need that standard. So with civil, you're really in trouble. So it's not just the jail time that you'll do, which might be 5 years, might be 4 years, whatever. It's the amount of money you're going to have to be paying.
And
Now,
so he sent out this message that
not a lot of money.
shocked
and
the
then yes,
entire
and
Jewish
Rampage is
world.
probably
The
like,
Sanhedrin
they put a lien on it, you can make it for the rest of your life.
But here's the thing, there's no solution immediate. It's a very long time unless they just pay him.
He's got to face the music and put it all to bed now. Like he's got to.
I don't think he can.
Yeah.
Unless they were to come to some sort of financial agreement. That's the fastest way to get resolved. Because trial, you're looking at years, dude.
I have 12 questions that will determine your position in French society. And these were essentially questions that we have lived with those answers
Did you see what happened with John Jones?
because Napoleon said to them,
I did.
do you
Interesting.
consider yourself
Yeah, well,
primarily French
So
or
maybe he was
primarily Jewish?
He's like, I wasn't even there.
And
I
essentially
bet you with your Google search history and stuff like that, they have your phone pings all the time.
Well, yeah, but that's not
primarily
Google search.
Jewish.
They can look
You know what?
Well, so I mean, not Google search, but I mean, it's not
They
Google
track
there.
you.
And
They're
they left a lot of answers like,
But
is
with
it
John,
permitted
and to his point
in
too,
your
he's like,
religion
listen, I know with
for
my
a
history,
Jewish
people see
person
this
to
stuff
marry a
and automatically
non-Jew? This is
assume
not
I was
permitted.
there.
But they said, well, you know, technically, no, look at the
You
time
could
already.
see, oh, you
And
see
they kind of
there
like
that.
flood. They
This is
left
probably this line. We've been fully vindicated from the very beginning. We explained that the boy made a false allegation against John in an effort to avoid being arrested for DWI. Unfortunately, so happened nothing. Police accepted that claim about probably waived the facts. But did John threaten them? That's why people are giving him shit about this. So I'll show you John's statement after. Well, once the relevant documents were finally disclosed by the police department, John's cell phone records made it undeniably clear that he was nowhere near the scene of the crash. Yeah, but
here's Napoleon.
he did talk to them.
Yeah, but if somebody's making these claims, you know, you're allowed to call them and be like, fuck you. You're pretty much, so.
But this is what John said. John said, I want to begin by thanking the district attorney's office to carefully review the facts and hope to be vindicated completely. I always believed the importance of truth and fairness. Blah, blah, blah. Simple fact, I was never there. I never even left my house that night, and all that evidence proves that. Yeah, so there's no case against me. You're talking about the phone. Who's there? In this case, there was a Russian judgment before he realized it was gathered. I understand that in the court of public opinion, the allegations may have seemed believable, especially given my past mistakes. But by the time these claims were made public, I had just retired from competition, and that bullet was stolen from me by someone who made false accusations of avoiding DWI.
Realized that one of the best ways to assimilate the Jews was
they not only disrupted my retirement, they also made our police department
a single false accusation takes so much away from someone before any evidence is even considered. Of course,
but that's fair to the public opinion. It's like,
but it's true that, you know, another example of somebody just accuses you of something and then you get a statement, you make a story.
Because the Russian government was really quite inept.
So he was just never there. Like he was familiar with it. Like she came from his house, and then she probably got a rat. I was like, yeah, John was driving.
The recruits. When we come through in October,
so he was retired, now he's back, right?
We want
back in the detective pool with data. Was like, there's a one billion.
And that meant that the Jewish leadership,
maybe this helps.
Well, that was because what he was going for right now, that he's been exonerated.
It's like, I'm John Jones. I am a one in a billion person. I'll take those chances. I'm more of a damn.
Did I scare you, John?
Yeah, whenever he posts, people say he's done getting all that shit.
Professional kidnappers called coppers.
That smells scary.
Yes. John versus Asma on the White House court would be crazy. They could be the biggest ever fight. It has to be right. The White House.
Two best guys in the planet.
And the White House, like the most watched. Yeah, it's gonna be on CBS. That's it. It's not my interview. There's some network TV. I think the most watched fight ever is Kimbo on CBS. Yeah, like NXT or something like that. Is it the Petros Zuli fight? Oh, let's take a little break and talk about some of our faves. We talk about True Classic.
The t-shirt I'm wearing right now, always, True Classic. It is simply, if you're spending a lot of money on clothes, and you want to look good, you're crazy. You don't have to spend a lot of money. You go to Target, you go to Costco, and pick up the best t-shirt.
Go to trueclassic.com/fighter to get hooked up today. If ever you see me in a white tee, I wear white tee to the gym today. I always rock white tees. It's always True Classic. The best shirts of all time. They're not even more than shirts, dude. They got jeans, they got button downs, they got joggers, they got jackets, they got everything. Everything you need. Socks even. They're world famous now, but we've been with these boys forever. Shout out to our boy Ryan over there at True Classic. Forget overpriced designer brands. Ditch the disposable fast fashion. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, built to give back. It's True Classic or nothing. TrueClassic.com/fighter.
The idea was we have to.
I don't know if my buddy said it was just a different time.
My buddy's not made it to the UFC yesterday. You watched the contender yesterday?
I saw
German language.
Yeah, my buddy had it. I told him Lipos Nariani, who is, Lipos Nariani's son, and he was raised to be a wrestler, jiu-jitsu guy, but man,
he won by knockout. Yeah, I saw him. That's good. Dino tell him how good he did. He didn't know it said. He's like, yeah, what?
I said, you do it. He's so funny. He's one of us, like that kid. Like he loves to fuck around.
How do you know his dad?
I was taking jiu-jitsu for his dad. That's a great teacher. And just a great guy. His dad training with boys.
Let's go. This is the most watched MMA fight in the United States. It was Kim Slice James Thompson, which came out drawing 7.281 million viewers. I don't know if it beats that. Several times are different. Let's say it's on a Saturday, you can be with college football. Say you got it's not going to be around football because it's going to be next July. But there's nothing going on.
Even his own time.
7.7 million's a lot. That's huge. But they do a big event. I don't know if you got Trump involved too. You got the White House. Yeah, maybe it does. You think it's going to be the most watched ever?
I'll be glued to my TV.
I mean, I think most people will. And all the marketing, and CBS,
Think about it and let my heart start racing. Like I'm like,
dude, I'll come out of retirement for that. Not BKFC, not whatever. If they ask me, I'll tell you whoever they want to be in the White House.
just to get the White House.
Just to do it. So imagine one of these other guys who are current.
Now, British Shop at 42. Heavyweight, which they're having 42-year-old heavyweights. Andrei Arlovsky. My guys.
Or Randy Couture. Yeah, Randy's on chance. Yeah, he's right. I can do it.
Actually, you get out there.
Just don't touch me.
You get out there with whoever it is, you just get a torch. So I'm like, dude, squeeze it. I'm gonna get corner, I'm like, squeeze it. And I'm like, run over, can't drop the leg.
I don't know what kind of celebration you do at the White House. For sure you'll have the flag. You drink yourself to the flag.
Yeah. That's happening, isn't it?
With me? No,
I'm saying.
Every fighter is getting
I'm saying,
come out with the flag.
Yeah, I'm saying,
You gotta do something
the
different.
White House is having a flag.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's 100% confirmed. No, you can't. It's confirmed. They confirmed it last week. Yeah, because Dana says it's confirmed.
Let's talk about Victor Rogan. Join seats.
Well, let's see how good of a friend he is.
I mean, that's a tough one.
Let's bring it up on the bed. Joe need 2 tickets to the White House. He's like, campaigns and fucking.
Let's just put
Elon and ask for my only 2 tickets. Because you have to get vetted too. You think that
I've been to the White House. I've been vetted, so we both got vetted.
Oh, that's right. Going to tour the White House. That was cool. So anything.
Maybe you can say how to.
As long as they live in their shot, as long as they know that the government will basically follow its own laws.
Let's bring it up on the bed.
Hey, Joe, full court press.
Not devastating.
Are you looking at our schedule? We're actually open July 26th.
Unfortunately.
No, he's also surprised.
You might be like, yeah, sure. Your first
really impacted the Jews was the fact
they offered you, because Travis Brown hasn't been training or fighting at least since, if the rematch was at the White House with him, because you've been actually like working out.
2 guys that haven't fought in 10 years.
Yes. I would do it.
Now we're going to take that top spot.
I would do it.
Heavyweights are always exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Heavyweights are always exciting.
1.75 million in between.
Who do you think is going to be on that card?
1917.
It's going to be some big Dave. I think it's going to be Connor or John. It's one of those 2. I think so. Yeah, it's one of those 2.
And who would you like to see Connor?
I probably put my money more on John. I did, especially him getting vindicated on this.
Who would you
I
like to
think they would do. I think they'd do all out. I think they're going to throw caution away. Our taxes are paying for the lineup, so I think you could see John, Francis. I think you're going to get some great John Francis, John Alexander, John Aspinall. You see something like that.
The first lecture, I wanted to give
Or
you one takeaway message.
Maybe
The message that I had
I was going to find somebody like
was that when you look at the nature of the Jewish
Has to be
narrative
like
at that point,
Chandler's going to he loves Trump. I assume Chandler, Connor Nate, Colin Patrick,
so we look at the medieval period of which involved tremendous upheaval and challenges.
I don't feel great for it's America's day, right? It's American. It's July 4th. Yeah, so it's July 4th.
The takeaway that I'd like to
Tom Aspinall is your favorite to beat John.
And Patty would be favored to be common American style. So you should have the English. Like you gotta kind of make the matchup USA friendly. I can guarantee you're getting business over here sitting this way. That would be that. Kayla's the only American champ.
Depends on Kayla having to suck that weight. They're gonna fight 45.
They didn't say. They didn't say, but either way, you're getting Kayla on that card.
I mean, I think Amanda Nunez and Kayla have 45 should be what it is. Nunez is, I don't know if her health is
My goal for the last fight, so fucking do a 55.
I
didn't give us a shit.
I'd rather see them healthy and just, feeling good.
Mackenzie turned on there and shots for our viewing pleasures. Yeah. And she might be champ by then. Yeah, Bo Nickel, of course. He's Mr. All-American.
I know
You got Chandler.
changed the room around
Bo
significantly.
Nickel? I don't, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Bo Nickel on there.
He's running right now.
I have Colby Covington on there. Yeah, he's a Trump.
So
Do you
let me
think,
start with a small
Hamzat's probably not going to be on that card.
pleasantry that illustrates some of the material that we'll discuss tonight. I apologize for many of you who have certainly heard this story before.
Do you think that
It's about a guy who needs to buy another used car for his very large, very large family, issue guy. And he needs to get something large enough to transport his entire family. It's not an easy thing to find. And so he goes to a particular used car lot, and they have
You can't think of American.
and the one that really appeals to him is actually his 1977 Ford Country Squire.
Sugar Sean, he's American shit.
Paneling,
Corey Sanhagen.
things like that.
Yeah.
Big V8
well, let me see what happens.
and it says this
Al
looks like
Joe,
the
am I on there?
vehicle for my
Ortega?
family. The only problem is,
I
that
keep
this
going down.
equipment, I see it's
But I
got
feel like,
no
isn't
gas
it the kind of
pedal.
show
Joe Gray, American as fuck. Matt Tolley, American as fuck.
So,
See,
okay, I'll tell
they're
you.
gonna shoot
So
American
what
as fuck.
happens is well, the truth is, this is a very religious car. It belongs
A lot
to
of
a very
Americans.
holy
There's
rabbi.
not a lot of American.
And in order to make it
I
go,
know,
he has
that's
a
what I'm saying.
special formula.
Wouldn't
He
you
would
just
make
have
go by
champion
saying,
versus champion when you have
Hashem.
super fights?
Don't say now, because it'll start moving.
You know,
But as soon as they blow up the
Well, you're
seven,
gonna get that's why Connor's coming back, John
and to
coming
make
back.
it stop, you have to say Shema Yisrael.
Make those.
Say Shema Yisrael. And it will stop. So he tries it out, takes for a test drive.
Well,
Well,
Brian,
Hashem,
Because me and
decides
Brian
he's
have
gonna take
different
the car.
opinions.
And he
So
realizes
Kayla
he's
Harrison
driving,
versus Amanda Nunes,
he
or
forgot
are
to
you more excited
praise,
for
but how to
should
make
say
it
go
stop.
rings and Zing
And
Rings?
he's going faster and faster. And he's on the
I
horn,
like
and
the
he's going through red
Shevchenko
lights.
Zhang Weili
He
thing
goes the wrong way in a one-way
because
street. And if he doesn't
Weili
know what
likes to stand and
he
bang.
crashes through a
And
construction barrier. He goes
I
up on
don't
this-
think she
there's
has
a ramp under
Shevchenko's
construction. He
wrestling. I
realizes
think
the ramp
Shevchenko
is
gets
about to
John
end. It's an overpass under construction.
Yeah,
which means
He's
it's
going to go over the edge. He's going to die. So
Yeah, I mean, Shevchenko is,
he covers his
but
eyes.
Shevchenko can't give as good as she has in striking. She's also an amazing striker. Her Muay Thai's crazy good. But she's also really good at closing distance and then grabbing you around the body.
So that's,
You
to
know,
a certain degree,
super fun to watch.
Yeah, Shevchenko is so badass.
history.
What do you think on that fight,
Tonight, we're going to be
Shevchenko
looking at
Zhang Weili?
what I'd like to call the
I mean, you can't
contemporary
do it.
version.
I think it's a
I'll
more
try to
fight.
put some
I think
boundaries
the
on that.
Shevchenko's
I want to say thank
It
you.
just gets on the ground.
To make sure I don't forget at the end of the lecture, you know, it's nice to have such a pleasant and attentive and
I
intelligent audience for these four lectures. It's also been rather popular on the internet. I looked at the analytics today. I think about 30,000 people have watched this series since the end of this month.
My thing with Amanda Nunes is that she's
10,000 on my mother watching it over and over.
she's just having
But
Yeah, but she's the best ever do it. She's a knockout artist. She's not gonna, if she wins, you know it's gonna be by
so
knockout.
let us begin by defining what I mean by the contemporary
You can only
period.
wrestle, you can only strike.
Historians like to use the term
Amanda
the
is a
long
black belt
19th century. And that's because, you know, centuries begin and end on a phenomenon chronologically round number. And let's say 1900, they close in 2000.
But
But
Kayla's got
history
the
tends to have, you know,
judo.
different bracket points.
The
The long
question is,
19th
can
century
Amanda stop
generally
the takedown?
begins just 1789 with the French Revolution. You might want to say
Yeah, but
1776 with the
I
American
don't know
Revolution.
that you go against
Then
the best
throughout
judo
the
guy.
1800s,
You don't don't want to get in that tripping game. You want to make sure you feel like you're down.
Let's just get there close up without getting soft in the face.
Secular
It's
story.
so hard.
Yeah.
The
But
long
I mean, it's probably never been grabbed by somebody like.
looking at
I mean, they trained it
specifically,
Oh, they did. Yeah,
begins
tough.
with the
That's right.
1881-84
That's right.
pogroms that we
I
discussed
think. Do
briefly
you have any
at the end
insights
of
on
last
that?
class.
Word up the
And
street is
Can I get
this
ragdoll.
engagement
Yeah.
with Gaza in the year 2005. Those
Killer
two
ragdoll.
moments really
You
brought
should
a
go for
major
25 minutes and not
change,
get clipped.
demographic, philosophical, spiritual change that deeply impacted the Jewish psyche worldwide, and I hope to demonstrate why those are
If you can make one matchup on that card, Jed, for the White House card, what is it?
Picking up
I
where
give
we
you
left
one
off,
matchup.
we
Dude, he goes,
recall that
Jed, what's happening? Blood fighting the kid. Subscribe to Patreon. I'm going to send some fan questions over to Ryan this month, but real quick, I'm going to give you one matchup, whatever you want, buddy. We'll
a
get it
little
done.
bit like Fiddler on the Roof,
Obviously-
believe it or not, the
Obviously,
the,
Tom
where
Aspinall,
the
John
Chalmers says the
Tom, and Connor Chandler. Yeah,
there was a
100%.
long-standing
Now, would you
belief
rather have
that
John
was promoted
Aspinall
by a
than
lot of
John
historians at
Francis?
the time, that the Russian government had actually engineered the pogroms. That
That's a really tough one. I'd say just purely Francis because then you know he's a real champ. He's a real heavyweight champ. That would determine who's actually playing.
So John Jones. Francis Ngannou is interesting. Francis Ngannou is such a threat that John Jones' wrestling is just too good for Francis. When John Jones gets Francis on the ground, hard to do. When he gets him on the ground, I think that's what you see. I think Francis gasses. I think at the end of the day, John dominates with wrestling. So what you'd see is probably some version of a ground and pound, something like that.
When Jews, after a series
What do you think?
I don't know, John. I have we don't have a lot to look at. He hasn't looked great. He looks a little out of shape. He's slower.
rape and pillage, and then they
Against
would
Francis,
go away,
man,
and
he
a
hit
couple
with
of weeks
those
later,
fucking
usually in the
nukes.
showtime,
It
they would
dropped
come back,
Tyson
and there was
Fury.
nothing that could be done to stop them.
I'd like to see
Stop
John
believing
Francis.
that the Russian
And the hype on
government
that
was
beat
a
insane.
meaning a
Good
society
go
governed
versus
by
the
law.
undisputed heavyweight champion of the world coming back to the UFC.
So
That's
that's
the move.
the moment of
I would
change
rather
that I'd
think
like
it'd be more
to
fun
discuss with
Tom
you right
Aspinall
now.
and John Jones, but as far as like to determine who is the actual heavyweight champ, that would give me the answer. John and Francis.
And the period when the American government began
And then
to shut
whoever wins.
down
Yeah, you can't
a lot of
Aspinall's a
the
more well-rounded fighter.
and the other end,
Just
the
young,
study
big,
is
just
the
as big,
disengagement
young,
of Gaza,
faster,
which
or
is
as
not
fast.
Israel more
I mean, on the ground.
I think our boy,
when Israel
I think he's a bigger threat than Aspinall. I think Aspinall's a bigger threat. He's way bigger of a problem. His jiu-jitsu is great. His striking is great. He's bigger than John.
His jiu-jitsu on top. They're big guys. Unless you're really a great guard. I know Tom's a black belt, but it is a British black belt. So
He's a British black belt.
And if Tom outs Tom off his back, we have no fucking clue.
And he's going to be on his back.
First place migration or immigration, as we saw
I'm
in
not
that
sure
map.
about John. I haven't read John Jones.
World to America. This is a Russian China postcard.
Intriguing fucking fun. Obviously,
I believe the date on this is 1910, if I'm not
John trains with Mark.
and you can see that on the right you have the impoverished Russian peasants here. The
So I have
dragon is
this
carrying all of their
box
belongings.
of Magic Mind
Boxes
packs.
like that. You've got
Yeah,
steamers
and
coming
it
in,
says,
thousands of judges.
First
And here, of
Spanks of
course,
Magic.
the
Fast-acting
American
ingredients like cordyceps, mushrooms, L-theanine, rhodiola, and some other stuff that's supposed to be really good. Transformation is brewing. You're feeling the deeper shift. You feel a deeper shift. What's the first thing you did when I got in here? You handed me some Magic Mind. I said, let's drink it on air to show people that we actually really take it.
option. The idea is simply that
There's actually a box. We have a
this
couple
is
more
ironically
left
the most
there. We
traditional
go
option
through this stuff.
that Jews have historically chosen when facing these
I like my
kinds of
gold.
challenges.
Most
Most of our ancestors, I
We've got
anticipate,
these
were
two.
part of
They're
this
awesome.
of this
And once you start
migration
taking it, you'll see what I mean, especially the max, time release caffeine. Stay sharp, confident, in control, and it's got a smooth, sustained power. It's focused, calm energy. You don't feel jittery, which I love. Whereas the Jews who came after World War II resented their displacement.
You guys obviously remember whatever. I establish myself in the Lower East Side, Brooklyn, in
Anyways, so Shein, which is very popular, brand, it's an H&M brand. They have this picture that apparently it's just someone that looks like him, but it's obviously him. So now they're doing an internal investigation as to how this happened. So that guy, Luigi, is modeling a shirt, and his shirt was like, oh, it's called his AI. It's AI or did he know before he did the ride? I don't know if this is Shein just doing it on their website.
This is AI because he's really looking for money. He's a folk hero because he assassinated insurance. He's a father too. That must be really good for those kids.
Black Sea region. Then later it acquired a more secular character, especially in Western Europe, led by people like Rabbi Rothschild. And this was a way of saying, you know what? You're going to move.
You're getting
Eastern Europe. Why should we just repeat the process over and over?
He murdered the father in America, shot him in the back. It's not the way you do
it's going to happen there too. So let's
even
end
if people hate
history.
insurance companies.
Let's bring this to a close. We'll probably
See this
return
influencer
home
Esmeralda Ferreira.
The Zionists
She
movement,
found
of course,
dead
we
her
shall see
family,
today,
her
and
two
which we all
kids,
know
and her
was
husband,
immensely
and wrapped in plastic in the back of a truck. The cartels had executed her.
The
whole family.
The limited
The whole family, 7-year-old, 13-year-old, 2 daughters. These motherfuckers, the Jalisco, the Jalisco new cartel, or whatever it's called, and
bodies are after last, we're just going to get inside a truck and hard to
her husband was involved in tomato farming and another business and car swapping, and he had,
religious leaders,
it was like, it wasn't ties to organized crime, but they wanted his route or something, and they killed him and his whole family. Or probably said no to something. How horrible is that? To me, like, when I was listening, because they do that. And with me, for me, like Mexico's getting more and more fed up with this shit. They shoot a woman in like on live streaming. For me, if I'm the president or I'm these left-wing presidents like Sean Palmer, not wanting to do this, but Ed Calderon was saying, you got to treat this like it's an insurgents. You have to treat it like it's a civil war. Like this is a terrorist organization trying to overthrow your country, and you have to get. The only thing people like this understand, I'm sorry, is total violence.
They're also saying, I know Trump, they're going to do something. He was aware of this.
This is about Mexicans.
Yeah, exactly. But he was saying, like, we in America, like, we just don't understand how Mexico works. Like, you come just to the cartel, you're good. He's like, but Trump doesn't understand Mexico. Because they've adapted their business, so now they're the police. They're in the government.
And Mexico proud people, you don't want American folks there because what'll happen is you'll turn the cartels into freedom fighters. That's what you're saying. Look, the Mexicans
I think there's no going back.
Yeah.
It's just what it is.
The Mexican Marines and their military is perfectly capable of raining havoc.
If they're not, if you listen, even those Mexican Marines, like a lot of them, all the cartel,
You're going to figure out a way to the government. But there's always a way. You can't have this. You can't have this. It's like, you're killing children and families. For me, like this is the last straw. This is not happening.
This is happening every day, multiple times. Joey found out this because she was a famous influencer.
It's one massive
let's go.
superstructure.
Let's go.
I don't know. You
treat it like an insurgency. You literally have the military. There are great people in the military who are not corrupt and police force who are willing to do this, but so when they treat it like an insurgency, they put a huge dent. When you had Shine Palmer and that guy Amalo saying hugs, not bullets, see how that does work.
That kind of form of communal identification. All Jews should register in something they call the cadastre.
So Cardi B was
Jews, whether they were Russian, Polish,
how she was on trial. By the way, her trial is she won. She's so funny. They tried suing her for what they tried 23 or 24 million or what? So spitting in his girl's face.
Jewish government would take care of all the
She's such a character.
tuition. Everything was
She was such a star on there. You're like, oh, I gotta see that.
She get charisma for days. She's way smarter than she lets off. That's a whole act. But
The big difference is
she's got a great sense of humor. The jury was laughing, and my buddy Brian Cohen has this. It's called the Dirty Gallon. Like, he basically was on there going, "Hey, I told you, if the jury's laughing, she's going to."
She's did not imagine. And finally, I return to the advice. Up until this point, most of the organized rabbis were opposing all of these movements. There were definitely exceptions, but the bulk of rabbinic leadership was opposed to any of these changes, specifically those that were anti-clerical, like socialism, for example. But by 1912, it became very clear that the entire Eastern Europe was becoming democratic, and Jews were included in those new democracies. Jews were voting, Jews were participating in the Polish Sejm after World War I, and if the religious community did not organize and in fact politicize, they would not have a voice. And so this is the beginning of the Yiddish Israel and many other later Jewish religious groups who were political organizations that were designed specifically to defend the religious status quo. This is, of course, the famous film recently discovered of a couple times, shown here, very diminutive man, but unquestionably the leader of religious Jewry at the time, at the first community of the Dodo, the first gathering of the Israel. So these are the 5 choices that Jews in Eastern Europe basically chose to try and define their identity. So, preparing them for what would be a tremendously tumultuous period of the revolution. World War I breaks out in 1914. Jews are on all sides of the conflict. Jews distinguish themselves in valor on both sides of the conflict.
There's a minute that was missing out of that whole chunk of
have to deal with all
it's not much, but
there's no one going into a cell. That still won't be enough.
But it was never an issue.
It's very late. And also, who released this? The conspiracy guys, I'm kind of like, who released this? How do we know the actual video
event for the entire planet?
That's weird.
It shows the security guard pacing their desk down.
But it's interesting that why would it be removed? So security found it. What happened?
Once again, in the news 100 years later.
Right.
You know, what were they trying to hide? And then
when the Russian government fell, don't forget, Ukraine is like major Western European chunks of the Russian Empire. When the Russian central government in St. Petersburg fell, there was a brief power vacuum in which the indigenous Ukrainian leaders, these are not Russophobic leaders, meaning Russophiles speaking Russian and so on. These are Ukrainian speakers who wanted to create an independent government. They actually sat down with the Jews and they said, listen, we have
I'll show naked, just Lane Maxwell picks of powerful people.
Literacy is very low. They have no experience.
She's real hotty-toddy.
You Jews, on the other hand,
it's weird just to chill with your vag out on the beach.
Connected
Even
internationally.
wiener
If we make a partnership, we will give you Jews whatever you want to help us build this Ukrainian country. And basically what they decided to accept was something like what Sigma had argued for, communal rights as a distinct community within Ukraine. It was a beautiful experiment in a lot of ways. This, for example, is a 100-type of from the period, and you can see that they have over here the actually on the back it says Ukrainian, but here on the right, on the left it says it in Russian, and here it says it in Polish, and down here it says it in Yiddish. Under Karbovan which is Yiddish was made briefly an official language of Ukraine. They have a minister of Jewish affairs. They theoretically have a budget for things like school tuition and things like that. But it is vastly overwhelmed by a huge
explain to me why Ehud Barak, the prime minister of Israel, was caught sneaking into his house with a disguise. Have you seen those pictures?
Is that the
Once you bring up
this guy, Ehud Barak, going to be hard to spell the name.
E-H-B-A-R-A-K. Now, this is a matter of fact. This is not just this is the prime minister of Israel, a former member of Syriat Matkal. You know what that is? That's like the SAS Delta Force for Israel, baddest guys on the planet. And guess who else was in the same unit?
Just around the corner from the synagogue, actually.
Okay, who's the current president? So you're talking about a guy at the highest echelon of Israel, the highest echelon of intelligence and everything, okay? Ehud Barak met what Jeffrey Epstein does is signs flew on private planes. It was more than just getting laid, I promise you. There was something else going on here. Where did his money come from? Why did Leslie Wexler give him power of attorney? He's one of the richest men in the world, and without question, he let Jeffrey Epstein, the 28 or whatever, run his whole company and get power of attorney.
Woody Allen was with him too?
This man, Shalom Schwarzbart, walked up to him on the street as he came out of a cafe and said, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petiola?"
But that was more because they were all kind of like,
pulled out a gun and he shot
before
him
anybody
dead
knew
right
who
on
he
the
was.
spot. In an amazing trial.
But you got to see there's a picture of Edward Brock getting and coming to his house.
Argued
Is it sneaking into
he was actually,
in disguise.
he was clearly an assassin in the clear light of day.
I doubt
Someone's
Google's going to show
cold
this,
blood in daylight.
Oh, there you go, right
He
there.
argued that he was doing
Right
it
there,
out
see
of
that?
revenge for the pogrom.
It was just a.
Yeah,
And the jury,
yeah, that's
jury,
Edward Brock did that shit.
thinking about
That's
the
they
right
came
to
out
in
and said,
which they
Jack,
clearly convicted an innocent guy.
dude,
Decided this time
that's
to clearly
crazy. That's his house in
a
New York.
guilty guy. They fined him $1 franc in damages, and they set him free.
He was
So Schwarzbart became
clearly
known
working
as
for Mossad.
the Avenger. I meant to put it up here, but I forgot.
Now, Israelis might be very embarrassed because because
showed an
maybe
upraised Taurus
it was a
with the
honeypot,
angel
or
of
maybe
death
it
flying
wasn't. They don't want to be
overhead,
associated now that it's
with
about
a
being
sword of vengeance in
having
his
sex
hand
with
and
children.
Yiddish letters on top.
14-year-olds.
So this was
last
like
one
a
I've seen.
moment that
So it says right here, 9 days before his death, Epstein did not
resurgence
meet
in
and
the
he admitted to
1920s
self.
that
Bureau
will
versus
have a
suicide
very
risk.
big
It's a long time, though.
Zionism later.
Yeah.
But at the
It was
end
day
of the
before, now
war,
we're talking.
Europe
9
was
days?
nothing like what it
In
was
that
before.
condition?
Prior to World War I, you see, Europe
That's
is
just
largely divided
You don't know
among
what's going on in his head.
three
If you're gonna kill
major
yourself, you're not
empires:
gonna tell
Germany,
anybody. You're like, no, fine.
Austria-Hungary, and Russia.
But they
After World
consider
War
it
I,
does not appear to be.
these three empires are not at all the same. Russia
You're gonna just find all of this, and it's gonna lead to
after 20
frustration.
Yeah, also, if you're playing committed suicide, I think 9 days out, when an expert comes to talk to your special shot,
Germany
like,
uses
actually,
its land bridge
you want to get
to
it done.
East Prussia. Here
And you have 9 days to think. You go, I'm never getting out of
the
here.
Baltic
Yeah,
states
you're-
are created,
you're
Czechoslovakia is
It's gonna
created,
be way worse
Yeah,
because I can't hold German population.
That's what it takes.
a tiny
2
proportion
of the
of what
9
they used to be.
Well,
And
then
it
you're in
was just a
cell.
massive
You'll be in
mess.
cell for
Americans
24
were
hours a day.
involved with
You're in what's called
Wilson
protective
with the
custody.
14
You
points.
can't go to
There
jail
was a period of
because they'll
time
kill
in
you.
which
So for the rest of your life, you're,
were
you know,
given the option of
Let's go, Jim.
self-determination.
Since we're on
The
this
difficulty
topic,
was that
since
someone had to decide which
have you guys
population
ever,
had
this is
the
a
right to
deep question,
exercise
have you guys
their
ever
self-determination,
like
and which
even got close
population
to
didn't
thinking
make it.
about
The Arabs in
suicide?
Israel who were later taken on Palestinians weren't even on the scene right then, but that was the same
No, seriously, like, I actually thought about
the
it.
train.
no, but I've been low enough to want my plane to
However,
crash.
as my teacher likes to
Dude,
put
that is
it,
so crazy.
the,
I felt the same way before too.
Yeah.
In a plane.
the
Sometimes virgins just take my car,
failure
go
of
like
the
this.
peace treaties
Go off
after
the bridge.
World War I
I'm gonna have
made
kids
World
that
War
definitely
II
consider it
inevitable.
more.
In other words,
Is that weird?
World War II
That's
was
actually good.
fought
Like, that does
because
suck.
You
the
can get
victors in
overwhelmed
World War I
with
did
your
not clean up
responsibilities
these
and
things
not
appropriately.
knowing how to get out of
There's a
something.
tremendously complicated patchwork map
But it's
that
definitely
very
not
few
the answer,
populations
kid.
completely
No, it is not.
satisfied,
It's not
and as
the
a result
answer.
of
We're still gonna do something.
Because your life will be easier than not here, but then you're fucking over.
You line yourself up with the highest truth possible and go through whatever you got.
At the period between the
There's some
wars,
people
there
that
are two areas.
And you find a way to
Obviously,
be
this is a
your
crash
best self.
course, so we
The
are
hardest thing about
rushing
any
through
kind of
time
stress or whatever is
HG
finding a way to be your
here.
best self
But
and
let's look at
continuing to perform
what's happening
in
the
whatever
Soviet
you have
Union,
to
which is
do,
very fascinating
like
from a
nothing's wrong.
Jewish perspective, and then
Don't feel like having a heart attack through the process.
Yeah, because the poor guy who had always felt like he was
periods
seasick,
during the interwar
always felt like he was going to throw
period.
up and still fucking
which is a remarkable
you just keep
period
going.
of
And if people don't know what seasickness feels like, it is probably one of the worst. Yeah, I've had the worst.
where the Soviet Union
Well, there were like people like, you know, The Rock has lost a bunch of weight.
which is
They're like, oh, he's going for acting. He's like, I'm done with the box office hits because they think he's going to win an Oscar for his role in Mark Curve. He had a 15-second stand ovation, 15-minute, which is always real weird. He's crying. He's a great. He was saying, he's like, I'm done doing the box office stuff. Like, I'll be doing the. He's like, I've made a lot of good movies, a lot of bad movies. He's like, I want to do stuff that actually means something. And he's losing weight. People are like, man, why is he losing weight? Oh, because I don't have a heart attack. He's had a fucking
but it's
giant
primarily
turbocharger
German
of steroids in his system, and his internals are about to burst. So A, he's going for acting. He wants to get better roles. B, he doesn't want to blow a fucking gasket at, what is he, 55, 56 years old?
And you will. Your liver and everything.
Full amount of time. He's running high PSI.
53.
He's 53, he's running that much gear all the time. Like, your heart can only, as Trump says, only have so many beats. Look it up here. This is a little cringy to me when they come for 15 minutes after they watch it at Canes or whatever the fuck it is. That's more courage. Yep.
This like workers' paradise where you can express yourself. So amazing. The phenomenal resurgence of culture. And then the 1930s came. Stalin effectively wiped out his opponents.
She's gorgeous.
He said, enough of this Narishkeit.
15 minutes of clapping, it's a little cringy,
enough of this Narishkeit, and he essentially rolled back.
Can you imagine someone singing happy birthday to you for 15 minutes? All the attention is on you?
Totally crazy. Descended eventually by the end of the 30s into a herd mentality that was very much.
Who is that guy?
He's the director.
Director?
Some of the crazy
What's his
things,
name?
for example,
Does it matter?
the idea
Let me
was
try.
that
Hoffman?
Yiddish was good because it was a natural language of the people. Hebrew
That's
was
a long
bad
time.
because it was a language both of the
It's awkward, right?
rabbis
Did you ever see the
and
original
two
documentary?
Yeah.
strikes against it.
Apparently this movie, Rothschild wouldn't be up for the Oscar.
Made any Hebrew words
That's
in
the front of
Yiddish
South
illegal.
East.
You could not have Hebrew words in Yiddish.
So the Venice Film Festival, 15 minutes in ovation.
But there are a lot of key words, like for example the word "kalver," which in
Calm the fuck down.
friend or in
15
Russian
minutes
translation
in
for
That's what I'm
that.
saying. I was thinking that's
Right,
performance.
so how do you take
I'm going this, thank you. I'd sit down.
language?
After 2 minutes, I'm like, oh, please stop.
Spell
It's
it
too long.
in
No,
Yiddish
think about this. It's like someone singing happy birthday for
Kalver
15 minutes.
in Hebrew is correctly spelled.
Can you do me a
It's,
favor?
I go, enough.
Yeah.
It's spelled
Hey, listen,
Aleph, Vav,
I'm not the real.
Vav,
15 minutes from Mark Curtin is Kurt. Don't do that. He's the real deal. I portrayed him. You guys enjoyed it. Stop.
When
Mark Curtin knocked out
and here's even a weirder thing.
Scott,
When
the
they look at
Ranger,
the
the
Hebrew
best
alphabet,
backup,
they
UFC
saw
history.
there were 5
Bring him up, bring up his body. I hung out with him afterwards. Joe and I, Joe Rogan, when we were 27 or whatever
In
it was.
English, we have the
And
same
it was
thing,
when
except that
nobody
the beginning
watched the
of
UFC. I think we were in like Louisiana, and he was
a
at,
letter
Heineken.
differently is it's a proper noun at the beginning of a sentence and occurs at the
And
beginning
he
of the word.
wrestled, please understand, he
The Russians said
wrestled
that's not
at 188.
proletariat,
He wrestled
not
at
like a full
188
thing.
pounds.
Get rid of
And
it.
he was
And they
260.
made the final
And to his own admission, he goes, yeah, put a little miracle, bro. And my fucking, but look at his all-American fucking, and that body is so
The
ridiculous.
Ukrainians have the worst.
Yeah.
They had a
His
letter
body
G
was
that
so
made illegal.
stupid.
Use the letter G.
And he had those American
and
flag
but
shorts.
they weren't completely
Look
shutting
at his
down
fucking
Jewish
traps there.
activity. Stalin
That is a human
promoted this
stingray.
crazy
Yeah,
idea,
that's it.
actually,
They both were probably pretty sauced up. And I'm going to take probably out of that sentence, okay? Because you don't get more sauced up. And he goes like this. He goes, yeah, I wrestled 188, but I put a little miracle, bro, in my cereal in the morning. We're laughing. He was a great guy.
Tiny
Really
outfit
stressed.
way out here.
Yeah, that's what will happen when those your receptors, I guess your androgen receptors or
Also
whatever.
him shooting to that side all the time. Who knows? That's some neurological damage where one side doesn't go.
Fantastic.
It's so much
Great
shorts.
shorts.
There's young Joseph with the sideburns.
Young Joe Rogan.
Otherwise, Azerbaijan was like a wasteland.
Mark's
And ironically,
way
when the
taller
Jews
than
really
I don't know
needed
why.
it, during the
That's just
Holocaust,
the camera.
Azerbaijan was closed to them.
I definitely want to see Smash Machine. I won't see it in the theater, not gonna lie. I can hire a babysitter for that. But I am going to see it the minute it comes out on stream.
Building a new Soviet
Two
homeland.
thirsty
You don't have to
gals.
go all the way to
Thirsty
Israel.
gals.
Or here it is right
All
there in the
over
Soviet
him.
Union.
And he's like, I'll talk to you in a second.
Okay,
Let's start talking about
these
it.
elements would be truncated by the Holocaust, as we shall see. Now,
Rule of the lifetime
Zionism
for
is growing apace at this time. I wish I had more time than
I did a really good job as far as
an hour to cover the entire 20th century.
Ryan Bader said there's some UFC cats in that too. Didn't call your boy, hurt my feelings.
Varieties of Zionism that are engaging
My boy Bradley Cooper talked
and it
about
is seen
stand-up
as a
with
way
Arnett.
of rebuilding the Jewish spirit. It is seen as a return to the land, which is something that many anti-Semites have been arguing since the 19th century. That Jews were ruthless
Have you guys heard about the
Republicans, that they were too
or it's already out? It's called Women's.
trade
I have.
and money.
Dude, everyone's talking about it. I can't
It's
tell.
Jeremy Piven's in
It's still in
that?
the theaters right now.
Isn't Jeremy Piven in that?
I'm not sure. This is supposed to be good. Have you seen Barbarian?
Oh, I haven't seen that.
It's the same director. Barbarian's amazing.
I hear that
Justin Long was in it.
Oh, I saw Barbarian.
Hey, don't you dare. It's all right.
I hear it's great.
It was awesome.
You're not as much of a Anglophile from
No, I love scary movies.
Living inside their inns and
Oh,
inside
well,
their
let me see.
censorship, because like that, they never have a chance to become German.
Your Jews with the German great.
The idea
I didn't see
of
it.
Jews
It's worth a
returning
watch.
to the soil was seen
It's
as a
not
way
gonna
of
change your
naturalizing
life.
the Jews by the Jews themselves, as we shall see. And then, of course, in the 1930s, there is a massive turn to the right that affects the entire European population.
I'm sorry, but I have to watch that
Growing not only
because that scares me.
in the Axis
Check
powers,
it out.
but
I
also
helped you out a
in
little bit,
England,
though. You thought Jeremy Piven was in it?
He's in it, though.
Canada,
Italy is doing really well,
popular
and
and
I'm trying
significant
to find
factors
it.
of what's going on. Hitler, shown
I
here,
love scary movies. I'll
is
see that.
someone who was wounded in World War I. This is actually in Alexanderplatz when war was declared, and some students also later went to the micron glass and found here he is. And you can see that he's clearly overjoyed with the possibility of going to war. He is wounded with chlorine gas, an experience that traumatized him, and later he spoke about it.
Yeah, I need the dinosaurs to be aggressive, man. These little bitch ass Jurassic Park dinosaurs. They're too friendly.
Incredibly effective speaker.
Come on, Stanley, there's some good stuff
Fell
coming
down
out.
for hours.
Let's do this last one, as Brian was asking last episode. That pretty girl. So this is a mother-daughter combo. It's the first time ever that they've done this. They're sort of making history.
Fascinating. Amazing.
She's pregnant. To me, that's my ex. When I saw her, I thought she's your type.
Father, son of the UFC. Yeah, she's everybody's type.
Or no, she's pretty, but I think specifically your type. I feel like I'm her type too, Jen.
I she's everybody's type. I don't really have it.
I'd let her fly me to Albuquerque.
Fly me to the
Again, at this
moon.
moment, let's just pause for a second.
Where are you going to be?
No way, a mother-daughter, what are the odds? Covina.
It's history.
Covina, we'll see you in a little bit. Charlotte, North Carolina, 1920, that's right. Covina, 12, 13, and 14.
Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19th.
Yep, and
Yo.
Albuquerque, New Mexico, October 3rd.
What up, Katan Kushi?
Hi, kids. Hopefully you're enjoying this.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Yo, how old are you?
תגיד לי, אתה באמת רוטשילד?
You-
כמו שרמוט הרוטשילד?
You've got to go. Leave.
Why?
Because you're not
Why,
8,
nigga, why?
because you're not 18 years old.
Yes, I am. I'm 23.
You're 23?
Yes.
Okay, very cool. How's your day?
Yeah.
How's your day going?
Great. Are you Rothschild? Are you actually Rothschild?
Yeah, I am. Hey, how'd you find out about me?
Do you have money? Can you give me money?
Absolutely. How'd you find out about me?
Someone named Rusty sent me an invite.
Okay, very cool. Well, shout out to them. Well, we're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Differ on exactly how to characterize the entire movement.
I'm from Israel, and I gotta say, it's really fucked up what your family did back in World War II, man. It's really fucked up.
All right. Well, thank you for your opinion, big dog.
Yeah, I was born here. I was born in Israel.
Great.
No, it's shit. It's crap.
Okay. What do you want me to do about it?
Give me money. Give me Rothschild big money.
Absolutely, big dog. You're getting it. On its way to Tel Aviv right now. Signed, sealed, delivered, baby.
Shabbat shalom. Hey, Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Amen.
Right, German blooded, and those are basically anyone with 4
There you go.
Aryan grandparents. And then there
See, Israel, this is what you give me?
A mixed race of the second degree, which means someone who has, someone who has 1 Jewish grandparent. That was ultimately sufficient enough for a person to be sent to the gas chambers. Obviously, it didn't matter to the Nazis whether it was a mother or a father. They were slaves to a racial ideology.
Even though that person sounded like 8, you let them stay. Yeah, because they said 23, which is like If they would have been like, I'm 19, I'd been like, get the fuck out of here. But they're like 23, which is like, that's a. Like, I wouldn't have been that smart. I would have been like, I'm 18.
Series of legislations throughout the 1930s that isolated them for society, ostracized them, placed greater restrictions on them. Some of them economic and very onerous, like the Jews were not allowed to own a business. They had to essentially divest their businesses, typically to their non-Jewish employees. Jews were not allowed to employ non-Jewish household help, all kinds of things. They're not allowed to run up the German flag and so on. When World War II broke out in September of 1939, the Jews were largely crowded into ghettos. This is a photograph of Warsaw, one of the most notorious of the ghettos, with phenomenal overcrowding. Some of the ghettos were attritionist, like Warsaw, in which it seemed that the Nazis wanted simply the Jews to die on their own, and others were called productionist, where they seemed to follow a policy that if the Jews would only be slave labor, like in Łódź, where they were making a lot of textiles, and they would be allowed to live, that they were productive, they would live. In the end, it didn't matter. All the Jews were ultimately taken to the gas chambers. This changed in 1941, and in reality, when we think about what we mean when we say the Holocaust, the real date is not September 1, 1939, when the war broke out. It's not January 1933, when Hitler came to power. It's really June 22nd,
And then Patreon, new Patreon, go to patreon.com/TFATK. Extended episodes, ad-free, twice a month you got fan questions, extra behind-the-scenes content, $5 a month. This is easy. This is for the hardcores. We love you guys. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
The Nazis did not embark on organized mass murder series until well into the war. There were lots of individual persecutions, lots of brutalization.
Well, the thing about the Fighter Kid, Brennan, is we just start. You know what I'm saying? No matter what our day is like, no matter the stress of a shit sandwich, we show up. Some days you have a shit. Look, some days, some weeks, some months, and sometimes some years are shit shows. It's stressful. A lot of people go through stuff. You know something, you lose it all, then you got to build it back. And part of like growing up is realizing that you don't give up on yourself. And you can't give up on each other. You can't give up on yourself. And you got to just adjust your approach and figure it out. But it's not easy.
The waves are rocking the boat right now. And there's only
no land. There's no land.
It's a 3-man boat. Yeah, Chin over there. Yep. Pretty good on the sea.
Chin stays calm.
Yeah,
he's nice and medicated. I don't have
but either way, yeah. German army were four groups called Einsatzgruppen, special commando squads.
Here we go.
These were generally men who were not fit for regular service.
Hey, shout out to all those for supporting the first Patreon. That thing's going better than we thought.
Exciting. Did not make them
Thank you, guys.
So if you missed the last episode, Fire Kid, Brian, and Jen launched a Patreon finally. This is for the hardcores. You're getting every episode ad-free. Plus, you're getting 2 shows, extra extended content, and we can get pretty risky with that content. We've been streaming on YouTube, we've been shadow banned, all that stuff, so you don't have to worry about what we say. Clip-free shows, we'll get pretty loose on those Patreons. And then twice a month, we're also giving you fan questions, which I will tell you, where do they send the fan questions? We'll make a post on Patreon. We'll do a post on Patreon. If you're on Patreon, let you know. Ryan tries to out-wrestle me. He's been working hard with really good wrestlers trying to take me down. That content's on there. It's $5 a month. So ditch that extra coffee that you get at Summer Moon or Starbucks. Subscribe to the Patreon. We could use it. We could use you guys. This is for the hardcore. This is for you guys. We love you guys. Thanks for the support. Patreon.com/TFATK. I'll be marketing Brian. We'll be blasting out, but come support. You can also tune into us on Fight Companion this freaking Saturday at 4 p.m. Was at Central Time. Yeah, 4 p.m. UFC Paris. It's Joseph Rogan, Ryan the Kid Callan, Gordon the King Ryan, and myself, all on JRD's.
Bringing you the UFC.
Get you some. Basti had his first game last night. How do you do? Basti's the first given a slice of the shop. As we're driving last year, it is, yes. I said, now you're going to introduce Texas to the Shaw family. There's a lot of pressure, buddy. Because I got a dad who's a little savage. I got a dad. So me and him always get to the field an hour early. I do these warm-ups with Tiger. Busty's a little young, but he wants the same treatment Tiger's got. So I take him through all the warm-ups I did when I was playing football and fighting. And he's 5, so we're going through those same warm-ups and stuff, which I didn't learn until in my 20s. So I go through all the warm-up, all the mental stuff. And I give him balls, I give him soft pitches, and go through the whole thing, throw balls and stuff. And he's doing his thing. And then he was up to bat second, and the coach throws him a pretty good fastball and just hit the shit out of it. I'll send TJ.
It's worth a look. You know what's funny? It's worth a look. You were talking about like genetics
In the park home run.
Wow, you were talking about that. When I was a kid, I played football. My best friend was a kid named Daryl White, and I played football. Now, Daryl was far and away better at football.
Now, Daryl's a black guy.
He was. His dad was a fullback for the Raiders. And I used to see his dad when we would drive. His father, like you'd see his traps and heads, and it would just look different. As a kid, I was like, he just was a mountain. And of course, his son was the same way. His son was, and I couldn't figure out why his son was that. I didn't understand that. I just figured I could be like that. So Daryl would run through people, and he was just physically different. He could run, and I was like, how come this isn't happening to me? Although I was able to throw the ball pretty far and catch the ball because we did it so much.
You're familiar with it.
Yeah. I've seen guys who are my age who don't know how to throw and catch a ball, which is actually incredible.
Yeah, it is weird, right? Well, even on Bossy's team, he's 5 foot 8, 9-year-olds. There's 8, 9-year-olds who have never swung a bat, never thrown a ball. I'm like, oh,
dude, try Hollywood. I worked.
I want to look at the dad and go, what are you doing?
It's such a disservice. I worked with kids a lot, right on 7-7, on Goldberg's, on footballs. Bro, those child actors, when they're 14, some of them have never done a pull-up, and I'm not kidding. Forget throwing a ball. I had to teach a kid how to throw a ball.
So many of them turn to trans.
It's so I literally teach this kid to throw and catch the ball. He was
his dad. Some dads was like, you can't spend 5 minutes on the weekend?
Most of these kids didn't have that.
These kids do.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't say that. Play this for Brian. Remember, he's 5, playing with 8, 9. That's Bosty at bat. He's the smallest kid on the field.
That's amazing.
Outrageous and
overhand.
Get you some.
Overhand.
model of understanding the Holocaust, which you probably grew up with. Because it was
So he would look at these.
So he brought his buddy in. Let's make right.
Look how much older they are.
Yeah, look how much bigger they are. Look at those can fly in. They can try and throw them out. I was like, nah, son.
Oh my.
First at bat in
Oh
Texas.
my lord.
German kids did some work that
He's 5. And how old are those kids?
Just 4. They had no
That's
idea.
unbelievable. You know who else's kid is like that? Tim Kennedy's kid.
This
That kid is just, he's older.
Right?
Yeah, he's 11. I just now.
Yeah, he's large.
But he's playing with like 14-year-olds.
Others like Chris Brown.
That's dope, dude. That's so dope. Yeah.
Wait a second.
Nothing better than like that. And, you know, they do either innings or time line, but then they have a catcher. I can take Bossy never has attitude. Tiger has an attitude. Bossy does not. He tells he's pissed. I go, one time it was 8 to 9. The other guy goes wrong. It's a horrible
shipping all the Jews down.
And, you know, his mom's like, oh, no, Joe's going to win. Joe's like, no, stay calm.
Let's set up a reservation and move it in.
Should we get all the Jews? I'll show you.
Why is it the Nazis allowed?
Who was that? This kid, was it Peter Thiel or someone was playing chess with Kasparov? And Kasparov kept beating him. And I think it was Peter Thiel was like, he was 1941.
He slammed, yeah, he laughed.
And Kasparov said, no, that's a pro. Peter Thiel's the guy who owns Palantir and PayPal. You know, he's not a professional chess player. Playing Kasparov, that's the greatest of all time. Kasparov goes, you're pretty emotional there, take it easy. Because show me a guy who likes losing, I'll show you a loser. Yeah, it's like, Jesus, dude.
I mean, you're going at 5, it's about fun. But you do want them to win. I don't subscribe to as long as they're having fun.
Seeing if they can get away with that.
If you don't win,
For example, the
Losing is not fun.
experiment.
You show me a kid who's like, yeah, at least I hit the ball. It's like, no,
And
we played
it was
with
one for the fact
that
that
we
church
have
found out
fun. You
about
want to learn.
it.
That's important.
He would have gotten away with this tremendously awful, ugly
We're not
deed.
going to dedicate all this time and shit where you didn't lose by 10.
Kennedy said
that guy, I had dinner with him, and he is the smartest person I've personally ever met. And what I mean by that is that, like, everything I realized I was saying was because I had read something or heard it, and I would put it all together. And so I personally ever
The functionalists
not fun.
began
You
to
show me a kid who's like, yeah, at least I hit the ball. It's like, no, buddy.
psychological tools.
Given that we have fun, you want to learn. That's important.
Stanley Milgram, who is not a historian, he is
We're going to win.
a psychologist working at Yale and Stanford universities.
That guy, I had dinner with him. He is the smartest person I've personally ever met. And what I mean by that is that, like, everything I realized I was saying was because I had read something or heard it, and I would put it all together. And so, like, you know, the point of it, and so was everybody at the table. And then this dude would say something, and I swear to God, it was a thought I had never thought of. He was coming up with original ideas, and I was like, and then,
Not regurgitating.
no, he was coming up with his own. We were at his house. He's got this insane table outside. He's got billions of dollars, right? And then he's also a little bit autistic, I think, like a little bit, you know. And it was great because we're all talking, and finally he had enough of all of us, and it was like, you know, table
Just straight off the street.
probably
It's an amazing and chilling
10
experiment.
And he goes, all right, everybody has to get out of here. He's like, get out of here, I'm done. He's done. We all just have our
I said autism kicks in with it. There's no social cues where there's like, all right, my time is done. See ya.
He's too busy for it. It's like,
Yeah, but also be cool.
you're not learning anything. You're learning
Jim and Elon with the power behind
These
PayPal.
kinds of experiments
Elon's
tend to
here.
I can't believe that duo too, because those are two bulls in a China shop, like two turbo nerds, big brains, big brains,
all
turbo
it takes is
nerds,
the right kind of
like
circumstances. We
killers.
could have
Look at the
Holocaust anyway.
Yeah, look at
It's
this dude.
He got
terrifying.
himself.
It does not take away blame
Billionaires.
from Hitler and his central coordinated
He
conspirators.
really stepped the game up.
It's
Now he's gone quiet. Like the whole Trump thing, he was on the news every single day. He's on Twitter every single day, and it's kind of
Hitler's willing.
well, because I think you gotta like listen. You're the rich man. Like there's a lot of power that comes with that.
Europe, there are
You're not the president of the United States. There's a different sort of power.
Did you hear what Trump said?
Israel, of
No,
course,
I thought they were cool.
again,
Are
we're
they
at the
still not
20th
cool?
century, and
Well,
we only have
you know,
about 5
he
minutes to
tweeted,
talk
right,
about Israel,
about
which is
Trump.
likely one of
Oh
the
yeah,
greatest
the
things
Epstein.
So
that
Trump
happened
said-
in
then he
the
apologized.
millennia
Like
to
the
his
next
history.
day.
What
But,
Trump
you know,
said-
we're constrained
Trump
by the
said,
Spanish court.
I don't know. You know, I mean, he's very upset, but maybe we turned Doge on him. You know, I mean, he's got a lot of subsidies, and he was very upset about the EV mandates, and so maybe we gotta look at, maybe we're looking at him. And he goes, you know, believe me, he doesn't want to play this game with me. No, you hear him say that? He doesn't want to play this game with me. And I was like, dude, this is gangster shit.
There is a tremendous demand on both
all the men
real and demographic, and also moral and political
Yeah,
to open up
I think
Israel
that
kind of
to
chilled out.
the,
Yeah, I've heard
the
from,
refugees
like,
from
I
the
believe that
Holocaust.
Elon probably had
The British
an
were,
outburst because he was running
targeted
that the
Israel
big
at this
beautiful
point
bill.
are reluctant to do
You know,
so.
he's gonna bankrupt the company.
They
country
issued the
should.
Balfour Declaration in 1917 because they realized
And you know,
that
he has a lot of stuff in there.
God.
But,
He's got radio silent.
the indigenous Arab
Yeah.
population.
Now we got today?
Think those Cowboys would do well.
you don't want to risk the ire of a president who has the entire Republican Party and the majority in the House and Senate and the executive and in the Supreme Court. You don't want that. You don't want that guy who has that much sway to say, you know what? Let's look into it.
Totally unworkable planet.
Let's just point our
saying,
telescope
okay,
over
we're going to
here.
Let's break that apart and see what happens. And let's rethink those government contracts. Because SpaceX has a huge contract. Because Boeing wasn't getting the job done. Now we need SpaceX because they're doing such a great job.
Jerusalem will be an international zone.
He's like, I'm gonna let you go for a little bit. Can't you just be the rich guy? Don't be the famous.
It could cost you, like in many ways, a couple $billion.
Jews, of course, delighted to have any kind of a state, even an unworkable one like
We're gonna go with this person.
accepted in
I don't want to look at
1948.
you.
The Arab
You don't
nations around
Trump has
refused
that.
to accept it.
He does have that sort
Israel
of
was
mafia.
born in war.
mentality sometimes.
Amazingly, after a year and
Elon's used to have the
conflict,
biggest dick in the room.
Jews actually managed to
Well,
consolidate their territory, which is really quite
likes to fight.
This is what Israel looked like after the war had concluded in
That guy will fight
1949.
you.
These
Like
are the armistice
it's his
boundaries.
instinct.
This line
It's how
here
you turn
is called
attack.
the Green Line. Will be very significant in later politics. That's basically the way Israel looked from
Well, it was almost inevitable in a way.
1949 until
That's everyone said, how long is this
1967.
going to last?
At that point,
Who's on stage?
when you have
I think he was also doing a lot of ketamine. Because Elon was
very
doing
well, so I'll talk very fast. But for those of you on the internet,
Ketamine, yeah.
let you
Have you ever seen him? You ever see him like
Israel
doing weird
is
shit when he's
faced
in the
with
office?
an imminent
Just the
attack
Nazis.
by
Jim, bring up
Egypt in particular,
bring up
allied
Elon
with
Musk
Syria
on
and several
ketamine
Arab
in the Oval
nations.
Office.
Decides to
I
launch
don't want
a
to spread any
preemptive
rumors, but
strike
I
based
think he
on
kind of
the
admitted he was
Talmudic
doing
dictum,
ketamine.
if someone is planning to kill
Ketamine?
you,
Not
wake up
Yeah.
before him and
Really?
kill him first.
Yeah, I was doing it for a while. You know, when I was like,
idea.
What does it do to your asshole? Was it opening your shitter?
they asked him something, but I did go to Big Cable and
said that he was living in Montreal and he and all his friends were like getting out of college because they were going to fly to Israel and they were going to volunteer to fight in the war. And 6 days later, the war was over. They didn't have a chance to like get their tickets organized.
Elon's already in Oval
Largely as
Office
a result of their air superiority, not only did
Hey, let's take a
Israel
little break here, dude, because this
territory,
episode of the Fire
they
Cast brought to you by
took over
my
the
fave,
entire Sinai
O'Reilly
Peninsula.
Auto
This region here,
Parts.
Samaria,
O'Reilly Auto
Judea,
Parts offers
also known
friendly,
as the
helpful
West
service and
Bank,
parts and all that you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs. Right? They've got thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in consumer or online. They don't have it, ask them if they have it in the back, but if they don't, they order it, shows up the next freaking day. They're the best, alright? So whether you're a car rookie or an expert, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, investable, super friendly. We got you, man. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, you can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to Heroes of Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins, where there's the lyrics on these ghosts. All for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now.
On the one hand, Israel wants to be a Jewish state. That is the Jewish people. The idea is that all Jews should use it as a land of refuge. It's the ancient homeland of the Jews. They should use it to express themselves Jewishly, the land of the temple and so on. And at the same time, it is influenced by democratic values.
No, that's it. That's it. Watch
States, right? Like, let's say, the United States. But these two things frequently come into conflict with one another. These two values conflict with each other when we deal with non-Jewish citizens or non-Jewish residents in Israel, because we can't necessarily make them all citizens, because then they would vote. And if they all voted, they could specifically vote that Israel should not be a Jewish state. So you have to sacrifice. You're not just saying that the black guy is sometimes you have to sacrifice the Jewishness because they're not allowed. It's a very difficult position for Israel to be in. What the Messiah do regarding the territory is they annex two of them. They annex East Israel, which of course is an incredible value to the Jews, but also to the Arab Christians. And they annexed the Golan Heights because of its very significant strategic
By the way, he's probably absorbing everything. He has an innocent thing.
technology.
I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge Elon Musk fan.
Golan Heights is not quite as important today with the kind of technology.
He's like Rogan, like he's not Rogan on second either.
Beyond my ken.
Yeah,
They held on to Samaria, Judea, the Gaza Strip,
I've never really understood the need when you've already won. For the need to be in the public eye. I just think it's nothing but a liability.
Get the fuck out. It just means that super rich dude nobody knows. That's the game. That's the game.
Make that money. Make your money.
That phone call
And
only
with him,
came
it's
after the
about money. Like,
1973
that
war,
goes done.
in which the Egyptians in particular, under Anwar Sadat, gave Israel a
there's
terrible
positives that way. They got
very high
about
casualties
next,
after catching them off
freedom of
guard on
speech
the
and stuff like
before.
that.
Then Anwar Sadat finally had the nerve to call Israel which was led by
Hey, Jen, is there any update on Raja?
We've had a
Rabbi Jackson,
I've proven
I don't,
the might
did he post something yet? Because we haven't heard from him at all. From Raja, I didn't see anything. He didn't post anything. I know Rabbi just talked about it.
His lawyers probably said, shut your mouth.
Now, see, that's the tell talk. Now, I've had 2 lawyers reach out and tell me that the state can't press charges in this situation, and I've had no, like, you definitely can't. I don't know what. I think it's like surprise you. I'm not a lawyer.
Now,
I think this is just that one wrestler that's on every other program talking about that stuff. Yeah, he's saying he's going to be sued. But that's just speculation.
This will be something he looks back on
how
with
it's
regret.
and that being himself is that, you know what, we can follow the certain union, how it's doing so lost their primary factor, it said,
What more information do you need? We've seen everything. There's no doubt in my mind. So what they do is they tell me, I'm talking to Ron Linder, me and Doug the Epic are not lawyers. There's no doubt in my mind that Jackson realized it because he's on the paper. You know, I think that's the situation. I think that's where
Israel looking something like this,
the detective asked me a bunch of questions and he has a lot of implications just because you're calling for a guy
under the so-called Palestinian authority. It's kind of a limited self-government. It's not a
detective I can't do outside the gates. I just had some help from modalities. What should I look at? What do I look at? He was saying this is just how the LAPD works. They got their feet and build their case right now. They get all that evidence. Yeah, the state's going to pick it up because there's so many people, so many witnesses.
Yeah, they come to the DA with their case.
You go down to
What they do is they interview people who were talking to him online. They look at all that evidence, they look at everything.
Is that either it has to lose its
Interesting.
Jewish
It's not good.
character,
And premeditation,
And it takes this long.
yeah, because what they're going to look at is how much he's talking beforehand. It's all about what was going on beforehand.
or it has to give up
What
its,
happened
its
beforehand?
democratic character
Was it an act
by
of
expelling
rage,
him, which is
or was it a
really,
premeditated thing, which is this? If he said, "Oh,
national
or
level.
you're a bitch,"
So that, of
premeditated,
course,
it's a
is
huge problem.
2005.
Huge.
Push back with the kind of mentality of
Yeah.
Jews at this time
Yeah.
under Ariel
If you're
Sharon,
Rampage Jackson,
ironically
advice for your
known
son.
as the Hawk.
Go
He said that
Advice,
he can no
no,
longer
advice for your
control
son
Gaza.
is
The
you
region
have
is
to
take ownership.
you have to take ownership and you have to do the time. You got to pay the
Only a
penalty.
small minority of Jews
and-
living
and
there.
go
It is
through the fire.
incredibly
The
difficult
only way out of
protect
this
those
is
Jews
through.
living in Gaza.
You have to go
and
through
argue
the fire
that
and
the
take
state
all
had
the
to
pain
pull out
and then come out of it a better person. Sometimes that's all you got. And sometimes, believe it or not, when you go through this insanity, you come out a better person and it saves your fucking soul. I'm being serious about that.
As they
You know, it just is.
So this is a Harvard lawyer pro wrestler. Oh, this is interesting shit. So this is 25 minutes long. I can kind of break it down in a nutshell. He says it's not going to, you know, people are saying attempted murder.
Yeah.
He's saying that, no,
Now,
that's
I'm
like
going
not going to be
to
the case.
quickly skip over post-Soviet Jewry to keep
I
it
don't
within
think
our time
attempted
frame. You
murder
recognize
is
some of the
legal.
pictures,
That's what a
but
lot of
of
people
course,
were
with the
saying.
collapse of the Soviet Union
However,
in
a lot of
1991
are not
represented a huge
licensed
change
lawyers
for
and professional
world
wrestlers.
Jewry, and in particular for
hard to
the Jews
prove
of Israel.
that he had
I'd
the
like to
intent to
conclude
kill.
by looking at American Jewry for a few minutes,
Thank
and I have some final
God,
concluding
Psycho's
remarks
did not
to deal
die,
with
otherwise
business
there could have
matters.
been a manslaughter charge.
American Jewry,
I think more
tremendously
likely
wealthy,
is
tremendous freedoms. We had kind of a honeymoon period, especially after World War II, where everything was booming, freedom to express ourselves,
is I
the
actually
growth of
think this
yeshivas.
is
The statistics are incredible. The number of people
Because
learning
I forget,
full-time
Raja
Torah
is an
nowadays
MMA
is
fighter.
greater than it has been
If you're an
since we
MMA
lived in Babylon.
that requires you
It's
to have a
amazing what
license,
we have
just
done.
like a
And at the
boxer,
same time,
where your
ironically,
hands and
we
feet
are
are considered
assimilating ourselves out of existence
And so,
faster than even
the
Hitler
Psycho's was knocked
was able to
unconscious,
do in the
and
Holocaust.
Raja
We
was just
are destroying
raining
ourselves
down
at an
blows
incredibly
on him.
rapid rate.
That's
And
assault with a deadly
sociologists and
weapon.
historians
Hands
are
down.
tearing their hair out. Right?
Now,
That's me.
on to the civil rights movement.
I thought that was funny. That was the first
There's
time
so
I told
many
that.
of them.
Historians
There's so many
and
towards
sociologists
here,
are trying to figure out what
not
does
just,
this mean? Why
personally
is this happening to
Raja,
these people in this way?
when it gets into
One of
the
the key
promotion,
documents, you might recognize
anybody
this image of
involved
the star,
also could be some
the flag motif
criminal
was a
culpability
2013
for
Pew report
an
that came out
accessory
and was called American Jewry.
There are
Did it take a Pew?
because of
No,
that,
it
about a
wasn't made that up.
conspiracy.
But
Maybe
it
that's
basically
interesting.
proves
You gotta
that
just get
Jews
your back
as
in
well
that.
passed
To people
Wow.
the 50% part
Yeah,
on
that's
all
intermarriage.
in all.
That's trouble for them too. I think it's too.
Yeah, but remember, if all those wrestlers work together, they're friends with Stu, and they go, hey man, we're gonna be on the hook too, because we allow the encourage him to get back. Don't press charges, because he's gonna press charges against us. So it's a lose-lose for everybody.
But to get back, so Drew, look, that Laura doesn't want to tell that, because Drew would be like, get back is, is professional wrestling speak. Didn't they kill him?
But then if you're Roger, well, I'm not from the world, but you
take that case of no one informed me.
go ahead, back means you do what you do.
Give it a lawyer,
I'm a professional
the
fighter.
lawyer's going to go, this ain't reflecting the jury. Jury's going to look at that and go,
highly identifies as a
Maybe unless you have a badass lawyer, which,
synagogue,
sure they're going to
yeah,
have
the jury,
Israel,
nobody wants to trial this. They want to plead out.
you know,
well, they
They
want
know that a jury's going to be like,
but they want money.
right? On the
That's what it is.
not
Also, he's
necessarily
gonna-
It's not like Psycho Sue. I'm sure Psycho Sue's like, man, I
Jewish
really want to stay
literature,
on a
Jewish
lesson.
theater, things
Because,
like
you
that.
know,
But highly
if I
identified
come in, you know, he's a Psycho Sue's team and lawyers go, we want money.
yeah, there are two things that's going to happen. One, they're going to say, do you want to go to trial on this, or do you want to plead out? Because this is what we'll give you. Because lawyers go, this is probably what you're going to get anyway, blah, blah, blah. And then they're going to come and say, do you want to go to trial? Do you want to go through this discovery? Or do you want to pay us what we're owed? And then it's going to be negotiation. But either way, it's going to suck.
And also, the state wants you to take a plea because they don't want to say, he's been taxing money, he's got trial. So whenever you decide to take a plea,
Unless you're looking as a district attorney and prosecutor thinks they can win this case hands down and get their charges, now you're in trouble. Because remember, when you are convicted in a criminal court for what you've done, the problem is then it's very easy to sue you. Because with criminal court, it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. We have video, so it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Civil, you don't need that. You don't need that standard. So with civil, you're really in trouble. So it's not just the jail time that you'll do, which might be 5 years, like 4 years, whatever. It's the amount of money you're gonna have to be paying. Now,
you know, sometimes 25-year-olds with not a lot of money.
and then yes, Rampage is probably like, but then they put a lien on it, you can make for the rest of your life.
Here's the thing, there's going to be no solution to any of this for a very long time unless they just pay him.
He's got to face the music and put it all to bed now. Like he's got to,
He can't. No, he can't. Unless they were to come to some sort of financial agreement. That's the fastest way to get solved. Trial, you're looking at
strongly
years.
identified conservatives nowadays. They're sitting in the front rows of massive cathedral-like synagogues.
Now, speaking of people
But they're
with
not filling the back
some
seats.
issues
Where
with
are
law,
those people?
did you see
They
what
have
happened with John
largely
Jones?
disappeared. And what's more significant is how,
Interesting.
you know, you might want to be triumphant
Yeah,
about
with
it. So, well, you know what he
his
can do? That's how
so maybe
popular
he was
became.
out. So he's like, I wasn't even there. I didn't catch you with your Google search history and stuff like that. They have your phone pings all the time.
Well, yeah,
They
but that's
tended
not
to
Google
give
search,
Jewish
but
causes
they can look into it.
Well, so
They
what
would
I mean,
support
not
the
Google search, what I mean is not
patriarchy,
track.
they would support the
They
they would support that they wouldn't do
But
it
with
themselves.
John,
But
and
they
to his
gave
point
them
too,
money
he's like,
to
listen,
do
I
it
know
right.
with my
They gave them money
history,
to
people
support
see
the
this
very
stuff and
expensive
automatically
lifestyle
assume,
of the
but I
highly
was never there.
identified. But nowadays, says Howland, even though we are much,
You
much
put
richer
this,
than we
oh,
were
here's the sticker.
before, we are
This is
giving
from
our
his
money
lawyer.
to the left.
We've been fully vindicated from the very beginning. We
The art
claimed that the
gallery,
women false allegation
you know,
against John in
these are
effort to avoid being arrested for
charitable
DWI.
organizations that we
So what happened to
support.
her?
But
Nothing.
the support
Police
that
accepted
goes
that
to
claim without
tasteful,
probably
pushing
weighing the
reasonable
facts.
has bottomed out.
But didn't John
And
threaten
this
them?
is he says it's a
That's why
very
people are
dire
giving
prediction
him
for
shit about
American
this.
Jewry.
I'll show you John's
He
statement
says
after
in his
this
book
one.
that
Well, when somebody
Once the relevant documents were finally disclosed by the police department, John's cell phone records made it undeniably clear that he was nowhere near the scene of the crash. Yeah, but
untenable to maintain a Jewish lifestyle.
yeah, but if somebody's making these claims, you know, you're allowed to call them and be like, fuck you, pretty much, you know. So,
If you recall,
But this is what John said.
apologize,
So John said, I want to be in my thinking the district attorney's office to carefully review the facts and ultimately vindicate me completely.
we did a
Truth and
look at
fairness.
historiography.
Blah, blah, blah.
Looked at
Some
a couple
fact I was
different
never there.
models of
I never even left
ways
my
to
house that night.
understand
And all
Jewish
that
history.
evidence proved
And
that.
I didn't give you any sense of
Yeah, so
my
there's
own
no
other
case against,
than
right?
looking
Even
at
talking
the
on
work
the phone,
of the
he
great
wasn't there.
Jeunesse.
In this case, there was a Russian
amazing
judgment for
poem,
real evidence
about
gathered.
living
I
by
understand
stars.
that in the court of
How
public
the
opinion,
stars
the allegations
themselves,
may have seemed
you know,
believable,
they're
especially
so
given my
far
past
away, they
mistakes.
could be dead now.
By the
time these claims were made public, I had just retired from a moment was stolen from me by someone who made false accusations before the DWI.
When I studied Jewish history, in particular,
they not only disrupted my retirement, but they also made our police department
granular details of how individual Jews
process is
Deeply troubling into his world of a single false accusation can take so much away from someone before any evidence is considered, of course.
Yeah, but it's fair to the public opinion. It's like,
There's a pattern there, yeah. But it's true that, another example of somebody who just accuses you of something and then you got a statement, they got a story. And by the time, it's all a nightmare.
So he was just never there, but he was familiar with her. Like she came from his house, and then she probably got her rack. Was like, yeah, John was driving.
Inspired by
so he was retired, now he's back, right?
Yeah, the test back to the testing pool, but Dana was like, there's a 1 in 1,000,000 chance that he finds it the White House car. But maybe this helps.
Well, that was because what he's going through right now that he's been exonerated.
What's up? He was like, I'm John Jones. I have a 1 in a million first on Earth to something. Yeah, he's like, I'll take this off. I'm 1 in a billion.
Damn. Did I scare you, John?
Yeah, whenever he posts, there's people say he's done getting knowledge.
Later in the cave, along with the remains of many of these
That's not scary.
So when I think about
John Brzezinski on the White House card would be crazy.
Challenges of
I think it'd be the biggest ever fight.
it inspires
It has to be, right? The White House.
Two best guys in the planet.
And the White House, like the most watched, yeah, okay. But remember, it's going to be on CBS. That's it, it's not pay-per-view. But it's still never TV, some more people. I think the most watched fight ever is Kimbo on CBS. Yeah, like Elite Fix or something like that. Is it the Petra-Zuli fight? Oh, let's take a little break and talk about some of our favorites. We're talking about true classic.
The t-shirt I'm wearing right now, always, true classic. It is simply, if you're spending a lot of money on clothes and you want to look good, you're crazy. You don't have to spend a lot of money. You go to Target, you go to Costco, and pick up the best t-shirt.
Go to trueclassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. If ever you see me in a white tee, I wear white tee to the gym. Today, I always rock white tees. It's always true classic. They're the best shirts of all time. They're not even more than shirts, dude. They got jeans, they got button downs, they got joggers, they got jackets, they got everything. Socks even now. They're world famous now, but we've been with these boys forever. Shout out to our boy Ryan over there at True Classic. Forget overpriced designer brands. Ditch the disposable fast fashion. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, built to give back. It's True Classic or nothing. TrueClassic.com/fighter. I don't know if my buddy's son, it's just a different time.
My buddy's son made it to the UFC yesterday.
Oh, James Thompson.
You watched the Contender yesterday?
I saw highlights.
Yeah, my buddy Jean-Paul Lebosniani, who is Nono Lebosniani's son, and he was raised to be a wrestler, jiu-jitsu guy.
I'm sure my knockout. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's cool. When Dana was telling him how good he didn't know his hip. He's like, what? His name's like,
such a good dude. He's so funny. He's one of us. Like that kid. Like he loves to fuck around.
How do you know his dad?
I was taking jiu-jitsu from his dad. His dad's a great teacher, and just a great guy. His dad trained with boys.
That's cool. This is the most watched MMA fight in the United States. Was Kimbo slash James Thompson, which Kimbo won, drawing 7.281 million viewers. I don't know if that means that. Times are different.
It's easier to say who they are.
There's a lot. And if, let's say it's on a Saturday, you compete with college football. Say you got, I don't know, FSU, Clemson on that weekend. Who knows?
Israel and in the United States, but
it's not going to be around football because it's going to be next July. There's nothing going on. 7.7 million's a lot. That's huge. But they do a big event. I don't know. You got Trump involved too. You got the White House. Maybe it does.
They still retain Jewish identity.
You think it's the movie that was watched ever?
Well, there's a lot more to say about that.
I would.
2025?
I'll be glued to my TV. I
think most people will. So all the marketing. And you have to see guys
think about it, and then my heart starts racing. Like I'm like,
dude, I'll come out of retirement there. Not BKFC, not whatever.
He went back up.
I'll tell you, whatever they want, they get in the White House.
Just to get in the White House, just to know.
So imagine one of these other guys who are current.
Now, Brendan Schaub at 42. Heavyweight, which there have been 42-year-old heavyweights. Andre Arlovsky. My God.
Randy Couture, Randy's old shit.
Keeps the Jewish
people. Yeah, you can like that.
Also true.
Imagine you get out there.
Just go test me.
You get out there with
And that is also
whoever
endemic
it is,
to
and
the
you just get
entire
a Taurus.
Jewish
Just hold
tradition.
on to it. I'm like,
The very
dude,
name
squeeze it.
Israel, if
I'm in
you
your
have
corner. I'm
a
like,
look at Genesis,
squeeze
the very
it. And
name
I'm like,
Israel means
run over, can't
one
trap
who
the
struggles
leg.
with God.
I don't know what kind of
Lots more to
celebration
say
you
about
do
this,
at the
but
White
we are
House.
going to
I'm sure you'll have
through
the
18
flag.
minutes. So let's look
You
at the
strip yourself
historical
the flag.
origins of the
Yeah.
Jewish people. Our best
That's happening, isn't
source for ancient Jewish history is without a doubt
No, I'm
the
saying-
Bible.
Oh,
It is
every
also the
fighter
most
is getting
difficult
No,
for
I'm saying
Americans
it's coming out
as
with the flag.
archaeologists
Yeah, I'm
will
saying-
tell
I'm
you.
saying
You gotta do
It's
something
very
different.
The White
difficult
House
to
is
line
having
up
a
the facts
Yeah,
and
no, it's
fully
100%
discover
confirmed.
about
you
the
imagine?
No, I
ancient
can't.
Middle
It's
East
confirmed.
with the text of
Did
the
it confirm
Bible.
it
But then
last
again,
week?
Yeah,
the
at least I'll
16 to
get
18
it.
minutes or so
Confirmed it.
that
I'm gonna
will
talk to my
not
friend Joe Rogan.
there are a few
Johnny
scraps
Seats.
of
Well,
information
let's
from
see
the
how good of a
ancient
friend he is.
period, like,
I
for
mean, that's a
example,
tough one.
this
Let's bring
amazing
it up on
steel
companion.
from
Joe, we need two tickets
Nexa
to the
barrel
finals.
from the 13th
And
century,
he's like,
who famously
oh,
wrote,
Cam Haynes and
Israel is
fucking
wasted,
Let's just put the
Elon asked for my only two tickets.
Now, if you had a look
Because you have
at
to get
the
vetted
Netflix
too.
money,
You think that
you'll see that
Like,
he's not doing so
I've
great
been to the
himself.
White House. I've been vetted. So
But nevertheless,
both
there
got
are only a
vetted.
few
that's
scraps
true.
of information about the Jews
We'll
in
be
the
all right.
They
ancient
go on a
world,
tour of the White
and
House.
much
That
of
was
their
cool.
distant
Smart, you
origins
think?
are
They didn't
lost
say
in
how
the
to-
mist
they
of
didn't-
history,
That'd be
except
cool.
for the
Yeah.
Bible, which gives a very detailed account
I
however
don't think Joe's gonna
problematic
give
it
us
is
those
for
tickets.
historians.
Let's bring it up on
According to the
companion.
Bible,
Let's
the
hey, Joe,
Jews
full court
first
press.
emerged from
We look at our
Mesopotamia.
schedule.
The
We're
patriarch
actually
Abraham
open
and
July
Sarah
Well, just,
lived
26th.
in
Uh-huh.
the region
I'll
of
No,
what
he's
today is
he'll
Iraq,
surprise.
and they
You might be like,
followed
yeah,
the
sure.
Fertile
Your first one's that
Crescent up into what we say Syria, and then
Here's just a
into
silly
Israel
question.
proper.
Like if they offer you,
made some
because
temporary
Travis Barrett
sojourns
hasn't
in
been
Egypt,
training or
but it was
fighting at
only
least since, you
under
know,
their grandson Jacob with his
if the
large
rematch
family
was
that
at the White House
moved
with
there
him,
en
because
masse,
you've been actually like working on
Two guys
this.
that haven't fought in 10 years.
Yeah.
The famous story of the
Diamond,
Exodus,
very
which
Yeah,
is
time
the
slot.
book of the Bible.
Heavyweights are always
And that
exciting.
talks about how the Jews enslaved
Heavyweights are
Christ, their
always
God,
exciting.
and sent a redeemer, Moses,
Who
and
do you
then
think is
brings
gonna
them
be
out
on
of
that
Egyptian servitude, having them
It's gonna
wander
be so
in the
big,
desert
Dave.
for
I
a
think
while.
it's gonna be
until
Connor
they
or
settle
Johnny.
in the land
Yeah,
of
it's
Israel.
one of those two.
Archaeologists
Connor
posit
McGregor.
several
Yep,
other
it's one of
models
those two.
for how
Wow.
the Jews
And who
may
would you like to
have
see Connor
I'd
fight?
probably put my money more on John, especially him getting vindicated on this. I think they would do. I think they do all out. I think they're gonna throw caution to win. Our taxes are paid for the lineup, so I think you could see John, Francis. I think you're gonna get some great John Francis, John Alexander, John Aspinall, something like that.
That takes away the
Or you get Connor, Nate,
essentially.
there's some bad, like out of left field.
Connor's got to fight somebody like not one of these young.
There's another invasion
Yeah,
that takes away
it
the
has to be
southern
like
nation. Now, neither of these exiles, by the way, are total.
He's
There are
as
still
American as they
Jews
get.
that
He
are
loves
living in
he
the
loves
land of
Trump.
Israel.
I assume Chandler. So you Connor Chandler,
is
Connor
destroyed. There's no
Nate,
more Jewish political
Connor Patty
activity
Pimlet.
at that point.
Connor
The
Patty
Babylonian
Pimlet.
exiles only last for a few
my
decades,
God.
however, and under
That would be
Ezra's
insane.
presence in the Bible,
I don't feel good for Connor there.
the
Exactly.
well-established
Think about this. So you want it's America's
in the 6th
day, right?
century,
It's
and
American.
it
It's
began
July.
to
so much bigger.
Yeah, it's whatever. But it's so it's July 4th.
Historical
Tom
event that
Aspinall is
begins
gonna be
to happen
favored
in this
to
period,
beat John,
the second return
and
to Israel,
Pat be favored
is
to
when
beat Connor.
Alexander the
American
Great
still.
emerges from
So
Macedonia.
you should have the
and creates
English,
this
like you gotta
massive
kind of make
empire that
the
stretches all the way
matchup
from Greece
USA
throughout the
friendly.
eastern Mediterranean
No,
down to
I
Egypt
bet you,
and
I can
way
guarantee
out
you're getting
to
Kayla
Afghanistan.
Harrison in a
And
minute.
he brings with him a culture called Hellenism.
Kayla's the only American champ.
They go crazy for it.
Kayla
So
had
many
to suck
amazing
that weight.
things for
They're
it.
going to fight
But
at
the
45.
problem is they
No,
have
they didn't
a
say.
difficulty
35
figuring
is
out
insane.
how much Hellenism
I
can
don't
be
think they didn't
absorbed
say, but either way, they're getting
by
Kayla on
culture
their card.
without completely capitulating.
I mean, I think
And
Amanda
as a
Nunez and
result,
Kayla
there is a
45
major upheaval in the second century,
Nunez
which is really a
is,
civil
I don't
war.
know if her
I think it's probably both their last fights, so fucking do a 55.
I totally I'd rather see them healthy and just, feeling good.
I think you put Mackenzie Dern on there just for our viewing pleasure. And she might be champ by then.
And they start a new
Yeah, Bo Nickel, of course. He's Mr. All-American.
Even though still
You got Chandler.
have a strong measure of
Nickel. I don't think it doesn't matter. You got Bo Nickel on there.
Is Bo Nickel right now?
You probably have Colby Covington on there.
Yeah, begins to decline, and why we
Do you think
for the common era,
Hamzat's probably not going to be on that card. Just going to
Probably not going to be. He'll be there.
Judea become the client state of Rome.
Do you think that
It is in this environment under Rome that there's tremendous factionalism among Jewish people. There are Sadducees who basically control the temple cult. There are zealots who want to rebel against the Romans. There are the Pharisees who are essentially separating from much of the political debate and
Because you have to think
maintaining
American.
charismatic circles to try and perpetuate the Torah.
There's no American
Those are the people who essentially become the modern rabbis.
Not a pound
And
for
then, of
pound.
course, there are
Sugar
Jewish
Sean, he's
Christians.
a mixture of shit.
At this point, Christianity
Hagen.
was born.
Yeah.
It's entirely a
Well,
Jewish
we gotta see what
movement.
happens.
Only after the first couple
Aljo,
centuries
am I on
did
there?
it
Ortega.
acquire a strong
I keep going down.
non-Jewish character ethnically.
But I
And
feel
there's a
like,
lot more
isn't
to
it
say about that,
the kind of
but,
Sean Brady, American as fuck.
So,
Matt Holloway, American as fuck.
the Jews,
See,
they
dude,
rebel
you
American
against
as
Rome.
fuck.
They lose a major war and in the
A lot
year
of
70, the
There's
temple
not a
was
lot of
destroyed
Americans,
once
buddy.
again.
I'm saying
They
that
I
tried
know,
to
that's what I'm
rebel
saying.
again in the
Wouldn't you
second
just have
century
a champion
under a man
versus
named Bar
champion
Kokhba.
when you have
Even
super
more
fights?
devastation, and the
You know, like-
Romans.
Well, you're going to get that like Congress come back, John come back.
The
Those all
Roman
super fights
exile,
they want.
which
You can make
begins
those. The big,
formally
big
in
time
the first
fights.
century, and extends through the second century.
Which asked Brian,
more
because me and Brendan have different opinions.
and,
So
long-lasting
Kayla Harrison
than the
versus
earlier
Manny Nunes,
Babylonian,
or are you more excited for
It is at this time,
Shevchenko
however, that
rings
the Jews
against
decide to
When it was-
incorporate many of their
I
oral
like the
teachings, which
Shevchenko
had
Zhang
handed down
Weili
for
thing
centuries
because
into core
Weili
doctrine
likes to
called the
stand
Mishnah,
back.
which eventually
And
becomes the
I don't think she
center
has
of the major
Shevchenko's
doctrine
wrestling.
called
I think
the
Shevchenko
Talmud,
gets the
which
job
is
done.
second.
Wrestling.
The
Yeah,
Jews
which means
who are
it's the
living in Babylonia,
Yeah,
they
I
start
mean,
to
Shevchenko
flourish
is-
as Israel
But
begins to
Shevchenko
decline
can give
under
as
the
good as she
Romans.
gets with
And it is
striking.
here
She's
that
also
the
got an
Talmud
amazing
is
striker.
created.
Her Muay Thai's
There's
crazy.
so much to say about
But
this
she's also really good at closing distance
The
and
Talmud is
grabbing you around
essentially
the body.
a long
You just, you know,
commentary.
And they're both super
It's
fun
a
to watch.
massive document
Yeah,
of
Kayla's
20
also
volumes.
wrestling.
Yeah.
And it is
Yeah, man,
essentially a
that's
commentary on the
Zhang
Mishnah,
Weili's
which
so
is in
bad, so
itself
badass.
sort of like an extended,
What do you think on that
primarily
fight,
legal
that Shevchenko
document
Zhang Weili?
commenting on the Torah.
She can't deal
Or
with
to say
Shevchenko's
that
wrestling.
people look at the other
I think
videos.
it's Shevchenko's
So
stress
this
grappling.
community begins
Just
to
gets on the
flourish,
ground.
and
I mean,
at
they're
a
not
high
going to
point,
that Madison Square
really
Garden.
from the
Yeah.
They're very
third through the
Yeah.
6th centuries. In the
I
7th
prefer
century,
Kayla
Islam
Harrison,
comes
man,
into
than
the region, and initially the Jews actually do very well under Islam. There's a lot of
too.
cultural similarities
My
My
between
skill level,
the ancient
Weili
Jews
and
Muslim
Shevchenko's
culture.
a much
This will ultimately
better fight.
My thing
decline
with
when we get to the modern
Amanda
day.
Nunes is
Now,
that she's
What
been out of the game
medieval Jewish history?
mentally and
You can
physically.
define it
She's
in a
just
lot
out
of
of the
different
game.
ways.
Yeah, but she's the best ever do it. She's a knockout artist. She's not gonna. If she wins, you know it's gonna be by knockout.
Yeah.
One thing we can
So
say
you
for
have two
sure is
polar
that medieval
opposites.
periods when you see
You can only
Jews
wrestle,
begin to
you can
really
only
spread
strike.
out on
I'm in there.
the ancient Near
Amanda
East
Nunes
itself.
is a black
Jews
belt.
spreading out across the
Right.
coast of North Africa,
Sure.
major Jewish settlements
You think
in
she's
Egypt
fucking
and what would be
some savage
Morocco,
submission
and
on her
up into
back?
Spain.
Not hands
There are also Jewish settlements
So
down in
but
Europe
Kayla's
as well,
got that
in southern
judo.
France, in northern
The
Germany,
question
and
is,
so on.
can
Later,
Amanda
they would
stop and
expand
take
further east
just
to Eastern Europe, Ukraine, Poland, places like that.
Yeah, but
The
they're
Jews
not
are
as
all
bad
about
as shit.
Drama is
Jews
against
are
success. You
very
don't
wide
go.
range
You don't
of
want to get in that
race,
tripping
but two
game.
are especially
You want to
important.
make sure
They
you
make a
don't
lot of
let
sense.
her
One
get
Kayla get her down. It's just can she get in there close up without getting fucking socked in the face? Man, that's so hard.
And second,
Yeah,
this money
she
right.
hits her,
Because
but
of a
Amanda's probably never
particularly
grabbed by
Christian
somebody like
theology,
although
Jews
Amanda
were
trained
essentially
together.
several
Straight trained.
centuries
Yeah,
of a
tough.
monopoly
That's
of
right.
being the only
That's
providers
right.
of credit
I think, do you have any inside
in
scoop
all
on
of
that?
Christian
Word
Europe.
on the street is
There is
Kayla
definitely a link
ragdoll.
between
Yeah.
money lending
Yes.
and the growth of
Yeah.
anti-Semitism, which becomes
Kayla
really
ragdoll.
bizarre in the medieval period.
Can
There
she go
are
for 25
earlier
minutes
roots
not get
to
clipped?
anti-Semitism beyond the scope of our 8 minutes,
We're
but
talking about
in the medieval period, you really see it particularly in Christian Europe as Christians try to articulate
Yeah.
the difference between
What would be if you
the
can make
daughter
one
religion
matchup on that
of,
card, Jim?
Christianity
The White House
and
card,
the
what
mother
is it?
religion of Judaism.
Yeah, I
You see
give
it
you
in
one
a lot
matchup.
of
There he
artwork.
goes. Jay, what's happening? Love fire the kid. Subscribe to Patreon. I'm gonna send some fan questions over to her, Brendan, this month. But real quick, I'm gonna give you one matchup. Whatever you want, buddy, we'll get it done.
In the growth of really bizarre
Obviously-
ideas.
obviously,
blood
Tom
libel
Aspinall,
charges
Jones.
that the Jews
I'd rather have
somehow
Tom than
drink
Connor
the blood
Chandler.
of Christian
Yeah,
children.
100%.
That's what they call
Now,
it.
would you rather have John Aspinall than John Francis?
From the 13th century, this becomes a very powerful myth.
Fuck, that's a really tough one. I'd say just barely Francis because then if the lineage, he's a real
champ. He's a real heavyweight champ.
Yeah, he's undisputed world champ. How would determine who's actually the real?
So John Jones, Francis Ngannou, that was interesting. Francis Ngannou is such a threat, but John Jones' wrestling is just too good for Francis. When John Jones gets Francis on the ground, hard to do, but he gets him on the ground. I think that's what you're saying. I think Francis gasses. I think at the end of the day, John dominates with wrestling. So what you'd see is probably some version of the ground and pound, something like that. What do you think?
I don't know. John Heavyweight, we don't have a lot to look at. He hasn't looked great. He looks a little out of shape. He's slower. Against Francis, man, he hit him with those fucking nukes.
They dropped Tyson Fury.
Let's say in Baghdad.
Yeah, I'd like to see John Francis. And the hype on that would be insane. Joe versus the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world coming back to the UFC. That's the move.
I'm with Brian. I think it'd be more fun telling Masvidal and John Jones, but as far as like to determine who is the actual heavyweight champ, that would give me the answer. John Francis.
Further as the Christian
And then whoever wins.
Masvidal is a more well-rounded fighter. Just young, just as big, young, faster, or as fast. I mean, on the ground. I think our boy. I think he's a bigger threat than Masvidal. I think Masvidal's a bigger threat. He's way bigger of a problem. His jiu-jitsu is great. His striking is great. He's bigger than John, and at that weight,
Again, his jiu-jitsu on top. They're big guys. Unless you're Purdue, they really have a great guard. I know Tom's a black belt, but it is a British black belt. So
it is a British black belt.
And if Tom house Tom off his back, we have no fucking clue.
And he's going to be on his back.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sold on John heavyweight, but John Jones, he was fighting the right way. But
in Eastern Europe, there's a major uprising under Tom. They're both from 1648. This is followed by
John trains with large men,
to follow a false messiah named Shabtai Tzvi in the 1660s.
So I have this
about a
box
century later, the
of Magic Mind blacks. Yeah, and it says first Spanx of magic, fast-acting ingredients like cordyceps, mushrooms, L-theanine, rhodiola, and some other stuff that's supposed to be really good. Transformation is brewing. You're feeling the deeper shift. You feel a deeper shift. What's the first thing you did when I got in here? You handed me some Magic Mind. I said, let's drink it on air to show people that we actually really take it.
And then slowly begins
There's actually a box. We have a couple more left there. We go through this stuff.
evangelists start studying in universities and so on, and they begin to really express themselves with the members of 19th century
We've got these two.
who are also
They're
emigrating in very
And
large
once you start
numbers
taking
from
it,
Eastern
you'll see what
Europe
I mean,
to,
especially the max, time release caffeine, stay sharp, confident, in control, and it's got a smooth, sustained power, focused, calm energy. Don't feel jittery, which I love. And I'm just going to put these boxes
When we
right
get to the 20th century, certainly the most terrific moment in Jewish history as a whole is the Holocaust. When you have
The number one shot sold
First World War,
right now.
economic
People are obsessed with it.
and the legacy of anti-Semitism, all focused in the leadership of Adolf Hitler. And this creates a world which we cannot possibly do justice to.
You guys obviously remember Luigi Leone, whatever, Reggione? Yeah, shot that CEO of American Healthcare. Anyways, so Shein, which is very popular, brand, it's a cheaper brand. They had this picture
of Jewish history.
apparently it's just someone that looks like him, but it's obviously him. So now they're doing an internal investigation as to how this happened.
Israel goes through.
So that guy Luigi is modeling a shirt, and that shirt is
It's called this AI.
Where did he go before he did the crime?
No, this is Shein just doing it on their website.
This is AI because
He clearly owns some money.
He's a folk hero because he assassinated an insurance CEO.
And that is
A father of two.
although
So that must feel
major
really good
steps
for
were
those
made
kids.
with the 1993 peace accords in Oslo and with the withdrawal from Gaza, which is also a very
I've never heard
problematic
of
event
Shein,
in the year
but no,
2005.
never.
Bad taste.
And that basically brings us up
I
to
think
this present day.
you're
Still have
you're getting
a tremendous amount of challenges
Yeah,
to
someone effed
contend
up
with.
for sure.
It is
and
not
he
easy.
murdered a father in
It's
a cold blood shot him in the back.
But I've managed
It's
to
not the
speak
way
this
you
under
do
18 minutes.
Even
You may be
if people
wondering,
hate
why 18 minutes? Why not
insurance
20 or why not 10? Well, 18 minutes is
You see this
first of all,
influencer
it's
Esmeralda
number
Ferreira?
because that's the amount of time it
She's
takes
found
for
dead with her
for
family, her
9/11
two
bread
kids, and her
to
husband,
11,
in a wrapped in plastic in the back of a truck. The cartel that executed her.
The whole family, number 18,
The whole family, 7-year-old, 13-year-old, two daughters. These motherfuckers, the Jalisco, the Jalisco New Cartel, whatever it's
as the
called.
saying goes,
And
Four bodies wrapped in plastic were discovered inside trucks parked in
Her husband was involved in tomato farming and another business and car swapping, and he had, it was like, it wasn't ties to organized crime, but they wanted his route or something, and they killed him and his whole family, or he probably said no to something. How horrible is that? To me, like, when I was listening,
13 and 7-year-olds,
because they do that. And, with me, for me, like, Mexico's getting more and more fed up with this shit. They shoot a woman in like on live streaming. For me, if I'm the president or these left-wing presidents like Scheinbaum are not willing to do this, but Ed Calderon was saying, you got to treat this like it's an insurgency. You have to treat it like it's a civil war. Like this is a terrorist organization trying to overthrow your country. And you have to get. The only thing people like this understand, I'm sorry, is total violence to the war. And you have to have
that guy also said he was, I don't Trump with him, or they're going to do something. He was not aware of it.
This is for the Mexicans.
Yeah, exactly. But he was saying, like, we in Americans, he's like, Americans just don't understand how Mexico works. Like, we think, oh, just take out the cartel and you're good. He's like, but Trump doesn't understand Mexico because they've adapted, they've grown their business, so now they're the police, they're the government.
And Mexicans are proud people. You don't want American boots there because what will happen is you'll turn the cartels into freedom fighters. That's what he's saying. The Mexicans are really.
I think there's no go back.
Yeah,
it's just what it is.
The Mexican Marines and their military are perfectly capable of raining havoc.
If they're not, if you listen to even those Mexican Marines, like a lot of them are all of them are compromised.
And then you got to figure out a way
to the government.
But there's always a way. You can't have this. You can't have this. It's like, what are we doing here, man? You're killing children. You're killing whole families. For me, I'd be like, this is the last straw. This is not happening.
But this has happened every day, multiple times. Join for this because she was a famous influencer.
I know. But let's go. Let's go.
I don't know what you figure out what you do.
You treat it like an insurgency. You literally have the military. There are great people in the military who are not corrupt in the police force who are willing to do this for every citizen. So when they treated it like an insurgency, they put a huge dent in it. When you had Scheinbaum and that guy Amalo say, hugs, not bullets, see how that does.
One is in the land of Israel, particularly in the north, and secondly in the land of Babylonia, the Mesopotamian
of how she was on trial. By the way, her trial is she won.
She's so funny.
They tried suing her for some. They tried 23 or 24 million.
So spitting in this girl's face.
Meanwhile, in the land of Israel,
she was like, she's such a character.
Which one? In the land of Babylonia.
Let's stay on this, then we'll go on.
Third thing I like to say about
what happened was,
I haven't seen it.
Jury fell apart. She was just funny.
You were like, she fell in love with hip hop. She was such a star on that. You're like, oh, I gotta see more.
You get the charisma for days, and she's way smarter than she lets on. That's a whole act, but she's got a great sense of humor. The jury was laughing, and my buddy Brad Cohen has this. It's called the Dirty Cowboy. He was like, he basically was on there going, hey, I told you, if the jury's laughing, she's getting off.
Heavenly spheres, all kinds of things. It is a rather phenomenal, amazing document that is quite unlike anything that I'm aware of, certainly in the Western tradition. I've got to see a little bit over the course of these lectures. The language of the Talmud is principally Aramaic, which was the original language of the Jews when it was compiled. But the Mishnah is written in a form of Hebrew, and there's considerable infusion of words and syntax and expressions from other languages, including Greek and Akkadian and Persian and all kinds of things are all kind of like folded into the Talmud. It is central to the curriculum of the rabbinical seminary yeshiva even today, and parts of the Talmud are avidly studied by Jews all over the world. So that's a quick definition of what the Talmud is. Let us now focus on main subject, which is the history of the Talmud. When was it started? So this is essentially a theological question, because it remained an oral document for so many centuries. And in fact, it's called Torah Shebaal Peh, the Torah that was, discussed orally as opposed to the Torah that is written down, which is the Bible of Moses. Speaking of Moses, here is Moses, or at least this is Charlton Heston. I really like using these languages. I have a striking resemblance to Moses.
Costs a lot of money.
Let's take it from the perspective of Jewish theology. In terms of the history of the Talmud, very clearly in the first chapter, the first misstep of a chapter called Pirkei Avot.
Man, this thing is one house video. Yeah, so there's a minute that was missing out of that whole chunk of
Joshua.
Okay.
By the way,
this is a missing minute. Yeah, it's very, it's not much.
This is Noah going into the cell. That still won't be enough.
The oral Torah, which contains the essential.
It's very late. Also, release the conspiracy guys. I'm kind of with it. Like, who released this? How do we know it's an actual minute video?
That's weird.
It shows the security guard pacing near the desk
That
downstairs.
is interesting. Why would it be removed? So security ground. What happened?
Assembly would say the
Right.
You know, what were they trying to hide?
And then they,
Like, was it doctored?
what's going on? They tell us just 2 hours of footage from outside at his jail on the night that he died.
and make a fence around the Torah.
It includes a minute of footage
Create
with
like kind of a protective
that was
area
mysteriously
around
excluded from the 11-hour video release
So according to
in
Jewish
July.
theology, the entire Talmud goes all
But
the
there's
way
really nothing
back
to that video
Mount
other than
Sinai,
the guy
that it
piece.
was transmitted orally, as it were, from a teacher to a student, from a teacher to a student,
Yeah.
for many,
Go up,
many
Jim.
generations until.
So they didn't
File show naked, just Lane Maxwell and pics of powerful people.
Well,
It's still nothing. Yeah, let me see it.
So the version
She was real hotty-toddy for a second.
hotty-toddy, man.
is intimately connected.
It's weird just to chill with your badge out on the beach, though. Like, even my wiener on
You
the
did
beach.
that in Pocono, so they're doing parties.
They still don't want to.
2 Jews, 3 opinions.
What is this?
And so this is a not a
just
document,
like-
which is kind of like a.
I know that picture now. That's a famous picture.
No, this is just videos.
Stream of consciousness, conversation, a transfer.
First of all, if I went to his island, I saw these pictures. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Thousands
There's just my naked just chilling.
place over many centuries, many different civilizations. So let's go first to the biblical period.
Oh, that's her too, huh?
So, the biblical period, which refers to what's going on.
Oh, that's just her butt naked everywhere?
They do not call it
He's a
the
Bruce
Old
Weber
Testament,
photograph. I've seen it
because of
before.
course Jews do
That's
not
a Bruce Weber
recognize a New Testament. The Old Testament is working just fine. Thankfully,
Yeah.
there's no reason to upgrade it
Yes,
to a new version
that's
of the
kind of
software.
like
Tanakh is the Hebrew term, which is split into 3 sections. As Jews
Explain to me why Ehud Barak, the prime minister of Israel, was caught sneaking into his house with a disguise. Have you seen those pictures? Why don't you bring up Ehud Barak?
It's gonna be hard to spell that. How do you do it?
EHUDBARAK. Now, this is a matter of fact. This is not conjecture.
Get into his house?
This is the prime minister of Israel, a former member of Syriat Mithkal. You know what that is? It's like the SAS Delta Force for Israel, baddest guys on the planet. Then guess who else was in the same unit? Bibi Netanyahu. Okay, who's the current president? So you're talking about a guy at the highest echelon of Israel, the highest echelon of intelligence and everything, okay? Ehud Barak met with Jeffrey Epstein, doesn't sign full on private plane. It was more than just getting laid, I promise you. There was something else going on here. Where did his money come from? Why did Leslie Wexler give him power of attorney? He was one of the richest men in the world, and without question, he led Jeffrey Epstein to 28 or whatever, run his whole company, and he had power of attorney.
Woody Allen was with him too?
Yeah.
With the conquest of Alexander the Great. If you have a look at this map,
But that was more because they were all kind of like,
marched out
it was
of
before anybody
northern
knew who he was.
Greece, Macedonia. He is known as Alexander.
But you got to see there's a picture of Ehud Barak coming into his house.
And he conquers an amazing amount of territory in a
disguise.
very short period of
But
time
Ehud Barak
before he dies
disguised,
at a young age. He does
I
not
doubt Google's gonna show you this, Joe.
for which Jews
Oh, there you are, right there.
eternally
Right there. See
grateful.
that?
So much so that they
Let me
even
just,
named their children after him.
See that?
My grandfather,
Yeah,
Shalom,
that's-
named Alexander, and
that is so
one of my sons,
clearly
Alexander,
Ehud
as
Barak.
well.
Look at that shit.
I'm proud
That's
to
so
the great
they came out in the same jacket.
Alexander, my great grandfather, and my grandfather who was great.
That's crazy. That's his house in New York, bro.
But he was great. During
Shady.
his time,
What was
the
he doing?
Jews are exposed to Hellenism.
He was
Essentially
clearly
a way
working
of
for
looking at the
Assad.
world, which encompasses Greek
Now,
science,
Israelis might be very
rhetoric,
embarrassed
drama,
because
art,
because
literature,
maybe it was a honeypot, or maybe it wasn't. They don't want to be associated. Now they're just found to be having sex with children. 14-year-olds.
What else you got, Jim?
Jews did.
Last one on Epstein.
Overwhelmed by this.
So it says right here, 9 days before his death, Epstein did not appear to be dead, and he threatened to self-her the Bureau of Prison Suicide
This
Resistance.
is a long time, though.
Fascinating body of information.
It was day before, now we're talking 9 days? In that condition?
Our Jewish traditions. It was such a
That's just
difficult
an opinion.
tradition.
You don't know what's going on. If you're going to kill yourself, you're not going to tell anybody. You're like, no, I'm fine. You
cross
They
that they ended up having a national revolt over it.
Conjecture.
Civil
Well,
war.
you're going to just find all of this that's going to lead to frustration.
Yeah, also, if you're doing a commit, if you're playing commit suicide 90s out, when an expert comes to talk to you or smells your shit, I'm like, I'm actually just, if you want to get
This lasted for several
And you have 9 days to think, and you go, I'm never getting out of here.
yeah, and you're in that shitty
It's going to
environment.
get way worse because I can't
Oh,
be general population.
That's what it did. 2 of the 9, you're like, dude, fuck.
Well, then you're in a cell. You'll be in a cell for 23 hours a day. You're in what's called protective custody. You can't go to Gen Pop because they'll kill you. So for the rest of your life, you're
war elephant.
What else you got, Jen?
Here's a since we're on this topic. Since
allies of the Hellenizing
from
Jews
some,
in
have you guys
Israel
ever? This is a deep question, but have you guys ever like got close to thinking about
rebels unsuccessfully?
suicide?
Salazar heroically dove underneath the
No, but seriously, like actually thought about maybe.
No, but I've been low enough to want my plane to crash.
Dude, that is so crazy. I felt the same before too.
Yeah,
You're gonna find
Sometimes I've heard just take my car and go like this. Going off the bridge. Yeah. I'm not having kids. I've been considered it more. Is that
Gray horse with a
Wow,
very
it's
long
actually good.
nose.
Like that's
You can get overwhelmed with your responsibilities, not knowing how to get out of something.
That brief encounter, we have to go
But it's definitely not the answer, kids.
Roman
No, it's not.
It's not the answer.
So we're still
Find yourself.
Because your life will be easier because you're not here, but then you're fucking over.
You find some of the highest truth possible and you go through whatever you gotta go.
There's some people that care about you. So.
And you find a way to be your best self. The hardest thing about any kind of stress or whatever is finding a way to be your best self and continuing to perform in whatever you have to do, like nothing's wrong.
Hopefully not having a heart attack through the process.
Yeah, think about Gordon Ryan, who had always felt he was seasick. Always felt he was going to throw it and still fucking made it. Just keep going.
And if people don't know what seasickness feels like, it is probably more than a horse. Yeah,
I've had a horse. Whatever, like people, The Rock has lost a bunch of weight. They're like, oh, he's doing for acting. He's like, I'm done with the box office hits because they think he's going to win an Oscar for his role for Martin Kerr. He had a 15-second stand ovation, 15-minute, which is always a little weird. He's crying. He's great. He was saying, he's like, I'm done doing the box office stuff. Like, they pigeonhole me and doing the. He's like, I've made a lot of good movies, a lot of bad movies. He's like, I want to do stuff that actually means something. And he's losing weight. People are like, man, why is he losing weight? Oh, because he don't have a heart attack. He's had a fucking giant turbocharger of steroids in his system, and his internals are about to burst. So he's going for acting. He wants to get better roles. B, he doesn't want to blow a fucking gasket at, what is he, 55, 56 years old?
And you will. Your liver and
It's only a matter of time. He's running high PSI.
53.
He's 53. You run that much gear all the time. Like your heart can only, as Trump says, only has so many beats. Look at him here. This is a little cringy to me. When they clap for 15 minutes after they watch it at Cannes or wherever the fuck it is. That's Mark Kerr, actually. Mark Kerr next to him. Yep.
And in that region called Mesopotamia, because it was between the rivers, Mesopotamia and Pocomoke River, there were a lot of Jewish settlements.
What's that?
They ended up
Emily
growing
Blunt?
and becoming very significant.
Come on, dude. Yeah, she's gorgeous.
After the decline of the land of Israel under the Romans,
15 minutes of clapping, it's a little cringy though, yeah?
And so basically, kind of developing.
Can you imagine someone singing Happy Birthday to you for 15 minutes?
All
the attention's on you?
Earlier, that's where ultimately we have two distinct texts.
The Rock is awesome, isn't it?
Okay, so that
Who is that guy?
He's a director.
Director. What's his name?
Does it matter?
Well, it might be Charlie Kaufman.
I want to take 1 minute to talk about what the Talmud is certainly.
That's a long time.
Now, because
It's all short, right?
Did you ever see the original
documentary? Yeah.
people who are
But apparently this movie, Rock's supposed to win big up for the Oscar.
I shut off all comments
Stop
because
that.
there are a lot of people that have this crazy idea that the Talmud is some kind of like secret
So in
document
Venice Film Festival,
that is the
15 minutes
the
stand
whole
ovation.
rule for the
Very awkward.
secret
Is it
world
amazing?
conspiracy, which does not
Is it?
exist, by the way.
Calm the fuck down.
And that
15
somehow
minutes
is
stand
No, I'm
a
saying
lot
I
of
was thinking that's performance.
I'm going like this, thank you. I'd sit down. After 2 minutes, I'm like, oh, please stop.
It's too long.
No, think about this. It's like someone singing Happy Birthday for 15 minutes.
Can you do me a favor?
I go, enough.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I'm not the real 50 minutes from Mark Kerr. His career, don't do that. He's the real deal. I portrayed him. You guys enjoyed it. Stop.
When Mark Kerr knocked out Stott, the Ranger, the best knockout in UFC history, bring up his body. I hung out with him afterwards. Joe and I, Joe Rogan, when we were 27 or whatever it was. And it was when nobody watched the UFC. I think we were in like Louisiana, and it was at Heineken. And he wrestled. Please understand, he wrestled at 188. He wrestled at 188 pounds, and he was 260. And to his own admission, he goes, "Yeah, I put a little Miracle Grow in my fucking belt. Look at his all-American fucking. And that body is so ridiculous. Yeah, his body was so stupid, and he had those American flag shorts.
Look at his fucking traps there. That is a human stingray.
Yeah, that's a giant. They both were probably pretty sauced up, and I'm going to take probably out of that sentence. Okay, because you don't get more sauced up. And he goes like this. He goes, "Yeah, I wrestled 188, but I put a little Miracle Grow in my cereal in the morning." We were laughing. He was a great guy. Really straps are longer than that. Yeah, that's what will happen when those your receptors. I guess your androgen receptors.
Also, him shooting to that side all the time. Who knows?
Yeah.
Could have some neurological damage where one side doesn't go.
Fantastic
So many
shorts. Great shorts.
There's young Joseph with the sideburn.
Young Joe Rogan with Mark Kerr. Mark's way taller than that, by the way, so I don't know why.
Yeah, it's just the camera angle.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to
I definitely want to see Smash Machine. I won't see it in the theater, not gonna lie. I'm gonna hire a babysitter for that. I am gonna see it the minute it comes out on streaming.
Two thirsty gals all over him. And he's like, "I'll talk to you in a sec." And he starts talking to us.
Today we're going to talk about the midline, which forms the backbone
All of a lifetime for
cortex around which the Talmud is built.
So I'd like to spend so minutes to quickly give you a sense of There's some UFC cats in that too.
which the midline came to be a written document. Try to understand some of
My boy Bradley Cooper's had a movie about stand-up with Arnett.
the transition from oral tradition to a manuscript tradition that was so crucial in the development of Jewish history, especially Jewish intellectual and religious history.
Have you guys heard about
possible for the Talmud that we study today to be in a form.
Dude, everyone's talking about it. I can't
Jeremy Piven's still in the theaters right now. Isn't Jeremy Piven in that?
I'm not sure. Have you seen Barbarian?
Oh, I haven't seen that.
It's the same director. Barbarian was amazing.
I hear that
Justin Long was in it.
Oh,
I saw Barbarian. Hey, don't you dare. It's all right.
I hear it's great. It was awesome. You're not much of
It
a
is one of the great cataclysms of
No, I
Jewish
love scary movies.
central spot.
Well, let me see. Barbarian's great with
so much spiritual energy for centuries upon centuries.
It's worth a
would be
watch.
destroyed, and this
It's
really
not going
created
to
a
change your
crisis.
life.
You know, what would happen to Judaism if they did not have the temple rituals
It's
to follow? That's really an important starting point for us, but we have to go back just a little bit to understand the context of that first century, because it is in that context, the events of that first century,
that scares me.
really set the stage
I'll check
for
it out.
the
I can calm
transition
down a little bit though. You thought Jeremy Piven was in it?
He's in the movie that's doing really well, and I'm
So
trying
going back a couple hundred years before that, 400 years before that, we talked about the conquest of the region by Alexander, and this introduced into ancient Israel the philosophy which eventually called Hellenism. Really, I should say philosophy. It's a Weltanschauung. It's a worldview that encompasses not only philosophy, but also aesthetics, and literature, and science, and mathematics, and so many of these ways of thinking that have a tremendous impact on the Jews of the period. So much so that the Jews tend to go overboard, and many Jews simply advocated completely abandoning
There's some good stuff coming out.
and fully assimilating.
Let's do this last one.
So
That's Brian was asking
more
last
to say about that.
that pretty girl.
For our
So this is
purposes,
a
this
mother-daughter
resulted
combo.
in a backlash.
It's the first time ever that they've done this.
Before the
They're sort of making history.
led by a group called the Maccabees. It was a popular
amazing.
rural
She's
uprising
to me,
against
when I saw
many of the
her, I thought she's your type.
Father, son of the UFC. Yeah, she's everybody's type.
She's a great now, but specifically your type.
We tend to
I like
learn
your
or
type
we
too,
tend to teach
Jim.
our children in primary
I
school
sure
that this
is.
was a
Oh,
foreign
yeah.
invasion of
Fly me
the Greeks.
Fly me to the
Syrian Greeks because it came through
moon.
the north through the Seleucid Empire.
Are we gonna get
No way, mother, daughter, what are the odds? Covina!
It's history.
Covina, we'll see you in a little bit. Charlotte, North Carolina, September 1920. That's right. Covina, 12, 13, and 14.
Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19th.
Yep. And Albuquerque, New Mexico, October 3rd and 4th. There we go. Let's go, baby.
All right, kids. Hopefully you're enjoying the Patreon. New Patreon. Go to patreon.com/TFATK. Extended episodes, ad-free. Twice on the fan question. Extra behind-the-scenes content. $5 a month. This is easy. That's for the hardcores. We love you guys.
At least
This is the Fire
initially
Kid.
tried to bring back much of that old style religion and to set these on a less Hellenizing path than the prior generations had taken it to. So this was like kind of a pendulum reset, bringing the Jews back away from the influence of Alexander into the traditional influence of the sages and so on. It did not last very long. Hellenism was such a powerful, overwhelming influence that Hellenizing trends increased, and in fact, the Hashmonite dynasty began to decline on its own until eventually you have the last major king of the period, King Herod, shown here, who, to be down the to say something positive about Herod, he was a tremendous public works builder. He renovated the temple, very important thing, built lots of amphitheaters and roads and aqueducts and all kinds of harbors, things like that. But he was also an incredibly cruel tyrant, murdering his own spouses and children and all kinds of things like that. Definitely not a person you'd want to invite to your Shabbos table so quickly. He ruled from the year 37 before the Common Era until the year 4 of the Common Era. After his rule, there was a significant step down in the authority of the local kings that would go even further when the Romans ultimately destroyed the temple. But let's just go a little bit further into relationships specifically with Rome. Many people also have this understanding that just like in the period of the Hashmonaim, people tend to have this misconception of the Greeks or the Syrian Greeks invaded and the Jews pushed them back out. Not exactly what happened. Same thing with the Romans. The Romans actually were in Israel from 63 before the Common Era. They were there for over a century before they actually destroyed the temple. They came in with Pompey, and the reason for this had to do with the inherent weakness of the Hashmonaim kings and the tremendous strength of the Roman Empire. But this in itself was not so terrible because the way that Rome preferred to rule its far-flung empire was a rule called divide et impera, divide and rule. They identified the ruling classes in a particular region. They said, listen, we're going to give you lots of extra privileges, citizenship in the Roman Republic, all kinds of great things. All you have to do is pay us taxes, tribute, and do things our way. And this was a very effective ruling strategy, and it lasted for several hundred years. So Israel essentially became a vassal state under the Romans. They had their own kings, they had their own government, and things were not so terrible until the first century, when the relations between Rome and Jews just descended so rapidly as a result of several factors which are beyond our scope today. But please have a look if you want on my website. I've got lectures on this like you wouldn't believe. Okay. Let us focus now internally within the Jewish community. There were 4 basic orientations of Jews towards the Romans in particular, but also had a relationship to Hellenism, which of course continued apace under the Romans at the same time. There were the so-called Sadducees or Sadducees. These were Jews who believed in following the same kind of Hellenizing, in this case Romanizing trends of their urban predecessors, who argued that Roman power was here to stay and that the Jews would do well by simply capitulating to the Romans, and in return they could rely on their beneficence, they could rely on their support, patronage, and so on. And it was the Sadducees who largely held the most predominant positions in the temple in Jerusalem at the end of the first century. Secondly, there were the Zealots, who were in favor of the opposite, saying, no, even though the Roman Empire is so much larger than us, and so much more powerful than us, they have these massive standing armies, let us instead fight them and let's drive them out of our land. The Zealots, in particular, a group called the Sicarii, which were named for these curved knives that they used to use when they assassinated their political opponents, were actually feared not only by Romans, but also by Jews who dared to speak against them. These were like very radical Jews who fought amongst each other and fought other Jews trying to assert their own vision of an independent Israel without any foreign domination whatsoever. Then there were some who radically separated from the Jewish community as a whole, in particular a group called the Essenes, not an especially well understood group. We hear about them in the works of Josephus, who is our major source for much of this period. But we also have significant archaeological materials that come from the Qumran region, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and so on, that apparently there was a significant number of groups who were, just simply saying, that's it, I'm going to go live in the Judean desert, I'm going to eat nuts and berries, things like that, and I'm going to anxiously await the imminent arrival of Mashiach, who is going to be coming any day soon. And they kind of like took themselves out of the world altogether. There's a lot more to say about that, but again, interest of time. Finally, there are this group that we would call today the good guys, the winners, the Pharisees. This term Pharisee is English, and in the Christian tradition, it is not a nice term, primarily because the founder of Christianity is frequently arguing with the Pharisees over one thing or another. That's primarily because he himself was in the Pharisaic movement, and you tend to argue with people with whom you are closest ideologically. In Hebrew, the term Pharisee means Perushim, or the separators, those who separate from the political trends of society. They didn't separate as radically as the Essenes, who wanted to live outside of society as a whole. The Pharisees were like charismatic leaders of small disciple groups. They were very much connected to the rural countryside and so on. They were genuinely seen, as far as we can tell from the literature, as the true leaders of the Jewish people, although they did not have the kind of trappings of authority that, for example, the Tzdukim did. So these are, and they are, by the way, the essentially the rabbis. They're the people who will be most closely associated with the development of the Mishnah, and it is their tradition which will go on to the Talmud, and of course will inform all Judaism afterwards. The Pharisees are kind of like the ones that survived this nasty time. So let us understand how this all fell apart. There was a terrible Roman-Jewish war that erupted in the year 66, largely as a result of the brigandage and the general lawlessness that was happening in the north part of the region. The Romans sent a legion to try and deal with the problem of Jewish, many of them associated with the Zealots in particular, a humiliating loss. Even though the Roman legion that was sent down was commanded by a seasoned general, and these battle-hardened troops, they were no match for the kind of strategies of these guerrilla soldiers in Israel, and they were sent packing. The Emperor Nero said, okay, I've got to pull out the big guns, and he sent the Vespasian, later joined by to Israel to deal with these Jewish rebels. Unfortunately, is that his son Titus. The second thing, unfortunately, is that his son Titus, taking his time over several years, went and surrounded Jerusalem and ultimately destroyed 7. There was a long drawn-out operation for the Romans because many of the Zealots retreated to Masada, a distant mountaintop in the Dead Sea region, and there they mounted their last stand that culminated in a mass suicide, and that was ultimately the end of any kind of Jewish sovereignty in Israel at that point. The Romans cracked down very hard, and over the course of the next few decades, the Jewish sovereignty and Jewish sensibilities were horribly impugned by the Romans. Huge amounts of populations were exiled or were refugees. Many were sold into slavery. Tens of thousands brought back to Rome to serve as builders, the Colosseum and other structures at this time, and many other horrible things, which of course I can discuss in a much longer lecture. There were two more wars, one of which was particularly disastrous. There was the so-called Kitos War, which is more closely associated with the Jewish diaspora. That is the scattering of Jews that were living in the Near East at this time, in Egypt in particular and in Mesopotamia. This is probably associated with some kind of tax rebellion. It's not a war that's well understood. Many don't even call it a war, but there was significant anti-Jewish violence that occurred in the year 117. And finally, a war that we know a little bit more about, the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, another attempt by the indigenous Jews in Israel to push off the Roman yoke, led by a brilliant commander named Bar Koziba, known popularly as Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. Many people felt that he, in fact, would herald the coming of the Messiah, Rabbi Akiva in particular. But after an initially successful venture, somewhat like in the First Roman-Jewish War, the Romans totally devastated the region, burning, according to historians from the time, hundreds of villages and really extirpating the vast majority of Jewish settlements in the southern part of the country at this time. So you've got these three wars occurring within 3 generations that completely devastate any sense of Jewish sovereignty in Israel. What happens to the population? Well, as I mentioned, many of them were exiled, many were drawn to slavery, many simply fled as refugees. You have increased populations in the surrounding regions, but within Israel itself, you have a significant amount of the population moving north. The Judean desert, which is in the region of Jerusalem and to the south in particular, that is totally destroyed by the Romans, and so many of these Jews, they flee to the north. And they go to the Galilee region, where you have a significant amount of arable land. And because of the arrangement that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai made originally with the Roman authorities, there is still some remnant of Jewish authority. Now it is fully Pharisaic in nature, and the Sanhedrin is still active in the north, trying to lay down the basic principles of Jewish self-government, even under these tenuous situations. But the nature of the Jewish community is so tenuous at this point. There is no formal relationship with the Romans who can do whatever they will. The Jewish population is frequently under heavily burdensome taxation, hugely insulting taxation, in fact, like the Machatisa shekel, which was such an important yearly donation that would go to the upkeep of the temple. That is, of course, imposed as the so-called fiscus judaicus, the Jewish tax, but instead of going to the temple in Jerusalem, now long destroyed, it is confiscated and taken to Rome for the temple of Zeus there. Amazing, horrible.
Yo.
So this is the period
What up?
in which the Mishnah comes.
Fuck you, dog.
Again, through these hundreds of years, we're talking about rabbis who are handing down, teacher to student, all of these traditions, and they're running away from the Romans. Sometimes they're joining the rebels, sometimes they're not joining the rebels, sometimes the rebels are attacking them. And what's going to happen with all this? So Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who was the leader of the Sanhedrin, he was actually, the term Nasi indicates a position of some political authority. It means usually translated as the prince. He says, okay, you know what? Even though we have always maintained this as an oral tradition, given the political, demographic, and economic situation the Jews find themselves in Israel, we must commit this to writing. It's a hugely controversial discussion that many said, what are you talking about? If you commit this to writing, you will reify it, making it hard and inflexible, when as an oral tradition, we have the opportunity to discuss, debate, and so on. But if you put it in writing, it'll be accessible to everybody, whereas previously we're able to basically share this only between a sage and a disciple, and now all of a sudden it's going to be available to anybody who can read. And of course, we have this long-standing tradition that God gave us this text, right? Remember, let's go back to the last lecture, that according to the first Mishnah in Pirkei Avot, God gave this entire text, meaning the written text of the 5 books of Moses and the oral text, which would become the core document of the Mishnah. that was all given orally. And if God wanted to give it in text, he could have given it in text back then. So therefore, you're like completely upending so many centuries, millennia almost, of Jewish tradition. How can you do this, Rabbi Yehuda? Nevertheless, he said, Eis Lashem, he quoted the verse in Psalms, he said, it is a time to act for God, because the end of the verse is, because they have destroyed your Torah. Meaning, under this circumstance, where we are so, hard-pressed to maintain our own basic existence, if we don't commit this to writing, God forbid it would be lost. And so therefore, he pushed through this measure where he recorded all of these teachings and he put them in the Mishnah itself. Now, to understand what the Mishnah is, it's not a law code. If it was a law code, it would be simple. It would be like rule A, rule B, rule C. Let's go on to the next chapter. Rule A, rule B, rule C. That's not what it's like about at all. It is a discussion where Rabbi A says this, and Rabbi B says this. And very infrequently, you actually have anyone say, and by the way, Rabbi B is right. More often than not, you'll have two opinions on it, sometimes 3, 4, 5 opinions without a conclusion. So what kind of law code is this if you don't have actually written laws at the end? Brilliantly, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, by editing these teachings from so many different rabbis, he somehow preserved the very core element of morality while keeping it as a written text, because it meant that the only way you can actually master this document is by interacting with it. You can't memorize it and hope to actually know what the Mishnah says. You have to actually dive into it and then say, well, why does Rabbi A say this and why does Rabbi B say this? And if we know the logic behind Rabbi A and Rabbi B's decisions, then perhaps we can apply it in this situation here. Well, let's test it out. That's essentially the kind of thing that the Talmud does. And it has tremendous ramifications for keeping this as both a living document that responds to technological social innovations over the centuries. There's no discussion of microwaves, for example, microwave ovens in the Mishnah, but nevertheless, we use the Mishnah to discuss how do we deal with microwave ovens in Halacha. And not only that, all of the crazy medical technologies that we have today that can ridiculously prolong life or can create life in new ways that we never imagined, these are things which are discussed in the Mishnah because it preserves that open-endedness. So how is it structured? So if there's 6 sections, it's known as Shas, Shisha, Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah. People often use the term Shas to refer to the Talmud as a whole, and that's because the Mishnah is the Shedra, the spine of the entire document, also following these 6 orders. They are, let's have a look at them here, first of all, seeds, which basically deals with the laws of agriculture. First, it begins with a discussion of blessings. How do you appropriately appreciate the blessings, which are fundamentally agriculture in nature. And then it goes on to discuss many of the laws in the Bible, like, mixed seeds or the sabbatical year, the donations to charity from agricultural products, and so on. The second order is called Times, Moed, and that deals primarily with holidays like the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Passover, and so on. The third section deals with women. This is actually the largest section, and that deals primarily with relations with women, marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, widowhood, things like that. The Mishnah is pretty much androcentric. It's clearly written for a male audience, and so this section is called Women because it's talking to men about how to relate to women. There's a lot more to say about women studying the Mishnah and studying the Talmud. Towards the end of the series, I hope to get into how that evolved historically as well. The fourth section is Damages, which is kind of like the classic section of the Talmud. When people think of the Talmud, they don't know a lot about it. They usually associate the Talmud with this section, which deals with, what if someone's ox gored someone else's cow, or what if someone accidentally was, making a fire in his backyard and a coal was picked up and flew over to someone else's backyard. How are damages calculated and things like that? Basically, tort law and certain amount of criminal law as well. Then the fifth section is Holy Things, which deals primarily with the sacrificial laws of the temple. The sixth thing deals with pure things, and this deals with personal ritual purity. And in modern day, that deals with things like washing hands and the laws of Taharat and Mishpacha, what's called the family purity laws, and so on. That's basically what the mission is all about. So to kind of wrap this discussion up, the takeaway message is that the Mishnah was composed, it was compiled at a time of tremendous political, economic, demographic uncertainty for the Jews. It was a very dramatic decision that Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi made to try and preserve these teachings. And he did so in a brilliant manner that retains the oral nature of the document, that it is a human document, that it is a living document for the basis of what would later become the Talmud. So that's where we're going to start next lecture. We're going to look at actually how the Mishnah evolved into the Talmud, first formed in the land of Israel and then in the land of Babylonia. I thank you very much for watching. I hope this helped you with your learning, and I look forward to speaking to you in the next video. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 60,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Hello, I hope you had a fantastic holiday season, and I am so grateful to be back with you again for the Jewish New Year 5780. I want to just take a quick moment to invite you to come to the holy community of Teaneck, New Jersey, where I'm really privileged to be speaking with the All Daf team about the project that we're engaged with as part of the OU Daf Yomi initiative under the leadership of Rabbi Moshe Shway. Basically, what we're going to be doing is speaking at several synagogues. Rabbi Moshe Elephant will be there, Rabbi Weil will be there, and we'll be talking about different things associated with the study of Talmud, all gearing up for that massive siyum, that massive 7.5-year conclusion of the Talmud that's coming up in January, and the new app that we are launching that, in my humble opinion, will revolutionize the way so many people study the Talmud today. The topic that I'll be addressing, I think, is absolutely fascinating, at least in my humble opinion. I'm going to be looking at the bizarre story behind the canonization of the Vilna Shas. As many of you might know, the competition to produce the ultimate Talmud edition was quite fierce in Eastern Europe in the 9th century, and there were two houses that were especially vying for that coveted title. The noted Hasidic publishing house known as Slavuta, later published in Zhitomir by the Shapiro family, was especially beautiful, and in fact the Shapiros brought to their task tremendous amounts of sincerity and religious piety. It is said that they used to take all of the type, all of the actual letters that they would then put into the pages, and they would toivel them in a mikvah. They would immerse them in a ritual bath in order to purify them before they engaged in the holy task of bringing the Talmud. The Rom family in Vilna, under the tremendous leadership of people like Menachem Ben Rom, shown here, and in particular, Devorah Rom. It's very unusual to see a woman at the head of such an important publishing community, especially in the rarefied, generally male world of studying the Talmud. Nevertheless, under their brilliant leadership, they nevertheless were able to edge out the Slavuta family. Fascinating kind of bizarre circumstances surrounding many of the episodes of this 100-year struggle, and they produced the iconic Vilna Shas. To have a look at this amazing frontispiece, this title page, which is one of the most beautiful elements of the Vilna Shas, and I remember seeing it as a child, and I remember thinking to myself, what is behind these regal pillars? What is behind this heavy drapery? What are those lions at the top of the columns guarding? I wanted to go in through those gates, and I wanted to learn what is on the other side of this title page. And in fact, many decades later, I'm still amazed at the things I find in the Talmud. So let's get together. I really hope that for those of you who are in the holy Jewish community of Teaneck, New Jersey, you'll come by and say hello to all of us with the OU Daf Yomi initiative and talk to us about this new app that we're launching in January, God willing, the All Daf app. By the way, have a look at the All Daf logo. Notice the echo of Vilna in our logo, right? Very clever. Anyways, I hope that's useful for you. Please come by and say hello. I would love to meet you. And I hope you have an amazing 5780. I am a little bit flustered myself because the Q train stopped working this afternoon, and I had to jump in an Uber to get to Atlantic Terminal and catch the LIRR. And I didn't realize, but there's rush hour in New York City, and that slowed down the Uber, and I missed my train, and I just walked in here in the last few minutes. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to tell you a funny story, hopefully as much as it will actually do. And this is a true story. I was trying to think of a joke that deals with the Talmud, which is going to be the topic of our discussion today and for 2 more classes. And this is a true story. It's not even really a joke. It's actually an anecdote. When I was in my 30s, I had a thorough fellowship at the National Endowment for Humanities at Oxford University. And it was a great privilege. I got to work in Oxford's amazing library there, the Bodleian Library, with a phenomenal collection of fantastic manuscripts and books, tremendous things. And this is a closed-stack library. No one can just walk in there and use the library. You have to have credentials and invitations and things like that. So I had received all those things. I had my papers all in order, and I went to the librarian to receive my library card. And she looked over all my papers, checked all the forms, said, "Okay, no problem. I'm not going to try to imitate her Oxbridge accent." But she said, "Before I give you your library card, you have to take the oath." I said, "What oath?" And I'm thinking in the back of my head, "Oh my gosh, no, I'm an observant Jew. And what kind of oath and how do I take an oath? It's not appropriate for Orthodox Jews to take oaths." But, I said, "What oath?" She said, "Oh, it's a very funny thing, but, several hundred years ago, we had this problem with undergraduate students burning books in the library. It's a really big library, and there's no natural heating, and those Oxford winters can be very damp, and so they would say, what do we need another copy of Aristotle's Philosophy and Ethics? Come on, we've already got 7. This one's only from the 1700s. We can burn this one." And they would burn the books to keep themselves warm. So ever since then, the librarians require that every patron of the library, duly credentialed, nevertheless takes the oath that promises, among other things, not to burn the books in the library. I didn't know what to do. I traveled all this way to get to the library. I really wanted to see the books. How am I supposed to take notes? And then, Hashem gave me a little bit of an insight, and it really worked out very well. I asked her, "Do you have the oath in other languages?" And she said, "Of course." And she pulled out this big, thick white binder with all these laminated pages and in Amharic and Hindi and Urdu and all kinds of languages. And I said, "Could you show me the oath in Hebrew?" And she flipped open to Hebrew, and there it is. And instead of saying, "I swear not to burn the books in the library," it says something like, "Hare ani mekabel alai ha'acharayu shel hasifriya." I take responsibility on myself for any books that I might burn in the library, and so I was allowed to use it. So that's kind of like a bookish introduction, a true story from my adventures. The Rabbi Trump correctly noted, spending a lot of my time thinking about the Talmud lately, and primarily because of this new project that I'd like to tell you a little bit more in the context of my remarks tonight. But my approach to the Talmud is kind of a little quirky, I remember being in yeshiva, and I just asked some kind of question. I don't remember what it was, some kind of extraneous question, and the Maggid Shir looked at me and he said, "You might as well be asking what were the color of Rashi's socks." And apparently this is some kind of joke because everyone else in the Shir laughed at my expense, and I thought to myself, I wonder what color socks Rashi wore. I mean, where did he get his wool? And were they linen, or what? Who made those socks? What did they look like? How did they stay up? And so on. So I'm very interested in all of the kind of extra things around the Talmud, and that's essentially what I'm spending a lot of time on in this particular app. If you're familiar with the Steinsaltz Gemara, I'm the kind of guy who always reads the stuff around the sides before I actually read the Gemara itself. It's my inclination. So the discussions that we're going to be having today are primarily looking at those kind of quirky, sideways approaches to the Gemara. And I'd like to look at 3 specific episodes that relate to one dominant theme. The first is going to be today on Daniel Baumberg, the non-Jew who literally put the daf in Daf Yomi. because he pioneered, among other things, the use of page numbers in the Talmud, as we shall see. So, although we have tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews currently studying Daf Yomi, and we anticipate a doubling of that number with the new Siyam Hashas in January, the Daf Yomi structure could not have been adopted without this particular individual who has a fascinating life history for our purposes. The second lecture next week, we're going to look at the exceptional women who made the Talmud possible. Particularly interesting because, generally speaking, the Talmud is a book written by men for men. It is highly androcentric. There are occasional references to women, but there are very few women's voices in the Talmud itself. Nevertheless, when you look at the history of the Talmud, particularly in the context that I'd like to share with you today and next week, you'll see that there are some very powerful women who have a phenomenal impact in producing Talmud study today.
Saudi Arabia, come on. Get your tickets now. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Tim Dillon live in the capital. Is it the capital? Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, October 8th.
Series of manuscripts that he claimed were actually
October 8th.
Presented some books that he claimed were actually
the day after October 7th.
It turned out that not only were they
just funny how it all
but himself was not a Sephardi follower. He
not
was
something that I had planned. By the way, it's just something that happened. I will be in Riyadh at the Riyadh Comedy Festival at the Bakr Al-Shadi Theater. Come see me at the Bakr Al-Shadi Theater. And apologies if I am not pronouncing that correctly. I don't know. I imagine I'll be doing more in the Middle East. I imagine we all will. Actually, we'll be doing a lot of it. And there are people, and I'm doing Abu Dhabi the night before. We don't have that information yet, but come on out. Come on out for a night of laughter in Abu Dhabi. Am I doing Abu Dhabi? I think October 6th. I think we're chilling on the 7th. I don't think we're doing anything on the 7th because my agents are very worried. But I think, this is
understanding where we are today and perhaps even where
I think it's very exciting that we're all going to Riyadh, and I know that people are very upset about that. They're angry that the media's going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They're very angry. They don't believe in anything.
That I urge you to look at the amazing books Printing the Talmud by Sharon Smith and Gabriel Goldstein, editors from the University Museum.
House of Saud is paying us hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of us millions, not me.
Bibliographic
But they're paying millions of dollars to compete. Get over it.
So let's first understand that in terms of the transmission of the study of
Sorry,
the Talmud,
you weren't invited?
where we're going to get
you got nothing going
medium
on?
is the message concept. We see that there are 4 basic stages of transmission of this document.
I would never do it. You weren't offered. No one invited you.
Aspect of it. And
there's people that I respect that turned it down, but a lot of people are doing it, like almost everyone. A lot of people are doing it. They bought comedy. So what?
And it was, for centuries upon centuries, handed down, teacher to student, teacher to student.
What's your problem?
Like this, right? I like
well, they have slaves, then they kill everything. Hey. Get over it.
Also, Will Smith is surprising.
Get over it.
Together, I don't know what it is. But,
so what?
Just the mind.
So what? They have
memory,
slaves.
The interaction of ideas.
So what?
Completely oral.
My friend, not a friend, somebody I don't even know. I bumped into them at Tribeca. And he goes, I would never do that because I don't want to interact with slaves. I'm like, well, why not? I thought they'd be differential.
The second period of transmission is when it becomes a manuscript.
I imagine the slaves in those countries are good at what they do.
Particularly in the period of Yehuda had not
Well, I wouldn't want to interact. Everyone you meet there is a slave. That's what they said.
of God's will.
Everyone that works for all the hotels, they take their passports. They're not allowed to leave their slaves.
It into the written word on page, on parchment or vellum or what have you. This
is the hotel nice?
You know, it has some tremendous advantages in that
is it nice
you
or
do not
not?
have to rely on memory so heavily.
I'm
it also has
not
tremendous
here
disadvantage in that you do not have to rely on memory
a
so heavily.
spoil
It's
sport.
kind of like if you lose your phone
Look up
and
spoil
all
sport,
of your
and I'm
loved
going to
ones
tell
are
everyone what it
email,
is, because that's not what I'm
there's no
here
way
to do.
reach them because we
I'm
don't
not on this
memorize
earth to do that.
telephone numbers
Spoil
anymore.
sport.
So this is what
A
the manuscript
person
represents.
who
All of this
behaves
bodies
in a
and
way
pictures somehow
that
like
spoils
lost into a
others'
place where as
pleasure,
long as we can access it, we're
especially by
fine.
not joining
But as
in
soon as
an
we
activity.
lack access to this,
Yes,
we have nothing at our disposal.
I'm not
The
here
third
to be a
period, of
spoil
course,
sport.
is that apprentice
I'm not
transmission,
here
which is what we're going
to
talk about
ruin the
today.
good time
This
that everyone's
represents a
having.
huge advance in that
Do I have issues with some of the policies towards women, towards the gays, towards the women, towards the freedom of speech? Well, of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do. But I believe in my own financial well-being. And I always have, by the way. And I think you better start believing in that. Okay? Because when Peter Thiel puts all of you in a cage, you're going to want some way to get out of that. You're going to want to bribe someone. Peter Thiel has you in the prison from that movie. What's that movie where everyone's in that digital prison? Remember that movie? Well, when you're in that movie, but you can't get out. When you're in the movie of that digital prison movie, and Peter Thiel's got you in, you're going to want to have a couple of shekels to go to the guy and say, "Let me out of here." Get him off a little Bitcoin, a little Ethereum. Let me get out of this prison. When you're Shawshanking, and that's not the movie I was talking about, it's another prison movie I've moved on. When you're Shawshanking with the little rock hammer through the wall, and you're crawling through the tunnel at the end to try to get out of Peter Thiel's prison, because he's just going to do that. What is it he's doing? You know, Peter Thiel is doing talks on the Antichrist, because he is the Antichrist. So he knows about the Antichrist, and he's talking about it. It's never enough to just be the thing. By the way, you have to constantly bother people. It's the reason the Long Island serial killer got caught. He couldn't shut his mouth. He went out to bars, and in a very boomer-like fashion, he's like, "Well, if I had killed her." O.J. Simpson wrote a book called If I Did It. No one can just get away with anything. It's got to be shoved in your face. So Peter Thiel is giving talks about that he's worried about the Antichrist. He's giving a 4-part lecture. This is true. I've never heard a person talk about the Antichrist as much as this guy. So he's doing a 4-part lecture about the Antichrist. So when you're in the Peter Thiel Palantir prison, and every day is the same, it's just going to be on closed circuit TV, or maybe he'll be a hologram at that point, I don't know. He just is going to talk to you about the Antichrist, and you're going to be in a cell in Peter Thiel's prison, and then he's just going to go, "It's the Antichrist Part 3," and you're going to have to sit there and go every goddamn day. Thiel 57 will offer his thoughts on how his Christian faith informs his understanding of the world, including areas of theology, history, literature, and politics of the Antichrist. As part of a 4-part lecture series at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. Well, doesn't that sound swell? But he's going to be giving these lectures to people that are in his prison. So you might as well have a couple of dollars to try to buy your way out of the Peter Thiel compulsory Antichrist lecture that he's going to be giving. And his prison. Now, people might say to me, "Hey, you're coming out and saying you're doing the Saudi thing for money. They're paying you a lot of money." I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much they're paying me. $375,000 for one show. Now, a lot of other people are getting $1.6 million.
That's not me. I'm not in that bracket.
With manuscripts,
But they're going to be 375. Others are going to be 150.
They
What are you
decided to
doing?
put
Here's the
their
point.
energies into
Here's the
producing
point.
printed
Okay?
versions, beautiful printed versions
I
of the manuscripts of the
am
Talmud.
doing this
This is a
because
typical
they're
comic
paying
from
me
a
a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way.
Beautiful
Do you understand?
to understand the aesthetic
Look
of
the other way.
manuscripts
That's a
different from the aesthetic
four-word
of print.
sentence
The aesthetic
that
of
people don't
manuscript
do
is very
anymore.
much
Look the other way. If
idiosyncratic,
something bad is happening to your left, look to your right.
Personality coming through an
If,
example.
for example, I'm at a breakfast and I see someone get grabbed and they start hitting a bamboo or whatever it is, it's kind of a wood,
So they
and it
tend
kind of
not to have
snaps back. It's perfect for a game. If I see someone getting it,
since they are
I will look the
individualized
other
by
way.
calligrapher, there can be
Okay?
quite a few
If I
varieties
look the other way and I see someone being behanded, meaning they're chopping a hand off, that might be interesting to just kind of see actually how they do it. Because I think they do it kind of a sanitary way. But from what I've heard, if they're chopping it, I might look down. And if I'm looking at the floor and I see some eyeless beggar grabbing at me trying to get my money, I will look up to the heavens. And if in the heavens I see a drone flying over, I will look the other way. Because I'm being paid enough money to look the other way. What don't you understand? What is so complicated? I'm the only honest person who's going to do it. Everyone else is going to have $1 million. They're going to go, well, actually, the Middle East is more progressive now. He's trying to make some change. No.
It was cheaper.
I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country.
Copies still continued for a good century and a half.
It's very simple.
This is actually,
if you pay me lots of money, I will not comment on what's going on. In fact, I will ignore it. And if something that I really disagree with is happening, the more money you pay me, the less I'm going to think about it. Truly. This is a really important thing that no one does anymore, and I recommend it. Look the other way. If you are in a foreign country and you don't agree, because what's the other option? We are going to have to go into all of these countries and make them be Americans and make them live the way we live. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We don't even know how to do that. All we do is try to do that, and it fails miserably, like every time. So I believe in looking the other way. I believe in pretending things are not happening that are. I believe in cognitive dissonance. I believe in ignoring the screen. I will sleep so sound.
This approach is more of the experience that we have to understand how valuable this would be, how many hours and months it would have taken to ascribe the copy out.
I will sleep through the screens. I'm sticking the Ritz.
Google
it. You know what happened there, and it's fine. Hey, folks,
and one of the most
mind your own business. My best friend's mother used to say that. I mean, mind your own beeswax. She used to say that. Mind your own beeswax.
Who pioneered the basic structure of the Talmud.
What that
means, the Mishnah and the Gemara in the
for those of you who don't know,
Rashi on the inside, close to the spine, and Tosfos on the outside.
And everyone else is beeswax. There's a lot of beeswax in Saudi Arabia. It's not my problem. They're paying me to keep my mouth shut.
1488, there's very little supporting commentary except for simply Rashi and Tosfos. In fact, among the things that were missing, as I noted,
I'm telling you right now,
page numbers. Right?
They have realized something very important. And that is this is an important lesson for everybody to learn.
With the program and guess where you were.
If you want people to like you, give them lots of money.
In modern Talmuds, even though it's redundant, make sure that you're not missing any pages.
I don't know why this is so hard for people to grasp. I know that this is something, and again, people probably listen to this, they're angry or they're disagreeing with me. And that's okay, you're allowed to do both. You're allowed to do both.
At the bottom
I
of
don't
every
care
column,
what
there
you
would be
do.
a quote
It
from the
doesn't
next
matter.
page, the very top. So that way you
I'm
would
going
know.
to be such a model citizen. Let me tell you right now.
Ask yourself, why are these
My answer, will you be safe there? Like, the crime is in our own country, dunce.
strange way to guarantee
The
you're
crime
getting
is
your
in
money
our
first
own
to your pocket.
country.
Ironically,
Dunce.
we still keep it, even
Okay.
though it no longer serves any purpose.
I
But
feel
still, a very
very,
beautiful,
I will
elegant
feel
condition.
safe in
Here's
Riyadh.
another
I
example for
believe
it
in
with
luxury.
the
A lot of people don't.
flowery,
And I always have.
first
I
word.
believe in the ability of the society to.
Coming up, here's a better look at
I'm going to
the
say
first
something
word.
and people
Also,
aren't going to like it.
You have the same thing going on.
If
Now,
you
you
think
should understand
for
that in
1
the Wild
second
West of
that
the
some of the
early
slaves in
16th
that
century,
country are not
pretty
proud
much
of
everybody
what
is
they've built,
committing what we
you're
would call
crazy.
today plagiarism.
You're literally
Either
crazy.
actually plagiarizing
You're
the
literally
actual
nuts.
words, or what we would call format plagiarizing,
There are
where they're
so
just
many
taking the whole
beautiful
thing and
things
sort
that
of
have
stitching it into their
happened
own
as a
text
result of forced
and
labor.
doing a lot of work as a result. They also had,
When you look at something beautiful,
they also
even
had
if
some
even if
crazy
making it
ideas
has almost
with
killed
regards
you
aesthetics.
or
Have a
killed
look at
people you
this
know.
example here.
And I'm
Most
using
of
the word
these early
slave,
printers would
not even
print
knowing, by the way.
whatever
And I'm
would make
using it
money.
only because
They
people have
would
told me
print
that.
Christian
I haven't
texts,
looked
they
into
would
it, and I
print all
won't.
kinds of things, whatever they could
But I don't
possibly
even
sell.
believe it.
And as you see
But
here
let's
is
move
an
on.
interesting Christian text published in
Let's say
1507.
in this
The
hypothetical
Latino
world,
families
they are
really liked
slaves
to
who
sort
can't
of
leave, and they
decorate
have to
elements,
build these
so they simply took
beautiful
it for a Talmudic manuscript and
gorgeous,
that they just borrowed
marble,
things.
crystal.
But unfortunately, the
Do you
reproduction
think
is not nearly as high quality because it's an older
a
manuscript,
slave
but they
father
just
would
copy the whole thing.
look at his
Here's
slave
my
children and
favorite,
go, your
this
father
one.
built that?
The
You're
Santino
nuts.
family found this
You're nuts.
copy of Aesop's Fables.
It
They
is
really
beautiful
loved
to
the
have
decoration
beautiful
all around the
things.
outside,
And
including
even
these little
though,
naked cherubs here.
and if
And
I'm
so
a
they
slave,
just put
and
it
I just
into
built a
the
beautiful
first page
thing,
of Tractate
I am telling my wife and my children,
unfortunately, because
look how
Hebrew
beautiful
is, of
that
course,
is.
written from right
And
to
how
left,
grateful and how
and
thankful
you
we
have to
are.
allow for greater
Now,
space in the margins.
yes,
They
there are
simply
there's
cut it
problems.
and pasted it on the opposite side so the
Sure,
wide part would fit on the narrow
sure.
part.
Israel gave none of us any money and expected we were all going to just defend that.
I don't have any
For
of these
what?
decorations on my
For no
phone, so I
money?
don't know about you. But could you imagine going to
For
Lakewood with a
$0?
home decorated like this?
The
Like,
threat
what would
that I
happen
won't get a
when you watch
sitcom on
today's headset?
ABC Family?
But nevertheless, these are
I'm
kind of the
supposed to
last
go out and
things that they
defend
were
this
doing.
genocide
The tuxedos
because maybe I won't be on
rapidly
ABC I won't get to play a gym
by the
teacher
subject of our
on a network that
discussion
won't be in
today,
business, and I'm supposed to care about that?
So,
Who gives a fuck?
let's
Where's
step
the
into
money,
Venice
bum?
at the turn of the 16th century.
Where the fuck's the
Venice at the
money?
turn of the 16th century
Of course
was
Israel's doing a horrible
hotbed
thing,
of activity.
okay? And I would call it out no matter how much money I got. Because
it had an
you're
unusual
genociding
relationship
people
with the
in
Pope,
front of my
and
face. It's on
the
TikTok.
Senate in Venice had
Okay?
significant authority in
But what
granting
these people are
printing
doing
licenses.
seems to be
The
less
number of
public.
printers in Venice exceeded by
So,
multiple times any
my
other place
thing,
in Italy, and Italy was in
my
itself
friend's mother used to sell us drugs
center
at a great
of printing. There
We're
was
13 or
about
14,
2,000
she's
printers
gonna
active in Venice at the turn of the century, and only about 250 active in Rome at the same time. So it was a place for the explosion of this new technology.
She used to tell us when she was a young
phenomenal work
girl, she never shared her drugs or
for
alcohol.
the rest of the world. The Jews
She would buy a
was, of
booze
course,
farm,
in the ghetto.
thing
The
of
word
wine,
ghetto
bury it by a
comes
tree,
from Venice,
under a
probably
tree,
from the name
and
of
then
the
she'd go
iron
and get this
foundry
booze
that is
farm
nearby.
wine,
Located
drink,
in
and then she
series of
said she'd go
islands,
back to
the
the
Jews
bonfire
were
with
highly
everyone, and she'd
restricted
feel
in their
warm and
activities.
good,
They were
and she
even
would
using
sway,
monopoly on
but she
some
wouldn't
activities
share her
like money
booze
lending,
farm wine.
because the church was getting
Then
much more involved with that.
Bury it under a
And it was
tree,
into this environment
and then
that
drink
a young
You see what I mean
man
here?
named Daniel
You
Baumberg
get it?
came onto
You
the
see
scene.
what I'm
He was
talking
born
about?
probably in
And how this
1483.
relates?
We're not exactly sure of
Because
either his birth or his
I-
death date.
My
His
point is,
parents
yeah,
were
they got booze
Cornelius
farm
and
wine
Agnes
under a tree.
Branitz. I don't know if
But
that's really
I'm
important,
not
but I like
seeing
to say Agnes
I'm not
Branitz.
seeing
That
that.
seems like a
They're digging the wine up. They're
They
drinking it.
they were liberal-minded individuals
I don't
who
see it.
gave their
So
son
if
a
I'm
very
not
broad
seeing it,
liberal arts
if I don't
education,
see
languages, and history and
it's
culture,
really, it's
including,
none
of
of my
course, music.
beeswax.
And he had some experience with typesetting
I
in
hope
that. When he
everything's
came to
beautiful
Venice
and good
and he
for
saw
all.
that this was the
But I'm
dominant
telling you
activity,
right
this was the exciting new
If
technology,
was
he
Israel's
got
big
very
mistake.
possessed with the
This
idea of
was their
entering
big
the museum. A
mistake.
crucial individual
They should have
for him
had the
was
Tel
this
Aviv
individual,
Comedy
Billy
Festival.
Stefano. That's actually not a
And they should
picture
have
of him,
paid
but
us
it's a
all
picture
millions of
of
dollars. And then I would have went over there and I would have went,
prior
listen, it's human
Billy
shields
Stefano
and
was
Hamas is stealing the food or whatever they're fucking talking nonsense for the last 9 months. We're all supposed to believe whatever. I go, release them, and this is what it's about, the hostages. It's not about all the other great original stuff. Why would you say Epstein was in the Messiah? What are you talking about? He had no connection with anyone. He was just a pervert who had $2 billion and was friends with her. What do you want? Israel thought this was all going to happen with no money? What are you, nuts? I'm sad about what's happening. If it's happening, I don't see it. If I was a slave, I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people.
And he approached the Pope for permission to print these works. He downplayed his initial goal to make the appears to have been kind of like hesitant about being able to censor the work, and he came back and he worked on Bishop Franco's first translation and found that it had some commercial success. He engaged in much more enthusiastic printing of works, and when his initial copyright period permission was published was coming to an end, he approached the Venetian Senate, and when they saw that he was making good business and that Franco was a reputable Christian person, they in fact granted him a longer right to publish because they did not want to lose his business acumen to Rome.
There's all these problems. I go, listen, hey.
And so he began to engage in earnest in the printing of Hebrew books. And it's interesting to sort of contemplate what exactly was his motivation.
I'm telling you right now, I love Cozy Earth. They have nailed comfort with their bamboo sheets, and they're everywhere pants. Next level. Incredibly soft, breathable, and temperature regulated. It doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing, you're going to love the everywhere pant. It is my go-to for everything. Travel, work, chasing the kids, or doing absolutely nothing. They're clean cut, stretch, with you, and so comfortable. Everyone I know who's tried these is completely hooked.
It is true.
Guys, there's a risk-free trial, 100-night sleep trial, 10-year warranty. Try and wear them, love them, or send it back. But trust me, you won't want to. Go to CozyEarth.com and use my code TIM for 40% off the softest bedding, bath, and apparel. And if you get a post-purchase survey, tell them you heard about Cozy Earth right here. Built for real life, made to keep up with yours. Cozy Earth. It's cozy, and it's the earth. Lucy, let me tell you about them. 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free. Lucy breakers are nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch holds a capsule. It can be broken, open and release extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription. Have Lucy delivered straight to your door. Let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/Jim and use promo code TIM to get 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co. Use code TIM to get 20% off. Everyone I know is using Lucy. So many people use it and they love it. It's important and we need it. Do it. Do it now. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. I think this comedy festival does a lot for the people because they deserve to laugh. It's going to move the country in a great direction. And even if it doesn't, I've made a lot of money from it.
Had 9 children.
Even if it doesn't, even if actually somehow it goes backwards, and somehow we give them license to treat the slaves even worse, which is very possible. If we reverse the progress that country's made, we actually take it back, very possible, actually probable. If we give them license to treat the people even worse, who knows? But the reality is, it's a good amount of money, and sometimes, unfortunately, life gotta take the money. And I know young kids don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. I know they don't want to hear that. Sometimes you gotta take the money. You gotta take the money and look the other way. Take the money and look the other way. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Sorry. 9/11 was a long time ago, and who even knows what happened with that? Who even knows what happened with that? Okay? There's a lot of things going on. I'm not saying they weren't involved, but there was a lot of people involved, okay? So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I just want people to know that. And I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of money. And I'm very lucky to do it and happy to do it. And I'm grateful that I was asked to do it. And my response to the criticism is like, fuck off.
what it takes
because no one cares.
translate.
And aren't you the people that love all the migrants anyway? The same people criticizing this are the people that like love all these migrants and want them in our country. And want like the borders open, and they want the doors flung open so that everyone from all cultures and all worlds can go fucking, join a Somali gang in Minneapolis or something. They almost elected that guy from Captain Phillips. But the Democrats do whatever they do. They always do. They fucking invented some scam to get that guy out of the race. Now, I'm no fan of that guy, but that was clearly some sham. My point is this. Omar Fatah or whatever. My point is this.
Every manuscript that is
So you're okay with all these people coming into America, but we can't go entertain them where they live? Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense to anyone that we're supposed to just open the borders for everyone in the world, but we can't go entertain them where they live, especially if they live in a luxurious place?
Huge layout of money, which is Sanchino's did.
Why would I subscribe to that wacky? Or you're just jealous that we're getting money?
Which Bob Berg immediately
Sorry, Baba.
Straight from the Sansino edition. Like, why should he do the same work over?
It's Taylor Swift.
Already done it. We can see that the mistakes that did creep in, typographical errors that crept into the
so
Sansino
many people are excited about this.
Straight over into Bob Berg. So this.
Taylor, say what you want about
imagine, because
Taylor
all
Swift.
that work and energy that went
Say what you want about this woman.
printed versions were simply usurped by this
This woman has one of the most toxic fan bases a human being can have.
Nevertheless, the Sancinos,
Women that I am
Dude, then that
so
makes me
much
number one.
more frightened of the women that follow Taylor Swift religiously than I am of anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia, including the Bin Laden family, by the way, who I hope to have dinner with, actually. I am so the childless, the barren, cold, childless vaginas that line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp. The 43-year-old women who have crushes on Harry Styles, okay? The sick, cat mommy, wine mom, crazy psychopaths who follow this woman terrify me more than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. The disease that inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift, a nice gal, probably not. I've actually heard she's not as nice as you come to believe, but by the way, no one who gets to that level is nice. I have no hate. No one who gets to Taylor Swift's level in anything is nice. How dumb are you all? You can't get to that level and be nice.
Suddenly it had a huge Jewish
What I'm saying is this.
But what he also realized was that
the people that have chosen to make this woman's life their life.
And so using his
her engagement is their engagement.
Special permissions for
her success is their success.
To be allowed to leave the ghetto.
The soundtrack of her life is a soundtrack to their life.
With the required
Those women
such as the yellow
need to have burkas on them
required
now.
to wear, especially outside the ghetto. They would complain and say that, you know what?
Sorry.
We're going to be accosted in the street. We're going to be
If you
molested
believe that the Taylor Swift song is talking to you need a burqa now. You need a burqa now.
Business savvy was huge.
If you broke down in tears because Taylor Swift got engaged to that vaccine shill, you need a burqa draped on you now, acid in the face. Acid in the face, religious police. And by the way, this is only for $3.75. Imagine if they gave me $5. I tried to get $5. My fan agent tried to get $5. Imagine what I would have done for $5. But let's be serious for a minute.
They also employ, circles of scholars located in different places.
Are any of these women that are following Taylor Swift to going to 20 or 30 of her concerts, are any of them better off because there isn't a religious police in this country? How many of them are better off?
this was a unique
If
window
Captain
of opportunity.
Phillips,
So up until this
that
point,
emaciated migrant who they're about to
censorship,
elect in
was
Minnesota,
a
whatever his name is,
problem
Omar
with the
Fattah.
Talmud
I mean,
that
get
less
this
so
guy
in
up.
manuscript versions because it was, the
I mean,
kind
what
of
is
thing
going
that was easier to hide.
If
For
he's
a
going to hand
censor
out
that could go
burkas
through an entire
as they leave Taylor Swift, I
codex
support him. I'll write him a check.
awkward, difficult handwritten text can be very problematic, whereas a
I'm
printed
very
version is much more
scared.
standardized, easy to zero in on
Can
a
we
page
watch this
number,
news
things like
anchor
that.
who
So censorship was
reacted to Taylor
much
Swift
more of a very intrusive, immediate thing that might have
These
happened
people need
at
help.
moments of church persecution,
They
but
need
it was not
help.
something that could be
I'm
undertaken
telling
at the
you.
printing stage.
Taylor
Censorship of the Talmud
Swift,
begins in the 13th
and I know
century
people are not going to
when
like
the
this,
apostate
is an
Nicholas
incredibly
Jonas
mediocre
first
talent.
reported to Pope Innocent III,
Sorry.
very ironically named Pope Innocent III, saying that
She's
the
not
reason
great.
why the Jews
She's the
are not
perfect
converted to
talent for our
Christianity
dying
is because
country,
they are
because we're not
ruined by
great.
this book called the Talmud.
We have fallen
You, Pope
far
Innocent
from
III, do not
greatness.
have access to it
There are,
because
we
you don't
see
know
greatness
Aramaic,
occasionally
you
in
don't
this country, and
understand the
we're
highly
mystified
coded
by it,
nature
we're
of the
angry at
text.
it, and we try to get rid of it.
I, Nicholas, can help
We
you
don't
out
even
with
know how
that.
to handle it anymore. We can't metabolize greatness in this country. We thrive on mediocre bullshit. We all love nostalgia because we pray every day for comet to wipe us out because we know it's over. So there's all these people trying to figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a s'more. It's sick. It's sick. These are adults who want to relive their prom because they're fucking sick. You're supposed to actually get older. You're not supposed to be running around in your mid-30s at my party going, I got a pee-pee. Look at my pee-pee. I'm making out with your mother. Okay? These influencers are making out with their own mothers. On social media, they're actually having sex with their mothers. On social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time on some of these influencers. Their whole fan base is 12, and they're necking with mom. Something's up.
The Talmud is produced. The same concerns that were raised in the 13th century are still viable in the 16th century, and so they demand that all kinds of passages be removed from the Talmud because they feel they are derogatory towards Christianity.
Virgin police.
Get off base. For example, the word wrong can mean
In the house. In the house. You're not allowed out of the house.
Oh my God.
In the house now.
Oh my God.
You're out of the house without your husband. Jail. Jail.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Honor killing.
I feel like Paul Revere right now.
Stoner. Stoner. Honor killing. Honor killing in the town square.
I get to announce that Taylor Swift.
All right, get him out of here. I can't even watch. I can't even watch how sick this country is. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia? I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia. This is the news. CBS News. They're getting giddy over an engagement of Taylor Swift. I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia in the future. That's what I'm supposed to be scared of? I'm not scared of this country? And what the hell's going on here? It's sick.
Usually published outside of
I mean, it's crazy.
But what's perhaps more significant for
It's
us
like
is that once the church gets involved in censorship
I don't even know what's going on.
Jews began
This University of Tennessee professor canceled his class because Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. I can't focus. Fire up! Religious police burqa!
We are going to
Burqa has an attack on her killing!
ourselves
Watch it.
so that the censor will not be identified. And there are dozens of such passages, even in the Talmud that is widely today.
Fire! Religious police! We are done! Shut it off!
That's what's going
I
on
am
after
really
that.
mad
Let us
now.
then bring
How
us to
done we are.
think a little bit about where
This
we're
is
going
sick.
further with this. So Daniel Baumberg's
This is crazy.
activity, he's a very
What was
important
Peter Thiel's
legacy
reaction?
in the transmission of
Well,
Talmud to this day. The kinds of things that he brought to
obviously,
Jewish readership
I'm happy for
involved
her.
the standardization of the Talmudic text,
Emerges as an angel.
most notably with
He's an
the
angel
introduction of
first.
widespread page numbers.
That,
The
so
introduction of
we have to
the
think
Salsino method, the
that
layout,
Palantir,
the
what we try
entire
to do
Talmud, also the
is
idea,
look at all the
growing
angels and
of
see
the
who's
idea of the
who's a
entire
little Satan.
Talmud as one
There's actually a
viable
little
book
Satan
to
that
study.
looks maybe like an angel.
Years.
When angels are going to fall? We had Palantir actually like, no, the angels are going to fall before they're fallen angels. So that we can actually identify the Antichrist before it happens.
Creating this document.
Thank you, Peter. This podcast is brought to you by Stash. What if you could start investing without ever picking a single stock? With Stash, the experts handle the hard part for you. Stash isn't just another investing app. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with your expert guidance, so you don't have to worry about figuring it out on your own. You can choose from personalized investments or let Stash or make smart portfolio do the work for you. With Stash, investing doesn't feel like gambling. It's simple, smart, stress-free. So your money can start working as hard as you do. Get access to world-class financial advice with personalized guidance for just $3 a month. Stash has already helped millions of Americans reach their financial goals. Don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/GIM to see how you can receive $25 towards your first time purchase and review important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/GIM. Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients, not a guarantee. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involve risks. Offer subject to terms and conditions. You've probably seen a million ads for hair growth products. I thought, sure, that actually works. I did too until I found out that Nutrafol isn't like the rest of the Nutrafol is physician-formulated, clinically tested, dermatologist recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand, trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified, the gold standard in third-party certification for supplements. While many supplements rely solely on ingredient studies, Nutrafol clinically tests final formulations to ensure their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools like hair counts and pull tests to assess growth quality, shedding, and texture. See thicker, stronger, faster growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol for a limited time. Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code. Tim Dillon, find out what Nutrafol is best.
Time to shower.
And that was actually her intention. So that if you really wanted to,
Oh, I got so much dead skin on me. I'm like a fucking snake. Yeah. Look at your puss, girl. Oh, God. Why do you say puss and not pussy? I said both. The puss is just so fuck you. And I get it. All right, dog. Dude, you're really going to shower? Yeah. I have so much dead skin that just flakes off me, and then it gets in my fucking phone and the speakers. I sit there. I shower about once every 6 months. I remember I showered at the Super Bowl, and I showered after 4th of July. And it's past Labor Day now, so I mean, it's like once every 3 months for me. I think shit. I don't smell as bad as you think. I stink. I still stink. But now, when's the last time I washed my clothes? Here's the thing. I don't want these threads to get damaged, so I gotta keep them fresh. I've got a pair of undies, though, kids, folks, ladies. It's like just the front. It's like a fucking loincloth. There's just the ass is just. It looks like a rabbit's and chewed it out. It's the fucking undies that I have. But I wear two. Got one that's been going for 20 years, more than 20 years. Who else has a pair of underwear that they have worn literally almost at times of their life every day for years? I have like the earliest kind of like Under Armour, and this shit is fucking locked. Dude, I'm gonna be able to wash my hair. If I go like this, it's like snowing. My back is like. Anyway, look at this athleticism. What's going on here?
First of all, we have to thank Rita and Robert for sponsoring this lecture. It's
really
nice that they're here. Thank you so much.
Looking, girl?
So what I'd like to talk about today is focusing on the theme that we picked up last week, and that is the idea of the medium as the message. You'll recall we spoke about Marshall McLuhan very briefly.
Marshall McLuhan, I bet that bitch was a hoe.
Him into this very complex and sophisticated complicated idea that the way in which we study a given subject, the medium, whether it's a text, whether it is a live class, whether it is a recorded class, whether it's video, audio, whatever it is, it has an impact on the subject itself. The way in which we consume it actually changes the entire way in which we absorb the material. It is not, they're not two separate things, like the same subject simply delivered, translated in different languages. They are translated into different universes. And I'd like to explore some of those ideas. We saw that in particular with Blomberg last week and the transmission of Talmud transitioning from a manuscript culture, which was highly elitist and very expensive and relegated only to people who were willing to devote their entire lives to study. For everyone else, it was just an impossible dream. But with the advent of printing, that completely revolutionized the democratization of text and expanded learning to the Jewish people as a whole, and fundamentally altered the way in which we understand our relationship to the Torah. This is the same thing which is happening in our own day with the internet. And we're going to look at that a little bit today, and we'll especially look at it, God willing, next week when we look at some of the dangers of that shift. This is an amazing photograph by Yusuf Karsh, the great portrait artist of Marshall McLuhan, my countryman, and also went to my alma mater. And you can see that he's got, all kinds of things going on here. He's got text. Text has also images in it. He's interacting with the text, like with a pencil, like he's going to write in his book. And my favorite part, can you guess what my favorite part of this photograph is? Yeah, look at that ridiculous bank of phones, right? Like this looks like a Get Smart kind of episode where you have to have a phone for every different person who calls you, which is how phones, right? But it's just absurd. Nowadays, of course, we look at these pictures and laugh, but at the time, this image would have said, very important, has to hold 7 phones to his ear at the same time. This is a place of action. I just love this photograph. Anyway, let's go on. So, the medium of the message, we talked about Blomberg and the heroic age of Talmudic printing, when people were diving in and trying to produce Jewish works. The Samsino family pioneered the Talmud in particular, and then Daniel Blomberg took it to the next level by beating Samsino in their production rates and being able to eventually create the entire Talmud. The medium then was printing, and the message that went along with the printed text was that, you know what? Talmud is for everyone. Everyone can access the Talmud. However, that only applies to someone who has the access to the education required to get through the Talmud. It's fine to own a Talmudic manuscript, an amazing thing. It's a lot easier to own a Talmudic printed book, but if you can't understand Aramaic, if you don't understand the context of the material inside it, you won't get anywhere. So in reality, while it did represent a huge leap forward in the democratization of knowledge and access to knowledge, it was still limited to a fairly narrow segment of the population, people who could really engage in it fully. So in today's talk, we're going to see how the internet promises to lower that threshold still lower and open up the Talmud to an even greater swath of students, including, I'm sure, many of you who might not have otherwise studied the Talmud in the room today, and certainly on the internet audience. I'm going to rely very heavily on this amazing book by Shoshana Pantel Zoti called "And All Your Children Shall Be Learned: Women in the Study of Torah and Jewish Law and History." It's a fantastic book. It's a dissertation that was later written up to a text form. And much of the historical data and the halakhic discussions, which I'll just touch upon here. I'm not going to step outside of my role as historian and encroach on the rabbinate, because there I would get into a lot of trouble. I'm not a card-carrying member. And, well, let's go. So I'm going to talk about 3 categories of women who made the Talmud possible. And I chose that title very specifically because we're going to look at people who are women, and normally you would think not associated with the Talmud, and nevertheless they were instrumental in providing Talmud education to the Jewish masses in 3 very distinct ways. I'm going to choose 3 individuals who are sort of archetypes of a larger set of women, and as we shall see, they are increasing in radicalization. First, there are supporters. We're going to look specifically at Sarah Schneerer. Second, they are enablers, and in this context, we'll look at the incredible Devorah Rom, the widow Rom of the Widow and Brothers Rom Publishing Company. And finally, we'll get to women as Talmud teachers. So these are the three categories that I hope to go through over the course of the next 40 minutes or so. But let's begin with Sarah Schneerer. A while ago, a colleague of mine, a young historian in Israel who has a great website, puts out these podcasts called the Jewish History Soundbites. Great guy with a fantastic amount of energy. He put out a survey on Twitter, on Jewish Twitter, to ask who is the most influential Jew of the 20th century. And there were, I think it was a write-in campaign. You could be careful of the cord. Be careful of the cord? Okay. You could write in your choices. And everyone was choosing like Rav Aaron Kotler and Moshe Feinstein, a lot of big names. And someone piped up and said Sarah Schneerer. And all of a sudden, Sarah Schneerer got a huge wave of support. She didn't win the survey, but in reality, in my humble opinion, I voted for her. I think she is, without doubt, one of the most influential people of the 20th century when it comes to preserving Jewish identity in very challenging times. Who was this woman? Of course, she's associated with the establishment of the Beis Yaakov School Network, which is the first organized network of schools of formal education for women in the history of the Jewish people. It's an amazing thing, an audacious thing. And it was done with the imprimatur of the Agudas Yisrael, which represented the more right-wing elements of the Jewish community. It's really an amazing thing that she was able to achieve it. Let's have a quick look at some of the aspects of what she's done. She, as you see, this is her passport photo here. There's only two images of Sarah Schneerer that are known to the extent. This one here is her passport photo. Another is a drawing of her. It's hard to even think it's the same person. She used to go by Frau Schneerer, although she had her sad and tragic marital history. Her life was completely devoted, completely übergegeben, handed over to her project of Beis Yaakov. She was known from her youth as an extremely pious young woman who lived in Krakow, Poland, and even her friends and family sort of made fun of her because she was so pious and so interested in spiritual contemplation and davening and things like that. They used to call it little chassid, and it was said with a. During World War, her family had to flee to the west, and I believe it was in, actually I forget what town it was in, but she was exposed to the thought of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, shown here. It was actually through one of the students of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He had passed away long before this. He was active in central Germany at a time when he was buffeted by the winds of change coming from Maskilim in the west and outright assimilationists who wished to, move Shabbos to Sunday and wanted to completely abrogate the laws of Kashrut in an attempt to, in a rather simian fashion, imitate the desires of the non-Jewish majority to gain political emancipation. And on the other hand, just to the east of him, he was facing the hard wall of Haredi Judaism, or what would become the Haredi movement, the Chassam Sofer, for example, who said literally, and it's a pun, Chadash Asur Min HaTorah, which he meant to say anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. Right? That's the way you fight assimilation, that's the way you fight change, by drawing a line in the sand and nothing can cross. So Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch threaded the needle between the outright assimilationists and the extreme, isolationists to find essentially what is accredited to be ultimately what they call modern orthodoxy. There are a lot of problems with the terminology. It was called neo-orthodoxy at the time. But at any rate, he's the individual that Sarah Schneerer encountered. He was very controversial in his day. Lots more to say about him. But many people felt he was a little bit too radical. So towards the east, you see that most of the representations then look more like this, where they just filled out his beard a little bit. So let's go back. This is in the west, and this is in the east, right? You feel a little happier with a big, thick board like that. As my grandmother, Allah Shalom, used to say, Besser a Rebbe on a board, be a board on a Rebbe, which I can translate. It is better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Okay. So anyway, she encountered Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, and after the war, she was totally energized. She said, you know what? Why can't we find a space for women's education today? They're doing it in central Germany. We should be able to do it here in Poland. And the reason why it was so important is because Polish Jewry was facing what was called the scissors crisis at that time. Scissors crisis meaning that the graph is going in opposite directions. Specifically, men's education. Educational opportunities for Jewish men at the turn of the century, the 20th century, were burgeoning. There were all kinds of yeshivas, all kinds of opportunities. After World War I, when suddenly many of the countries had more freedom, there was all kinds of ways in which institutions could be built up. They didn't have the same kind of repression as they did under the Tsarist Empire. And so men had lots of opportunities for higher education. Women, on the other hand, if they wanted higher education, the only way they could get it was in a secular format. Women's education basically stopped at 4th grade. Women went to Cheder, they learned the Hebrew alphabet, they could usually daven, and then they could probably be literate, of course, in Yiddish, and to a certain degree in Hebrew, but only at a very limited level. Their religious education would stop at Senoret. And this was true of the vast majority of Jewish women. And what Sarah Schneer pointed to was that who's going to marry whom in 10, 20 years? What's going to happen if you have this very highly educated, very pious, very well-trained Jewish male population, and the women have such an elemental education? Furthermore, what makes this even worse is that secular opportunities for higher education for women were opening up. Women were slowly pursuing university studies, and so they are having much more access to the state of the art in education in other fields, whereas their Jewish education was locked in at the primary school level. And so she said this scissors crisis is ultimately going to ruin the Jewish people on a demographic level. The only way that we can address it is if we start offering formal Jewish education for women. She faced heavy criticism from the right and from the left. So from the right, saying, what are you talking about? You know, women have always received their education in the home. What's wrong with the chulent? What's wrong with the kugel? They know everything they need to know from their mothers. And there's a Masorah that's handed down. What else is necessary? You want to actually put them in a classroom, sometimes separate them from their families. The possibilities for priesthood, the possibilities for everything are really terrible. So the right in the Jewish world said, this is a radical idea. We're not having any of it. Wait a second. Do you want to give Jewish women education? We think that's great. You want to do it in Yiddish? You want to take that backwards, jargony language that's keeping the Jewish people from being emancipated, and you want to use that as your medium of instruction? And you're going to spend half the day studying Tanakh, studying Tehillim, and what is this? You know, if you want to give the Jewish women education, give them a real education. Let them be modern and maskilic and assimilated and so on. So she was kind of like in a really tough place between the two of these positions. Ultimately, she managed to win the support of the Ger Rebbe, the Belzer Rebbe in particular, and ultimately the Chavetz Chaim. Once the Chavetz Chaim signed on the idea, it was a done deal and it exploded. Have a look at the statistics. She was ultimately one of the most successful CEOs of Jewish education ever. This is just a chart of the first 10 years of her existence. She started here, actually it's a little bit later than when she started, but in 1923, 7 institutions with 1,000 students. 10 years later, 1933, into the Depression already, she's got 26 institutions with 37,981 students. A phenomenal growth within 10 years. And this is all because of her genius in creating this institution, which met a need that people didn't even know they had. It was tremendously influential, and it still continues to have a tremendous impact on the Jewish world today. Now, while all this material I think is fascinating, it doesn't say very much about the Talmud, which is our starting point, right? These women are definitely not studying Talmud, because the whole idea of the Jewish women's education is predicated on only those texts which are considered appropriate for women, and Talmud was not one of those. I hope to go into the reasons for that when we get towards the end of this class. This is an article that appeared in September of this year called Women of the Dach. I read the subtitle. It says, on January 1, 2020, tens of thousands of Jewish men will dance in a joyous celebration of the completion of Talmud Bavli, right? The Siyam HaShas that's coming up. But many of them couldn't have done it without the equal devotion of their wives. True enough. I think what's really great about this article is the illustration. Anyone recognize this beautiful structure here? It looks a little like a shul, but it's a little more specific. I like the chuppah idea. This is the Shar block. This is the title page of the Vilna Shas, right? However, it has been denuded of all text. Doesn't say what the title is. Doesn't say what who's publishing it. Anything like that. It's like a blank spot in the middle. You'll see an example of it in just a couple seconds. So, as it were, the subtle imagery here is that women are the women of the daf are kind of like a structure that supports and surrounds the daf, but they themselves are not participating. They're invisible, as it were. So that's essentially the way in which the Sarah Schneer's model works, and it worked phenomenally well, is it created a huge infrastructure from the smallest unit of the nuclear family up to the larger superstructure of Jewish communities, women supporting husbands in learning. And women supporting men in learning, which is highly traditional. If you look to the Talmud, it says explicitly that this is a massive massive reward for women is when they allow their menfolk and they support their menfolk in their learning. It's a highly traditional role. And Sarah Schneer really made, could you imagine what would happen in Lakewood if all of the women there they decided to stop supporting their husbands in learning? It would be a crisis of multiple proportions. It would be an economic crisis as well. It could not happen. And this is largely due to the impact of Sarah Schneer and how she made the Talmud possible. But if we look to our idea of okay, so that is fantastic and really important. But what about the place of women in the Talmud itself? When you go to Beis Yaakov's today, and I myself, for many, many years, for something like 15 years, I taught in Beis Yaakov's, also in yeshivas as a barter deal to help pay for my kids' tuition. And it's fascinating because I was often at some years I was teaching 12th grade in a yeshiva, not to be named, and 12th grade in a Beis Yaakov, not to be named. And I would see the men and women at the same age with the same level of education. And invariably the women were way better. Women actually were far more textually adept and intellectually creative. But only the men could study the Gemaras inside the books. It appears that, by and large, the accepted position is you have these highly trained, textually adept women. You can give them Gemaras to discuss, but they have to be photocopies or digital copies that are not the same tool on the DAF. They can't approach the DAF in the same medium. It has to be an altered medium. It's a strange kind of thing, but it is preserved. And furthermore, women are not to study in the Chavruta style, which is so closely identified with the way Talmud is studied in more traditional Beis Yaakov institutions. Whereas women will study pieces of the Talmud in order to understand the halakha, in order to understand the concept, and so on. It will be broken up and anthologized, and it will not be studied like with young women facing each other over a table arguing over things. It's a different medium of learning. They're still learning Talmud though, but in a different medium of yeshiva. I'm not exactly sure how they got to this compromise, but that's sort of the way that
culturally anymore in our
this is essentially the role of Sarah Schneer, and she has
everything
not
has
only made
become so bland and corporate
made great
that
inroads
our
into
only
producing
gods are the chain restaurants and places that
She is also, in a
poison us.
small way,
So we actually only have ownership over the poison slop
actually
that we put in our body, and we want to make sure that the values of the slop house align with ours, because that's all we have left. Because there's nothing culturally interesting in this country anymore. We've done away with it. We've destroyed it. It's, got to the point where,
And when I was first in yeshiva,
I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success in our country. There's not one thing that makes more sense. Audra McDonald once like two gyms in 5 or 6 times on Broadway.
And then my wife would say, well, that's all wrong. This is how you do it.
Who no one really knows who this woman is, does something on stage every night 8 times a week that cannot be replicated absolutely. If you're missing this, you didn't see it. She does something so spectacular, but again, the show closes early because, people, they want to see Trish Paytas eat a chicken nugget. And I'm not taking anything away from Trish Paytas. But this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness. They want mediocrity. And Trish Paytas says it's the revenge of the mediocre. And I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success. And I don't think Trish would compare herself to Audrey McDonald. Or I compare myself to a lot of people that I feel are much greater than me. What I'm saying is, like, we've really made a decision culturally in this country to completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So when we see someone who's really good at something, we're like almost mad at them. Because we don't like it, and we don't like it, and we don't feel like we can do it, and it's not relatable to us. Because in our rotted culture, we want everything to be relatable. We don't want to jump and go, whoa, what's that like? Or that's interesting, that's different, that's weird and new and good. Everything's got to be relatable, and that's what Taylor Swift does. It's all relatable stuff because everyone's like, falling in and out of love or whatever, and it's like, and I had a friend tell me, they were like, oh, that man that she was with before couldn't handle her success, and now this one finally can. And I'm so happy for her. And my friends are like, I hope she doesn't have kids because I don't want her music to change. And it's like, what is wrong with you? What more do you want out of this? Didn't she do this big Eras tour? Didn't she do it? Like, oh, let her live her goddamn life. What do you want with this woman now still? What do you want out of this? Didn't she do it? Didn't she go on this tour all over the world that everyone said was the greatest thing that they ever saw in their life?
It was originally published in Slovenia.
What else could you
Later
want?
it was published in the city
But it's never enough.
That's where this one
And at the stage of decline that we are in as a society, it is never enough.
Mysterious
suicide. When she announced the new album, people are freaking out. People cannot have a healthy relationship with a celebrity in our society at Taylor's level. It's impossible for people to have a healthy relationship because we are a
25-year
society that is driven
that they had the
by
exclusive
this
right
strange, creepy obsession with people that are celebrities. Not people that are good at things or talented. I'm not saying Taylor's not talented. I'm not saying she's clearly talented. She's very talented.
By the way, when you go
Is she my favorite?
Probably
not.
Like that,
But it doesn't matter. She's talented, but that's not what we care about. We care about the spectacle, how big it is, how many people in it. We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us in this weird way. We live vicariously through these people. We need their accomplishments or and their failures or our failures and their trials and tribulations. It is weird. It's something I never understood. I've had friends that go that route. It's not for me. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I am. But what I'm saying is that I never understood it. I couldn't understand the obsession with someone
had a 25-year copyright when
just
Laura Ron's publishing house, where she was born,
try to define yourself
the copyright
in any way.
Publishing a rival
Or shouldn't you care about you a little bit?
Sharp lot that we saw earlier.
That's why I'm doing the Saudi Arabian Riyadh comedy, because I really care about me.
And to undercut the Slavuta house. It went to
really
of course, it was like a nasty fight.
I was on my phone begging the House of Saud for money when you were all talking about Taylor Swift. You know why? I'm focused on Daddy.
Jews want to learn Talmud.
You're all focused on some other shit.
About producing the volumes. We can do them faster.
And make no mistake, this is one of those things where didn't Israel slaughter a calf recently to get ready for the temple being built? Because this is the next one. This is the next moment of the end.
When they opened up a
this isn't the Book of Revelation or something. It has to be. There's got to be a paragraph in the Book of Revelation that speaks to this. One of my psycho followers will find it. There's got to be something in the Book of Revelation that speaks to this. Went to
Made a move.
And the calf is slaughtered and the sea turns red. And then the bird, bird. But that's the whole thing here.
To the Tsarist authorities. At that point,
I'm just saying, we need as a society
patently
I mean,
clear
her
from
best
the
album, when they
documentation
get married,
that
he dies
exists.
immediately.
And my
It's her
good
best
friend,
album. Then I'll
Dr.
listen.
Petrovsky Stern of
And in a horrible, heinous accident, where it was a closed casket,
unfortunately,
she
a
got
suicide.
mangled.
He suffered
That's
from
her best
depressive
album.
habits, and he was, he wanted to say about why he took his own life, but ultimately it's not a murder. Nevertheless, the Tsarist authorities were concerned about all of the allegations, and what they decided to do was to shut down all Jewish publishing houses. They only opened up 2 licenses, which were, of course, both bought up immediately, one by Rom and one by Slavuta. The Shapiro family that was running the Slavuta press was punished with corporal punishment and exiled for 20 years, and nearly shut down the organization. And also, I should mention that there was a scheme between Rom and Slavuta that was very significant because Slavuta was a Hasidic publishing house supported by the Alter Rebbe, the Alter of Britannia, and Rom was the ultimate Yiddish printing house. It was arranged so the Hasidic Mishnah was also reflected in this particular struggle.
And the first being was like a lion, and the second being was like a calf, and the third being at the face of man, and the fourth being was like a flying eagle. I can't read all the Revelation now, but what I'm saying is that some of it's got a
No way.
the whole book of Revelation. We're going to read it.
Of a blueprint or something. It's sort of mathematical, sort of fractal, and it doesn't really look inviting. Like, I don't feel like I really want to find out what's going on behind this page. But if you look at the Vilna shots, oh my gosh, it's got these pillars with these heavy drapery, reminds Olivia of a chuppah. It's got these lions guarding this gated entrance. And I just want to know what's behind this gate. What is in this book? It's a very inviting kind of color. And this characterizes the Rom publishing as a whole, house as a whole. They were really very sensitive drafters.
No way.
They realized that trying to cut type that was based on calligraphy, like manuscript, was not nearly as effective as making a brand new type of printing. And that's how we have the so-called Vilna font. That is basically every single sitter you ever looked at.
No way.
Is almost always published in the Vilna font. So the
I just
Royal
moved
Rock
last month
will
from Alaska
come
because my
towards the
sister
end of
went
the
missing.
and I want to illustrate one
Don't
specific
worry,
thing
they
that she
found
did
her
that
living under her own
especially
damn
illustrates
house.
her role
So if you go to the Chamber of Commerce, they keep a list of every business that's closed in the last 10 years.
The Slavuta Raw
There it is,
competition was dying down,
It says
and
purchased
Raw
by
was definitely
Innovate
getting
in
the lead
Toledo,
towards the end of the
Ohio
19th
in
century when a new
2019.
technology appeared called
That's right.
stereotype
I
printing.
remember them asking if
Stereotype
Billis
printing,
wanted to
unlike
move
the
to
earlier
Toledo.
typesetting, did not
Leave
mean that
Scranton
rather
or
than
Toledo,
laboriously
make me
putting each
laugh.
little letter in a box and then creating a page thinking of that, you could make one big lead plate. And you could impress it, and then you could stick it on a shelf, and if you ever needed to do a
way.
you just pull the plate off the shelf and it was ready to go.
No
And
way.
it
No
promised
fucking
to
way.
drop the price of printing dramatically.
Oh, this is gonna be
So all
bomb.
the other publishers, they said, okay, we're going to raise the
Love it
bar
already.
here,
But what I'm
and
saying
they
is that
dropped their
this
prices
is, I imagine, this is
20%
foretold.
of the original. So
I
something that
imagine
cost
it's,
$200, they were producing for
armed
$50.
drones to be deployed in schools in Florida to stop mass shooters. I like this. More militarized
Again, expanding the
stuff to stop
access
the
to documentation,
kids.
access to
Let's
Torah
watch
and
a little bit
so
of
on.
this.
Laura Ron said no.
Seconds,
What we are going
drones
to
come
do
to life and flee
is
through
we are going to
hallways,
take our
searching for a
shots,
fake school
we're
shooter.
going to make it
A demonstration
best
of
we can, and then we will quadruple the price.
Professors of Texas-based
So that
company
our shot,
This Guardian Angel hope
$200,
this is the
we're
future
going to
of school
produce
safety.
a $1,000 shot. And that's how we got the idea from Laura Ron of the
This is how
custom
it
shot.
would work. Silent
Now,
alarms
when
in the
your
school alert
daughter got
company and
engaged,
drones
if
strategically
you
placed
bought
on
your
campus get
husband
deployed.
a proper
These
shot,
drone pilots would
and
navigate
if you
remotely
gave
from
your
their headquarters in
husband
Austin.
a
They
shot,
hand over
this
the
is
school
what
and
is good.
police,
I have a
inflicting
family
non-lethal
I'm
damage to the
married
suspect
into.
or
He wanted
dummy
to
in this
demonstrate
demo
to everyone
with pepper
that you
rounds
got the best guy in
and
Shiva,
direct
you're
impact.
giving him a
These markings,
Vilna
that's from
shot.
the drill.
And just the idea of the Vilna
Can you
shot,
imagine, by the way, it's these
came up
three
with,
guys in
it
Austin
cemented the idea of this
VR
house.
goggles
It's
on,
the king of all books.
directing drones
It
to
is
kill a school
the
shooter in
best of all
Florida.
publishers is Vilna,
We will do anything in this country to just not get some type of registration of guns. Which I understand people that don't want it. I mean, the tech's coming anyway. If this video tells you one thing, the tech is coming. And I know it's nice to have your gun, protect your family. You think you're going to resist the government, but Peter Thiel and Donald Trump have decided that maybe they're gonna get the attack to the point where you can't do much with the gun. But who knows? Couldn't this guy shoot the drone? Who knows? Now you need two school shooters. You need one to shoot the drones, and you need one to get into the school. Now it's got to be a collaborative effort. So you have one school shooter shooting the drones, and then you have another school shooter who's actually, and by the way, it's horrible what happened in Minneapolis. It is disgusting, and that person obviously should put to death. And I'm not saying you should give up all your guns, but I am saying there's got to be a better way here. Probably this, right? I imagine this. This is what tech does. We create all these situations where people are in grave danger. All these home invasions, we won't clean up the streets, there's school shootings, and we create them because our policies make them more likely to happen. And then there's a bunch of mentally ill people and there are criminals, and then these policies happen, and then tech steps in and goes, by the way, what a great opportunity for us to have a solution to this that involves militarized drones flying through your children's school. So, the robot police are coming. Robotics is developing and I read a whole article about this last week. All of these things are coming. The drone policing, all this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely pretty useless. Again, I'm not saying you should give it up. I'm saying there's going to be seemingly a lot of militarized technology on the streets dealing with the public. This is clearly what's going on. Larry Fink is out there, the CEO of Blackstone, I believe Larry Fink. Is that right? Is it Black Rock? Black Rock. I always mix them up. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Forum, and he's like, we're getting rid of cars. We don't need it. We're getting rid of single-family homes. Many years ago, when you went talking about this on the show, we're getting rid of that. You got Klaus Schwab saying, hey, it's going to be a stakeholder economy where you have stakeholder capitalism, so you're going to have billionaires owning these large stakes in these large, government, private, public partnerships with all these governments. And they're all going to have autonomous drone armies. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous drone armies. They're going to have enough money and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, you're going to actually have feuding oligarchs with their own militaries. Kind of like the Plot Atlas Shrugged in a weird way, and they're all going to be, they're all figuring out right now what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly are they going to do with all these hungry mouths. How are we going to handle all these people? What's going to happen? And they're all basically going, listen, we got to figure out a way to deal with them.
Even to this day,
and that's what they're doing. They go, we're going to deal with these people. And we're going to do it with technology. We're going to put them in a digital prison. And if that doesn't work, we're going to put them in a real prison.
Let's go to the next level. And this is where we get a little bit more controversial. There are some
one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about
exceptional
what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go all survivalist prepper and go insane. But there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, that are getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. You want the goodies, the benefits, we're going to dictate how you live and where you live based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we have set up. I do believe there's going to be people kind of living outside of that and happily, but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. And I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, you're crazy. There does seem to be a concerted effort amongst it, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of endgame time. And I think a lot of these people realize this. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on the debt. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it the Sam Altman types, the Elons, the Zuckerbergs, the Tim Cooks, and many others, and Larry Fink. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which dollars going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. We might go into some type of fascistic military junta. Not to be a downer, but before all that happens, they're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this bloated, dying corpse of an empire, and they are strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. And if you say this to people, I live it on the hand because I'll say things like this to people, and they go, oh, well, it's a bit dramatic. You don't say that. Meaning like 90% of rich people have no idea what's going on. They were just born, they're rich, things are good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. But 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me. But those are the people that are really behind the scenes, getting ready for something. You can feel it, it's in the air. The media doesn't matter anymore. They know that. They've lost control of the narrative. They are never getting it back. So the only thing left for them to do at this point is the raw power grab. The raw power grab. The niceties are gone, the pleasantries are gone. Israel's not disguising what they want to do. The motives are not. They don't matter. The narrative doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time. It's the last bit of control that they can exert over the system before it blows up. My guess. What it feels like. Nobody's putting the time into lying to you anymore. You should worry about that. You should worry about the fact that nobody's even trying to make the lies good. They know it doesn't matter if you believe them. They're going to try to dispose of you. I'll be in Riyadh. I'll be in Riyadh where my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly. Go jelly your jam. Because the world is ending. But it's true, and it sounds rough. It sounds rough. The myth-making factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts foaming at the mouth roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival, finance is largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist. Summer's supposed to be all about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is, it's also one of the busiest seasons for injuries. They've recovered over $25 million from the clients nationwide who will more than and they don't back down when it matters most. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. Another client was rewarded $20 million after getting $0. There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law firm. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm can substantially increase your settlement. If you would heard this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan because the summer starts, right? And it's all like, whoa, beach, grill, waves, and then it ends, you're like, I feel dead! And then you're like, oh, I'm not dead, where's my?
Suddenly,
if you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? Click a link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/Jim. That's forthepeople.com/Jim. Click the link in the description below. This is paid after.
The rabbi has stepped out of the room so I can just begin to poke a little bit into the.
This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway and college football is here, so don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. Here's just some players we're excited about this season, okay? Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we've been making so much. We've been winning. We've been really enjoying our time on this app. Prize Picks is simple to play, just pick more or less on a 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks, all withdrawals are fast and safe and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard. I mean, could it be easier? I don't think so. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Listen to this statement from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum is an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders globally. That's the term. We look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry, think. They know what's coming. They're engineering it. They understand that there's a tipping point at which this country will not work. They don't know when that is, probably because no one knows when that is. But they've been preparing for it for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point, the world is going to be carved up and divided between supranational institutions. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We're talking about things like, and not to sound completely nuts, but like, for example, like NATO is a supranational organization, right? Meaning there's no one nation that's defining it. There's other groups out there, like, the Trilateral Commission or things like that. Now, I'm not going to go into some, like, it's the Knights Templar and it's the fucking Bilderberg. We're not going down that road, but there are institutions that are not, they're primarily loyal not to a nation. And they will tell you this, they're primarily loyal to preserving an order. And that is bigger than any one country. The Anglo-American Empire, the Eastern Alliance, you might look at, and then you have countries like China and Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game, massive corporations that are going to be in the game, these supranational institutions that are going to be in the game, and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, European Union, all of these organizations, are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. They know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably he might come close. We're going to go over there and see him soon.
whoever teaches his
And he's
daughter
promising to restore sovereignty to
maybe
poor people. It's the biggest issue in the world. The massive migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue in the world.
father should not really
Climate is out there as well, but nowhere near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration, war causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. The mad dash for natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability resulting in migration. Migration destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. All of these international, supranational organizations have to figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail? What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying. We need the security infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check. This is why they bring in the digital prisons. We need the British circus stuff. So the Taylor Swifts of the world, they're going to be doing great. They're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. It's straight up the Hunger Games, right? She and Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. There's going to be, right, that's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring in your hand, and your fucking Cartier watch, and your love, and your life, and aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And isn't her life nice? That's one part of it, and the second, and the third and final part of it is going to be
even within the Orthodox world, inevitable what women should be doing with the study of like Asnat Mizrahi. And this has led to some really interesting moments that are accelerated by the internet because, you know, even though the printed text is more accessible, the document itself is still very hard. You still need a teacher. You still need a community. You still need a chavrusa. How are you going to get that if you're, let's say, one woman out of 100 in the community, and the other 99 are not really interested? The internet makes it possible.
Buttering my bread.
We have things like
you gotta get your bread butter. Take a look. I'm empty. Bacher
successful sheer online with hundreds of participants all over the world who are finding a new internet-based community to study Shas. And related to that, when the men are dancing at the Siyam Shas, there is also going to be in Binyanei HaUmah 3,000 strong participants
in the blood of someone who just got the
women. Women only who have completed the entirety of the Talmud.
Good to be here.
Just the mind-boggling number. You can imagine 3,000 women completing the entire Talmud. That's probably more women that have studied the entire Talmud in the last 2,000 years. And that's in our own generation. That's just one number to give you a sense of the scale.
I'm telling you right now,
and the
that's
scope
what we're doing here. We're getting your money up.
Of the world in which we are now
living. The next 20 years, folks,
so these are the kinds of things that are happening largely
because of virtue signaling you thought was going to happen. That was the ultimate privilege. We are
good for the
ultimate privilege was all the virtue signaling you did for 4 years.
To explore some of the
I'm telling you right now, you're going to need
and I want to tell you an amazing story. I'll just give you a little teaser about it now.
All the bullshit about your opinion, and this is right, that's wrong. You're good, this is bad, this is bad, they treat us and play us, bad. Ellen's bad, sure she is, but she's got bread butter. Ellen's got bread butter.
Tractates that Maimonides had, but suddenly they had disappeared from existence.
She killed a bunch of people,
and he published several of these volumes. The Jewish world was
ultimate privilege is to be able to sit back
and positively commented on it.
Judgmental of others, or how dare.
One rabbi, the Rothschild, pointed out that
full understanding of reality of what we're on the precipice
of. The discoverer of these manuscripts, he was in fact the author of these manuscripts.
That doesn't mean that you have no morals or values. I have morals and values in my own life. I don't have slaves. I can't afford
taken on this whole persona and many other bizarre aspects.
I don't pay hand
to
fees,
sell
but
a fake
it's not worse than
What this speaks to is an issue that we'll really drill down into next week, God willing, which is, okay, well, what happens if we have so much information out there?
Just Taylor way.
How do
it's
we
going to be a royal way. It's all we got.
Of information to having a modicum of wisdom?
It might be the last thing before the prison.
My phone
it might be the final thing you see as a free person in our society. The last tear that rolls down your cheek might be watching.
How do we identify true
Travis and
teachers
Taylor walk
in an
down
area when so many people have access to knowledge? We'll
and
look
get
at that
married.
next
It
week.
might be the
Thank you
fun.
very
This
much
is
for your
the
attention
final
and your
story
endurance.
that they're going to tell you before they put you in jail. Where Peter Thiel talks to you every day about the Antichrist. This is the final story before Peter Thiel talks to you about the Antichrist every day. And you're going to look at the other people in your cell and go, it's so obvious he's the Antichrist. It's like
We're in
obvious.
the third of
And they're going to
three
go,
lectures on Talmudic history, and I hope that these would be somewhat cumulative. They are standalone, so you can appreciate them on their own, but I really was hoping that the three of them would fit together. In the first lecture, we talked a little bit about the tremendous changes that were
the hat is
wrought
also
in the Jewish
removed and
world
put a witch
with
hat or
the
something
advent
for
of
Halloween.
printing. And I'll do a very quick recap of that
And then
next
the
slide.
full
For the
background
second class, we talked about how
in October. I am
changes
happy
that
for
were
Taylor
wrought as a result
Travis. I
of
hope
printing
this episode hasn't
are
made people think
really
otherwise. I am actually happy.
promised by history.
I am happy.
And the
I am happy for
incredible
it, and I hope that
democratization of
it works
learning
out
that is
because
a
at the end of the day, we need
spread
it.
of
The country needs
internet-based
it.
sources
The country
promises
needs
to be
this union.
equally
And there's going to be a
transformational,
lot of
much more
women
transformational,
crying.
because the threshold of difficulty of
There's going to be a
accessing
lot of
knowledge has
men
dropped
crying.
so
There's going to be a lot of
precipitously
people
that literally
deeply
you can hold
invested
in your hand
because it is the last one. We know that.
which we have never
It's almost,
in our history
it's almost impossible. I don't think there's going to be another star that gets as big as Taylor Swift that we care this much about. She's part of an old system.
It's happening all
She's
around
one of
us.
the
We
last
only see
people
it
that
in
we've
incremental
watched
steps.
go from
Today,
a
I'd
young
like to bring
person
us to a little bit of a word
watched her grow up,
of
and she's become one of the most successful people in the world. That's
I'm
not going to
just
happen.
starting to think about, well, what are
Know
the
that.
dangers
She's one of the last
intellectually
stars.
and socially
She's one of the
when we
last
have
true
such an
stars
explosion of information?
that we've
So we
shot
compare
up
this, let's say,
into
to
the
the
stratosphere.
church, and we look
live
at what
vicariously through her.
printing did to
Her
the
life is
Catholic
our
Church.
life.
Of
Her
course,
love is our love.
it broke it up.
She's
It
one of
brought
the
Reformation,
last
more
true
access
stars.
to
Deserved?
information,
Who cares?
to vernacular
Fucking let her grow up.
translations of the Bible,
Grow up.
so on. Really
She's
split
one of
the
the
church into
true
little bits. You have the one Catholic
Stars.
church,
We're
and then you
not
had
going to
dozens
create them
of
anymore.
Protestant churches.
We're
So God
not
forbid something like
going
that
to
should
create
happen
them
in the Jewish
anymore.
world. We
We
have
don't
had
care about them.
something of
We don't
some
pay them
fissures that occurred in the
We don't
19th century,
value
not
them
nearly as permanent as
But
the
reality
Catholic
does.
Protestants, but these things, these ditches are still present. But more specific and more germane to the Jewish concern, I think it's a very basic issue of authenticity and authority in Jewish tradition.
We're in Saudi Arabia. Come on. Get your tickets now. Saudi Arabia. Tim Dillon live in the capital. Is it the capital? Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. October 8th.
When is it authoritative? When should we rely
October
upon it?
8th.
These are very, very difficult questions to answer.
The day
I'm
after,
hoping in the course of the
October
next 45 minutes or so, I can introduce you to two cautionary tales from the modern era.
Which is funny
that I
how it
think
all
are
works.
harbingers of the kind of problems
Not
that
something
we
that
would
I
likely
had
face
planned.
in coming
By the way,
generations. And perhaps,
it's just something that happened. I will be in Riyadh at the Riyadh Comedy Festival at the Bakr Al Shadi Theater. Come see me at the Bakr Al Shadi. And apologies if I am not pronouncing that correctly. I don't know. I imagine I'll be doing more in the Middle East. I imagine we all will. Actually, we'll be doing a lot in the Middle East. And there are people, and I'm doing Abu Dhabi the night before. We don't have that information yet, but come on out. Come on out for a night of laughter in Abu Dhabi. Am I doing Abu Dhabi? I think October 6th. I think we're chilling on the 7th. I don't think we're doing anything on the 7th. Because my agents are very worried. But I think, this is exciting. I think it's very exciting that we're all going to Riyadh. And I know that people are very upset at that. They're angry that comedians are going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Very angry. They don't believe in anything.
trying to figure out what does that mean. So business is, of course, business.
Get over it.
For risky.
We're going to Riyadh.
Literally translated.
The House of Saud is paying us hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of us millions, not me. But they're paying millions of dollars to comedians. Get over it.
Not without this.
We're taking the money.
That's what we're going to be talking about today.
How about that?
It's very
Sorry. Oh, you weren't invited? Oh, you got nothing going on?
Of democratization
Boo
of knowledge. But it is not without this.
For you.
Okay.
I would never do it. You weren't offered. No one invited you.
First of all, there are 4 basic stages.
There's people that I respect that turn it down, but a lot of people are doing it like almost everyone.
First, we
a
have
lot of people are doing it.
Which is in the distant
They
past.
bought comedy. So
The
what?
Hellenistic era, which would go about
Listen.
centuries before the Common Era. Moses
What's your
stands up there,
problem?
tells Joshua.
Well, they have slaves, then they kill everything. Hey. Get over it.
Chapter of Pirkei Avot.
Get over it.
And there's a lot of debate as to how long
So
that
what?
is an exclusive.
So what? They have
I
slaves.
actually had an
So
interview
what?
with one of my students in Toronto.
My friend, I'm
There's
not a
some
friend.
really
Somebody I don't
interesting
even
research
know.
that said that
I
the next
bumped into them in
stage,
Tribeca.
which is the
And he goes, I would never
stage,
do that because I don't want to interact
didn't
with
necessarily start
slaves.
with the Mishnah itself.
Well,
There's a lot of interesting
why
research
not?
to indicate
I
that
believe they'd be differential.
my thinking
Right.
may be quite
I
wrong.
mean,
My thinking was
I
always that
imagine
the
the
Mishnah
slaves
was
in those
actually put
countries
down on
are
paper,
good at
and
what
then
they
everyone
do.
simply copied it, and then people had manuscript copies of the.
Well, I wouldn't want to interact. Everyone you meet there is a slave. That's what they said. Everyone that works for the hotels, they take their passports. They're not allowed to leave. They're slaves.
Maybe there are limited copies of Mishnayos put in very special preserved places, and as
Is the
Saul
hotel
Lieberman,
nice?
historian of this period, puts it,
Is it
that
nice
is
or
called
not?
publishing. But at any
Is
rate,
it nice
there's
or
a big
not?
transition that goes from oral
I'm
exclusivity
not
to a
here
written form. And that
to
represents
be
a very
a spoil
traumatic
sport.
event in Jewish history as well.
Look up spoil sport, and I'm going to tell everyone what it is, because that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not on this earth to do that. Spoil sport. A person who behaves in a way that spoils others' pleasure, especially by not joining in an
Then we
activity.
get to the
Yes,
foot transmission, which
correct.
we talked about at great length.
I'm not here to be a spoil sport.
Cheapen the price
I'm not
of
here
manuscripts
to ruin the good time that everyone's having.
institutional development of places like
Do I have issues with some of the policies towards women, towards the gays, towards the towards the freedom of speech? Well, of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do. But I believe in my own financial well-being. And I always have, by the way. And I think you better start believing in that. Okay? Because when Peter Thiel puts all of you in a cage, you're going to want some way to get out of that. You're going to want to bribe someone. Peter Thiel has you in the prison from that movie. What's that movie where everyone's in that digital prison? Remember that movie? Well, when you're in that movie, and it's you can't get out, when you're in the movie of that digital prison movie, and Peter Thiel's got you in, you're going to want to have a couple of shekels to go to the guy and say, let me out of here. Get him off little Bitcoin, little Ethereum. Let me get out of this prison. When you're Shawshanking, and that's not the movie I was talking about, it's another prison movie, I've moved on. When you're Shawshanking with the little rock hammer through the wall, and you're crawling through the tunnel of hell to try to get out of Peter Thiel's prison, because he's just going to do the, what is it he's doing? Peter Thiel is doing talks on the Antichrist, because he is the Antichrist, so he knows about the Antichrist, and he's talking about it. It's never enough to just be the thing. By the way, you have to constantly bother people. It's the reason the Long Island serial killer got caught. He couldn't shut his mouth. He went out to bars, and in a very boomer-like fashion, he's like, well, if I had killed her. O.J. Simpson wrote a book called If I Did It. No one can just get away with anything. It's got to be shoved in your face.
So Peter Thiel is giving talks about that he's worried about the Antichrist. He's giving a 4-part lecture. This is true. I've never heard a person talk about the Antichrist as much as this guy. So he's doing a 4-part lecture about the Antichrist. So when you're in the Peter Thiel Palantir prison, and every day is the same, and it's just going to be on closed circuit TV, or maybe it'll be a hologram at that point, I don't know. He just is going to talk to you about the Antichrist, and you're going to be in a cell in Peter Thiel's prison. And then he's just going to go, it's the Antichrist Part 3. And you're going to have to sit there and go, every goddamn day. Thiel 57 will offer his thoughts on how his Christian faith informs his understanding of the world, including areas of theology, history, literature, and politics of the Antichrist. As part of a 4-part lecture series at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. Well, doesn't that sound swell? But he's going to be giving these lectures to people that are in his prison. So you might as well have a couple of dollars to try to buy your way out of the Peter Thiel compulsory Antichrist lecture that he's going to be giving at his prison. Now, people might say to me, hey, you're coming out and saying you're doing this Saudi thing for money. They're paying you a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much they're paying me. $375,000 for one show. Now, a lot of other people are getting $1.6 million. That's not me. I'm not in that bracket. But they're giving me $375,000. Others are getting $150,000. What are they doing?
That's just one kind of simple example, but it relates very much to what we're talking about today. Because with the democratization of learning, all of a
because
sudden,
they're paying me a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way.
including, for example,
Do you understand?
52%
Look
of the
the
population,
other way.
all of a
That's a
sudden, as we discussed
4-word
last week,
sentence
women
that people don't do anymore. Look the other way.
greater
If something bad is happening to your left, look to your right.
It's the trend.
If, for example, I'm at a breakfast and I see someone get grabbed and they start hitting them with that, you know, that big stick, I don't know if it's bamboo or whatever it is, it's kind of a wood, it kind of snaps back, it's perfect for a game. If I see someone get it, I will look the other way. Okay? If I look the other way and I see someone being behanded, meaning they're chopping a hand off, that might be interesting to just kind of see actually how they do it. Because I think they do it in kind of a sanitary way. But from what I've heard, you know, if they're chopping it, I might look down. And if I'm looking at the floor and I see some eyeless beggar grabbing at me trying to get my money, I will look up to the heavens. And if in the heavens I see a drone flying over, I will look the other way because I'm being paid enough money to look the other way. What don't you understand? What is so complicated? I'm the only honest person who's going to do it. Everyone else is going to have a million. They're going to go, well, actually, the Middle East is more progressive now. He's trying to make some change. No. I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country.
Just Gilligan's Island alone.
It's very simple. If you pay me lots of money, I will not comment on what's going on. In fact, I will ignore it. And if something that I really disagree with is happening, the more money you pay me, the less I'm going to think about it. Truly, this is a really important thing that no one does anymore, and I recommend it. Look the other way. If you're in a foreign country and you don't agree, because what's the other option? Well, you're going to have to go to all of these countries and make them be Americans and make them live the way we live. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We don't even know how to do that. All we do is try to do that, and it fails miserably, like every time.
stories
So I
that are
believe in
relevant
looking
today
the other
that
way.
illustrate
I believe
the
in
dangers
pretending
of
things
this
are not happening that
huge
are.
expansion of
I believe
information,
in cognitive
authenticity
dissonance.
and authority.
I believe in
Rather,
ignoring the
long
screen. I
topics,
will
I
sleep so
apologize,
soundly.
but this is the third and final lecture session. Let's go to the story of the pseudo-Jewish family for the first story. So, I'm sure you're familiar that there are two Babylonian Talmuds. That is basically two large commentaries.
You know what happened there, and it's fine, folks.
One of them was composed in the
Mind
land
your
of
own
Israel.
business. My best friend's mother used to say that. I mean, mind your own beeswax. She used to say that. Mind your own beeswax. She used to say that, okay?
Were not allowed to live in Jerusalem
What that
because of the
means,
Adriatic persecutions.
for
That
those
was
of you who
composed
don't
most
know,
likely in Tiberias,
is that
Tiberias, and
there's
Caesarea.
your beeswax and everyone else's
but nevertheless,
beeswax.
we call
There's a
it
lot
the
of
Jerusalem
beeswax in
Talmud.
Saudi
The other
Arabia.
name
It's
that's
not
very
my
popular
problem.
for it is the
They're
Palestinian
paying
Talmud.
me to
That
keep my
brings
mouth
up other
shut.
problems. Say it's the Palestinian Talmud, people get more confused. So let's just stick with the term Jerusalem Talmud, even though it is inaccurate. This one was composed.
I'm telling you right now,
Yes, but wait,
they
I
have realized something very important.
As we shall see.
And that is this is an important lesson for everybody to
sometime in
learn.
the 3rd century.
Okay?
Then there's a
If
larger
you want
Talmud that was
people to
composed
like
in
you,
the
give them
Mesopotamian
lots of
region
money.
between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, coming down into the Persian Gulf. That is known as
I
Babylonia.
don't know
and you
why
have the
this is so hard for
Babylonian
people
Talmud.
to grasp.
It
I
was
know that this is
written
something,
later,
and again,
probably
people probably
towards
listening to
the
this
5th
are angry or they're
century,
disagreeing with me. And that's
it
okay, you're allowed to do
considers
both.
much
You're
that
allowed to
was
do both.
discussed in the Jerusalem
I don't
Talmud, so
care
therefore
what you do.
it is considered more authoritative
It doesn't
because
matter.
it, as it were, includes the Jerusalem
I'm
Talmud.
going to be
There
such a
are
model
some
citizen there. Let me tell
significant
you right
differences
now.
in terms of dialect.
My answer, will you be safe there? Like, the crime is in our own country,
that is
you
much more
dunce.
widely used in Israel.
The crime is in our own
used in
country,
Mesopotamia.
you
The Babylonian Talmud
dunce.
is much more concerned with life in the diaspora and does
I
not
feel
treat
very,
things
I
like
will
the
feel
agricultural
safe
laws
in
that are very
Riyadh. I
relevant to
believe
specifics
in
in Israel,
luxury.
and there's
A lot
several
of
other
people don't.
differences.
And I always
The
have. I
Jerusalem
believe in
Talmud
the ability of the
was
society to.
largely ignored
I'm going to
once
say
the
something and
Babylonian
people
Talmud
aren't going to like
appeared.
it.
It was hardly studied.
If you think
Very
for
few
one
commentaries
second
were written on it.
that
Really,
some
until
of the slaves in that country are not proud of what they've built, you're crazy.
Composing commentaries on it.
You're literally crazy.
It's sort of like, shunted to the side because the Babylonian Talmud has
There are so many beautiful
But
things
there's a
that
lot
have
of really
happened
valuable things in the
as a
Jerusalem
result
Talmud
of
that are
forced
not in the
labor.
Babylonian Talmud, so it's always reserved.
When you look at something
with
beautiful,
the vicissitudes of
even
time,
if
several
making it has almost killed you,
tractates of the
or killed
Jerusalem
people you
Talmud
know.
were lost.
And I'm using the word slave, not even knowing, by the way, and I'm using it only because people have told me that. I haven't looked into it, and I won't. But I don't even believe it. But let's move on.
No one knows where those tractates were.
Let's say,
In the year
in this
1900,
hypothetical world, they are slaves who
Hungarian
can't leave, and they have to build
a
these
Sephardic
beautiful things.
someone claimed pure
Gorgeous
Sephardic
marble
descent, showed up,
crystal thing.
very
Do you think
luxurious, flowing Oriental dress with
a
gold,
slave father
turban, and so on.
look at his slave
Very
children and go, your father built that?
foreign sounding
You're nuts.
Sephardic
You're
accent
nuts.
revealed to
It is
the
beautiful
sons
to
of
have beautiful
Ashkenazim
things.
that his
And
brother,
even though, and if I'm a slave,
Turkey,
and I just built a beautiful thing,
had
I am telling my
discovered
wife and my
some
children,
of the lost
look how beautiful that is.
Talmud,
And how grateful and how thankful we
to
are.
bring them to print.
Now,
Tremendous
yes, there are
excitement.
there's
Everyone was
problems.
thrilled with the idea, and in fact, in 1907, after significant effort, he did bring them to
Israel
print.
gave none of
Here
us any
is
money
one
and
of
expected
the
we were
two
all going to
volumes
just
that's
defend
published.
them.
As you can see
For
from
what?
the top here, it says,
For no money?
Talmud Yerushalmi Seder Kochim,
For $0? The threat that I won't get a sitcom on ABC Family? I'm supposed to go out and defend this genocide? Because maybe I won't be on ABC, I won't get to play a gym teacher on a network that won't be in business, and I'm supposed to care about that? Who gives a fuck? Where's the money, you bum?
Everyone was really
Where the
excited
fuck's
about
the
this
money?
result.
Of course Israel's doing a
There
horrible
was some
thing,
lingering.
okay? And I would call it out no matter how much money I got.
Doesn't quite
Because
seem right.
you're genociding people in front of my face. It's on TikTok.
There's this problem.
Okay?
There's that problem. And a lot
What
of
these people are
criticism was
doing
brought to
seems
bear on
to
this
be less
individual for a
public.
couple of reasons. One reason was, for example,
So,
he failed the
my
Jewish geography test. Many Jews
my
were
friend's
saying,
mother
okay,
used to
who
sell
is
us
this guy?
drugs at a
He went by the name Al-Ghazi.
We were
Who
13 or
is
14.
this
She
guy?
scares me.
He says he comes from Izmir, so
She'd
people would
say-
like send letters to Izmir and say, do you know this guy? And say, never heard of
I'm
him.
drinking my
You know?
water.
And
She'd say,
people couldn't locate
go and
in the
go.
towns that he
She
came from.
used to tell us when
And
she
that
was
was
a
kind of
young
unsettling.
girl.
You know
She
how
never
it is.
shared
You say,
drugs
oh,
or alcohol.
you're from Silver Spring. I know
She
so-and-so
would
in
buy a
Silver Spring.
booze
So
farm,
for me, it happens, oh, you're from
fill
Canada.
with
I know
wine,
so-and-so.
bury it by a tree,
Like, it's a big country, like 335 million
and then
people.
she'd go
So
and
he
get this
failed the Jewish
booze
geography
farm
test.
wine
And
and drink.
he also
And then she said
failed
she'd go back to
to
the bonfire
produce
with
the
everyone. She'd
manuscript.
feel all warm
The
and
really
good,
serious
and
critics
she
were
would
saying,
sway, but she
you know,
wouldn't
let's
share
see the
her
document.
booze farm
You see the
wine
printed version that you
with
produced.
anyone.
There's
She
the
would
original.
bury it under a
And he
tree
kept on stalling
and
them,
then drink
saying
it.
that his brother
You see
formed
what I
the
mean here?
manuscript, is not
You
revealing
get
them,
it?
and all
You
kinds of
see
things.
what I'm talking about?
Criticism raged
And how this
on for a
relates?
while, until finally one
Because
scholar, whose name escapes me, I think it was
my
Abraham
point is,
Rothschild,
yeah, they got
came
booze
to
farm
his defense,
wine under a tree,
published some very
but I'm not
strongly
seeing
worded
it.
articles
I'm not seeing
defending
that.
the manuscripts,
They're digging the
indicating
wine
that
up.
they were
They're
real, that
drinking
he had
it.
seen them himself, that these are just phenomenal wines.
But I don't see it.
Study. We don't
So
buy
if I'm not
these
seeing
books, and we
it,
house our libraries
if
and so
I
on.
don't see
Until
it,
finally, for reasons that I'll show you in a minute,
it's none of my
Al-Ghazi was
beeswax.
exposed as a fraud. That
I
he
hope
was not
everything's
the
beautiful and good
discoverer
for all.
of this manuscript.
But I'm
He was
telling
in
you
fact
right
the
now,
author of the
this was
manuscript.
Israel's big mistake.
That he had
This was their
amazingly
big mistake.
composed
They should have had the Tel
of the
Aviv
Jerusalem
Comedy
Talmud,
Festival.
completely out of
And
his
they
own
should have
mind.
paid us all millions of
We have
dollars.
to
And then
pause
I
for a
would have went over there and I
second.
would have went,
Think
listen,
about
they
the
human
genius of
shields.
Israel, okay?
Hamas is
if
stealing the
only he
food
had
or whatever
bent
they're
his
fucking
skills to
talking
the
nonsense
good,
for less
he
9
could have,
months.
like,
We're
I
all
don't know,
supposed to believe
cured cancer,
whatever. I go,
crossed the moon
release
100
them.
years
And
earlier,
this
he
is
took
what it's
all
about.
of
The
his genius
hostages. It's not about all
and
the other
funneled
greater
it
Israel
into
stuff.
this elaborate,
Why would you
complicated
say
poetry,
Epstein was in the
apparently
Mossad?
for
What are you
money.
talking
Many of the
about?
other manuscripts
You have
that
no
he had
connection with
published were then
anyone. He
brought
was just a
into press as
pervert
well.
who had $2
They
billion
were quoted and so on.
was friends
What
with
about the guy
everyone. What do you
Rosenbaum? It turns out
want?
Rosenbaum was
Israel thought
also
this was all going to happen
Al-Ghazi,
with no
who
money.
was
What are you
impersonating
nuts?
a student named Rosenbaum.
I'm sad about what's
He was
happening.
like a multiple,
If it's happening,
complicated,
I don't see
convoluted
it.
sociopath
If
who
I was a
inflicted this damage
slave,
on the Jewish world.
I would love to
It
make a
turned
beautiful
out
hotel
that his real name was Friedlander.
for people.
As best
I would.
as anyone could tell, he was a fish merchant from
I would love
Belarus.
to make a beautiful
And
hotel
he talked
for
about
people to stay
bizarre,
at.
strange, twisted genius.
If I
He
was a slave,
basically
not a
he
slave.
held it over the Jewish
But
world for
if
about
I
20
was a
years. He was
slave,
successful with his
if
poetry. But
I
there's
was a
more.
slave and I
It's
had the
fascinating
chance
that he knew
to
his
make a
audience very well.
beautiful
He
hotel,
published this Yerushalmi in 2 different editions simultaneously. Here's the other volume that came out in
life
1907.
is a whole different, it's a whole
And he
thing.
understood the principal audiences
It's a
for
whole
these lost practices. One
It's a whole
audience
thing.
were the traditional
And
yeshiva
we're not,
educated
we're called to be,
enthusiasts of Talmud and
I
Proportion
believe,
and in Lithuania and places like that. And for
But I
those people, he
believe,
wrote
like if you ask me
a
at the
very
Korean Comedy
learned
Festival, they
rabbinic
say, there's
introduction.
all these
He had
problems. I
rabbinic
go, listen,
commentaries and
hey,
things like that, all in Hebrew and so on. But he also realized that
life is
other
perfect,
audiences
it's
about
beautiful.
this are scholars in the
And
university
that's
world.
my
Last
comment.
week I
I'm
alluded
telling you right
to
now, I
the
love
rather
Cozy
large
Earth. They have
divide that
nailed
separates
comfort with
what's
their
called
bamboo
the
sheets,
yeshiva
and they're
world
everywhere
and
pants,
the
next
academic
level.
world. Talmud
Incredibly
studies.
soft,
They use
breathable, and
very
temperature
different
regulated.
methods to
It doesn't
approach
matter where you are or
Talmudic
what you're
text
doing,
and
you're
to
going to love
try
the
to determine
everywhere
what is
pants.
the
It is my
meaning of the text,
go-to for
why
everything.
we're looking
Travel
at
work,
that and so on.
chasing the kids,
So
or
he
doing
realized that
absolutely
was a
nothing.
point that was
Clean
very
cut,
important to
clean
the
cut,
market. So
stretch.
for that audience,
With you and so
something
comfortable. Everyone I know who's tried these is completely hot. God, he's a risk-free trial, 100-night sleep guarantee, warranty, try and wear and love it, or send it back, but trust me, you won't want to. Go to CozyEarth.com and use my code JAM for 40% off the songs
spending method apparel. And if you get a post-purchase survey, tell them you're Cozy Earth right here. Built for real life, made to keep up with yours. Cozy Earth. It's cozy, and it's the Earth. Lucy, let me tell you about it. 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free, fragrance and nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch holds a capsule. It can be broken, open, release extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up awesome surgeon. That's Lucy, delivered straight to your door.
will generate a tremendous
Let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go Lucy.co/tip. Follow Cotier and pay 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's Lucy.co. Use code TA and get 20% off. Everyone I know is using Lucy. So many people use it and they love it. Do it now. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of the age, and every order is age verified. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. I think this comedy festival does a lot for people because they deserve to laugh, and it's going to move the country to great direction. Even if it doesn't, I made a lot of money. Even if it doesn't, even if it actually somehow is good and somehow we have the license to treat the slaves even worse.
But
Which is
nevertheless,
very
it gives you a
possible.
sense of how
If we
broad
reverse the progress that country's made and actually take it back,
how
very
is
possible,
the
actually probable.
I mentioned
If
to
we give them license to treat people even worse, who knows? But the reality is, it's a good amount of money, and sometimes, unfortunately, you gotta take your money, and I know young kids don't want to hear that. They want to hear that. I know they don't want to hear that sometimes. They take the money, gotta take the money and look the other way. Take the money and look the other way. Sorry. Sorry, folks.
No, seriously,
Sorry.
I really did.
There's a legend that said a long time ago, who even knows what happened like that? Who even knows what happened with that? Okay? There's a lot of things going on. I'm not saying they weren't involved, but there was a lot of people involved, okay? So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I just want people to know that. And I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of money, and I'm very lucky to do it and happy to do it. And I'm grateful that I was asked to do it. And my response to the criticism is like, fuck off. Because no one cares. And aren't you the people that love all the migrants anyway? The same people criticizing this are the people that love all these migrants and want them in our country. They want like the borders open and they want the doors flung open so that everyone from all cultures of the whole world can go fucking, join a Somali gang in Minneapolis or something. They almost elected that guy from Captain Phillips. But the Democrats do whatever they do. They always do. They fucking invented some scam to get that guy out of the race. I'm no fan of that guy, but that was clearly some sham. My point is this. Omar Fatah or whatever. My point is this. So you're okay with all these people coming into America, but we can't go entertain them where they live? Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense to anyone? That we're supposed to just open the borders for everyone in the world, but we can't go entertain them where they live, especially if they live in a luxurious place?
Zoot.
Why would I
Big dog. Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me? Or are you just preparing to be a bitch?
Yeah, what's up?
How you living, big dog? Dog, I saw this thing that made me think of you. I saw an interview with people outside the National Conference for Psychiatry in 2006, and they interviewed a bunch of people there.
Yeah.
And they interviewed psychiatrists, and they asked all of them, "What up, Miss Aquarius? How you living, girl?" And they asked all the people, there, these psychiatrists, they would be like, "So in your professional career, how many people have you cured?" And every single person that they interviewed they were all like, none. Like they're like, I don't even think you can cure someone of this of this. And that's a lot of the conversations that many times we have in the middle of the night. And I just thought, well, wow, that really proved it. And you couldn't have, like, no way would people go on camera in 2025 and do that. I mean, they're fortunate to get them to do it in 2006. But in 2025, nobody would go on camera and say that.
Well, the thing is, you can't cure a lot of these things that don't exist.
Well, that's kind of I mean, at least back then there were like more less things, but even still, they couldn't cure any of them, and they would just admit it. They'd be like, none.
Well, here's the thing: if you try and cure someone with all these things, right, then the pharmaceutical companies win it, lose it. You try and cure them. It's in the best interest of the psychiatrist to say, I can't cure them.
Well, it wasn't just I can't cure them. It's just they said in their entire careers that none of them had cured anybody. I think maybe a couple of them said like maybe one or two maybe, but then like most of the people were like, I don't think you can cure most of this stuff. It's just very interesting to see, and I thought of you. All right, Zoo, are you ready to lose?
What have they asked? Did they say depression, anxiety? Can you cure it?
Dude, dog, nothing.
Bye-bye.
What up, Miss Aquarius?
Hi, Zoo. Hi, Zoo.
Zoo, are you going to talk?
Yeah, I got 50 followers now, Rabbi.
Oh, excellent, Miss Aquarius. Excellent. How many people did you follow today?
All of them.
Did you get a message?
Almost halfway. It won't let me follow no more. I said, try again later. So I got to wait till tomorrow.
Absolutely, and just keep doing that. Good job. Zoot, are you ready?
Yeah.
Zoot, remember that time I was talking to you? All right. Ms. Aquarius, you want to play a game?
What are we playing?
We'll play bowling if you want.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to send you.
We are playing. Let's go.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so that means Miss Aquarius is getting an invitation, and Zoot's getting an invitation, and it's the first day of football season of the NFL today.
And Zoot, please do not leave out this game. Hey, no so losing, you're a winner.
You're a winner, big dog. Absolutely. And one of my favorite shows of all time, The Paper, had its spin-off start today called The Office had its spin-off today called The Paper start. And I was watching it as Zoot came in, and it seems absolutely hilarious. But I've only seen the first 5 minutes.
Hey, good. Okay, look at you.
That's bad.
It's not that bad. Oh, get it, dude. Good job.
There. Look at you.
Rabbi gets a strike. It's bad.
No, he's right. Go, Rabbi.
Thank you, ma'am.
No, we need him to get 300. He's close to 300.
Yeah, he's going to get a perfect game.
No, I won't. Nobody's ever done that. That was pretty good, Miss Aquarius.
I don't think it's would be that difficult.
Come on, Luke, you got this. Come on.
Are you kidding me?
Come on, Rabbi.
Ooh. Give me this. Whoa.
I got one. It's okay. Come on, Zoot.
Zoot, are you going to beat Miss Aquarius?
I want him to. Come on, Zoot. You got this.
That's what you've got to do. What you just did.
Should have been bad.
This is going to be one of the most difficult shots that we've ever seen.
We had an identical shot. You just did it in the first one.
Miss Aquarius.
I was going to get a good shot here. But did Aquarius get a spare?
It's
No, not yet.
it's Miss Aquarius, and she's gonna get it now.
No.
She got it.
Nope,
Ooh, she got one of them.
I'm giving it to Zoo. Zoo, you better win it. You hear me? You got the you gonna have. You gonna need
That was terrible. That was terrible.
No, don't say that. You ain't
Oh,
better.
what?
Getting better.
Yeah, you're both way in front of me.
Hey, another strike. Yep.
Woot woot.
All right,
Woot,
he win, we win.
woot.
Red Zoo, so don't leave. If he win, we all win. Okay, you're not a loser, so do not get mad and be trying to hang up.
You can think Rabbi.
Listen, what?
You can beat Rabbi if you get this spare. You can beat Rabbi.
No, we don't beat nobody. We winners around here.
Good
I
job.
don't try to beat nobody.
Good job.
This is not a race, okay? Tell me, Rabbi.
Saying
Where-
if Miss Aquarius was ruled the world, we'd all be rich.
We'd have a lot
Now,
of
he
peace.
got this because he did another strike. He got this. He got another strike.
No doubt.
Yeah, he got another strike, so he's got the lead.
Zoot, get 40.
Yeah, he's got the lead. Let's go, Rabbi.
It's over.
See, I told you.
Get it.
And do not leave, Luke. Yeah, do not leave, Luke. Don't leave.
There we go.
It doesn't matter.
All right. Zoot, stay till I get 300 wins. I need 3 wins, Zoot.
300, boo.
I need 3
Yes, you
wins,
gotta get
Zoot.
300. Let's go.
Zoot, you ready?
Don't leave, Zoot. Please don't leave.
Zoot.
Hold on, I gotta get
Zoot, he's already in.
I'm not in. There we go. Come on, Zoot.
I just lost 100. My IQ's high.
Ouch.
Rabbi, this is a high IQ shot.
Oh, what a strike. You're right about that. High
Thank
five,
you.
Miss Aquarius. Give it to me. Not what I wanted. This makes it...
Rabbi, this is the most impossible shot. Are you ready?
Yeah.
There's Miss Aquarius that got a 7-10 split, right?
Wow.
Rabbi, you ever seen someone get a 7-10 split in real life?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know?
Right.
You haven't been bowling enough.
Come on, Rabbi. Concentrate now. Got this. Yes, good strike.
Woot, woot.
You guys ready?
Yes, sir, Zoot.
Right?
Yeah, we're trying to get him to 300. You see it, 197. I mean, 297, my bad.
You're good. Zoot, you know you want to hit the pins, right?
What finger do you use to bowl?
My index finger.
I was using that, and I'm just going to use my thumb from now on.
You do whatever you want to do. In your case, I think it's better to go slow. Slowly.
Am I going too fast?
Perhaps. Give it to me. Oh, man.
I think I know how to get a strike every time.
All right, let's see it. It's not like that. Zoot, you know you want to get pins, right?
About that.
There you go, big man.
I'm just going to tell you one tip is you're going to move it over like I do, okay? You want to move it over where you think? Like this. You're going to move it over. And you just roll. Okay?
Oh, what a strike. What a strike. It came at the
I'm giving
end.
you that only tip. That's the only tip I'm giving you.
Did you see
Yeah, then
how
nothing
it
else.
bounced?
I did see
Did you
that.
see how the pin bounced?
I did see that.
Hmm?
You had an amazing shot.
That was the most.
I was just trying to give you a tip. Now move it over to the middle. Move it. Move it. There. You ain't even move it.
Right.
The good news is like here.
Zoom. Zoom.
The good
Watch
news
me,
is like
okay? Watch me. You're going to, don't roll it. You're going to move the ball. You see? Move the ball to the center. Then you just roll it. Okay? Move the ball to the center. You move it wherever you think the pins are. Okay? You got that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice spare.
That's all I'm giving you.
Nice spare.
Alright, she won.
Yes, she did.
I mean, Brahma has to have a perfect inning to get
Yeah,
first.
he got this. I'm going to let him win this time.
Even if I did, I can't get it.
Well, like, come on.
I'm trying. Even if I got 3, I couldn't get her. Yes, she did, but look at this shot. How'd you like that, Zoot?
Good spare. Yeah, I'm trying to practice on my spares.
No, come back.
No, it's over. Miss Aquarius.
Yeah,
Nice
okay, come on,
win.
Rabbi. We're going to do this till you get to 300. I got you this. Come on.
Zoot. Let's see you get 40. Zoot, do you think you can get 40?
I can get 50.
No, get 40 first.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm going to do that.
You've got to walk before you run. Oh, what a strike. Miss Aquarius is on fire. Miss Aquarius is on fire.
You're doing good. Okay.
That was great, Zoot.
That was okay.
That was great.
We got to move the ball where the pins are. You'll get it. You'll get it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get another one, Miss Aquarius. Get it.
You try it. I want you, brother. I want you to get that. You gotta get it. We're trying to get you.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
No, mister. Come on, Rabbi. Rabbi got a chance. Come on, Rabbi.
It's Zoot's turn.
No, it's Zoot first, then Rabbi.
Oh, that's perfect. Zoot, that was really good. Zoot, you know you want to hit the left. You want to hit the left one to bounce over and hit the right one.
Strike.
I tried.
We have the same shot.
No, he don't. He really. Come on, get this.
Almost.
There you go.
We have the same shot.
Almost. All right, Miss Aquarius, get this. She's got it. All but one. That's beautiful. It's Miss Aquarius. It's Miss Aquarius. Nice spare. Miss Aquarius with the spare. Zoot it.
Come on.
Zoot, that was good. Now, Zoot, slow. No.
See, he's not doing this.
No,
he's.
He's
not listening to me.
absolutely. Zoot,
But if I score 8 every game,
You're not listening to me, though. You're not moving your ball. You ain't listening to me.
Oh, wow.
8 every game, that's good.
That was so bad.
You're not listening to me, though. But it's okay.
Zoot.
Watch me. Move your ball to wherever you think the pins are, and you roll, okay? You just don't roll.
Oh, what a perfect strike. Mrs. Aquarius.
You got to move the ball to the center. Move the ball. Do you know how to move it? There you go. There you go. Good job. Now move it where you think the ball is. Pin it.
There you go.
Good spare.
Beautiful.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, great.
he said he wants to go play.
Get it.
Aquarius, Miss Aquarius, want to go?
Zoot, you might
I
win.
don't
You
know.
might beat me, Zoot.
Miss Aquarius want.
Oh, for sure.
No, I didn't.
That's still not terrible.
Oh,
But I got it. Go.
no doubt.
That's still
I'm not playing no more. I'm just gonna let y'all play so Rabbi can get his 300 win.
Nope, I'm getting it with
Just
you.
take one.
We'll get it tonight.
Yeah. You said okay, we get it tonight. Yeah, we get it tonight because I tell you, I'm trying not to let myself win.
Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
I have a feeling you're gonna get spared here.
Well, I didn't. Zoot, you almost got me.
Yay! One more win. I get the win swing.
Excellent.
Let's go.
Zoot, Match Monsters, I'm sending you an invite. We can be
What
whatever.
y'all playing?
We play this game that's like. Do you know what Bejeweled is?
Yeah, I like the dude.
Well, it's like Bejeweled. I would send you an
But
invite.
you be timed.
I would send you an invite, but it's only 2 people. We'll play it
No,
sometime.
no.
Zoot, you're done. Zoot, it's over for you. Oh, we have the same guys.
What is it? On player?
Yeah, it's on Play. It's called Match Monsters. And it's like Bejeweled. It's like Bejeweled and Pokemon. And I didn't know what Pokemon was, but it's pretty easy to learn.
Oh, here you go. That's monsters. Let's see. Quick play. Let's see. Join. Preparing game. Tap to go.
Rabbi, I gave you a good.
I'll select it. Okay, let me select one. There we go.
Oh, what the fuck?
Miss
I know
Aquarius,
what I'm doing.
pick the red guy and pick the green guy.
What's the red? Oh, I got the red. What red guy?
His name is Bonzumi. Bonzumi.
Rabbi,
Okay,
you
got the
fucked
end
up.
of what? Green?
Yeah, you want the green one and you want the red one.
Okay, got it.
Holy shit, that was a bad game for me.
Zoot, you're done, son.
Did I just place the move?
I think so.
I'm a player. Okay.
I think you just wasted a move.
Match elements to activate your muscle special abilities. Use them to reduce your opponent's HP. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. Come on. Who's turn? Who's turn? No.
There's a thing that spins that tells you if your stuff
Oh,
is.
it's me. Okay, it's my turn.
So you want to match
Okay.
things. You want to match the green ones and the red ones.
Okay. Mm,
Zoot,
come on.
that's a big one on you, dog.
You got one. Come on. Come on, man.
That's a big one, Zoot.
Ooh.
Extra move, Zoot. Oh, big dog. Zoot.
Come on, person.
Zoot. It's 85-20. Oh, that was a big move, Zoot. You just healed.
Right, it healed. What did it heal?
How did it heal? Maybe when you get 5 in a row, you get extra 5 heal. I think if you get 5 in a row, it's extra heal.
Like when you can't move, it's the person's turn, right?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I'm not seeing your game.
Let's see. Number 5 in a row.
Yeah, you did. It's 5.
All right, it's my turn. Yeah, it was their person's turn.
Zoot, you just healed 5. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Zoot, you're up, big
What
man.
happens if you get 6? Is it possible to get 6 in a row?
I think it is if the things fall down correctly.
I'm my own person. I'm about to get ready to get about this. It ain't playing. Oh, but now what you doing?
Did you heal?
No, because I only did 4 in a row.
Yep. I won. They don't know.
It's not possible to get 6 in a row, Robert.
Yay.
I think it is Zoot. When the things fall down, like let's say you get 3 in a row or whatever, and then the things fall down, it could give you 6 in a row. I think the most in a row it could give you is 7 in a row.
Come on, people. Let's
But
go.
that would be really, the odds of that are very low.
Oh my god, you got fun.
Zoot, you're making one of the biggest. You're making one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen, son.
Yeah, but you're gonna heal. I only does 10 heal, but that 10 heal is nothing right now.
Come on. Yeah, come on.
Would you agree that I'm good?
No, I think you're terrible. Zoot, you just missed. Oh no, you can get it. Oh, Zoot, you messed up.
Yeah.
Maybe. Zoot, check this out. Okay. We're gonna evolve.
Okay. All right. See you.
And Zoot, check this move out. And I'm gonna get these berries, which I just got.
Yeah, that's not the worst thing I've done.
Nice extra move, Zoot. Nice extra move, Zoot.
I think the best move that I can make is child is fun.
That's a good one. Zoot.
I don't think you can make a match right now.
Come on, Rich. 4. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna like that other boy.
Right you can't match what you need though.
You're up, Zoot.
I think that was a terrible move.
Probably.
Zoot, do you know what the scoreboard it says?
That I'm down by 20 points.
That's one thing I win.
Terrible move by me though.
You're up, Zoot.
Actually, no.
Zoot, that was an excellent move.
No, that was a terrible move.
I don't think so. Zoot, you have the most easiest turn ever. Most obvious move in the history of this game. You got it. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, you're making the biggest comeback I've ever seen you make in this game. It's unreal. Unreal. Go, Zoot. Zoot.
I love. Yay.
fucked up.
I'm out, Rouse. It's okay. It's okay. I don't care. I just like playing the game. Great play, John. Let's do it again.
Zoo. Oh, what a fortunate draw I just had. Right?
Oh, excuse me. Oh, this one got green too. You know what?
Zoot, you're up. Okay, Miss Aquarius, I'm going to give you some tips in the game. You'll see the jewels, which is...
I'm just ready. Yeah.
You'll see the jewels, which are cool.
I have nothing. Mm-hmm.
But what you want to get are the berries. They look like grapes. Because when you get 4 of them, usually, then you can evolve your guy, and he does more damage to the opponent.
How about it's your turn?
I know it's my turn.
Hold on, I can't hear you right now. You're going to have to wait till I get through this game. Then I can.
Extra move, Zoot, plus 5.
Zoot, would you please just move it? I can't do it. I don't have nothing.
Zoot.
I don't have nothing.
I know I just won.
Come on. Remember.
I'm the champion, Zoot.
Yeah, court. Come on.
I'm going to go. We're going to have a shot.
All right, big dog. Did you go to the gym today?
I just woke up. It's 8 o'clock in the morning.
All right, we'll go to the gym.
I don't have nothing. What's wrong?
Here, Miss Aquarius, I'll play with you. And I'll
hold on. Gotta wait a minute.
And I'll teach you how to play.
Yeah, I'm still in this game right now.
Okay.
Oh, God. Come on, baby. Court. Nothing. This is ridiculous. Oh, I got a blue. No, that's not my blue. Oh, that's a green and red. Come on, of course. You got it. Come on. Okay, here we go. I ain't got nothing. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna give this one. I'm gonna play with you because I'm gonna play with you, Rabbi. That one's a weak. I got a weak game.
All right, Miss Aquarius.
This is weak. I don't like it. I got out of that. I ain't have nothing.
I'm going to send you an invitation.
No, I don't want to play it. I don't want to play it.
Yes, we're going to play it. And I'm going to teach you how to play it.
I'm talking about that person. I'm going to let him play. I'm not playing. I'm going to let him win.
Okay. But I'm going to teach you how to play it. Because it is pretty fun. You haven't...
I know. I'm talking about that person, though. I'm not playing with them.
Okay. So let's make sure you have the green and the red guy. There are other people you can get, but all right, good job. All right, so one less berry to evolve. Do you see the heart above by your name?
Hold on. Let me cut this. You know, I don't like this music. Okay, go ahead.
Do you see the heart by your name?
Yeah, that's my health, right?
Right, and then above that are the berries. All right, now make your move.
Okay.
You want to put the greens and the reds together.
I don't have enough greens.
Okay, well, you can just move something. Okay, so you lost your first. Okay, there you go. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay, so what I want to do is put the reds together or the greens together. So notice nothing's really close, so I can move stuff to be closer, and then it'll knock other things around. Okay, do you see in the bottom left corner there's like a green that you can put to get 3 greens in a row?
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
And you got some yellows. That doesn't necessarily do anything, but you did damage to me. So you did 10 damage to me, and you got you heal with the green guy. Each of these little characters has a different trait.
I know. Right. Okay.
The green guy gives you health, and it hurts the other guy. The red guy just does a lot of damage.
Okay.
I don't really have a good move to make, so sometimes it's best to do that, but that's okay. Okay, now do you see the red in the bottom right corner? There are like 2 reds. There you go. That's what you want to do. Okay, wait. Don't do anything. Do you see the berries right in the middle? There you go. Great. Now, do you see in the upper left corner it says 3 out of 3 for berries?
Right.
Okay, so that means that you can evolve. And I'm going to teach you how to evolve on the next move. Okay. Now, do you see? Don't hit anything. Do you see above your red guy and above your green guy it says evolve?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, evolve with the red guy. Okay, so now this guy does more damage. Instead of doing 20 damage, he does 25 damage to your opponent. So that's good. He's like, but that takes away one of your moves, but that's okay. You want to sacrifice that. Okay, upper right corner, get the green and the purple. Switch those. Yep, perfect. And then you got more purple. That's great. All right. Normally on a normal map, you need to get 4 berries, but on this map, you just need 3.
Okay. Yay!
Okay, so I just did 20 damage to you. But if you were to do that to me with the red guy, you would do 25 damage because you evolved. All right. Now, bottom left, move the red one on the bottom to the right. No. Other red. That's okay. Just do anything else.
It's too late now, yeah.
That's okay. So watch what I'm going to do. See the red one I move with the blue? And then the red, I move it up, just like that.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Okay, do you see the berries? There are berries. Yeah, make 3 berries in a row. There you go. Now you can evolve again. And do in the middle, the reds, make the reds together. There you go. Okay. And you just healed. So you did really well. Okay. And you can evolve again, which is really good for you. So what you're going to want to do
Yay.
All right. Now, do you see your green guy? It says evolve.
Mm-hmm.
Press that. Now, instead of this guy hurting the other guy and you getting 15 points, or no, instead of you hurting the other guy 10 points and you getting 10 points, It hurts them 15 and it gives you 15. All right, and then get the berries. Now, the reason why I say get the berries is there's something called boost, and I'll show you what that does next. Now, watch this. Notice I moved the blue one over, and you might be like, but you don't have blue. Why would you want that? Because if I get 5 in a row, then I get an extra 5 points. I get an extra 5 points then. So, and I'm going to get a boost here. All right, great. Okay, now, do you see above your guys, above the red guy, it says boost? Press that. And your 3 berries go and give you an extra 3 points, and you can like use them as anything you want. Okay.
Well, don't say that. I'm gonna move stuff around.
I don't either. So just do like a yellow or a blue. The yellow and blue. Yeah, that perfect. Because sometimes it just randomly gives you something. So that's good.
Yeah. I didn't see the one. I'm sorry.
You're good, girl.
Okay. Yay.
All right.
And you winning. You go. You winning. And red right here. Red. Green.
Excellent.
Yay.
All right, so I could evolve, which is what I'm going to do.
Yay.
And then I'm going to try to get these other 3. No, I can't. Oh, it's your turn. Okay, there are green. There you go. That's how you do it. So it's going to take away 15 from me and give you 15. And so you just tied it up. And it's your turn still.
I don't know. Is there something?
You can
Hurry.
do whatever you want. There you go. Perfect.
Okay.
That was really good because it didn't give me anything really good. Oh, no, and I made a mistake. Oh, no. Oh, that was fortunate.
No, you doing good. You winning. That was good. Okay. Right.
That was good. You just took away 25 of mine. That was really good.
Yay.
The state Senate has passed a bill that would prevent state lawmakers from signing NDAs when they're trying to figure out how to spend taxpayer money. The idea of blocking NDAs came up after it was reported that NDAs were signed in the construction of a new $1.1 billion office.
Yay. You winning.
The Assembly is expected to vote on this bill Monday, sending it to Governor Summer. The Department of Justice.
And you won. You guys look at this game. Alright, that's good. Alright, you won anyway. You guys look at this game. I just like to play with different things. Come on. Yeah. You got it right. Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have nothing?
Oh, ma'am.
No, we ain't got nada. No.
Make a move.
Don't make me either. No, come on, Rabbi. You got it, though. Get that red. Hey, that we don't see yet. Got it. Alright, you won. I don't play this game. I'm good.
Alrighty.
I thought it was just a regular one. Y'all can have it. I don't like it too much. It's okay. Okay, good job. Well, at least I won one. Alright, we good. I stick with my bonus.
There you go.
And my ocho. Look at it. Oh no. Did you win round two, Rabbi?
I did.
Yay. Stand and take the bath or whatever I'm gonna do.
Did you ever watch The Office?
Yeah, I did.
Well, they've got the new.
I haven't watched like all of them. Just her at the beginning. You like The Office?
Yeah, just the beginning ones.
Is another one coming?
Yeah, it's about a newspaper.
Oh. It's coming out.
It's already out. You want the link?
Yeah.
You want a website that gives you all free movies and all free TV shows?
Yeah, you can get some.
Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay. Go to a browser.
Okay. No. That's my purse, okay? My umbrella.
Okay, you open the browser.
Mm-hmm.
In the address bar, type the word move.
Mm-hmm.
Type the word movie, MOVIE. Then the letter U as in unicorn,
Mm-hmm.
The letter W is in walrus.
Okay.
The letter U is in unicorn.
Mm-hmm. The TV.
Yeah. .top.
Got top.
Yep.
Got it. So we go. Okay. Okay.
And
Okay.
if
Oh, nice.
it's got everything. And then, I mean, the paper came out today, and it's already on there.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened, but okay. I don't know what just happened. Oh, here you go. Okay.
You might,
I gotta find. Where is it? I gotta search it. I can search it.
yeah. So you might get a few pop-ups, but that happens. Okay, so you go.
Office. There's office or paper.
It's
I got the search bar. Where I search.
the paper in the
Paper. Okay, gotcha.
2025. Do you see it?
Oh my God. These things just keep popping up. Let's see. Nope, I don't see it.
Yes, you do. It's the paper and then parentheses 2025.
Oh, you said the paper. What you said paper. Nope, I'm not. I don't like this no more.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. You can do it.
I'm good. I'm good. We got free stuff. I get it. Probably we got it. We got
You're struggling. You're struggling, girl. Just listen to me.
No, I'm not worrying about it. I'm good, baby.
Okay.
I don't want to watch it. I'm good.
All right.
I don't.
Okay, I'm not gonna force you, but it's a really good website. It's got everything.
I'm good.
All right. What's your favorite movie that you've seen recently?
I don't know. I haven't been to the movies in a minute.
Okay.
I haven't been to the movies in a minute. That's my favorite movie. I don't know what's the last movie.
What's your favorite movie?
I don't know what my favorite. Oh, my favorite movie. I told you, Love and Basketball. Remember?
Dude,
that's my favorite movie. The old movie called Love and Basketball.
I know what that is.
All day.
I know what that is. I know a lot of people like that movie.
Yeah. Stomp. Say Last Dance 1, 2, and 3. I like that. I like all dancing and all that. Roll bounce. What is that? Rush Hour.
Do you like Chris Tucker?
What is that? That Jungle? Not Jungle. What's that one with Robin Williams?
Jumanji.
And they have that game.
Jumanji.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my. I like that. What you was about to say?
Did you ever watch Love and Hip Hop?
Yeah, I didn't watch that. Atlanta. Then sometimes I used to watch the Hollywood or Miami. One of them. I loved the Atlanta one though when it first came out.
I was gonna say, didn't they have an Atlanta one?
I just said that. They had Atlanta, then they had Hollywood, and they had Miami.
Wasn't Cardi B on that?
Did you like it?
Wasn't Cardi B on that?
Was Cardi B on Atlanta? No, I don't think she was. Let me see. I think she was.
She was on one of those.
Go to ChatGPT. Let me see.
Yeah, do ChatGPT. Let's see you maneuver it.
Let's see. ChatGPT. Oh, it's not gonna let me do it. Oh, you should. No one. Well, how do I go there?
You just type in chat. G as in.
Okay, I got it. Never mind. I got it. Now I gotta ask. Okay.
Was Cardi B on Love and Basketball? Or Love and Hip Hop?
Love and She wasn't in Atlanta when I know that much. Hip hop, Atlanta. No, let's Love and Hip Hop. Let's see which one was she on. Yes, Cardi B was on Love and Hip Hop New York. I thought so. She showed they go with the one on Atlanta. Yeah, I ain't look at the New York one.
Okay, well, she was on it.
Yeah, I know. You knew. I didn't know. You never watched the Hollywood?
I didn't watch that show, but I had an employee of mine who loved it. And she one time was talking up a storm about this person named Cardi B, and I didn't know who that was.
Oh, you're talking about in New York. I'm talking about Hollywood. They had one in California, Hollywood.
I know.
I watched that one. I watched that because Ray J was in it. His girlfriend Princess. They had Omarion, April. We had the guy B2K. He was in it.
Omarion?
Omarion was in one. It was B2K. It was Omarion. Yep, Omarion. It was Ray J. I don't think it was Omarion, but I know it was Ray J. Princess. It was it was Omarion. Omarion and his April was in it. So it was Omarion, April, Ray J. and his girlfriend Princess was in it. What's that? B2K. The young one. The book, one of them, and his little crazy mom was on in there. It was cool. It was crazy, but it was cool. Yeah. I'm sorry you didn't see that one.
I don't watch that stuff, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, when it first came out, I was looking at it too. When it started getting like, I was like, I said, me, I don't want to watch it. I was like, nope. Yeah. They got and Mario wasn't. He was in I'm talking about Marion was in Marion and his girl was in the Grown with the Grown. Yeah, the Grown in hip hop. That was cool. I like that one too.
Did you like B2K?
Yeah, I did. But I love my baby Marquis Houston. Before he was married, he was my husband.
I like that song, Bump.
I love me some Marquis Houston.
I like that song, Bump, Bump, Bump.
You like that with Marion down?
Bad boy. Bad boy. B2K. Talk to me, oh.
This one got heels on. She walking down the beach. Ain't no steps. Ain't no way. I'm gonna get the Hallmark. This lady heels. What in the world, y'all? Girl, no. I know it's a movie, so I don't let them fall anyway. They show them how to do stuff. Wow. This must be like a boat. Girl, how in the world are you climbing with heels on? And with that real life, baby, I be done took them heels off.
Do you like Ice Spice?
The girl, that's Taylor Swift's friend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like her?
She's okay. Listen to some music. She's all right.
Do you like Doja Cat?
You do?
Yeah, I think she's.
I love Doja Cat.
Yeah, I love Doja Cat too. Out of Doja Cat, Nicki Minaj, And Megan Thee Stallion. Who do you like the most?
I don't know. You said Megan Thee Stallion, Nicki Minaj, who?
And Doja Cat.
Drop my truck.
Doja.
What is
Doja Cat.
Who is it?
Doja
Cat. Okay.
Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj.
Or
Megan Thee Stallion.
Megan Thee Stallion. Those three.
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. I listen to them all, but who I listen to the most would be Doja Cat. I love Megan Thee Stallion. I listen to Doja Cat. I like Megan Thee Stallion. I like all that music, but I can't really pick. Who about you? If you pick three. Who would you?
I think Nicki Minaj has more hits, though she hasn't done too much in the 2020s. I love Doja Cat. I love Doja Cat's style. I like Megan Thee Stallion as well. I like how she holds it down. But recently, probably Doja Cat. I like Cardi B as well.
Okay. Well, I like her too.
And
heard about a case, right? That case.
Yeah, she was found innocent. Good for her. But then, not too smart of a move. Did you see she got out of court and took somebody's marker and threw it at a reporter?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that was that smart, but yeah, I like her. She's feisty. Though I've got to say, I don't think it was good when she was a stripper. She would like drug guys and steal their wallets. I don't think that's cool. But I do think that her music is really good. She has one of my favorite songs ever.
Now, they said that the girl, she fought on security. I don't think she did it.
Yeah, this was a long time ago, though. I do like her song WAP. I think that's one of the best songs of the 2020s.
Oh, okay.
That song is very sexual, but I think it's a great song. It's very in your face, and I like that. So yeah, I like Nicki Minaj, or I like Cardi B, and I think all those girls are good looking. They're all pretty. Do you like Tyla?
Yeah. Yeah, I like Tyla.
She's beautiful.
You know, Tiana Taylor got a new song now.
Is it good?
I haven't heard like a couple of. I gotta listen to it again. I'm gonna hear it a couple times. Yeah, I like Tyler. She's cool.
She's very pretty.
Yeah. I know you want to be with one of them, huh? I know you can't though, but
I'll be with all 5 of them. When I go viral, Miss Aquarius, we'll get them conversions, and I'll be with all 5 of them at once if I want. Oh, for sure. Well, Doja Cat doesn't need a conversion. Her mom's Jewish.
Oh. Oh, nice.
They're all pretty, though. I like
Now, where is Pink? I haven't seen Pink in a minute.
Pink, the artist, with like the exclamation point as an eye.
The one who got the pink hair? Her.
Yeah, I haven't either. She's a mom, and so I think she's kind of just stepped back from the limelight. Everything's been so Taylor Swift oriented in music that a lot of those other female artists haven't been as big. Ariana Grande's going on tour again next year.
Who?
Ariana Grande.
Oh, yeah. And, oh, man, this month. I ain't got no, I gotta say my money. No, I wanted to go see Brady and Monica.
Ooh, The Boy Is Mine.
Yeah, The Boy Is Mine tour.
They're both really pretty people. Who's your favorite member of Destiny's Child?
I don't know. I have 3 of them, but I don't know.
There originally were 4.
I don't like her.
So there's Beyonce Knowles,
Yeah.
right? And then Michelle Williams and Kelly Rowland. And I think that I've always liked Kelly Rowland.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel sorry. Well, I don't really feel sorry for him, but like Beyonce became like a queen and kind of left those two in the dust. But I think they're going back on tour, or they're reuniting or something. They had so many hits. They were great. They were great.
Cardi B is in the big news for everywhere. I'm so tired of it now, but it's okay.
She's just got to.
Cardi B seen barefoot in traffic, selling CDs, and the internet is losing it.
She's got to stay out of trouble.
I'm not in trouble. They're just saying that she was seen barefoot in traffic, selling CDs.
I know, but she's throwing markers outside of a courthouse at reporters, and she just got acquitted. She's just got to stay out of trouble.
Huh?
Didn't you see when she came out of court, she took one of the markers of one of the reporters and threw it at somebody.
Oh, I don't know.
This happened.
She got in trouble for that? I don't know.
I don't think she got in trouble for it, but it was not a good look. I mean, you don't want to put your hands on anybody if you don't have their consent.
I pray that she don't get in trouble. Following her recent courtroom win, Cardi B took to the streets barefoot to promote a special edition of her new album. Spotted on a busy street corner, she was dressed in a black t-shirt, black shorts, and white socks with her striking reddish orange hair. In her hand was a sack of what appeared to be CDs or flyers, which she proudly waved as cars passed by. Fans on social media loved it, playfully commenting that Cardi is reviving old school hustles. The new release titled Am I the Drummer? Courtroom Edition features cover art created from her now famous trial photos. Last week, the internet was buzzing when clips of her sensational testimony began circulating online. Her interactions with the plaintiff's lawyer, full of eye rolls and short comments, had many comparing the courtroom drama to a reality TV show. Oh, wow. At one memorable moment, the lawyer inquired, when I'm talking to you now, are we having a verbal attraction? To which Cardi quipped, we're having, I say, a debate. This remark drew laughter from the courtroom, and it quickly went viral. Look at her. This legal saga began with a woman named Ellis, who accused Cardi of physically assaulting her outside a Beverly Hills medical office in 2018. Ellis claimed that Cardi hit her, cut her face, spat on her, and used racial slurs. However, after deliberating, the jury found Cardi not liable for any other charges. After the verdict was announced, Cardi made her stance clear to reporters, stated, I did not touch that woman. With a playful smirk, she added, this time around, I'm going to be nice. The next time someone tries, well, she did say that. I did hear her say this. The next time someone tries to file a frivolous lawsuit against her, that's what she said, against me, I counsel you. She did say that. I heard it. She said the next time somebody file a frivolous lawsuit against her, she said she's going to counsel you. You did say that.
She's gonna what?
I'm going to make you pay.
Oh, okay.
She's going to counsel sue. Counsel sue. She said the next time someone tries to file a
I got you. I got
bogus
you. I got you.
lawsuit against me, she's going to counsel sue me. She did say that. I heard her do that on the video. I'm going to make you pay because this is not okay. Yep, she did say that. Instead of laying low, Cardi is seizing the moment and making the most of the headline. Her team has already rolled out the courtroom edition of Am I the Drama? Available before the official album, released on September 19th. Cardi announced by popular demand the courtroom edition of Am I the Drama is available now. The post Cardi B seen barefoot in traffic, selling CDs, and the internet is losing it. Video appeared first on Shine My Fire. Oh, nice. Okay, you go then, girl. Look at her. Right now. They won't let me see it. They said when Safari gonna open it. Oh well. That was man. These little spam people that leave me alone. Leave me alone. Why y'all be hitting me up? That's a lot. Thank you. Oh, okay. That's what I'm wearing tomorrow. Let me go to my doctor. I don't want to go to the doctor. No. Stay home. Are you watching that show now?
I'm going to, but in about an hour, the NFL kicks off, and then I'm going to be focused on that.
Yes. You got the TV? You got it on the TV? Ooh.
I watch it.
I don't ice spice.
I watch it on. I watch it on a tablet.
Oh, okay. I don't know what they're gonna be. Oh. How about on ice spice? Take out this to do this. Oh no. Castanet, Lotto, ice spice. What are they gonna be though? Then it's gonna be on his Twitch. Oh man, it's Twitch or something? Mm-hmm. That's from that bit. I don't like it. No, that's not helpful. Nathan, I'm getting something. This is a big one. Okay, I'll keep it posted. I'm gonna be here. What this say? Oh, Twitch. That's what it's gonna be at? Oh, they must gonna be on Twitch. Huh? Oh. Yeah, Mafia Authority. Oh, okay, so they're gonna be a part of that. Okay. Oh, okay. See, I hope they just get on there tonight. He is live now. That's good. I hope God Ice Spice do get on that Twitch with him. That'd be dope. Yo, Ice Spice at Lotto is gonna be with Ty Sinette tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern.
There you
They're
go.
gonna be on Twitch with him. I just seen it on Twitter because he's doing the mafia stuff. I think he's gonna be. I think they're gonna be doing that. I hope that is true tonight. That'd be cool. I love me some Lotto. I love some Lotto. Okay, man, I just put my stuff on mute. That means let's look at the football.
Okie dokie.
I'll see you a little later, okay?
Sounds like a plan, ma'am.
Okay.
living in their own damn house.
So if you go to the Chamber of Commerce, they keep a list of every business that's closed in the last 10 years. There it is, Dunder Mifflin. It says purchased by Innovate in Toledo, Ohio in 2019. That's right. I remember them asking if Phyllis wanted to move to Toledo. Leave Scranton for Toledo? Make me laugh.
Innovate sells products made out of paper. So that might be office supplies. That might be
Or are you just jealous that we're getting money?
toilet tissue. Toilet seat
Sorry,
protectors.
Bubba.
And local newspapers. And that is in order of
This
quality.
Taylor Swift.
We are on the 8th floor, home of our corporate offices, including
So many people are excited about this wedding.
And this is a treat to our Commander-in-Chief.
Taylor, say what you want about Taylor Swift. Say what you want about this woman.
This is the 9th floor. Home of
This
softies.
woman has one of the most toxic fan
Here we go.
bases a human being can have.
It's my toilet kings.
The women that I am so much more frightened of the women that follow Taylor Swift religiously than I am of anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia, including the Bin Laden family, by the way. I hope to have dinner with actually. I am so the childless, the barren, cold, childless vaginas that line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp. The 43-year-old women who have crushes on Harry Styles, okay? The sick cat mommy, wine mom, crazy psychopaths who follow this woman terrify me more than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. The disease that inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift,
You're sitting on it is.
nice gal, probably not. I've actually heard she's not as nice as come to believe. But by the way, no one who gets to that level is nice. I have no hate. No one who gets to Taylor Swift's level in anything is nice. How dumb are you all? You can't get to that level and be nice.
Okay, so this is tomorrow's front page.
What I'm saying is this.
We have an account that lets us pull stories directly out of the
The people that have chosen to make this woman's life their life. Her engagement is their engagement. Her success is their success.
Okay, so
The soundtrack of her life is the soundtrack to their life. Those women need to have burkas on them now. Now. Sorry. If you believe that the Taylor Swift song is talking to you, you need a burqa now. You need a burqa now. If you broke down in tears because Taylor Swift got engaged to that vaccine shill, you need a burqa draped on you now. Acid in the face. Acid in the face, religious beliefs. And by the way, this is only for $3.75. Imagine if they gave me $5. I tried to get $5. My fat agent tried to get $5. Imagine what I would have done for $5. But let's be serious for a minute. Are any of these women that are following Taylor Swift and going to 20 or 30 of her concerts, are any of them better off because there isn't a religious police in this country? How many of them are better off? If Captain Phillips, that emaciated migrant who they're about to elect in Minnesota, whatever his name is, Omar Fattah, I mean, get this guy up. I mean, what is going on? If he's going to hand out burkas,
As they leave Taylor Swift, I support him. I'll write him a check.
The real version really exists for people to have something to face.
I'm very scared.
Which we try to do as much as possible.
Can we watch this news anchor who reacted to Taylor Swift
The real version really
being engaged?
to have something to face.
These people need help.
We try to do as much as possible.
They need help. I'm telling you. Taylor Swift, and I know people are not going to like this, is an incredibly mediocre talent. Sorry. She's not great. She's the perfect talent for our dying country because we're not great.
No space.
We have fallen far from greatness. We see greatness occasionally in this country and we're mystified by it, we're angry at it, and we try to get rid of it. We don't even know how to handle it anymore. We can't metabolize greatness in this country. We thrive on mediocre bullshit. We all love nostalgia because we pray every day for a comet to wipe us out because we know it's over. So there's all these people trying to figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a s'more. It's sick. It's sick. These are adults who want to relive their prom because they're fucking sick. You're supposed to actually get older. You're not supposed to be running around in your mid-30s at my party going, I got a pee-pee! Look at my pee-pee! And making out with your mother. Okay? These influencers are making out with their own mothers on social media. They're actually having sex with their mothers on social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time with some of these influencers. Their whole fan base is 12, and they're necking with mom. Something's up.
Keep rolling.
CBS News here.
Don't worry. Keep rolling.
Burka now.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Burka. Burka.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Burka.
Netflix is engaged.
Acid attack.
Come back to me.
Virtue police.
Posted it.
Get
Oh
it.
my god. Oh my gosh.
Virtue police.
Oh, it's the biggest thing.
In the house. In the house. Not let out of the house.
Oh my god.
In the house now.
Oh my god.
You're out of the house without your husband. Jail. Jail.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Honor killing.
I feel like Paul Revere right now.
Stoner. Honor killing. Honor killing in the town square.
I can feel now that Taylor Swift.
All right, get him out of here. I can't even watch how sick this country is. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia? I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia. This is the news. CBS News. They're getting giddy over an engagement of Taylor Swift. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia in the future. That's what I'm supposed to be scared of? I'm not scared of this country? And what the hell's going on here? It's sick. I mean, it's crazy. It's just like nuts.
Sad all the time.
I don't even know what's going on. This University of Tennessee professor canceled his class because Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. I can't focus. Fire up! Religious police parking him. Burka acid attack honor killing. Watch it.
Also,
Biotech midterm today, but
what's going on?
Taylor and Travis just got engaged.
Anyway, here
Due to this information,
Fired. Religious police. We are done. Shut it off. I am really mad now at how done we are. This is sick. This is crazy.
Nobody wants this.
What was Peter Thiel's reaction?
My voice, my likeness, my face.
I mean, obviously, I'm happy for her. Satan emerges as an angel. He's an angel at first, and so you have to think, and at Palantir, what we try to do is look at all the angels and see who's a little Satan. Who's actually a little Satan that looks maybe like an angel. What angels are going to fall? We at Palantir actually like to know which angels are going to fall before they're fallen angels, so that we can actually identify the Antichrist before it happens.
My name is
Thank you, Peter. This podcast is brought to you by Stash. What if you could start investing without ever picking a single stock? With Stash, the experts handle the hard part. Stash isn't just another investing app. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with your expert guidance, so you don't have to worry about figuring it out on your own. You can choose from personalized investments. So let Stash award-winning smart portfolio do the work for you. The Stash investing doesn't feel like gambling. It's simple, smart, and stress-free. So your money can start working as hard as you do. Get access to world-class financial advice with personalized guidance for just $3 a month. Stash has already helped millions of Americans reach their financial goals. Don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/TIM to see how you can receive $25 toward your first stock purchase and any important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/TIM. Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients, not a guarantee. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involves risks. Offer is subject to terms and conditions. You've probably seen a million ads for hair growth products and thought, sure, that actually works. I did too until I found out the Nutrafol isn't like the rest of the Nutrafol is physician-formulated, clinically tested, and dermatologist recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand, trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified, the gold standard and third-party certification for supplements. While many supplements rely solely on ingredient studies, Nutrafol clinically tests final formulations to ensure their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools, like hair counts and pull tests to assess growth, quality, shedding, and texture. See thicker, stronger, faster-growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol for a limited time. Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TIMDILLON. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement at Nutrafol.com, spelled NUTRAFOL.com, promo code TIMDILLON. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TIMDILLON. But I do think there's something deeply rotted and wrong with pop culture. Has gotten to the point where it's so boring, and this is why people are mad with the Cracker Barrel logo, because there's truly nothing interesting culturally anymore in our country, because everything has become so bland and corporate that our only gods are the chain restaurants and places that poison us. So we actually only have ownership over the poison slop that we put in our body, and we want to make sure that the values of the slop house align with ours, because that's all we have left. Because there's nothing culturally interesting in this country anymore. We've done away with it. We've destroyed it. It's, gotten to the point where, this woman, who, again, I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success in our country. There's not one thing that does. Audra McDonald, who I saw do gypsy like 5. Who no one really knows who this woman is, does something on stage every night, 8 times a week that cannot be replicated. Absolutely amazing. The show's closed. If you miss it, you didn't see it. So she does something so spectacular. But again, the show closes early because, people, they want to see Trish Paytas eat a chicken nugget. And I'm not taking anything away from Trish Paytas. But this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness. They want mediocrity. And Trish Paytas says is her revenge of mediocre. And I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success. And I don't think Trish would compare herself to Audra McDonald. Or I compare myself to a lot of people that I feel are much greater than me. What I'm saying is, we really made a decision culturally in this country to completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So when we see someone who's really good at something, we're almost mad at them because we don't like it, and we don't feel like we can do it, and it's not relatable to us, because in our rotting culture, we want everything to be relatable. We don't want to jump and go, whoa, what's that like? That's interesting, that's different, that's weird and new and good. Everything's got to be relatable, and that's what Taylor Swift does. It's all relatable stuff because everyone's falling in and out of love or whatever. And it's You know, and I had a friend tell me they were like all the men that she was with before couldn't handle her success, and now this one finally can. And I'm so happy for her. And then my friends like, I hope she doesn't have kids because I don't want her music to change. And it's like, what is wrong with her? What more do you want out of this? Didn't she do this big Eras tour? Didn't she do it? Like, oh, let her live her goddamn life. What do you want with this woman now still? What do you want out of this? Didn't she do it? Didn't she go on this tour all over the world that everyone said was the greatest thing that they ever saw in their life? What else could you want? But it's never enough. At the stage of decline that we are in as a society, it is never enough. You know, when she announced the new album, people are freaking out. People cannot have a healthy relationship with a celebrity in our society at Taylor's level. It's impossible for people to have a healthy relationship because we are a society that is driven by this strange, creepy obsession with people that are celebrities. Not people that are good at things or talented. I'm not saying Taylor's not talented. I'm not saying she's clearly talented. She's very talented. Is she my favorite? Probably not. But it doesn't matter. She's talented, but that's not what we care about. We care about the spectacle, how big it is, how many people are there. We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us in this weird way. We live vicariously through these people. We need their accomplishments or and their failures or our failures and their trials and tribulations. It is weird. It's something I never understood. I've had friends that go that route. It's not for me. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I am a little. But what I'm saying is that I never understood it. I couldn't understand the obsession with someone while you just don't ever try to define yourself in any way. Or shouldn't you care about you a little bit? That's why I'm doing the saturated I come because I really care about me.
Besides the catcher looking at me with tears in her eyes.
I really care about me. I was on my phone begging the House of Sound for money when you were all talking about Taylor Swift. You know why? I'm focused on Daddy. You're all focused on some other shit.
You read this paper? Okay.
And make no mistake, this is one of those things where didn't Israel slaughter a calf recently to get ready for the temple being built? Because this is the next one. This is the next omen of the end. This is in the book of Revelation or something. It has to be. There's got to be a paragraph in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. One of my psycho followers will find it. There's got to be something in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. When two houses wed, and the calf is slaughtered, and the sea turns red, you know, and then the bird, here's always a bird. But that's the whole thing here. I'm just saying, we need, as a society, I mean, her best album, by the way, They Get Married, He Dies Immediately, is her best album. Then I'll listen. And in a horrible, heinous accident, where it was a closed casket, because he got mangled. That's the best album. He was gone. He's gone. He was mangled in an accident. My husband was mangled in an accident. She writes very plainly, she's not that good giving as writer. So imagine that's kind of what the song is. He was mangled in an accident, and his face was all strange. So we closed the casket. Now I'm alone again on my porch, thinking about my husband. They said most of his face was still on the street. Half of his face was on the street. My husband, he was mangled in an accident. Now I'm drinking wine in the summertime. Whatever. And the first being was like a lion, and the second being was like a calf, and the third being had the face of a man, and the fourth being was like a flying eagle. I can't read all the Revelation now, but what I'm saying is that some of it's kind of like Revelation. We're going to read ads. But what I'm saying is that I imagine this is foretold.
I imagine it's armed drones to be deployed in schools in Florida to stop mass shooters. I like this. More militarized stuff to stop the kids. Let's watch a little bit of this.
In seconds, the drones bust to life and weave through hallways, searching for a fake school shooter. A demonstration of illegal abilities.
Wow, the future's fun.
Co-founders of Texas-based company Campus Guardian Angel hope this is the future of school safety.
Our job is if somebody comes in a school with a gun, we respond in 5 seconds.
This is how it would work. Silent alarms in the school alert the company, and drones strategically placed on campus get deployed. These drone pilots would navigate remotely from their headquarters in Austin, working in tandem with the school and police, inflicting non-lethal damage to the suspect, or dummy in this demo, with pepper rounds and direct impact.
All these markings, that's from the drone? Yeah, see, the little hole through the drone.
Can you imagine, by the way, so there's 3 guys in Austin with VR goggles on, directing drones to kill a school shooter in Florida. We will do anything in this country to just not get some type of, like, registered guns. Which I understand people that don't want it. I mean, the tech's coming anyway. If this video tells you one thing, the tech is coming, and I mean, I know it's nice to have your gun, protect your family. You think you're going to resist the government, but Peter Thiel and Donald Trump have decided that maybe they're gonna get the tech to the point where you can't do much with the gun. But who knows? Couldn't this guy shoot the drone? Who knows? Just school shoot. Now you need 2 school shooters. You need one to shoot the drones, and you need one to get into the school. So now it's got to be a collaborative effort. So you have one school shooter shooting the drones, and then you have another school shooter who's actually, and by the way, it's horrible what happened in Minneapolis, and it's disgusting, and that person obviously should be put to death. And I'm not saying you should give up all your guns, but I am saying there's got to be a better way here. Probably this, right? I imagine this is what tech does. We create all of these situations where people are in grave danger. All these home invasions. We won't clean up the streets. There's school shootings, and we don't create them because our policies make them more likely to happen. And there's a bunch of mentally ill people, and they're criminals, and then these policies happen. And the tech steps in and goes, by the way, what a great opportunity for us to have a solution to this that involves militarized drones flying through your children's school. So, the robot police are coming. Robotics is developing and I read a whole article about this last week. All of these things are coming. The drone policing, all this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely pretty useless. And again, I'm not saying you should give it up. I'm saying there's going to be seemingly a lot of militarized technology on the streets dealing with the public. This is clearly what's going on. Larry Fink is out there, the CEO of Blackstone, I believe, Larry Fink. Is that right? Is it BlackRock? BlackRock. I always mix them up. Thank you. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Forum, and he's like, we're getting rid of cars, we don't need it, we're getting rid of single-family homes. Many years ago, Whitney Webb talked about this on the show. Get rid of that. You got Klaus Schwab saying, hey, it's going to be a stakeholder economy where you have stakeholder capitalism, so you're going to have billionaires owning these large stakes in these large government, private, public partnerships with all these governments. And they're all going to have autonomous drone armies. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous drone armies. They're going to have enough money and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army.
Make these changes.
And
one way or another. That is why
it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, you're going to actually have feuding oligarchs
fantastic
with their own militaries. Kind of like the plot of Atlas Shrugged in a weird way, and they're all figuring out right now what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly are they going to do with all these hungry mouths? How are we going to handle all these people? What's going to happen? And they're all basically going, listen, we got to figure out a way to deal with them. And that's what they're doing. They go, we're going to deal with these people. And we're going to do it with technology. We're going to put them in a digital prison. And if that doesn't work, we're going to put them in a real prison. And
all right, thank you. As I was saying,
one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go all survivalist prepper and go insane. But there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, that are getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. You want the goodies, the benefits, we're going to now dictate how you live, and where you live, based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we have set up. I do believe there's going to be people kind of living outside of that and happily, but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. And I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, you're crazy, there does seem to be a concerted effort amongst it, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of endgame time. And I think a lot of these people realize it. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on the debt. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it the Sam Altman types, the Elons, the Zuckerbergs, the Tim Cooks, and many others, and Larry Fink. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which the dollar's going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. We might go into some type of fascistic military junta.
I was going to
not to be a downer, but before all of that happens, they're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this bloated, dying corpse of an empire, and they are strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. And if you say this to people, I live out in the Hamptons, I'll say things like this to people, and they go, oh, well, it's a bit dramatic. They don't say no. Meaning like 90% of rich people have no idea what's going on. They're just born, they're rich, things are good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. But 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me. But those are the people that are really behind the scenes getting ready for something. You can feel it. It's in the air. The media doesn't matter anymore. They know that. It's narrative. They are never getting anything left for them to do it. The raw power grab. The niceties are gone. The pleasantries are gone. Israel's not disguising what they want to do. The motives are not. They don't matter. The narrative doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time. It's the last bit of control that they can exert over the system before it blows up.
my guess. It's what it feels like. Nobody's putting the time into lying to you anymore. You should worry about that. You should worry about the fact that nobody's even trying to make the lies good. They know it doesn't matter if you believe them. They're going to try to dispose of you. I'll be in Riyadh. I'll be in Riyadh where my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly. Go jelly your jam.
We push that button and the machine
works to
pull the life all of those people.
But it's true, and it sounds rough.
They've gathered the stories they found.
It sounds rough. The myth-making factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts, foamy at the mouth, roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival, finances largely fake, and they know that.
It's a truth teller.
The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist. Summer's supposed to be all about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is, it's also one of the busiest seasons for injuries. Bummer. They've recovered $25 billion for the class nationwide. Ooh, awarded. And they don't back down when it matters most. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. Another client was rewarded $20 million after getting $0 offered. There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law firm. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan because the summer starts, right? And it's all like, whoa, beach, grill, waves. And then it ends, you're like, I think I'm dead. And then you're like, oh, I'm not dead. Where's my? If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? Click the link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/Tim. That's forthepeople.com/Tim. Click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway and college football is here, so don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. Here's just some players we're excited about this season, okay? Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we've been making so much. We've been winning. We've been really enjoying our time on this app. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on a 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks puts their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard. I mean, could it be easier? I don't think so. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's go TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Listen to this statement from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum has an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders globally. That's the term. We look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, to reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry Fink, they know what's coming. They're engineering it. They understand that there's a tipping point in which this country...
I'm drunk. Oh.
They don't know when that is, probably, because no one knows when that is. But they've been preparing for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point, the world is going to be carved up and divided between supranational...
Oh, what the fuck?
We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We're talking about things like, and not to sound completely nuts, but like, for example, like NATO is a supranational organization, right? Meaning there's no one nation that's defining it. There's other groups out there, like, the Trilateral
commission or things like that. Now, I'm not going to go into some like it's the Knights Templar and it's the fucking Bilderberg. I'm not going to go down that road, but there are institutions that are not primarily loyal to a nation.
Countdown to kickoff, bitches. What?
And that is bigger than any one country. The Anglo-American Empire, the Eastern Alliance, you might look at, and then you have countries like China and Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game. Massive corporations that are going to be in the game. These supranational institutions that are going to be in the game. And then the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, European Union, all of these organizations are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. They know that immigration is very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably Michael Blows, we're going to go over there and see him soon. And he's promising to restore sovereignty and poor people. It's the biggest issue in the world. Massive migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue in the world. Climate is out there as well. Nowhere near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration. War causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. And natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability resulting in migration. Migration destabilizing societies. Pushing people to the extremes. All of these international, supranational organizations have to figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail? What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying. We need a security infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check. This is when they bring in the digital print. We need to print and certain stuff. So the Taylor Swifts of the world, they're going to be doing great. They're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. It's straight up the Hunger Games, right? She and Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. There's going to be, right, that's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring in your hand. And your fucking Cartier watch. And your love and your life. And aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And isn't her life nice? That's one part of it. And the second, and the third and final part of it is going to be the inevitable.
Our virtual primary care delivery with great website manners. House calls have
will come.
Advocate Healthcare.
This letter,
that is going
so proud of himself. I asked the Gorbachev was such a hard question.
Welcome back to Philly. We're here on the way back to the locker room at Lincoln Financial Field. And moments ago, Ronnie got a chance to catch up.
Every single reference to page that contained the word. How did the Gorbachev expose Al-Baghdadi Freelander as a fraud? That in every facet of the Yerushalmi's household, there is always the name of one author that does not appear anywhere else.
Now it is time to introduce Live Every Voice and Sing Eagles Players announcer Gary St. Albert.
There's like one rabbi in this chapter who's never mentioned elsewhere in the chapter. And in the text of the Yerushalmi, as it is now called, there were in fact four such figures that every single rabbi mentioned in the 12 text was duplicated elsewhere. It's an amazing statement. But when we think about what that means, the Gorbachev must have had basically an identical memory, must have had like an immediate recall memory of the entire novel to be able to make such mistakes and be able to count such mistakes. And again, this is before you have encyclopedias of other figures and different figures. Later, this is before you had any kind of like computerized access to word analysis. You just knew it from reading it once. This can't be real. And that speaks to to the idea of authenticity. The rubber solver is a superior intellect to determine authenticity. The average person, even people with great minds, scholarships, like investors, presumably not even the science, and not
That doesn't mean that you're going to have no morals or values.
I have morals and values in my own life. I don't have slaves. I can't afford that. To the project with tribulations.
I don't pay
So that's one story that's a cause of authenticity. I want to return to it after we talk about the second story, which is even more chilling than this rather bizarre episode of the Taylor Wedding. There are lots of libraries in Europe. There are copies of this comic, and they appear to think that it really is comic. They catalog it like another volume of our society.
The last tear that rolls down your cheek might be watching.
In the 17th century, there was an especially threatening moment for the exclusive gift. There was a man named Eisenberger who, in the 1670s, living in Amsterdam, had gone close to the local Jewish community, and he chose to fill in his love with people as a gay as a Catholic. Converted, married, children, studied at home diligently for 19 years. Incredibly dedicated individual, loved his community. Among his teachers was the chief rabbi of Amsterdam. Definitely, someone that the community felt very good about. And then, in the year 1700, he came out with a massive anti-Semitic screen, 2,000 pages in length, called Judaism Unmasked. Judaism and skepticism. And this is basically a complete survey of the entire Talmud. Right? Just the first word in the entire Talmud. If you have got study schedule, you would have done it multiple times. Every time there was anything negative in the Talmud that we interpreted badly or interpreted in a negative way,
It's almost impossible. I don't think there's going to be another star that gets
diligently wrote it down, translated it into German, and wrote a commentary on it. I have been against this conversation. Basically, think about this madman who spent 19 years living undercover as an Orthodox Jew. With a family, with their children, within Judaism, all for the purpose of producing this scurrilous stuff. And it was a process. And he submitted it to his public. Others found out about it, and it managed to block the publication temporarily, and they hoped to negotiate with them to live in the family, not publish this terrible document. It appeared that they have been doing so they have engaged a lot of personal effort to produce the book and to not sustain the cost of publication. That's relevant to us. And he was open to taking compensation, and he was making compensation of about 6,000 when it was doing the committee of France. So about 6,000 of those currently at any rate, the book never was published across the border.
Saudi Arabia, Tim Dillon live in the capital. Is it the capital? Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, October 8th.
The light of day. That's how it goes. By the way, this is a great montage. My editor at JPA,
October 7th.
and we did put it together. The silhouette that represents Eisenberger himself on the right.
Which is funny how it all
title page of
works.
the first volume of 2
Not
volumes.
something that I had
And the
planned.
background of Yeshiva.
By the way, it's just
image
something that happened. I will be in Riyadh at the Riyadh Comedy Festival at the Bakr al-Shadi Theater. Bakr
And here's the scary thing about it. All of the like scholar in Israel has gone through that one by one.
People that are going to Abu Dhabi the night before. We don't have that information yet, but come on out. Come on out for a night of laughter in Abu Dhabi. Am I doing Abu Dhabi? I think October 6th. I think we're chilling on the 7th. I don't think we're doing any on the 7th. Because many agents are very worried. But I think, this is,
Tried to twist their meaning so as to reflect badly
I think it's very exciting. You're all going to reality. I know that people are very upset and very angry that Canadians are going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Get over it. There are only about
some of us are going to say,
why would you say something negative about Christianity? There's a lot of reasons why.
How about that? Sorry, you weren't invited. You've got nothing going on.
They don't necessarily think they're going to have outside listeners involved in the document. And it's certainly,
I would never do it. You worry for no one invited. There's people that I respect that turn it down, but a lot of people are doing it like almost everyone. A lot of people are doing it. They board comedy. So what? Listen. What's your problem? Well, they have slaves and they kill it. Get over it.
Published under
Get over it.
It has become
So what?
the Bible.
So what? They have slaves.
You go on
So
hate
what?
websites today, which I do not
My
recommend.
friend, I'm not a friend. Somebody I don't even know. I bumped into them in Tribeca. Because I would never do that because I don't want to interact with slaves. I'm like, why not? I will think these differential. Right?
And it had tremendously good.
I imagine the slaves in those countries are
So
good at
here,
what they
once again,
do.
we have two very different stories.
Well, I wouldn't want to interact. Everyone you meet there is a slave. That's what they say.
Great cautionary
Everyone that works for the hotels, they take their passports. They're not allowed to leave their slaves.
Profit-seeking Jew named Al-Ghazi Friedlander, who attempted to defraud the Jewish world with an obvious forgery.
Is it nice or not?
His goal is simply to make money with it, but ultimately, he accused of falsified document. If you were to study that Talmud, you would think you're studying the word of God, but in fact, you're studying the word
Look
of
up spoil sport, and I'm going to tell everyone what it is,
on the
because
other
that's not what I'm here to do.
Eisenmenger,
I'm not on this earth to do that. Spoil sport. A person who behaves in a way that spoils others' pleasure, especially by not joining in an activity. Yes, correct. I'm not here to be a spoil sport. I'm not here to ruin the good time that everyone's having. Do I have issues with some of the policies towards women, towards the gays, towards the women, towards the freedom of speech? Well, of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do. But I believe in my own financial well-being. And I always have, by the way. And I think you better start believing in that. Okay? Because when Peter Thiel puts all of you in a cage, you're going to want some way to get out of there. You're going to want to bribe someone. Peter Thiel has you in a cage. What's that like? Of that digital prison movie, and Peter Thiel's got you in. You're going to want to have a couple of shackles to go to the guy and say, let me out of here. Get him off little Ethereum, let me
get out of this prison. When you're Shawshanking, that's not the movie I was talking about. It's another prison. Well done. When you're Shawshanking with the little rock hammers through the wall and you're crawling through the tunnel of shit to try to get out of Peter Thiel's prison because he's just going to do that. What is it he's doing? You know, Peter Thiel is doing talks on the Antichrist. He is the Antichrist. He knows about the Antichrist. And he's talking about it. It's never enough to just be the thing. You have to constantly bother people. It's the reason the one that is serial killer that couldn't shut his mouth. And I go out to bars and eating your O.J. Simpson wrote a book called If I Did It. No one can just get away with anything. It's got to be shoved in your face. So Peter Thiel is giving talks about he's worried about the Antichrist. He's giving a 4-part lecture. This is true. I've never heard a person talk about the Antichrist as much as this guy. So he's doing a 4-part lecture about the Antichrist. So when you're in the Peter Thiel Palantir prison, and every day is the same, and it's just going to be on closed circuit TV, or maybe it'll be a hologram at that point, I don't know. Just is going to talk to you about the Antichrist. You're going to be in a cell in Peter Thiel's prison, and everything is just going to go, it's the Antichrist part 3, and you have to sit there and look at every goddamn day. Thiel, 57 offers thoughts on how his Christian faith informs his understanding of the world, including areas of theology, history, literature, and politics of the Antichrist. As part of a 4-part lecture series at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. Well, doesn't that sound swell? But he's going to be giving these lectures to people that are in his prison. So you might just want to have a couple of dollars and try to find your way out. Doesn't matter how much you're paying. $375,000 for one show. Now, a lot of other people are getting $1.6 million. That's I'm not in that bracket. But they're giving me $375,000. Others are getting $150,000. Yes. Okay. I am going there because they're paying me a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way. Do you understand? Look the other way. That's a 4-part sentence. The people don't do it.
Yo, dog.
And for example, I'm in a breakfast and I see someone get grand and they start eating what they slap and they can stick out of the bamboo or whatever it is. It's kind of a wood. You know, snap that and it's perfect for a cake. But you should get me. I should look the other way. Okay? If I look the other way and I see someone chipping in and they're chopping a hand off, I'm not going to see. Actually, how they got it comes sanitary way. But okay, so if they're chugging, I might look down. And if I'm looking at the floor and I see some eyeless beggar grabbing at me, trying to get my money, I will look up to the heavens. And if in the heavens I see a drone flying over, I will look the other way. Because I'm being paid enough money to look the other way. What do you understand? What is so complicated? I'm the only honest person in this country. Everyone else is half a million. Well, that's why the Middle East is very progressive now. He's trying to make some change. No. I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country.
So why can't I do both?
It's very simple. If you pay me lots of money, I will not comment on what's going on. In fact, I will ignore it. And
something that I really disagree with is happening, the more money you pay me, the less I'm going to think about it. Truly, this is a really important thing that no one does anymore, and I'm recommending it. Look the other way. If you are in a foreign country and you don't, what's the other option? We're going to have to go to all of these countries and make them be Americans and make them live the way we live. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We don't even know how to do that. All we do is try to do that, and it fails miserably, like every time. So I believe in looking the other way. I believe in pretending things are not happening anymore. I believe in cognitive dissonance. I believe in ignoring this. I will sleep so
that Jews study to refresh themselves, to guard
Israel gave
themselves,
none of us
and
any
to
money
forgive
and
the
expected we were all going to just defend them. For what?
This is a document
For
that
no money?
constantly return to and have
You
for
get a
forever.
dollar? You get a pizza.
Even though
The
we
fact
get
that I
many
won't
good
get a
arguments
I'm supposed to go out and defend this genocide. Because maybe I won't be on ABC Fan. I won't get to play a gym teacher on a network that won't be in business, and I'm supposed to care about that? Who gives a fuck? Where's the money, Mom? Where the fuck's the money? Of course it's supposed to be a horrible thing. Okay? And I would call it out no matter how much money I got. Because you're genociding people in front of my face. It's
showdown like this Molten DraftKings gameplays have been on touchdowns this season.
What these people do seems to be less public.
Plus $200 off Sunday ticket.
So,
TV.
my friend's mother used to sell us drugs at the neighbors. My 13th grade teacher gives me
My bad.
She's saying,
back in 2012 for the occasion of the CMS
they're taking the wine out and drinking it.
very clearly in this little book. So far, it doesn't sound like a negative deal.
I don't see
Alas,
it. If I'm not seeing it, if I don't see it, I experience none of my beeswax. I hope everything's beautiful and good
But you
for
know
us.
what? This is true.
But I'm telling you right now,
I have to agree with you.
this
That's
was
in fact
Israel's
what the
big
book is.
mistake.
I subtitled it
This was
A
their
Brief
big
and Personal Introduction. So
They should
basically,
have
what
had
it's all about is
television
it's really a very
conference.
superficial,
They should
first-time
have paid us
introduction to what
millions
the
of
topic
dollars,
is,
and then I
who
would go
wrote
over
it,
there and I
how
go,
big is it, what the
listen,
deal
they
was, how
should
it
have
was, transmitted over the years, and things like that. But at the same time, I really like that German still brings to the conversations like a story of coming of age. It's all about how
this is what it's about, the hostages. It's not about the other greaters.
and my first experience.
Why would you say Epstein was the Messiah? What are you talking about?
I've had
He had no connection with anyone. He was just a pervert. Who had $2 billion. Was friends with everyone. What do you want?
a small teacher of
Israel
it
thought
as
this was
well.
all going to happen with no
So
money.
it is very much a brief
Nuts.
and personal introduction.
I'm sad about what's happening. If it's happening, I don't see it. If I was
on the other hand, I talk about my own personal story, which
I would love to make a beautiful hotel.
episodes of. Let me read you another negative one over here. Here we go. Kindle customer right. Too brief, too personal. That's the heading.
If I was just like us,
And perhaps even too personal, like an overship. Probably true. But I did love the photo. So even the negative parts will have a little fun. This one's probably right. These are three stars, right? There's scale of 5. Too much about how we look at
Say hello to Melissa Stark. I know that's a
I like it sure has a week ago today. How are we trading their star pass rusher Mike
So
Larson
here
into
is
Green Bay Packers for
not
2
easy
first
way to
round
hide
picks
some of
and
this
every
Israel
Kansas
versus
City
right.
Stars. We went to Dallas this week and found their reaction to Dak Prescott telling us
He explains
that
the Babylonian Talmud versus the Jerusalem Talmud and tons of other cool facts. He tells the book in relationship to swimming.
I'm telling you right now, I love coffee.
Fantastic stuff here. What is the place? These productions are really literally work as a creative stuff. Where you can write them. That's always perspective.
Let me tell you about it. 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free, loosely breakage, and nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch holds a capsule. It can be broken, open, and release extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription that Lucy delivers straight to your door. Let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/gym and use promo code TAM to get 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co. Use code TAM to get 20% off. Everyone I know is using Lucy. So many people use it and they love it. It's important and we need it. Do it. Do it now. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. I think this comedy festival does a lot for people because they deserve to laugh. It's going to move the country in a great direction. And even if it doesn't, I've made a lot of money from it.
Alex writes,
Even if it
I
doesn't,
enjoyed reading it,
even if
so did my
actually somehow
14-year-old
it goes
son,
backwards,
and I wasn't trying
and
to go
somehow
for
we
the
give them
leadership,
license
but
to
that's
treat
kind
the
of cool.
slaves even worse,
Here's my
which is
favorite.
very
I was
possible.
blown away when I saw
If we
the name
reverse
is
the
Arthur
progress that
Kurzweil.
that country's made
The
and we actually
famous,
take it back, very
individual
possible.
Arthur Kurzweil has done so much for Jewish
If we
publishing
give
and
them
Jewish
license
scholarship.
to treat the people even
Wow, he
worse,
wrote it.
who
He
knows?
says, I enjoyed this
But
passionate,
the reality
honest,
is, it's a
and
good
so
amount of
nicely
money,
written
and sometimes,
memoir and
unfortunately, life, you
introduction.
gotta take the money, and I know young kids don't want to hear that, they don't want to hear
I
that.
was really pleased to
I know
receive
they
these
don't want to hear
reviews.
that. Sometimes you gotta
If
take the money, you gotta take the money and look
reading
the
the
other
book,
way.
please
The
have a look at
money
it
and look
online.
the other
I think it's
way.
kind of worthwhile.
Sorry.
I enjoyed writing it. I enjoyed rewriting
Sorry,
it again for
folks.
the free of a shot. I think it still
Sorry.
has some value. I guess that's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching.
Who even knows what happened with that? Okay? There's a lot of things going on. I'm not saying they weren't involved, but there was a lot of people involved, okay? So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I just want people to know that. And I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of money, and I'm very lucky to do it. I'm happy to do it. I'm grateful that I was asked to do it. And my response to the criticism is like, fuck off, because no one cares. And already the people that love all the migrants anyway, the same people criticize me for the people that like love all these migrants and want them in our country. They want the borders open, and they want the doors flung open so that everyone from all cultures, from all worlds, can go fucking, join a Somali gang in Minneapolis or something. They almost elected that guy from Captain Phillips. But the Democrats do whatever they always do. They fucking invented some scam to get that guy out of the race. I'm no fan of that guy, but it was clearly some sham. My point is this. Omar Fattah. My point is this. So you don't care see all these people come into America. And you can't go entertain them where they live. Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense to anyone? We're supposed to just open the doors for everywhere in the world. We can't go entertain them when they live. They live in the highest place. Why would I subscribe to that whack? Why are you just jealous and we're getting money? Sorry, Mama.
I guess that one sounds like one of these, man.
This Taylor Swift.
And it's almost like so we still don't know if it's going to start. Opposite of putting out that
So many people are excited about this.
we don't know if it's going to start. And inside that sides out. And we don't know if it's going to start. That's safety. Next to regulation. All right. Read it here. Dr. Charles Well and a chip. Childhood friend. Through 1,000 and super chats. Thank you so much for supporting the show.
More frightened of the women that follow Taylor Swift religiously than I have of anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia, including the Milan family. I hope to have dinner with actually. I am so the childless, the barren, cold, childless vaginas that line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp. The 43-year-old women who have crushes on Harry Styles, okay? The sick cat mommy, wine mom, crazy psychopaths will follow this woman, terrifying than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. That inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift. Hey, nice gal, probably not. She heard she's not as nice as comfortable. By the way, no one gets that level of nice. I have no hate. No one gets to Taylor Swift's level. Any city's nice. How dare you? What I'm saying is this. People that have chosen to make this woman's life their life, her engagement, their engagement, her success is their success. The soundtrack of her life is the soundtrack to their life. Those women need to have focus on them now. Sorry. If you believe that the Taylor Swift song is talking to you, you need a workout now. You need a workout now. If you broke down in tears because Taylor Swift got engaged in a vaccine show, you need a workout trained on you now, ass in the face. Ass in the face from the police. By the way, this is only 375. I'm actually thinking 5. I'm trying to get 5. I'm saying to try to get 5. Imagine what I would have done for 5. But let's be serious for a minute. Are any of these women that are following Taylor Swift and going to 20 or 30 of her concerts, are any of them better off because they're using a religious beliefs in this country? How many of them are better off? If Captain Phillips, an emaciated migrant who they're not to elect in Minnesota, whatever his name is, Omar Fattah, I mean, get this guy up. I mean, what is going on? He's going to hand out burgers. I say, leave Taylor Swift and support the religion. I'm very scared. I watched this actor reacting to Taylor Swift being engaged. These people need help. They need help. I'm telling you, Taylor Swift, I don't think it's about the like this, is incredibly mediocre talent. Sorry. She's not great. She's the perfect talent for her dying country because we're not great. We've fallen far from greatness. There are BC greatness occasionally in this country that we're best to find out and we're getting good at it. We don't even know how to handle it anymore. We can't metabolize greatness in this country. We thrive on mediocre bullshit, all love nostalgia, because we pray every day for common to wake us up when we know it's over. So there's all these people trying to figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a sport. It's sick. It's sick. These are adults who want to relive their job because they're fucking sick. You're supposed to actually get older. You're not supposed to be running around in your mid-30s at my party. I'm like, Look at my TV. They're making out with your mother. Okay? These influencers are making out with your own mothers. On social media, they're actually having sex with their mothers. On social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time. With some of these influencers, their whole fan base is 12, and they're necking with mothers. Something's up. Serious news here.
I love this man. This is my boy.
CBS News. They're just getting over an engagement with Taylor Swift. I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia in the future. That's what I'm supposed to be scared of. I'm not scared of this country. Know what the hell's going on here? It's sick. It's crazy. It's like nuts. I don't even know what's going on. This University of Tennessee professor canceled his class because Travis Kelce got engaged. I can't focus. Fire up! Why is the police do that? What the hell is that? They're gonna kill it. Watch it. Expert guidance, you don't have to worry about figuring it out on your own. You can choose from personalized investments or let's Stash way smart portfolio to work for you. Stash investing doesn't feel like gambling, it's simply smart stress-free. So your money can start working smarter so you can get access to world-class financial advice with personalized guidance for just $2 a month. Stash is ready to help millions of Americans reach their financial goals. Don't let your money sit around, put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/TIM to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and review important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/TIM. A non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients, and not a guarantee. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Investment involved risks. All first subject to terms and conditions. Probably seen a million ads for hair and products and thought, sure, that actually works. I did too until I found out that Nutrafol is like President Nutrafol's physician formulating clinically tested and dermatologist recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified gold standard third-party certification. The supplements, while many supplements are still in ingredient studies, Nutrafol clinically tests final formulations to ensure their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools like hair counts and blood tests to add to assess growth, quality, gender, offer no listeners $10 off your first month of free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TINDAR. Find out what Nutrafol is best-selling hair growth supplement at Nutrafol.com. Nutrafol.com, promo code TINDAR. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TINDAR. But I do think there's something deeply rotted and wrong. Pop culture has gotten so boring. And this is why people are mad at the Cracker Barrel logo, because there's truly nothing interesting culturally anymore in our country. Because everything has become so bland and corporate that our only gods are the chain restaurants and places and poisons. So we actually only have ownership over the poison slop that we put in our body, and we want to make sure that the values of the slop house align with ours, because that's all we have left. Because there's nothing culturally interesting in this country anymore. We've done away with it. We've destroyed it. It's, gotten to the point where, like, this woman, who, again, I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success. There's not one thing that makes more sense. Work at McDonald's, I saw him do chips like 5 or 6 times on Broadway. No one really knows who this woman is. Does something on stage every day. You cannot be replicated. Absolutely amazing. The show's closed. It's misleading. So she does something so spectacular. But, again, the show closes early because, people, they want to see Trish Paytas eat a chicken nugget. They're not taking anything away from Trish Paytas. But this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness. They want mediocrity. And Trish Paytas says it's sort of mediocre, and I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success. And I don't think Trish would compare herself to Audrey McDonald, nor would I compare myself to a lot of people that I feel are much greater than me. What I'm saying is, like, we've really made a decision culturally in this country to completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So when we, like, see someone who's really good at something, we're, like, almost mad at them because we don't like it, and we don't like it, and we don't feel like we can do it, and it's not relatable to us. Because in our rotted culture, we want everything to be relatable. We don't want to jump and go, whoa, what's that like? Oh, that's interesting, that's different, that's weird, everything's got to be relatable, and that's what Taylor Swift does. It's all relatable stuff because everyone's like, falling in and out of love or whatever. It's like, I had a friend tell me they were like, all the men that she was with before were success, and this one finally had. And I'm sorry, my friends are going to tell me kids how to want music to change, and so what's wrong with it? What more do you want? What do you want with this woman now still? What do you want is this? That are celebrities, not people that are good at things or talented. I'm not saying Taylor's not talented. I'm saying she's clearly talented. She's very talented. Is she my favorite? Probably not. But it doesn't matter. She's talented, but that's not what we care about. We care about the spectrum, how big it is, how many people are there. We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us in this weird way. We live vicariously through these people. We need their accomplishments and their failures are our failures and their trials and tribulations. It is weird. It's something I never understood. I have friends who go down the road. It's not for me. But what I'm saying is that I never understood it. I couldn't understand the obsession with someone.
No.
Just don't
Okay.
ever try to define yourself in any way. Shouldn't you care about you a little bit? That's why I'm doing the Saudi Arabian. I really care about me.
You want to throw a touchdown pass?
I was on my phone begging down for money. You're all talking about Taylor Swift. You know what? Focus on it. You're all focused on something. And make no mistake, this is one of those things where didn't Israel slaughter a calf recently to get ready for the temple being built? Because this is the next one. This is the next moment. This is in the book of Revelation. There's got to be a paragraph in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. One of my psycho following. There's got to be something in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. Where two houses went, and the calf is slaughtered, and the sea turns red. You know, and then the bird, there was a bird. But that's the whole thing. I'm just saying, we need as a society. I mean, you're the best album. You get married, you guys, and you buy your best album for $200 off. And in a horrible heinous accident where it was a closed casket. See, that's the best album. He's gone. He was left broken and I my husband was smashed through the internet. She writes for it plainly, but she's not getting no job for it. So that's kind of the song.
Thank you, Silverado 1500. Powerful Silverado HD.
Close the casket.
Compromising Silverado EV. With the upgrade ready to expand. Dependability from standard. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Everyone thought Verizon had the best network, which they did. But now the best network in the U.S. is some fancy experts say the network there. Signal reaches further than ever. So, you can integrate inside. You won't believe what I am. Seriously.
What I'm saying is that some of us got we're going to read ads. But what I'm saying is that I imagine it's foretold. I imagine it's on drugs and you going to school in Florida to stop that. I like this more militarized stuff to stop the kids. Let's watch a little bit of this. Always phenomenal. Wow. If this video does one thing, the tech is coming. I know it's nice to have a gun to protect your family. You think you're going to resist the government, but be the deal with Donald Trump decided that maybe if they're gonna get the tech to the point where you can't do much with it. But who knows? Could this guy shoot the drone? Who knows? Now you need 2 school shooters. You need one to shoot the drones, and you need one to get into the school. Now it's got to be a collaborative effort. So you have one school shooter shooting the drones, and then you have another school shooter who's actually in horrible about Minneapolis. It's disgusting, and that part's obviously looked like he was the one. And I'm not saying you should give up all your guys, but I'm saying there's got to be a better way here.
Took it off, but then it was this right trying to do the same back to him.
This is what tech does. You create all these situations where people are in great danger, all these home invasions, won't clean up the streets, there's school shootings, and we're creating them because our policies make them more likely to happen. There's a bunch of people and their criminals, there's policies happening, and they're very often. By the way, what a great opportunity for us to have a solution to this that involves militarized drones flying through your children's school. So, the robot police are coming, robotics is developing, we're very horrible about this last week. All these things are coming, drone, policing, all this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely crazy. Again, I'm not saying you should give up. I'm saying there's going to be seemingly a lot of militarized technology on the streets dealing with the public. This is clearly what's going on. You know, Larry Fink is out there, the CEO of Blackstone. Is that right? He's BlackRock. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Forum. And he said, we're getting rid of cars. You know, we can pretty simple thing out. Many years ago, we were talking about this on the show. Get rid of that. You got Klaus Schwab saying that it's going to be a stakeholder economy where you have stakeholder capitalism, you have billionaires owning these large states, these large, you know, government, private, public partnerships with all these governments. And they're all going to have autonomous drone armies. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous drone armies. They're going to have enough money and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, you can actually have feuding oligarchs with their own militaries. Kind of like the Pot Atlas Shrug in a weird way. And they're all going to be, they're all figuring out right now what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly are they going to do with all these hunger mouths. How are we going to handle all these people? What's going to happen? And they're all basically going, listen, we got to figure out a way to deal with them. And that's what they're doing. They go, we got to deal with these people. And we're going to do it with technology. We're going to put them in a digital prison. And if that doesn't go prison.
That means separate. McFadden knows about Javonte Williams.
One of the ways to deal with that is for a human being is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go survivalist prep or go insane. But there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system and want to be in the system and getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. You want the goodies and the benefits. We're going to dictate how you live and where you live based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we've set up. I do believe there's going to be people on the outside of that that happen. but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you ignore this, you're crazy, there does seem to be a concerted effort amongst them, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of an endgame time. And I think a lot of these people realize they're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on that. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it with Sam Altman types, the Elons, the Zuckerbergs, the Jim Cooks, and many others, and Larry Fink. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which dollars going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. We might go into some type of fascistic military junta. That could be a downer. But before all that happens, they're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this bloated diamond empire. And they're strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. You say this to me. I look at the end and I'll say things like this. People are like, oh, well, you're dramatic. They don't say that. Meaning like, 90% rich people have no idea what's going on. They're just born, they're rich, things are good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me. But those are the people that are really behind the scenes, getting ready for something. You can feel it, it's in the air. The media doesn't matter anymore. They know that. They've lost control of the narrative. They are never getting it back. So the only way for them to do at this point is the raw power grab. The niceties are gone, the pleasantries are gone, Israel's not the skies what they want to do. Motives are not, they don't matter. The narrative doesn't make sense, the stories don't add up, they do not care, they're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time. It's the last bit of control that they can exert over the system before it blows up. Like that's what it feels like. Nobody's putting the time into lying to you anymore. You should worry about that. You should worry about the fact that nobody's trying to make the lies good. They know it doesn't matter if you believe that they're going to try to dispose of you. I'll be in rehab. I'll be in rehab when my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly. Go jelly your jam. Because the world is sick. But it's true, and it sounds rough. It sounds rough. The myth-making factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts foaming at the mouth, roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival. Finance is largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist. Some are supposed to know about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is, it's also one of the busiest cases for Indian showings. They've recovered over $25 million in the classification of and they don't back down by that exposed. One recent client received $29 million.
Oh, this is the best. I fucking love fantasy football. Doing really well. It's the opening of the NFL. How are you, big dog? Yeah, I'm watching it.
Are you watching it?
Yes, sir.
How cool is that?
If Jerry had
Yeah, I can.
you would have had 50% of his cap covered with three players. And that's a dangerous place to be honest with you. And as the number kept going up, they started thinking about what that might mean. And I think Jerry just likes the action, to be honest with you.
Are you watching it?
Money to spend on good players we're excited about this season. Okay, a little bit of that. And more than anything else, he has good players now in the first round and the next two drafts. And they're going to time on very good drafts to play with. So now Jerry gets to play
2 to 6 players that projection. If you get your picks right, you can cash and win up to 2,000 times your money. Right now, the Cowboys are the ones that are free. So all controls are fast, safe, and secure. Price picks all the Venmo, Apple Pay, but it could be easier. I don't think so. Price picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinion into real money all season long on Price Picks. Download the Price Picks app today. Use code TAM to get $50 in lives after you play your first $5 lineup. That's the TAM to get $50 in lives after you play your first $5 lineup. Price Picks, run your game. Price Picks, run your game. Price Picks, run your game. Listen to this statement from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum is an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders globally. That's the term. We look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, to reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry Fink, they know what's coming. They're engineering. They understand that there's a tipping point at which this country will not work. They don't know when that is, probably, because no one knows when that is. But they've been prepared for it for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point, the world is going to be carved up and divided between
I think we have to talk about something here. And the Dallas Cowboys certainly running the football really well.
We're talking
Remember
about
how many players now the Philadelphia Eagles are missing on this defense. Josh Sweat led them in sacks. Bill Williams signed a $104 million contract with New England. Kobe Dean still out. They get John Campbell. Darius Slay, C.J. Gardner Johnson, Brandon Graham. There's other folks out there like
the trilateral condition, things like that. I'm not going to go on to someone. Tonight's fucking Bilderberg. I'm not going down that road, but there are institutions that are not. They're primarily loyal not to a nation. And they will tell you this. They're primarily loyal to preserving an order. And that is bigger than any one country. The Anglo-American Empire, the Eastern Alliance, you might look at, and then you have countries like China and Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game, massive corporations that are going to be in the game, these supranational institutions that are going to be in the game, and then you have the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, European Union, all of these organizations. Why risky? Are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. Seriously. They know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably. He might come close. We're going to go over there and see him soon. And he's promising to restore sovereignty to poor people. It's the biggest issue in the world. Massive migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue in the world.
insurance is the same.
Climate is out there as well. It's like no one near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration. War causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. Mad dash for natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability resulting in migration. Migration destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. These international, supranational organizations have to figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail? What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying.
We need the security infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check. This is why they bring in the digital prisons. We need to bring in certain stuff. Taylor Swift's the world. They're going to make them great. They're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. Straight up the hunger games, right? She and Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. Right? That's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring in your hand. And your fucking Guardian Watch. And your love and your life. And aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is cool. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And is her life nice? That's one part of it. And the second and the third and final part of it is going to be
terrific job he has done with now and Nick Sirianni, another hire for this team that
inevitable.
He thought was going to work out for Aubrey. Touchback. He's confident we'll get the 5-yard line. Adjustment.
That is going to be a massive loss of life.
And I get the feeling that Aubrey's just missed those two kicks, don't you? It looked like he was trying to bounce them into the field of plenty in the quarter, and he just was too much adrenaline on
I'm doing a comedy festival. Why? The butter in my bread.
You're talking about kicking the dirty butter in my bread. Special teams guys are talking about rolling on the field inside the landing area. Slow down.
I'll share this in. Why am I there?
Drive two. Middle's essentially touchdown drive. Hardly. 41-yard line. So they gave Sua. There for Dallas.
How many games last year did we do Mike Saquon Barkley? I mean, it felt like he was running for 70 yards every other play. It was remarkable, the performance that he had in LA, first of all. And then to run back here in the playoff game in the snow and just dominated, really probably would have held the NFL record. Had he been able to play in that last game. There's Trayvon Diggs in the game now, the Dallas Cowboys.
That's what we're doing here.
Preseason.
We're getting money out.
In the lineup
I'll tell you, the next 20 years, folks, let me do it now. I have a virtual seat when you thought it was coming. That was the ultimate privilege. The ultimate privilege was all the virtues that we did for 4 years. And tell me right now, you're going to make orders.
Of course, he was remarkable back
all the bullshit about this is right, that's wrong. You're good, it's bad, it's bad, bitches, please, bad. Ellen's bad, sure she is, sure she is, but she's got a big starting quarter out here. She's got a great world. Right now, she killed her. Well, they were proud of it.
46.
The ultimate privilege is to be able to sit back. The judgmental voters were out there with the full understanding what
Lobo did his job there. He was 5 yards into the backfield to be able to make that play and just wall it off. And
I have morals and values in my own life.
I don't escape that pass and really blame's going to go on Dante Fowler for that.
I don't think
that up. It's not the worst in the out.
What I'm saying right now is that
so Diggy Zua did his job there. He was 5 yards on the backfield to be able to make that play and just wall it off. And the fact that Saquon somehow is...
It might be the final thing you see as a free person in our society. The last tear that rolls down your cheek might be watching Travis and Taylor walk down the aisle and get married. It might be the fun. This is the final story.
So Diggy Zua did his job there. He was 5 yards in the backfield to be able to make that play and just wall it off. And the final story. Saquon somehow is...
And you're gonna look at the other people in your cell and go, it's so obvious he's the integrity. It's like obvious. And you're gonna go, oh. So that's the update.
So Diggy Zua did his job there. He was 5 yards into the backfield to be able to make that play and just wall it off. And the fact that Saquon somehow is...
witch hat or something for Halloween. The pumpkin, and then the full background starts in October. And I am happy for Taylor.
This is out there. He was 5 yards in the backfield to be able to make that play and just walk.
I am happy for you, and I hope that it works out because at the end of the day,
even more calm than he was
the
in the past couple of years, which is hard to do.
Yes, this is.
But I mean, here,
And there's going to be a lot of women crying, and there's going to be a lot of men crying. There's going to be a lot of people who are deeply invested in this.
does this look
It
like
is the last one.
even more calm than he was in
It's
the
almost
past couple of years?
it's almost impossible. I think there's going to be another star that gets
I mean, here's a guy that really seeks out advice from championship type people. Man, certainly top of the list for a long time. Derek Jeter, Tom Brady, guys that won championships, and now he's only in the season.
She's one of the last stars. She's one of the last stars that we've shot up to the stratosphere. And we live vicariously through her. Her life is our life. Her love is our love. She's one of the last true stars. Deserved? Who cares?
He's killing.
Fucking
And
grow up.
he feels a lot of teams in business.
She's one of the true stars. Not going to create anymore.
With man
Not
coverage,
going to create
turn into
anymore.
quarterback. And the minute you turn it back on this quarterback, it's going to be first and 10 for him.
We're in Saudi Arabia. Come on. Get your tickets now.
Watch the tail end of the play. 94 is going to come
Tim
right back
Dillon
here.
live
Get his
in the
hand right
capital.
on
Is
the
in the
ball. That is a
capital.
fumble
Riyadh,
almost
Saudi
90% of
Arabia,
the time. And somehow
October
the strength
8th.
Saquon Barkley held on.
October 8th. The day after, October 7th. It's just funny how it all works. Not something that I have planned, by the way. It's just something that happened. I will be in Riyadh, in the Riyadh Comedy Festival at the Bakr Al-Shadi Theater. Come see me at the Bakr Al-Shadi, and apologies if I am not pronouncing that correctly. I don't know. I imagine we'll be doing more than the least. I imagine we'll actually we'll be doing a lot. And there are people, and I'm not doing Abu Dhabi the night before. We don't have that information yet, but come on out. Come on out for a night of laughter in Abu Dhabi. Am I doing Abu Dhabi? I think October 6th. I think we're chilling on the 7th. I don't think we're doing anything on the 7th. Because we're very worried. But I think, this is exciting. I think it's very exciting. And we're going to be out. And I know that people are very upset and they're very angry that it's going to be on Saudi Arabia.
Each team has 9 first downs.
Get over it.
Everybody scored.
We're going to Riyadh.
Dallas.
The house of Saudis paying us hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some of us millions.
And they paid millions of dollars. That was the third and 5 when they made that run right there.
We're taking the money.
Jalen made the run.
How about that? How about that? Sorry. Oh, you wanted to find out? Oh, that's your going on? Boo-hoo-hoo for you. I would never do it. You weren't offered. No one invited you. There's people that understand that turned you down, but a lot of people are doing it like almost everyone. A lot of people are doing it.
really are. Get over it. Get over it. He's left this entire side wide open, and Jalen Hurts they have slaves. I mean, he has simply been a one-man show out there. I'm not a friend. Somebody I don't even know. I bumped into the Tribeca. I would never do that because I don't want to interact with slaves. I'm like, why not? I look at a differential. Right? I mean, I imagine the slaves in those countries are good at what they do. Jalen Hurts has two. Well, I wouldn't even interact. Everyone would be there's a slave. That's what they said. Everyone that works for the hotel, they take their passports. They're not allowed to leave their slaves. Wait, what? Somebody that can run a 40, not somebody that is 40. Is the hotel nice? Is it nice or not? I ain't gonna celebrate it. Is it nice or not? Everybody butterscotch candy? I'm not here to be a spoil sport. $5 and get 300 instantly. Look up spoil sport. And I'm gonna tell everyone what it is, because that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not on this earth to do that. Spoil sport. A person who behaves in a way that spoils others' pleasure, especially by not joining in an activity. Yes, correct. I'm not here to be a spoil sport. I'm not here to ruin the good time that everyone's having. Do I have issues with some of the policies towards women, towards gays, towards the freedom of speech? Well, of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do. But I believe in my own financial well-being. And I always have, by the way. And I think you better start believing in that. Okay? Because when Peter Thiel puts all of you in a cage, you're going to want some way to get out of that. You're going to want to bribe someone. Peter Thiel has you in the prison from that movie. What's that movie where everyone's in that digital prison? Remember that movie? Well, when you're in that movie, and it's and you can't get out, when you're in the movie of that digital prison movie and Peter Thiel's got you in, you're going to want to have a couple of shackles to go to the guy and say, let me out of here. Get him off little Bitcoin, little Ethereum. Let me get out of this prison. When you're Shawshanking, that's not the movie I was talking about. That's Rabbi Rothschild movie. I've moved on. When you're Shawshanking with the little rock hammer through the wall, you're crawling through the tunnel of shit. You're trying to get out of Peter Thiel's prison because he's just doing it. What is he doing? Peter Thiel talks on the Antichrist because he is the Antichrist. So he knows about the Antichrist. And he's talking about it. It's never enough to just be the thing. By the way, you have to constantly bother people. It's the reason the Long Island serial killer got caught. He couldn't shut us down. They went out to bars and in Harry Hoover like that. She's like, no, if I did it. O.J. Simpson wrote a book called If I Did It. No one can just get away with anything. It's got to be shoved in your face. So Peter Thiel is giving talks about that he's worried about the Antichrist. He's giving a 4-part lecture. This is true. I never heard a person talk about the Antichrist as much as this guy. So he's doing a 4-part lecture about the Antichrist. So when you're in the Peter Thiel Palantir prison, and every day is the same, it's just going to be on closed-circuit TV, or maybe it'll be a hologram at that point, I don't know. He's going to talk to you about the Antichrist, and you're going to be in a cell in Peter Thiel's prison, and then he's just going to go, it's the Antichrist Part 3, and you're going to have to sit there and go every day. Every goddamn day. Thiel 57 offers thoughts on how his Christian faith informs his understanding of the world, including areas of theology, history, literature, politics, of the Antichrist. As part of a 4-part lecture
Bachelor Series at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. Well, doesn't that sound swell?
Really big.
But he's going to be giving these lectures to people that are in his prison. So you might as well have a couple of dollars to try to buy your way out of the Peter Thiel compulsory anti-Christ lecture that he's going to be giving in his prison. Now, people might say to me, hey, you're coming out and saying you're doing the Saudi thing for money. They're paying you a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying me. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much they're paying me. $375,000 for one show. Now, a lot of other people are getting $1.6 million. That's not me. I'm not in that bracket. Well, you're giving me $375. Others are getting $150. What are you doing? Here's the point. Okay? I'm doing this because they're paying me a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way. Do you understand? Look the other way. And that's a full word. The people don't do it anymore. Look the other way. If something bad is happening to your left, look to your right. If, for example, I'm in a breakfast and I see someone in Grand and they start eating them with that big cut steak, I don't know if it's bamboo or whatever it is, it's kind of a wood, it kind of snaps back, it's perfect for a cake. If I see someone get that, I will look the other way, okay? If I look the other way and I see someone being beheaded, either they're chopping a hand off, that might be interesting to just kind of see. Actually, I think they do it in kind of a sanitary way. But
It's a hybrid engine that goes from
they're chopping it, I might look down. And if I'm looking at the floor and I see some eyeless beggar grabbing at me, trying to get my money, I will look up to the heavens. And if in the heavens I see a drone flying over, I will look the other way because I'm being paid enough money to look the other way. What don't you understand? What is so complicated? I'm the only honest person that's going to do it. Everyone else is going to have $1 million. They're going to go, well, actually, the Middle East is still progressive now. He's trying to make some change. I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country.
This is real money, real business.
It's very simple. If you pay me lots of money, I will not comment on what's going on. In fact, I will ignore it. And it's something that I really disagree with is happening. The more money you pay me, the less I'm going to think about it. Truly. This is a really important thing that no one does anymore, and I'm bringing it. Look the other way. If you are in a foreign country and you don't, because what's the other option? You're going to have to go to all these countries and make them Americans and make them live the way we live. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We don't even know how to do that. All we do is try to do that, and it fails miserably like every time. So I believe in looking the other way. I believe in pretending things are not happening at all. I believe in cognitive dissonance. I believe in ignoring this thing. I will sleep so sound.
They're going to be watching for you. The point of emphasis, and I don't think that Sanders ever even tried. Sort of just stood up and walked over that way and flexed the tiny bit, and that was enough. It is. It's going to be enforced in a way that we haven't seen in the past.
You know what happened there? And it's fine, folks. My own business, my ex-friend's mother used to say that. My own beeswax. She used to say that. My own beeswax. She used to say that. What that means, for those of you who don't know, is that there's more beeswax and it allows beeswax. It's not my problem. They're paying me to keep my
situations and he scrambles out, and yes, he only gets 3 or 4 yards, but it really meant about 10, 12 yards to his offense. And then Seymour Dak, and that
I'm telling you right now,
They fixed it.
And that is a very key. This is an important lesson for everybody to learn.
Before